the entire zone. Only a single severed monster head rolled to a stop. Li Yan crushed it mercilessly beneath his weapon. The battle was won. He stood like a conqueror amidst the sea of shredded paper corpses. But the monster's army was far from finished. Gripping his blade, Li Yan charged straight into the abyss. "Come on, my blood is just starting to boil." Liang Yi's tone-deaf vocals roared out. Blood brothers, Li Yan swung his blade cleanly, severing the hand of a monster that dared to block. Moving with phantom-like speed, Li Yan vaulted completely over the creature. His acrobatic movement left the monster entirely disoriented. His blade grazed the beast's leg, shattering its stance. Using the momentum, Li Yan pushed off the ground and delivered a bone-crushing kick straight into its spine. He raised his weapon to the heavens. A devastating wave of power crashed down Nightfire Origin stance. Absolute annihilation. As the dust settled over the battlefield, Liang Yi's chorus of blood brothers echoed endlessly. The surviving monsters rushed to cradle their fallen comrades. Pure rage radiated from the horde as they saw the carnage. Li Yan simply glared back with ice in his veins. The second round was about to begin. Against the backdrop of that terrible singing, a single drop of blood traced down Li Yan's chin. Breathing heavily, he drove his blade into the earth. Was this the legendary Wind Hall? The mystic scale in his pocket vibrated wildly. Through the comms, Liang Yi asked, "Hey brother, how was the vocal performance?" Li Yan gave a tired nod of approval. He bit into a carrot to restore his stamina. "Honestly, man, your singing had an overwhelming aura to it." But the line suddenly went dead. Li Yan checked the mystic device. Out of battery. He glanced up to see the morning sun, realizing he had fought all night. His thoughts were interrupted by an elderly street cleaner. "Oh my good morning, young man." She eyed his battle-torn outfit, asking if he was heading to a cosplay event. The streets were already bustling with morning traffic, couples walking in the peaceful dawn. Li Yan scratched his head, masking his deadly aura with a goofy smile. "Just doing a little morning workout, ma'am." Leaving her behind, he entered a retro record shop. It was barely opening time, and the young shopgirl was still yawning sleepily. Li Yan tapped the counter to grab her attention. He pointed straight at a vintage speaker. "How much for this artifact?" The girl blinked. "That is not for sale, sir. I do not have the authority." Just then a middle-aged woman descended the stairs. "Ask the boss lady herself," the girl muttered. Li Yan locked eyes with the owner. "Name your price." "No haggling." The owner gave him a dismissive glare. "Listen here, kid, I sell music. If you want antiques, go to the Grand Pavilion or the Great Temple. Stop wasting my time." Li Yan's expression darkened, his pressure leaking out. Feeling intimidated, she crossed her arms. "Fine, 8,000 and it is yours." Li Yan smirked. "Deal. Hold it for me." The boss wiped a drop of sweat and muttered to her clerk. "The world really is full of absolute freaks these days." The clock quickly struck 10 in the morning. Li Yan now stood before a run-down, weather-beaten facility. He reviewed the system details in his head. 3,000 a month with room and board. A simple night guard position where he could lay low. It was the perfect cover. Stepping inside, he was met by a balding supervisor. "How old are you, kid?" 25, Li Yan replied smoothly. "I will just call you Uncle." The older man tossed him a cigarette as a peace offering. "Used to have a buddy working here named Old Dong, but he retired back to the countryside." Uncle Chin gave him a quick rundown of the rules. "Betting is in the back, do not be too picky." As they walked outside, he sighed. "I am counting on your youthful energy. Let me show you around the academy grounds first." Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from behind. "Old Chin." Uncle Chin's eyes lit up as he saw the elegant Miss Wang. He stared at her retreating figure with absolute shamelessness. What a perfect figure. Then he suddenly remembered Li Yan. The old man coughed awkwardly, his face turning red. Li Yan just took a slow drag of his cigarette. This old geezer was still a massive degenerate. As Miss Wang's beautiful silhouette disappeared down the hall, Li Yan casually broke the silence. "Hey uncle, do you know where I can find a nightclub around here?" Uncle Chin looked at him like he had grown a second head. "A nightclub? What on earth is a nightclub?" Before they knew it, the afternoon rolled in. Golden hour bathed the city streets in a warm glow. Li Yan scrolled through his terrifying system interface. Only one night had passed, and half the players had already been wiped out. Out of 164 purgatory walkers, a staggering 59 had already perished, but the real nightmare had not even begun. The true slaughter awaited them in the targeted death matches 12 hours from now. A blood-red system prompt blazed before Li Yan's eyes. When a designated target enters the suppression zone, eliminating them guarantees a 100% drop rate for their entire awakened inheritance. He lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. With just over 100 walkers left on the board, this brutal battle royale would reach its bloody conclusion in less than 6 days. The intensity was off the charts. Casualties were devastating, and the unpredictable chaos was absolute. But the legendary rewards dropping from this purgatory event would easily multiply their power by 5 or 6 times, maybe even 10 times the normal loot. Extreme danger brought absolute monsters out to play. It was enough experience for any walker to shatter their limits and achieve their very first peak awakening breakthrough. Li Yan calculated his odds. If fortune favored him, he could use the 12-gram Dragon Breath artifact to push his 9-headed bird legacy straight to a massive 69% peak awakening state. He pulled up his player status. Name Li Yan. Awakening rate 39% plus 7% plus 9%. Legacy transformation. Active skills Appraisal Eye and Advanced Spear Mastery. Standing outside a convenience store, Li Yan inspected the tiny pocket scale holding Lucy's spiritual essence. The battery was completely dead, severing his telepathic link to her entirely. He scanned the empty streets. He probably needed to cross over into the Midnight Shadow realm just to find a compatible power source for this bizarre artifact. Li Yan tracked down a high-end luxury nightclub. The bass dropped as bodies grinded on the packed dance floor. Slipping away from the chaos, he shared a quiet VIP booth with a stunningly gorgeous woman. So Li Yan leaned in. You were saying some punk crashed this place this morning. The girl frantically shushed him. Keep your voice down, stop asking questions. That guy is a total psycho. The previous bouncers here were notorious local thugs, but this monster dropped over a dozen of them cold on the floor. In the end, the boss had to practically beg and escort him to the back VIP room. I do not know the rest. Seriously, mister, why are you digging into this? Li Yan just offered a chilling faint smile. Call it morbid curiosity. So where is he hiding right now? Resting her chin on her hand, she sighed. He is still in the back. I am guessing he runs this joint now. She pointed toward a heavily guarded massive double-door suite at the end of the hall. Grabbing a heavy beer bottle, Li Yan gave her a side eye. Step back. Let me handle this. With terrifying speed, he hurled the bottle straight at the VIP doors, shattering it into a million pieces. The woman screamed in absolute terror. The deafening crash killed the music, making every dancer freeze and stare. Suddenly, the heavy doors were kicked entirely off their hinges by a completely enraged brute. The muscular thug roared like a beast. Who the hell threw that? Li Yan remained perfectly relaxed on his sofa, casually raising 2 fingers to draw the psycho's deadly attention. Instantly, the thug triggered his appraisal eye. The system scanned Li Yan's hidden stats. Alert hunter and prey roles detected. The appraisal eye successfully downloaded the target's terrifying profile data. Target name Li Yan. Threat level rank 10 legacy. The 9-headed bird. Status Astral Hook active, massively boosting burst power and strike speed. Aura Demonic Dread, all evil spirits scatter. Certain active skills sealed. Masteries Ancient Martial Arts, completely outclassing your own melee stats. Firearms Mastery 38%. Military Tactics 50%. The thug's face drained of color as he stuttered R rank 10. Li Yan slowly stood up, his voice chillingly calm. Looks like I caught a rat. I was wondering who was smart enough to hide their aura so perfectly. You managed to break out of your world's natural order, yet you are still playing these petty games. Did you really come to Purgatory just seeking a cheap thrill? Driven by pure panic, the thug snatched up a glass bottle and hurled it at Li Yan with lethal force, sending the panicked crowd screaming for cover. With a casual flick of his leg, Li Yan kicked the heavy table upward. The bottle slammed into the thick wood, exploding into a cloud of deadly shrapnel. Terrified out of his mind, the thug turned and bolted for the exit. Li Yan did not even flinch. As he finally took a step forward, phantom illusions of the 9-headed bird began swirling fiercely around his legs. He leisurely strolled out like a predator stalking its prey. Over his shoulder, he told the girl, "Keep my tab open. I will pay up when I get back, assuming this trash has any loot on him." Half an hour later, Li Yan walked down a pitch-black alley illuminated only by a single flickering street lamp that cast his long shadow. A cold system voice echoed, "Mission failed. You did not acquire the target's legacy." Surrounded by filthy trash bags in the chaotic backstreets, Li Yan expressionlessly washed the fresh blood off his knuckles with a cheap bottle of water. Shaking the excess drops from his hands, he frowned deeply. Ever since diving into the purgatory system, he had barely encountered a single opponent who could actually push him past his absolute limits. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he gazed at the night sky. Sure, monsters like the Bishop and the Sovereign existed, veterans with unfathomable ocean-deep power, but he could not afford to let arrogance be his downfall. Just because absolute terrors lurked in the shadows did not mean they were not watching. Li Yan struck his lighter, igniting another cigarette. He exhaled slowly, letting the thick, misty smoke blur his sharp features. He was practically certain now. The upcoming targeted death matches inside the suppression zones were rigged against him. Someone powerful was definitely pulling strings from behind the scenes of this purgatory event. The casualty rate was astronomically high, defying all logic, and only a fool would believe that the matchmaking inside these lethal suppression zones was purely a matter of random chance. A sudden realization hit him. The Sovereign was a transcendent player capable of directly hacking the system's core operations, so how in the world was Li Yan supposed to pull off a stunt like that? At the very least, he needed to block out these high-level interferences. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind, "Then you must become an executor." High-ranking executors possess absolute authority. They can manipulate quest selections or even draft their own custom purgatory events to drastically accelerate the awakening rate of the Five Immortals' legacy. You would basically seize administrative control over the system itself. Li Yan's eyes darted around the empty alley. "Who the hell is there?" The mysterious voice replied. "I am a fragment of the purgatory tree, the system guide. I am tasked with processing reading data and intercepting communications from other walkers during your event. I prep your background lore before you descend and handle the absolute cleanup once you extract." The robotic voice continued its download. "Your administrative clearance, Sir Walker, has already ascended to the elite rank 10. Therefore, by protocol, we are authorized to grant you access to classified intel." Biting down on his cigarette, Li Yan narrowed his eyes. "So, judging by your little speech, if I refuse to switch my legacy path over to the Five Immortals, then before I become an official executor, I will not have a single chance to touch those administrative walker privileges. Is that right?" Li Yan tossed his half-smoked cigarette onto the concrete, waiting as the guide responded. "You must secure your first peak awakening breakthrough for your current legacy. Only then can you unlock the second phase of the purgatory inheritance." Crushing the cigarette under his boot, Li Yan exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. He aggressively cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin forming as he repeated, "The second phase of the purgatory inheritance." With his new objective locked in, Li Yan vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, miles away in Vanguard City, inside the heavily secured interrogation room of the Suncrest District Police Department, the heavy steel door unlatched and a stern-faced detective stepped into the claustrophobic room. The police officer hung up his hat. He glared at the handcuffed guy inside. "You are a grown man now. Why resort to stealing bicycles?" The wall behind him clearly read, "Leniency for those who confess. Severe punishment for those who resist." The annoyed officer waved his hand, disgusted by the stench of alcohol. Suddenly, he froze in absolute terror. The heavy steel handcuffs lay completely shattered. Victor smirked with terrifying calm. "Don't panic, officer. I just want to know if any new ruthless criminals showed up this morning." Popping the bottle open himself, Victor took a swig. "You know, like unregistered outsiders who ended up murdered and dumped like trash. Tell me everything. Let's cooperate." Meanwhile, back at the school where Li Yan worked, old man Thomas scratched his back confused. Where did he run off to? Li Yan walked in with a forced smile and hot coffee. "Just returning my old room," he lied. "Bad mood?" Thomas asked with concern. Li Yan internally panicked. He had just slaughtered someone hours ago. A freezing, bloodthirsty aura still lingered around his body. Normal people couldn't sense it, but this old man's instincts were terrifyingly sharp. Playing the sympathy card, Li Yan faked a sad look, claiming he felt homesick. Thomas fell for the act completely. Standing up to leave, the old man gave one last reminder. "You will get used to it. Guard this place tonight. I will take over tomorrow morning." Li Yan nodded. "No problem at all." Waving through the glass, Li Yan watched the old man pedal away. He took a refreshing sip of coffee. The clock above struck 11:30 at night. Killing time on his bed, Li Yan casually flipped through a book. Surprisingly, it was the classic water margin tale. He chuckled to himself in the quiet room. Suddenly, a mechanical system voice echoed, "Warning. Proceed to Grand Gate Market before midnight. Your designated successor opponent is Bai Fang." Li Yan jolted upright. He quickly geared up and tapped his enchanted scale artifact. He tried to awaken Luna's spirit but received absolute dead silence. Staring at the lifeless scale, Li Yan clenched his jaw. He would have to enter this deadly battle without his magical armor. Arriving minutes before midnight, Li Yan dragged a heavy burden into the market. The atmosphere was decaying with moss crawling up the ruined walls. Lugging a massive sack, he pushed deeper into the shadows. His summoned scout bird had circled for 20 minutes, yet found absolutely zero enemies. Midnight was seconds away, and his intel was completely useless. This was the market's execution ground. System warning: golden tier weapons cannot execute flesh and blood targets here. Ignoring it, Li Yan crossed the gate. He dragged his heavy sack in circles, but his opponent was nowhere to be found. Tap, tap. A rhythmic knocking echoed from an upper window. Li Yan's gaze shot upward. A mysterious female silhouette stood framed against the moonlight. Destiny had arrived. He called out her fearsome title, Bai Fang. The girl recognized his nine-headed raven aura immediately. She smirked down at him. "What is that heavy trash on your shoulder?" Dropping the massive sack with a thud, Li Yan sneered. "If you die in the night realm, your corpse stays here till morning. Only what you carry enters the dark." Dusting off his hands, he continued. "Dumping bodies here is completely untraceable. Normal humans cannot catch an awakened walker like me, even with 8 days of searching." A cold smile crept onto Li Yan's face. "But against careful hunters, leaving clues is a deadly mistake. I prefer to eliminate all risks." His eyes narrowed dangerously at her. "If some reckless fool checks police records, wouldn't I walk right into a trap?" Bai Fang clapped slowly. "Makes perfect sense. Truly worthy of a top 10 ranker." Li Yan stood firm, letting her arrogant words wash over him. But immense power usually leaves behind heavy side effects, right? His killing intent spiked. "Am I coming up, or are you coming down?" Without a single word, she leaped from the 5-meter drop. One, Li Yan counted coldly. 3 meters left. Rolling up his sleeves, he counted. 2. She landed gracefully, absorbing the insane impact effortlessly. The talking was over. Li Yan drew his blade and charged. Bai Fang dashed forward instantly. An explosive clash of titans was about to begin. They collided like raging beasts. Suddenly, Bai Fang unleashed a bizarre technique. Terrifying energy erupted from her very eyes and mouth. With a deafening roar, blinding hellfire exploded outward. Li Yan shielded his face, but the shockwave blasted him backward. He dug his heels in, struggling to survive the blast. His boots carved deep trenches into the concrete. Stabilizing himself, he glared through the smoke. External calamity stage. She's a total monster. His hands were torn and literally smoking just from stopping his momentum. Li Yan scanned the area. She had vanished. Only thick smoke and blood-like stains remained. Her voice echoed from behind a ruined wall. "Hitting a lady that hard, how rude." She strolled out from the shadows. Ancient texts describe a one-legged crane with blue flesh, red feathers, and a white beak. A legendary beast named Bai Fang. Wreathed in roaring flames, she stood before him. Her blazing aura mirrored the majestic mythological bird perfectly. "You have zero humanity," she mocked. Pulling a hairpin out, her gorgeous gray hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Instantly, those strands ignited. They turned fiery orange like magical feathers. Li Yan's brow twitched. Calamity magic. What twisted trick is this? Her entire body became a living inferno, hair spiking up like a Super Saiyan. Unfazed, Li Yan marched straight toward the heat. "Think a little fire scares me." Gripping his blade, he launched a second assault. She channeled devastating power into her palms. It was cold steel versus bare burning hands. Li Yan swung with earth-shattering force. She blocked it, her arms trembling from the sheer impact. The power scaling was absolutely insane. A perfectly matched battle of monsters. But the tide was shifting. Whipping her blazing hair into his shoulder, she created a fatal blind spot to counterattack. Abandoning her fists, her fiery hair became her weapon. Seizing the opening, Li Yan delivered a brutal high kick aimed at her skull. She barely blocked it with her forearm, grinding her teeth against the agonizing pressure. The kinetic force was overwhelming. She was sent flying out of control. Crashing into the dirt, she struggled to rise after taking a hit harder than a meteor strike. Li Yan stared down at her trembling, battered form. "This is a life-or-death battle," he mocked coldly. "Wouldn't a crisp white shirt, combat vest, and a simple ponytail be much faster? Wearing a cheongsam with your hair down might look gorgeous, but it is nothing but a death trap in combat." A chilling smile crossed Li Yan's face. "Wouldn't you agree?" Bai Fang completely ignored his taunt. "The nine-headed bird is a demonic beast, isn't it?" she asked instead. Li Yan's voice dropped to absolute freezing. What if it is? A calm, eerie smile crept onto Bai Fang's lips. Then your luck has completely run dry. A sudden chill crawled up Li Yan's spine. Something was terribly wrong here. He whipped around, his eyes widening at the massive crowd standing and kneeling in the distance. What the hell is going on over there? He muttered. A burly man gripping a massive broadsword chugged a bowl of strong liquor. This was Executioner Deng. He spat the fiery liquor across his gleaming blade, the steel singing with deadly intent. Then he aggressively marched toward a blindfolded man who was bound tight and kneeling on the ground. Looks like you are first on the chopping block. The bound prisoner trembled violently, begging, Brother, please, sharpen that blade and make it a quick, painless death. Executioner Deng ripped the blindfold off, a cruel sneer on his face. When you reach the underworld, we will surely thank you for your grand sacrifice. Wait a second. That bound prisoner looked awfully familiar. Holy crap, that was actually a fragment of Li Yan's soul. Execute! The chilling order rang out as Deng raised his broadsword, channeling explosive power. Li Yan watched the horrific scene unfold, utterly paralyzed by absolute shock. How is this even possible? Suddenly violent agony ripped through his core, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. That glowing phantom bound to the execution block. It was exactly one of his 7 corporeal souls, the literal essence of his physical being. The system coldly chimed in. Warning, Walker. If all 3 spiritual and 7 corporeal souls are severed, you face immediate forced death. Escape the suppression zone at once. As the guillotine blade plummeted toward his soul, Li Yan gripped his weapon and desperately dashed forward. Damn it, what kind of nightmare is this? Suddenly, Bai Fang materialized right beside him. Her demonic voice echoed with lethal intent, hell-bent on stopping his rescue mission. Keep dreaming, she sneered, blocking his path to his severed soul. Weakened by the violent internal damage, Li Yan's defenses were totally shattered. Bai Fang ruthlessly slammed a devastating palm strike straight into his gut. Li Yan skidded backward across the dirt, clutching his screaming abdomen in pure agony. Gritting his teeth with blazing fury, he forced himself to stand, his desperate gaze locked on his captured soul. Executioner Deng let out a sickening, vile laugh. Die, you bandit scum, he roared. His massive blade crashed down with terrifying force, mercilessly decapitating Li Yan's spirit fragment. In the real world, Li Yan violently vomited a massive fountain of crimson blood. Seizing the opening, Bai Fang delivered another merciless strike. Li Yan was pushed completely beyond his limits, stripped of all resistance. Was this really how his legend would end? His brows furiously locked together as he gnashed his teeth. She is a total nightmare to deal with, he cursed. Bai Fang charged like a predator, her hands transforming into blazing crimson-orange energy blades. She unleashed a lethal crescent slash like a Grim Reaper's scythe. Li Yan instantly arched his back, kicking backward to narrowly evade the deadly arc of energy. Struggle all you want, it is completely useless. Bai Fang scoffed with lethal arrogance. Raising her right hand high into the air, she brought a devastating chop straight down. Once again, Li Yan twisted his body, barely dodging death. In a flash, Li Yan summoned his legendary spear. Catching Bai Fang completely airborne and defenseless, he thrust upward with explosive speed. The spearhead violently pierced straight through her chest. Hot crimson blood sprayed wildly, splattering across Li Yan's face. Her lifeless body hung limply on his spear shaft. Suddenly, the system interface flared to life. Inheritance acquired. Blood of Bai Fang. Scale, flame technique. Warning to the Walker, 3 spiritual and 7 corporeal souls face annihilation. Forced execution protocol engaged. Evacuate the suppression zone immediately. In the distance, the executioner raised his bloody blade, roaring to the heavens. Commence the execution. 3 more of Li Yan's bound soul fragments knelt helpless on the chopping block. Seeing this absolute nightmare, he violently ripped his spear free, tossed the corpse aside, and sprinted toward the execution ground like a madman. Stop right there, you bastard, Li Yan roared internally. Realizing he could never close the distance in time, he hurled his spear with monstrous strength. The weapon tore through the air, piercing straight through the executioner's temple. But the horror was completely unfazed. The executioner swung his blade down mechanically, the spear phasing right through him to crash into the dirt. His chilling voice echoed again, commence the execution. Li Yan ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. I will never let you sever my 3 souls. Pushing his physical limits, he launched himself furiously into the air. Drawing his sword mid-flight, he watched the guillotine blade kiss his soul's neck. In a heart-stopping split-second moment, Li Yan's body phased right through the phantom executioner. As his boots hit the dirt, the executioner's blade effortlessly sliced through his three bound soles. Instant devastating agony. Li Yan violently spewed a massive fountain of blood, and right behind him that nightmarish voice echoed once more. Commence the execution. If I cannot shatter this illusion, he thought desperately, I have to break out of its suppression radius. Without a single moment of hesitation, Li Yan bolted, vanishing into a dark, narrow alleyway. The frantic pounding of his footsteps echoed loudly, violently, shattering the dead, eerie silence of this ghost town. Slowly, Li Yan forced his screaming muscles to decelerate. He practically collapsed against a rusted iron fence by the roadside. Gasping for oxygen like a drowning man, he gripped the cold metal to keep from passing out. A heavy wave of relief washed over him. I finally made it out of that hell. 3 of his 7 corporeal souls had been obliterated. Only 4 fragile remnants remained. With shaking fingers, Li Yan pulled out a glowing golden talisman. Slapping it directly over his heart, he sighed internally. This will not completely erase the life-threatening side effects, but it will at least make this agony somewhat bearable. Immediately, a warm, radiant golden aura burst from the seal. A surge of pure righteous yang energy flooded his veins, violently driving out the bone-chilling demonic cold. Panting heavily to regain his strength, he snapped his eyes open to a new system alert. 3 souls severed. Severe negative debuffs applied. Yanfu points required for restoration upon event completion. Suddenly, a look of absolute shock flashed across his face. Right before his eyes, a glowing system prompt floated. Hidden Yanfu cache detected. It hovered directly in front of an old tavern bearing a weathered wooden sign, Wang Fujing's Donglei Shun. Meanwhile, Blade's father gripped his blood-stained knife chest, heaving violently with every ragged breath. His opponent lay completely dead in the dirt. Resting his hands on his knees, the old man bent over, desperate for oxygen. He popped a crumpled cigarette into his mouth. Setting the rendezvous point at a place like this. What a massive pain in the neck, he grumbled. The capital's 8 great mansions, 8 great residences, and the 4 great shuns. Stumbling his way toward the tavern entrance, he muttered, roughly 6 days left in this damn event. Surviving here is absolutely no joke. The moment he pushed the heavy doors open, a creepy waiter immediately blocked his path. Valued guest, our establishment is entirely full today. We beg your deepest understanding. Glancing around the tavern's atmosphere was absolutely horrifying. Every single table was packed tight, yet not a single whisper of conversation could be heard. The patrons sat completely motionless like corpses, staring at totally empty tables. Taking a closer look, a terrifying truth was revealed. These shadowy figures were not human at all. They were ancient, dust-covered wooden mannequins. Blade's father took one final deep drag of his cigarette, then crushed it fiercely beneath his boot. Clasping his hands together in a martial salute, he declared, "Shopkeeper, I am not here to dine. I am here to master the absolute arts." A slender, gleaming gold ingot was suddenly tossed, spinning perfectly through the tense air. Li Yan's hand snapped out like lightning, snatching the golden token midair. Based on my brutal experience at the ghost market last time, he thought sharply, I definitely need to stockpile a few of these golden ingots for pure survival. The ghost market teemed with life. But a closer look revealed chilling horrors. Phantom legs faded into nothingness. Demonic aura choked the freezing air. Pitch-black eyes burned with sinister crimson pupils. As Li Yan passed by, malicious glares tracked his every move. Suddenly, a tug on his sleeve. He glanced down. A creepy little spirit girl stared up. "Mister, want to hear a little song?" "No thanks," Li Yan replied coldly. The spirit girl sulked away into the mist. Instantly, a shadow blocked his path. Well now, what is a living soul searching for? A gaunt man with jutting cheekbones smiled. His eyes were nothing but treacherous slits. "You can just call me Zhang," the shady broker hissed. Li Yan calculated his odds. Using those 2 skill realms had healed him, but the backlash was brutal. Debilitating weakness and bone-crushing agony. His body felt utterly hollowed out. Pulling out a talisman, Li Yan demanded. "Got anything like this?" Zhang smirked and turned. "Follow me," he gestured greedily with his skeletal fingers. Zhang led him to an ancient figure. A withered old man in a straw hat puffing thick smoke from a long pipe. "Old toad," Zhang hollered. "Fresh meat for you." Li Yan's guard immediately went up. Old Toad tapped his smoking pipe. "I don't want dead flesh," the creepy merchant rasped. "I only trade in living souls." "Cut the garbage and bring out the goods," Zhang snapped. Thud. A pouch of jade green spiritual jujubes slammed onto the wooden counter. The system chimed. Primordial juju. Restores marrow, heals flesh, stops bleeding. Reattaches severed limbs up to 20 centimeters. One eyeball buys 10 pieces. Take it, old toad mocked. You were desperate for this, right? Both of my eyes are just fine. Li Yan flicked his thumb. Clink. A heavy piece of pure gold slammed onto the rotting wood. Ah, ancient Eastern gold. Old Toad's greedy eyes widened. 20 pieces for this. 30. Li Yan smiled dangerously. 25 is my absolute limit, deal, Li Yan confirmed. The creepy merchant plunged his hand into the bag. He dropped exactly 25 glowing green fruits into Li Yan's palm. Not a single piece, more or less. The old monster joyfully bit into the gold. Aham's Zhang fake coughed from the side. He flashed a wicked grin, rubbing his fingers together for his finder's fee. Old Toad glared at the broker. Reluctantly, he tossed 2 precious healing jujubes into Zhang's waiting hands. Popping the fruit into his mouth, Zhang followed Li Yan. So want to keep exploring? The broker's greedy eyes stayed locked on the remaining gold in Li Yan's grip. You are loaded with that ancient gold, sir. Li Yan ignored the bait. Brother, know anything about the execution ground market? Meanwhile, far away at the southeast temple gorge, strange hollows littered a massive cliff face. This cursed place was known as Demon Cliff Mountain. Within every carved hollow, grotesque statues of twisted gods and Buddhas sat in silence. Inside a giant Buddha statue, a figure cultivated quietly. Footsteps approached. A striking girl with ice-blue hair appeared. Gripping a heavy guandao, her slender figure radiated explosive vitality. This was Zhao Xin. Her amber eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence. The figure meditating in the shadows was a bald mountain of a man. An ominous M-shaped scar branded his skull. The giant kept his head bowed. An overwhelming aura of deadly seriousness radiated from his heavy features. Suddenly, he slammed his hand against the stone. Using sheer arm strength, he vaulted forward. The giant flipped through the air, landing with earth-shattering stability. Zhao Xin smiled softly at the warrior. His name was Zhao Wu, but her eyes darted down. Shock hit her like a truck. His index and middle fingers were completely severed. She grabbed his wrist in panic. What happened to you? Zhao Wu pulled his hand away, hiding his shame. Ran into a terrifying monster. His blade was like lightning, slicing my fingers off instantly. Fury blazed in Zhao Xin's eyes. What bastard dared to hurt my brother? Zhao Wu stayed silent. The memory of Li Yan's blood-chilling, murderous gaze still haunted him. I don't know if it was just rotten luck. Zhao Wu sighed heavily. You picked that target for me. Now that I am injured, we should lay low at Demon Cliff Mountain tonight. Zhao Xin hesitated, biting her lip. I'm not sure about this place, but besides the 49 suppressed relics, there has to be decent loot hidden around here. Back in the suffocating gloom of the ghost market, Zhang led the way, his tone dropping. Sir, if you are asking how to deal with the matriarchs of the execution ground, forgive me, but my lips are sealed. The broker winked cryptically. However, those old things absolutely love 6-inch bitter herbs. If you want to know which shop sells them, I can point the way. What exactly is a matriarch? Li Yan asked, his eyes narrowing. Insiders call them the Yin Gates, Zhang whispered. To the executioners, they are the grandmothers. As for the hatted guards, their 2 servants are the first and second aunts. Li Yan smirked in the darkness. Grandmothers and aunts, huh? Li Yan strode forward, ignoring the bait. Suddenly, Zhang flashed a rotten grin. Please wait a moment, sir. Li Yan glanced over his shoulder. What now? Brother, I left one thing out, Zhang hissed. The ghost market has ironclad rules. Half a pound to buy 8 ounces to sell. Nobody gets a free ride. This little tip is not worth money. You can pay me in gold, sure. But the rules demand half a pound of living human flesh. Zhang bowed mockingly. Favors cannot be bought. My apologies, sir. Without a word, Li Yan drew his gleaming blade. Zhang's eyes bugged out of his skull in sheer panic. Wait, brother, I have one more treasure for you to see. If we trade, I will waive the flesh toll. Li Yan stared coldly at the coward. Then, without flinching, he sliced a long strip of his own bleeding flesh right off his arm. The bloody meat flew through the air. Zhang scrambled to catch it with both hands. Li Yan turned his back. I am in a hurry. Save it for another day. Li Yan knew the truth. That scammer was definitely targeting his 6-wen gold coin. But that supreme artifact, he would never sell it, no matter the price. Suddenly, Li Yan paused. He tossed a heavy gold coin to Zhang. Oh, right, brother. With your shadowy background, you must have endless streams of intel. Jiang caught the gold, a filthy smile spreading. Keep your eyes peeled, Li Yan commanded. If you hear anything useful, report to me. Loud and clear, my lord, Jiang echoed into the mist. Later, inside an abandoned mini-mart, Li Yan rummaged through the dusty shelves. Prying open a small box, he smirked. Found it. He pulled out 2 batteries and jammed them into an old radio. Static hissed. Then a girl's voice popped out. Do you really think my singing is not bad? Li Yan sighed helplessly. Does this ghost obsess over her vocals every single day? It is honestly great, Li Yan replied smoothly. If tragedy had not struck, you would have been a massive superstar. Can you manifest your spirit form yet? Probably won't take much longer, Liang Ye chimed happily. Li Yan stepped back into the street. Makes sense. Let's go, my treat. 7 years stuck in the dark, the ghost girl giggled. Even garbage would taste delicious right now. Did you find my parents? Liang Ye suddenly asked. Oh wait, you don't even know where they live. Hey, why are you even helping me? Just what is the true background of you and that woman? Li Yan remained silent, striding forward with purpose. Liang Ye kept rambling on, sounding exactly like a bored, gossiping old lady. I am saying you are super young, right? Your accent is completely baffling. Shortly after, Li Yan arrived at a shop displaying a red sign with green borders. Gazing at it, he thought, so this is Liu Biju. Li Yan confidently stepped forward, but the shop waiter abruptly blocked his path, declaring, we do not serve men here. Pointing at the signboard, Li Yan argued, listen here, brother. I hold the Liu Biju token, so why am I barred? The waiter offered only a silent smile. Speechless, Li Yan stared at him before asking, hey, when do you actually do business? The waiter replied, sir, to speak the truth, we simply cannot do business with you. Li Yan frowned in deep dissatisfaction, but suddenly the soft sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind. Turning around, Li Yan spotted a slender young woman with double hair buns gracefully approaching in an elegant pink dress. She bowed politely, and the waiter immediately gestured to welcome her inside. Watching her enter, Li Yan thought with burning annoyance. Talk about blatant double standards. He forcefully pushed forward, prompting the waiter to snap. Would you still dare to take another step? Suddenly, his coin necklace pulsed with a faint pale green spiritual aura. A jade-like foot in a white heel touched the ground. Dan Niang materialized, placing her hand to halt Li Yan's reckless advance. Let me try, she whispered softly. If that person just entered, then I demand entry as well. The waiter's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Completely at a loss, he stood utterly speechless before this intense situation. Dan Niang stepped close, whispering a secret into the waiter's ear. Whatever he heard made him exhale a deep sigh of relief before respectfully extending his arm to invite them in. Li Yan smirked slightly as Dan Niang turned back, saying, let us go in. Linking arms with Li Yan, Dan Niang guided him inside where a shopkeeper was soundly dozing off. The elegant young woman from earlier was already walking out, clutching a bag of medicine. As their paths crossed, Dan Niang took the opportunity to cast a sharp, calculating glance at the elegant young woman. The girl possessed a delicate, beautiful face and crystal-clear eyes, though sorrow clouded her expression. Pausing near the doorway, she sneaked a glance back at Dan Niang. However, Dan Niang was already staring straight ahead, perfectly hiding her previous scrutiny. The waiter bowed deeply, saying, take care on your way. Meanwhile, Li Yan and Dan Niang claimed a quiet table and sat down. I wonder what kind of status that girl actually holds, Li Yan mused. Hard to say, Dan Niang replied, elegantly pouring the tea. Handing him a cup, she added, but my instincts tell me our paths will definitely cross again. Li Yan gazed at Dan Niang's gentle smile as she offered the tea. A mysterious, flirtatious tension suddenly sparked between them, painting the atmosphere with a deeply romantic rosy hue. Right at that heart-fluttering moment, a scrawny arm suddenly shot out from the radio. Liang Ye squeezed his way out, crying aloud, oh man. With his hands planted on the floor and ankles stubbornly stuck inside the radio, Liang Ye groaned helplessly. Pull me out, I am completely stuck. Dan Niang covered her mouth, giggling softly while dipping her meat into the sauce. Liang Ye asked, so you mean if I do you a favor, you will help me find my parents? Li Yan nodded, yes. I will find your parents on the condition that you assist me during these few days. I will not stay here for long. Once I leave, you can do whatever you want. I will not interfere. Liang Ye quickly agreed. Deal. What exactly do you need my help with? Suddenly, Dan Niang's eyes grew razor-sharp, sensing an unseen threat. Startled, Li Yan shot a guarded look outside but quickly masked his alarm, continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. Looming behind Li Yan, a shadowy figure radiating an overwhelming thick demonic aura stepped menacingly into the tavern. Dressed like an ancient runner, his skeletal frame was half hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Raising his head, he revealed a ghastly, lifeless face with deeply sunken eye sockets and eyebrows as incredibly sharp as deadly blades. The ghoul approached the counter and rasped, "Our Granny Dang needs the usual 3 old prescriptions. I trouble you, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper sighed. "Listen, Jia. If you did not bring Dao Chen, even if I packed it, you could never carry it away." Suddenly, a dog's paws appeared. A severely emaciated dog trotted over its fur, ragged and chest seemingly rotting. As the dog stood up, planting its paws on the counter, Jia scoffed, "Watch your words. Come on, Dao Chen, hurry up." The dog opened its jaw, spitting out 2 ancient coins. Pleased, the shopkeeper smiled. "Wait a moment." Soon, 2 medicine bundles were hung around the dog's neck. Jia took the lead, clapping his hands to call Dao Chen, "Come here." The dog immediately ran forward, passing right through Jia's transparent, ghostly body. The waiter outside bowed deeply, saying respectfully, "Please take care on your way." Li Yan stood up abruptly. "I have lost my appetite. Let us go." Outside, Dao Chen and Jia walked silently through a gloomy alleyway swirling with a thick, pale green demonic aura. Dao Chen's ears suddenly twitched. Staring into a dark side alley, it unleashed a vicious growl. The dog barked endlessly, woof 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 woof. Annoyed by Dao Chen's relentless barking, Jia furiously yelled at the beast. Dao Chen glanced back but completely ignored him, gnashing its teeth in highly guarded vigilance. Emerging from the narrow alley was a tiny beast with incredibly soft white fur upon its paws. It was a majestic white tiger cub bearing jewel-like sapphire blue eyes. System notification: the white tiger is a mystical beast magically manifested from the legendary dragon and tiger aura. At night, the bizarre entities in Yan capital remain unseen, matching their respective divine roles. Even the Great Ming's immense dragon and tiger aura holds no control over these 49 executioners of the city. Tossing the medicine bag aside, Dao Chen viciously lunged at the white tiger, barking deafeningly. Woof 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 woof. Suddenly, a soft red silk ribbon fluttered in the air. Jia's foot stomped heavily onto the tip of that dark blood-stained silk. With his other hand, he directly snatched the base of Dao Chen's tail. Jia roared in blazing fury, "You damn worthless beast, you are really begging for a brutal beating." Dao Chen completely ignored Jia, keeping its feral gaze locked forward as it barked. Jia silently traced the dog's line of sight but saw absolutely nothing. He scanned their surroundings with deep caution, yet the alley remained entirely empty. Forcing himself to retrieve the medicine bag, Jia thought, "This mutt has gone completely insane." Dao Chen kept barking. Jia then walked toward the red silk, bending down to pick it up. Dao Chen snapped its terrifyingly sharp jaws, attempting to viciously bite Jia. Panicking, Jia frantically dodged to the side. Sweating buckets in pure terror, he looked back only to realize the red cloth had mysteriously vanished. Terrified, Jia thought, "Where's my belt?" Suddenly, a lightning-fast silhouette dashed past. A deadly razor-sharp blade cleanly and effortlessly sliced right through Jia's neck. As Jia's severed head flew into the air, Dao Chen fiercely lunged forward. But a booted foot brutally kicked the dog's head, sending the beast flying away. Jia's head spun wildly before violently crashing onto the hard ground. Blue veins popped on Jia's severed head. Radiating pure rage, he spat, "You are Li Yan." The swordsman calmly turned to stare coldly at Jia. Glancing at Dao Chen, Li Yan mocked, protecting its master, truly a remarkably loyal beast. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly plunged his sword straight into Dao Chen's chest, causing thick blood to violently splatter. Jia gnashed his teeth, screaming, "It is you! It is you!" Li Yan picked up the red cloth belt to inspect it. The system chimed, "Forged by the Punishment Bureau. Wearing this belt grants an unknown mysterious quality. Slaughtering pigs belongs to the lowest class. Assassinating men marks the highest rank. A classic underworld symbol. Equipping this belt turns one into an invisible wraith, but it absolutely cannot be taken out of this native Yanfu world. System warning: anything touching the Shi state becomes completely corrupted. The Yanfu realm preserves your clothing, but all external weapons and spatial inventory marks are completely sealed." A chilling system notification from the Netherworld record echoed. "Men die and become ghosts. Ghosts die and become snow. I die and become sea. But what happens when she dies?" Li Yan aimed his gleaming blade straight at Jia. So you make your living by chopping off heads, he sneered. Tell me then, how would you rate my sword strike? I am a fair man, Li Yan declared coldly. Your side took 3 of our heads, so I will absolutely return that favor with maximum interest. Turning his back, Li Yan scoffed. Surviving decapitation is your sheer luck. I will not strike twice. But suddenly a cold, dead hand clamped around his ankle. It was Jia Er's headless corpse. Without warning, the severed head launched itself at Li Yan like a cannonball. Its jaw unhinged and its bulging eyes erupted with a terrifying sickly green aura. Kicking the corpse's grip away, Li Yan vanished, reappearing behind the flying skull in a flash. A deadly symphony of sword strikes carved a grid of pure destruction across the head. Jia Er's skull shattered into grotesque pieces. Did you really think my brief military stint made me afraid to kill? Li Yan spat in disgust. Pei Yunhu watched, his face twisting in absolute rage. Pei Yunhu stood frozen in the dim alleyway, his eyes glued to a fallen hat. Crimson blood soaked the fabric with fresh drops, still steadily falling to the earth. Seething fury ignited within his soul as he muttered, "Why could you not just listen?" A haunting memory of a woman's voice immediately echoed back into his racing mind. "If you are going to be a pathetic coward, we do not need you," she had snapped angrily. "Stay put, we will slaughter those bastards ourselves." Unable to mask his overwhelming anxiety, Pei Yunhu had desperately replied, "I cannot just let you go alone." In response, the fierce woman only shot him a withering glare. After a heavy silence, Pei Yunhu finally gave a defeated nod. "Fine," he conceded, but his voice trembled with a desperate plea. "Just please make sure you stay safe." He slowly pulled off his glasses, meticulously wiping the lenses. Snapping back to brutal reality, Pei Yunhu clutched his forehead, choking down a monstrous rage. "I told you to stay safe," he whispered hoarsely. Gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, his trembling hands dragged across his darkened face. With a chilling aura leaking from his body, he slowly reached down and retrieved the blood-soaked hat. His knuckles turned white as he crushed the ruined fabric in his grip. His eyes now blazing with an unshakable resolve, he silently vanished into the creeping shadows. The scene suddenly shifted to the Keishiko execution grounds. Elder Deng's raspy voice sliced through the heavy air. "Slaughtering a pig is child's play, but severing a human life, that is an art." He slouched on the executioner's throne, his massive broadsword planted firmly in the earth beside a trembling official. Slowly, Elder Deng shifted his piercing gaze toward Lu Zi and spoke. "Lu Zi, had I foreseen this mess, I would have sent you with a blade to hunt down Jia Er. That miserable bastard is testing my patience with this absolute nonsense." He continued his bitter rant, casually bringing a lit cigar to his lips. Then a proud smirk crept across Elder Deng's weathered face. "Wait, no. I am the supreme grandmaster of this craft after all. You need to understand, Lu Zi," he stated, his voice heavy with authority. "I represent the great Qing Empire's absolute justice. Only those with flawless, godlike precision earn the sacred title of Elder." His tone swelled with immense arrogance. "All those petty revenge seekers, the corpse stitchers, and those paper-cut sorcerers, they are nothing but street-side trash compared to my league. Who stands at the absolute apex of death? It is I, the legendary headsman." Elder Deng's eyes clouded with nostalgia as he recounted his 3-year reign of terror. "My Grandmaster executed a legendary female rebel general, and I was right there bathing in the glory. That warrior was chained to a pillar before a massive crowd," Elder Deng murmured, grabbing his lethal tools from a silver tray. "Her figure was delicate, yet my eyes never left her form for a second." The old executioner leaned in, continuing his dark history lesson. "Ever since that fated execution, the blood-stained path of this profession has been my absolute destiny for over 50 long years. To master this art, my days were spent slicing pumpkins hung by white threads, flawlessly tracing the shadow of a human neck. And when darkness fell," he declared fiercely, "I practiced on burning incense sticks. A strike only counted if I snipped the glowing cherry without disturbing the ash." A solemn aura surrounded him as the memories flooded back. "I climbed the ranks with sheer willpower. From a lowly assistant to Supreme Grand Master, by age 43 the world feared me as Elder Deng." His voice then boomed with absolute conviction. "In the autumn of Guangxu's 24th year, right here at Xuanwu Gate, I beheaded a warrior named Liu. His head hit the dirt, but his body refused to fall. A true hero." The executioner's chest swelled with immense pride. The entire city gate was flooded with bodies that day, packed so tightly that not even a single gust of wind could pass through. And why did that massive sea of people gather? To witness my legendary blade, they came to worship my skill. Listen to me, Lu Zi, that was the absolute zenith of my entire existence. The memory of his heavy blade severing that man's life flashed vividly. Snapping back to the present with a distant, haunting gaze, Elder Deng offered Lu Zi a warning wrapped in deep, ominous meaning. Never look down on the path of the executioner, he growled. I am the Empire's ultimate law, I am dignity incarnate. Tell me, across every era, across every rising and falling dynasty, has there ever been an emperor who did not rely on my blade to maintain control? Supreme power is eternally tied to my broadsword. Sitting quietly nearby, Lu Zi absorbed every heavy word. Suddenly, unbridled fury twisted the old man's features. But now, I cannot believe these pathetic modern officials traded the sacred art of beheading for crude firearms. Absolute spineless bastards. Still, they say a life of shedding blood destroys your soul's karma, he muttered darkly. But in a split second, Elder Deng's aura spiked with lethal vigilance. Quiet. An uninvited guest is approaching. The old man slowly dropped his cigar. Lu Zi's face instantly drained of all color, his shaking finger pointing into the mist. Elder, he choked out in pure terror. Ja-er, he looks like he is about to collapse. Elder Deng's lips curled into a wicked, condescending smirk. Shut your pathetic mouth. My eyes work perfectly fine, he roared, his dominant aura exploding. I know he is bound by our mystical belt. Why panic? You absolute coward, the executioner spat furiously. It has been exactly one entire century since Guangxu's 24th year. 100 long years of waiting. A bag of food hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Elder Deng's monstrous voice roared out. We waited all this time just to catch this brat. Do you really think you can escape me? Standing firmly in their path, Li Yan frowned casually, tossing his own supply bag over his shoulder. His expression darkened ominously. Shoving his hands deep into his pockets, he strode forward with terrifying, unbothered confidence. An invincible system aura pulsed around him, forming an unbreakable shield as he locked his deadly gaze onto the two executioners. Elder Deng fiercely gripped his massive broadsword, baring his teeth like a rabid dog. Yet Li Yan continued his slow, methodical approach, utterly devoid of fear. Suddenly, a freshly severed human head rolled directly to a halt at his feet. Li Yan narrowed his piercing eyes, observing the gruesome sight before speaking with terrifying calmness. I have read the lore, he murmured dryly. Ancient executioners always struck exactly when their victims least expected it. Stepping out from the terrified crowd, his blade descended without mercy. Kicking the severed head aside like trash, his eyes burned with pure killing intent as he spoke. Your eyes remained wide open. Even as your head hit the ground, you blinked 3 times. That twisted smirk on your face looked like a satisfied smile from the underworld. His face twisted into a demonic snarl. Today, I will grant both of you that exact same satisfied smile in the afterlife. Li Yan stepped forward with terrifying calm. Elder Deng immediately lunged at him, roaring with bloodlust. Without a second of hesitation, Elder Deng brought his blade crashing down toward Li Yan. Meanwhile, at a hidden diner, inside the massive steamer, pitch-black chunks soaked in blood were piled high. Nearby, a terrified waiter cowered beneath a table. Behind him, the grisly human meat steamers were still whistling. He trembled, muttering to himself, what horrible karma did I commit to end up serving these 2 demonic bastards? His panic-stricken eyes tracked every single movement. He didn't dare blink as he watched Wu Shan and Feng die. The 2 monstrous men sat at the table. Wu Shan broke the silence. Is this going to work? Feng Di barely looked up from his handheld console. Frowning deeply, Wu Shan took a sip of water, lost in thought. Suddenly, Feng Di mashed the buttons and cursed, ah, damn it all. Tucking the console away, his demeanor completely shifted. He flashed a polite smile and extended his hand. Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Di. Looking visibly displeased, the other man simply grunted Wu Shan. Without wasting a single heartbeat, Feng Di slid a classified folder across the table. Everything you requested is right here. Complete records of the Yanfu event, bloodline inheritances, specialized awakening powers, and even the black market purchase logs. Wu Shan narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly going up as he questioned the boy. This isn't my first time dealing with a Fog Master's faction, so why the hell have I never seen your face? Meeting his intense gaze without flinching, Feng Di smiled faintly. I am simply a newcomer. Leaning in, Feng Di explained the stakes. The dark trade broke the system's absolute rules. Even if Hu Tu turns a blind eye, the rest of the 10 masters are watching like hawks. He needed Wu Shan to understand the gravity of the situation. We cannot expose the Earth Ring. Carelessly using foreign special-grade items in this zone will instantly put a massive target on our backs. Because of that, I could only bring physical copies. Please understand. Wu Shan carefully flipped through the dossiers, muttering the legendary names. Baifang Xuanming Tang Ji Guhuo Bird Tao Tai. A greedy smirk crept onto his face. His voice dripped with sudden excitement. Don't tell me. There's actually an unawakened inheritor of the 5 immortals here. I've heard rumors about this. They possess incredibly rare and devastating combat potential. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a specific piece of data caught his attention. A look of absolute triumph washed over Wu Shan's face. I finally found it. The Baizi bloodline. Feng Dai simply offered a polite nod, tapping a specific profile in the file to draw his focus. The Fog Master despises this particular individual. If it is convenient, could you erase him for us? With your power level, it should be a walk in the park. Wu Shan scoffed, barely giving the file a second glance. Instead, he slammed his finger down on the Guhuo Bird profile. This inheritor is pathetic. I have zero interest in hunting trash, and I certainly don't kiss up to anyone. Feigning disappointment, Feng Di simply shrugged his shoulders. What a shame. Are there any other issues with the intel? Without missing a beat, Wu Shan shot back, none at all. His brows furrowed as his mind raced with deadly plans. The Baizi bloodline. And its inheritor, Zhao Xin. The scene violently shifted back to the Kaishiko execution ground. A brutal death match was unfolding between Elder Deng and Li Yan. The old man brought his heavy blade crashing down, but Li Yan sidestepped the lethal strike like a phantom. Li Yan's eyes narrowed with extreme caution. His tactical mind raced. This old bastard's killing aura is absolutely suffocating. On the other side, Elder Deng's eyes were practically glowing with madness as he unleashed a relentless storm of blade strikes. The barrage left Li Yan zero room to breathe. With every monstrous roar from the old man, the blade descended with world-shattering rage. Yet Li Yan's incredible agility kept him one step ahead of death. Frustrated beyond belief, Elder Deng ground his teeth together and let out a furious battle cry. But suddenly, a cold chill ran down Li Yan's spine as he glanced backward. He absolutely could not believe his own eyes. His gaze locked onto a terrifying anomaly. Luzi was preparing a ritual that would completely shatter his very soul. He saw a phantom image of Luzi pinning his body down with an executioner's blade. Was history repeating itself? In that spectral vision, the executioner guzzled down hard liquor, while Li Yan's spiritual essence was bound tightly in place. The phantom Luzi spat the potent alcohol across the gleaming steel, his eyes rolling back completely white. Back in reality, Elder Deng's eyes were bloodshot with pure fury. He charged like a raging beast, roaring at the top of his lungs. Exploiting Li Yan's momentary distraction, he unleashed a devastating, unavoidable critical strike. But relying on pure survival instinct, Li Yan threw himself out of the way. In that split second, the system activated. Li Yan analyzed a fatal flaw in Elder Deng's reckless assault, instantly formulating a brilliant counterattack. His blade work is getting chaotic. He's sacrificing his form just to buy time for that ritual. Gritting his teeth, Li Yan's eyes flashed with deadly intent. This is my opening. Seizing the moment, Li Yan stomped the ground, launching his body forward like a released bowstring. Yet, he still couldn't completely clear the arc of the old man's terrifying blade. With eyes rolled back in psychotic rage, Elder Deng screamed and slashed right into him. Blood sprayed as the steel tore through Li Yan's flesh. Staggering back from the immense impact, he bared his teeth and locked a murderous glare on the old man. But instead of retreating, Li Yan ignored the agonizing pain and clamped his hand violently around Elder Deng's wrist. The old man's confidence shattered into total panic. What the hell? How does this brat still have such monstrous strength after taking my blade? Using the old man's own momentum against him, Li Yan yanked him forward. He cocked back his free fists and delivered a bone-crushing strike directly to Elder Deng's temple, completely neutralizing his defenses. The massive impact sent the old man crashing to the dirt, his weapon slipping from his grasp. With his eyes completely white, he screamed out a final command. Commence the execution. Hearing those words, Li Yan whipped his head back toward the ritual. Receiving the signal, Luzi's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. He hoisted his executioner's blade high into the air, fully intending to sever Li Yan's astral soul from his body. With his very existence on the line, Li Yan moved with explosive speed. He snatched the fallen blade right off the ground, spun on his heel, and hurled the weapon straight at Lu Zi. "I'll execute you instead," he roared, leaving the court. Unconscious old man bleeding out in the dirt. The massive broadsword hurtled through the air. Reacting purely on instinct, Lu Zi bent backward, barely dodging the lethal flying steel. But before he could even exhale, an overwhelming shadow engulfed him. Lu Zi's eyes widened in absolute horror. It was Li Yan. His aura was practically overflowing with demonic rage. Without a single moment of hesitation, Li Yan's hand shot out like a viper, clamping down on Lu Zi's throat with bone-shattering force. Caught in a literal death grip, Lu Zi thrashed violently. His legs kicked out in wild desperation, clawing frantically to break free from the monstrous awakening of Li Yan's true power. But the resistance only fueled Li Yan's fury. Tightening his brutal chokehold, he lifted the executioner completely off his feet and slammed him spine first into a massive red pillar. Gritting his teeth, Li Yan glared straight into his victim's soul as the struggle continued. Deprived of oxygen, the executioner's face turned a horrifying shade of purple. His eyes bulged out of his skull. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoed from his neck, in this absolute life-or-death cliffhanger. Lu Zi's eyes darted around before locking onto a familiar blade. "My ghost head sword," he screamed internally. He lunged desperately for the weapon, catching Li Yan's cold gaze. Just as his fingers brushed the hilt, Li Yan's grip locked onto his wrist like an iron vice. Sickening crunches echoed as Li Yan crushed the boy's wrist, his other hand choking him. Seizing a brief opening, Lu Zi clenched his fist, glaring with gritted teeth to fight back. He viciously gouged into the open wound on Li Yan's waist. The intense agony made Li Yan grit his teeth, glaring down at his bleeding side. In retaliation, Li Yan's grip tightened, nearly snapping Lu Zi's neck. The boy's face turned deathly pale, howling at the sky in pure torment. Suddenly, frantic footsteps approached, exploiting Li Yan's momentary distraction. Elder Deng charged forward without a second of hesitation. The old man plunged a dagger straight into Li Yan's back. Blood spewed from Li Yan's mouth as he roared in furious agony. "Damn you!" A sneak attack. Without wasting another breath, Li Yan ruthlessly snatched the ghost head sword right out of Lu Zi's grasp. He swung the massive blade, spinning around to slash at Elder Deng. The strike cleaved halfway through the old man's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere as his eyes rolled back. The elder's head jerked up, crimson pouring out like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Li Yan finally released his crushing grip on Lu Zi. Lu Zi collapsed. Li Yan stepped past the old man, thinking, "Your turn." He brutally kicked Elder Deng's calf, shattering the bone with a loud snap. The old man's eyes bugged out in shock. His body stiffened before he painfully crashed to his knees on the cold floor. Li Yan raised the heavy sword high above the kneeling elder. His face darkened with pure wrath. With a fiery glare, he mercilessly brought the blade down. Silhouettes flashed across the execution ground as a rain of blood erupted. The blade sliced cleanly through Elder Deng's neck, completely severing his head. A heavy thud echoed. Li Yan's eyes were unreadable as a crimson fountain sprayed from the headless corpse. His expression remained absolutely cold as he glared down. The severed head still had its mouth wide open in horror. Li Yan flashed a grim reaper's smile surrounded by a massive pool of blood. Grabbing a red cloth, he walked away with a stoic face, completely ignoring the blood still oozing from his waist. He pulled out a green energy recovery fruit, chewing it while coughing heavily. His vitality surged rapidly, knitting his brutal wounds back together. Li Yan walked with steady steps, locking his gaze on his own scattered soul fragments. The kneeling spirit looked terrified, blindfolded, and completely disoriented. He quickly inspected the scene, his face showing a hint of shock. Looking at his damaged soul, he frowned and muttered a harsh assessment. "So this is what my soul has become." The spirit lifted its head toward him. Li Yan felt utterly helpless, thinking, "Give me a break." He reached out and grabbed his soul's shoulder. Suddenly, his eyes widened at a glaring light. The radiance flashed slowly, absorbing his lingering spirit. A strange coin materialized right into his palm. Li Yan stared down at it in absolute disbelief. Instantly, a blue system panel popped up. Corpse sphere coin from Yanfu's secret stash can be obtained through any fruit attribute. The system notified him. Inheritance skill consumables can be upgraded once. Requirements: any of the following 42 items. It then provided further details. Your Guhuo Bird meets the upgrade conditions. You may enhance the Blood Howl skill. The golden coin sparkled brilliantly. The system explained. Upon enhancement, Blood Howl will deal fixed damage against the corpse sphere within the 7 souls. It will also severely weaken the enemy's 5 senses. The notification continued, corpse sphere damage triggers before Blood Howl. Total damage equals corpse sphere plus Blood Howl multiplied by 130%, 9 Phoenix Water attribute. Li Yan's entire body began to glow. He closed his eyes, gripping the coin tightly. The system chimed in. After upgrading, the negative side effects of Blood Howl will be drastically reduced. Note corpse sphere coins can spawn in any Yanfu stash. Truly, these inheritance skills were tied to devastating soul damage. Finally, the interface displayed his new status. 9 Phoenix Blood Howl upgraded, corpse sphere enhanced. After absorbing the soul, Li Yan pondered deeply. With this Yanfu stash, I have enough power to wipe out 6 men. He smirked. Time to head back. But then the memory of that massive blue bird flashed in his mind, making his expression turn dead serious. He recalled piercing through Pei Yunhu's teammate. She had desperately clutched his spear in agony. You risked your life just to stall me, he thought. But you only bought one night. He had growled, demanding answers. Where are your parents? Tell me right now. Holding some strange device, the scene shifted to a massive factory space. Thick toxic smoke billowed endlessly into the sky. Inside, Sun Daji's furious voice echoed loudly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Damn it, are you completely blind? Beside him, Pei Yunhu bowed apologetically. Oh, my bad, I wasn't looking. But Sun Daji angrily rolled up his sleeves as a crowd quickly formed. Showing absolutely no mercy, Sun Daji's face twisted in rage as he aggressively grabbed Pei Yunhu by the collar. He threatened menacingly, "You looking for a beating?" Suddenly, Xiao Meng appeared from behind, interrupting the clash. Sun Daji, that is enough. Both men flinched, turning their eyes towards Xiao Meng. She frowned deeply, glaring at Daji to defend Pei Yunhu. Little Pei is new here, he is not used to the factory machines, yet she argued. It was an accident, do you really have to go this far? She marched forward with clenched fists. Seeing this, Sun Daji grimaced, keeping his grip on Pei Yunhu while pointing an accusing finger at her. Sun Daji scoffed at the rookie. Unbelievable. This punk has only been here for 2 days. He kept ranting. Barely hired and already playing dirty tricks. Xiao Meng's eyes blazed with pure fury at his words. She viciously snapped at Sun Daji, do you have a death wish or just too much free time on your hands? Her voice dripped with absolute venom. Go cool your head somewhere and stop sprouting garbage. But Sun Daji merely smirked back, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. Oh, excuse me. Who am I to argue with our great director Zhang? Releasing his tight grip from the boy's throat, he began a slow, highly mocking clap. Just do not expect me to cover up for him. This punk vanishes from the factory all day. Heaven knows what kind of trouble he is stirring up out there. His tone dripped with relentless sarcasm. Lady Zhang, your blind devotion is truly touching. Make sure he does not break that precious heart. Completely disgusted, she turned her head away in revulsion. Completely ignoring Sun Daji's toxic presence, Xiao Meng rushed straight over to Pei Yunhu. Her expression instantly softened into a gentle, warm smile. Just ignore that trash, she whispered softly. A faint, confident smile crossed his face as he smoothly adjusted his glasses. The scene suddenly shifts to Togu Bridge, where mechanical announcements echoed through the air. Capital One, Capital One. A massive train roared across the steel bridge. Li Yan's heavy voice cut through the deafening noise. Your parents are surviving. It is not a legendary life, but it could be worse. Your little sister is holding the fort down. He paused, letting the heavy reality sink in. Your mother is completely bedridden with blood clots, and your father is pushing 60. They are struggling. He ruthlessly continued, delivering the harsh truth. After his retirement, he took up a grueling security job at the train station. He barely scrapes by on $82 a month. He finally sealed his absolute statement. I claim to be your friend and help them out. Do not bother thanking me. Beside him, Liang Ye sat with his head hung low in crushing sorrow. My family lived near the artillery bureau, he muttered darkly. It was the local police station back then. His voice darkened with bitter resentment. Those bastards were pure hypocrites. Staring down the barrel of a real cannon, they practically wet themselves in terror. Beside him, Li Yan silently raised his bottle and took a burning gulp. A heavy silence fell before Liang Ye spoke again. Brother, were you a massive rebel back in your youth? Without missing a single beat, Li Yan instantly shot down the idea. Not at all. He cast a sharp side glance at Liang Ye. I followed every single rule. Hearing this, Liang Ye let out a long sigh. I was a total nightmare as a kid. Liang Yi's gaze drifted into the distance, completely lost in ancient memories. Whenever I stirred up trouble, my mother would catch me dead to rights, beating me mercilessly with a feather duster. I would even scale the massive rooftops at midnight. He lowered his head, his face twisting with deep regret. My old man slaved away at the winery. I barely saw him once a year. His voice grew incredibly hoarse, choked with buried emotions. I was always picking brutal street fights, riding my bike around armed with jagged iron scraps and heavy bricks. Flashbacks of his reckless, chaotic youth flooded his mind. Pushing the pedals hard, he would blindly charge straight into danger. Tears welled up in his incredibly sorrowful eyes. Later on, I formed an underground band. We starved for 2 straight years before making a single dime. Consumed by crushing guilt, he regretfully added, I sparked endless wars with my family over that dream. The memory of rocking out on a bright stage flashed by. Liang Ye clenched his fists so hard, his knuckles turned white, his voice violently trembling. I will never forget our very first paid gig. I took every single penny and bought my mother a ridiculously expensive scarf. In his mind, he gently wrapped that luxurious scarf around her frail neck. He let out a painfully helpless sigh. Honestly, I was not being a dutiful son. I was just acting out like a brat. I desperately needed them to believe I was thriving. His tone plummeted into an absolute abyss of sorrow. The bitter truth is, after buying that luxury scarf, I could not afford a single proper meal for 2 agonizing months. It is a sheer miracle I did not starve to death, he choked out. The dam finally broke, and hot, bitter tears of regret furiously cascaded down Liang Ye's weary cheeks. His face contorted in sheer agony as he wept. But honestly, I do not regret choosing the path of music. I swear to the heavens I do not. His agonizing confession hung incredibly heavy in the air. Li Yan cast a silent, knowing glance his way. Roughly wiping the tears from his eyes, Liang Ye fell utterly silent. Both men sank into profoundly deep meditation. Suddenly, Liang Ye shot straight up to his feet. He locked his intense gaze onto Li Yan, his voice echoing with absolute certainty. Brother, I can clearly tell you are absolutely no ordinary mortal. He hesitated briefly before making his ultimate gamble. I have a serious proposition. Intrigued, Li Yan slowly raised his eyes to meet his intense gaze. Gripping his hands tightly together, Liang Ye completely broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Before you vanish, please just leave some survival funds for my little brother. Pure desperation radiated from his bloodshot eyes. He relentlessly begged Li Yan, if you want this cursed half-ghost existence of mine, it is entirely yours. Hearing this devastating oath, Li Yan remained totally stoic. But a heartbeat later, Li Yan's eyes narrowed into a razor-sharp smirk. Brother, he called out smoothly. His voice dropped into a deadly serious tone. Do you actually want to live? Liang Ye froze in absolute shock. His eyes went wide as tears continued streaming down his face. The scene instantly cuts to the bustling Yandu diner, packed with an incredibly chaotic, lively crowd. Dan Niang sat gracefully across from him, resting her delicate chin on her hands. She flashed him a highly captivating smile. Outside the window, a group of local boys peeked and blushing furiously as they stared at her ethereal beauty. Suddenly, the fiery restaurant owner stormed right over. She aggressively pointed at the peeping toms and roared, "You completely useless brats! What the hell are you staring at?" A barrage of brutal scolding filled the air easily, scaring the terrified boys away into the dark streets. Meanwhile, Li Yan remained perfectly composed, keeping his steady, unwavering gaze fixed directly on Dan Niang. Wasting no time, Li Yan fired off his burning question. Can we turn Liang Ye back into a human? Is it even possible? Dan Niang simply closed her eyes and shook her head. With overwhelming confidence, she began to unravel the supernatural rules. It requires the exact same method I used to free Nana Gu, she explained flawlessly. However, my current depleted power level restricts me from pulling off that exact miracle again. A shadow of deep concern flickered in Li Yan's eyes. He immediately pressed for critical answers. So I must help restore your original strength first. He leaned in closer. Tell me, what exactly is my new mission? Sensing his incredibly intense urgency, her expression darkened considerably. She let out a long, heavy sigh and gracefully extended her elegant hand forward. Dan Niang laid out the truly grim reality. I need an immense amount of souls, exactly like that demonic executioner from last night. Her voice grew stern. At least 4 or 5 more. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Yan locked in his absolute resolve. Consider it done. I will hunt them down. Surprised by his unwavering drive, she narrowed her eyes and gently stopped his momentum. A soft, affectionate smile graced Dan Niang's lips. "May I ask you a personal question, Li Yan?" Resting her delicate chin, she gazed at him playfully. Catching her underlying drift, Li Yan smirked confidently, casually returning her incredibly relaxed stare. Not wasting a single second, Li Yan accurately predicted her sharp mind. "You want to know why I ruthlessly refused to leave Liang Ye? A pathetic pity fund, do you not?" Dan Niang instantly shook her head, rejecting his logical theory. "Not at all. I always knew you would make that exact decisive choice." Propping her chin up once more, she flashed a highly mysterious, enchanting smile. "Li Yan, General." His eyes widened in mild surprise at the sudden address. Yet Li Yan quickly regained his composure, calmly brushing off Dan Niang's playful teasing. In this regard, she was far more feminine than Yu Shu. He lazily scratched his head with half-closed eyes, forcing a smile which only fueled her sudden irritation. She shot him a piercing glare, her face flushed with annoyance. Realizing he had struck a nerve, Li Yan quickly waved his hands to apologize. "My bad, I really should not have brought her up." Still pouting, she snatched up a pastry and aggressively stuffed it into her mouth. Watching her chew with such intense spite, he could only offer a helpless, amused smile. Without a second thought, Li Yan slid his own untouched plate of sweets across the table. Her eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the extra treats. Unable to hide her joy, she beamed and softly muttered, "Thank you." He offered her a warm, gentle smile. "Do not mention it." The scene abruptly shifts to a university campus where an old security guard's furious voice echoed through the air. "To everyone else, I might just be some fossil with one foot firmly planted in the grave." He continued his relentless lecture. "But I still pour my blood, sweat, and tears into this job, doing my absolute best to serve the nation's grand vision." The old man narrowed his eyes at Li Yan. "Your work ethic is a complete disaster. Sneaking off on your very first night shift." He shook his head. "This kind of reckless behavior simply will not fly. If Boss Liu caught you slacking off, it would be an absolute disaster. I would be the one taking the fall for your mess." He gestured so wildly that hot water splashed right out of his mug. Li Yan quickly pressed his hands together in a placating gesture. Flashing an apologetic smile, he smoothly deflected. "Sir, with all your incredible dedication, how many years have you been guarding this place?" His tone carried a hint of playful flattery. "Boss Liu just got here a few years ago. Who is he to criticize a veteran like you?" He bowed his head slightly. "I promise I will be much more careful next time." The old man took a confident sip from his mug. But the sheer weight of Li Yan's flattery caught him off guard, making him violently spit out his drink. He burst into hearty laughter. "Utter nonsense. If I were truly that much of a big shot, would I still be stuck guarding this gate?" Setting his mug down, he pointed a finger at Li Yan, clearly buttered up as he rubbed the back of his neck with a goofy grin. But the old guard's expression soon shifted, a glimmer of sharp vigilance flashing through his eyes as he quietly analyzed the situation. "This kid has a silver tongue and sharp instincts. He has been doing his chores flawlessly without a single reminder. But his slacking on night watch is a problem." He stared intently at Li Yan, knowing full well how dangerous the current era was. His internal monologue continued. "This campus is a web of secrets, especially with so many female students around. Between petty jealousies escalating into brutal brawls and thugs creeping in from the criminal underworld, it is pure chaos. He is a strong, capable young man. Choosing to lay low in a place like this means his potential stretches far beyond an old-timer like me." Oblivious to the internal praise, Li Yan simply smiled, unscrewing the heavy thermos to refill the old man's cup. The guard's tone suddenly softened. "Say, Yan, the new year is barely 2 days away. Aren't you heading home to your family?" As the steaming water filled the mug, Li Yan's brow furrowed in deep annoyance. He shook his head frantically. "Hell no. My mother is relentless with her marriage, nagging. It is an absolute nightmare." He aggressively twisted the thermos cap back on, letting out a heavy sigh. The guard nudged him with a sly, knowing grin. "Then why don't you hunt for a wife right here? Snag yourself a bright, pretty college girl." The old man leaned in close, practically buzzing with gossip. "Let me tell you a little secret, kid. Do not underestimate this place." Intrigued, Li Yan instantly leaned forward, hanging on to every whispered word. Outside, the golden sunlight rapidly bled away into twilight. Inside the tiny guardhouse, the two men continued swapping stories as the shadows of dusk completely swallowed the horizon. The dead of night brought an oppressive silence, Trapped in a terrifying nightmare, the blood-soaked image of old lady Deng charged at Li Yan, her blade swinging with suffocating killing intent. His eyes snapped wide open in sheer terror. He jolted awake, his chest heaving as cold sweat drenched his back. Damn it. Not that exact same nightmare again. Dragging himself upright, he violently rubbed his aching neck, letting out a shaky, exhausted breath. Before he could even catch his breath, his glowing system interface materialized out of thin air. The lethal skill names hovered before him: Phantom Thief, / Decaying Lung / Filth Purging / He slowly reached out his fingers, passing through the holographic text. As he analyzed his chaotic status window, a heavy dread settled in his gut. This lingering anxiety has been suffocating me since the crack of dawn. The mental torment was absolutely unbearable. Every time he blinked, the gruesome phantom of old lady Deng decapitating him flashed in his mind. Desperate for relief, his gaze darted toward the strange box-like relic resting on his bed. He urgently reached out, his voice laced with desperation. "Liang, ye old friend. It looks like you were going to have to save my sanity once again tonight. Play something to calm my nerves," he pleaded. "Just keep it mellow. Nothing too dramatic or tear-jerking, all right?" The mechanical spirit inside the device responded without a single shred of hesitation. "You got it, boss. Coming right up." A soothing acoustic melody instantly filled the damp room. Liang Ye poured pure soul into the haunting vocals, crooning a melancholic verse. The king of the sea still desperately clings to his fading throne. The tension slowly melted from Li Yan's face, a faint smile creeping in as the poetic lyrics washed over him. But the great harbor has vanished into dust, leaving the broken sailors with nowhere to dock. In a city dripping with golden wealth, bathed in the pale, ethereal glow of the moonlight, Liang Ye's rich, deep baritone pierced through the suffocating silence of the night, casting a spell of tranquility. Leaning back against the headboard, Li Yan finally let his guard down. He crossed his legs, folded his hands behind his neck, and simply absorbed the hypnotic rhythm. The ancient ways of surviving the brutal arms race, dreams shattered, echoing into the dark void in a desperate hunt for survival. When the sparks fade and die, the turbulent currents of this chaotic era will finally grind to a breathless halt. As the mystical lyrics flowed, a vivid, deeply nostalgic illusion of peace bloomed within his scarred mind. The gilded city marches forward, mercilessly trampling the drowning souls beneath its iron boots. As the neon lights flicker out, destiny shifts forever, sealing their tragic fates. The oppressive darkness crushed down like a mountain upon the crippled bandit's chest. His eyelids grew heavy, the melodic spell slowly dragging him into a deep, dreamless slumber. Even the wealthiest lords suffer under the heavens, the black abyss suffocating their greedy lungs. When his eyes fluttered open once more, the lingering trauma was completely erased. He let out a long, satisfied groan. Thanks to Liang Ye's magical ballad, the crimson warning lights on his system interface suddenly shifted to a brilliant, glowing green. The vicious skill icons locked back into place. Li Yan nodded in absolute triumph, immensely grateful for the save. Ding, all severe psychological debuffs have been successfully purged from the host. He showered the magical device with praise. Damn, Liang Ye, your healing abilities are on a completely different level. He gazed fondly at the mystical spirit bound within the vintage music box. Suddenly, a blaring system alert shattered the peace. Urgent quest: proceed immediately to the Dong Beiwang farmlands before the stroke of 12. He frantically checked the wall clock, his eyes widening before he vaulted right out of bed. Grabbing his gear, fierce, unwavering determination burned in his sharp eyes. Time to move out. The scene cuts away to a desolate street bathed in the sickly yellow glow of a solitary street lamp swarming with night bugs. Pei Yunhu stared blankly into the flickering bulb, his face a mask of absolute terrifying apathy. Suddenly, a venomous curse shattered the silence. "Screw you, you absolute bastard!" Bound tight against the filthy asphalt, Sundaji screamed in pure, unadulterated rage at his captor. "Damn you to hell, I am begging you, you psychotic freak. Be a man and just kill me right here, right now." The bloody captive kept thrashing violently, spitting venom. "If you do not end my life tonight, you are nothing but a pathetic coward." Unfazed, Pei Yunhu simply shot him a dead, chilling glare, letting the deafening silence serve as his only terrifying answer. Seeing this, his face turned pale with absolute terror, snapping his mouth shut. He desperately crawled away, but the other guy just stared at the approaching figure. A shadowy silhouette slowly stepped forward. Pei Yunhu's eyes narrowed with intense caution. He watched the dark figure closing the distance between him and Sun Daji. It was a total stranger, glaring back with a heavy scowl. Taking advantage of Pei Yunhu's distraction, Sun Daji desperately screamed for his life. Help me, save me. There's an absolute maniac here. The mysterious man froze, his eyes widening as he looked ahead in pure confusion. Meanwhile, the pathetic guy kept shrieking in terror. He's trying to murder me. The stranger silently scanned the area, his deadly glare piercing the darkness. But Pei Yun-hu, he just stood there, hands casually in his pockets, completely unfazed by the newcomer's threatening aura. The hostage behind him kept squirming on the dirt, eyes bulging with panic. The stranger's mind raced, calculating the odds. Was this a trap? A classic bait tactic to lure him into an ambush? Pei Yun-hu didn't hesitate for a single second. Don't overthink it, buddy, he explained smoothly. We are definitely not working together on some kind of master plan. He isn't my summoned beast, nor some awakening skill avatar. He smirked, continuing his breakdown. As for this tied-up loser, if he's your target, you can just treat me like a smoke bomb. Ignore me entirely, he emphasized with a deadly serious tone. But my divine inheritance is Kui, and that is no joke. The stranger wasn't buying it. He gritted his teeth and questioned Pei Yun-hu. What exactly is your motive for dragging a normal human into this mess? Seeing his suspicion, Pei Yun-hu fearlessly laid out the truth. During the night cycle, anything this body touches will literally boil until midnight. Yes, that even includes living, breathing humans. His voice turned dripping with malice. After I butcher you, I still need to rush this trash to a specific location. Instantly, razor-sharp claws materialized on his hands. The stranger scoffed, a confident smirk creeping up his face. You arrogant bastard, you're completely insane. He cracked his knuckles, battle aura blazing to life. Across from him, Pei Yun-hu flashed a wickedly sinister grin. With a sharp cinematic cut, the scene shifts to Li Yan at a desolate transit stop. He stared intensely at the map for bus route 118. His eyes traced the faded schedule, deep doubt flashing across his face. He constantly turned the thought over in his mind. Is that guy Liang Ye actually reliable, or am I being played? He told me to take Route 118 straight to the Dong Beiwen farm. He muttered to himself suspiciously. Are buses seriously still running at this god-forsaken hour? Suddenly, a loud mechanical rumble echoed from behind, just as Li Yan was about to give up and leave. A bus engine roared to life. Blinding headlights pierced the darkness, washing over his surprised face. He looked completely bewildered. I can't believe a night bus is actually operating in this dead zone. He pursed his lips, his eyes narrowing as an uneasy feeling washed over him. Stepping onto the ominous vehicle, he prayed for a peaceful ride. But as he glanced toward the very back row, his eyes locked onto two figures. A middle-aged man and a young schoolgirl were getting incredibly cozy back there. The older creep shamelessly grabbed her chin, leaning in for a kiss. He squinted, frozen in disbelief for a second. Turning his back, he scratched his head. Old Keen sure has nerve, he thought. Just then a voice whined. On the bus, so annoying. The young woman whined coquettishly, but the man leaned in close to her lips. What are you so afraid of, he whispered. We have already made it this far. The two quickly puckered up, closing their eyes for a passionate moment in the quiet bus. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes. But as the man glanced at the new passenger, his eyes went wide. No way. That brat slipped away earlier. Why is he suddenly here? His eyes bulged as he stared at the boy. The student girl felt her partner freeze. She followed his gaze and shock washed over her face. She pointed a trembling finger at the boy standing at the front. Panic laced her voice as she yelled. Old Kin, is that the new transfer student at our school? Hearing his name, the boy flinched. Thinking fast, he covered his mouth, cleared his throat, and leaned toward the bus driver. Hey driver, he complained loudly. These bus seats are absolutely terrible, you know that. Sitting here too long will give me hemorrhoids for sure. The passengers in the back jumped at his sudden outburst. The driver rolled his eyes and shot back. Then file a complaint with the company. That has nothing to do with me. He squinted and cleared his throat again, desperately trying to disguise his voice. Oh, really, is that so? Hearing this, the panicked couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. No, that is not him. The voice is totally different. Thank goodness. I was scared to death. The two immediately resumed their steamy make-out session. Meanwhile, the boy gave them a sarcastic thumbs up, utterly defeated by their shamelessness. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a dark, narrow alleyway. A desperate scream pierced the silence. Do not kill me, please do not kill me. A dark-skinned man groveled pitifully before a menacing figure. The man standing above him adjusted his gleaming glasses. Sundaji, he asked coldly. Do you usually play the odds? Sundaji collapsed onto the filthy ground. Boss Pei, brother Pei, he stammered, trembling violently. I surrender, I yield. Pei Yunhu calmly checked his bronze pocket watch. 1 minute of combat has concluded. A chilling smile crept across his face. He extended a hand toward the trembling man. I need to manage my time efficiently. We will chat later. His sinister expression and outstretched hand terrified Sun Daji to his very core. The defeated man gritted his teeth as sweat, tears, and snot streamed down his face in pure agony. Welcome to the Panjiayuan underground casino. Just like Langfang and Hutong, this antique market transformed into a bustling ghost market at midnight. But the sheer volume of people here was on another level. Beyond simple trading, high-stakes gambling ruled this underworld. Countless stalls were scattered around the packed venue. A massive crowd had gathered around a sturdy wooden table, their eyes burning with the thrill of the bet. Gao Wucheng narrowed his eyes at the ravenous crowd. "So how are we betting?" he demanded. He stared down the elegant man dressed in a crisp white suit and a sharp black fedora. Pei Yunhu lounged in his chair like an absolute king. Resting his chin on his hand, he let out a low hum. He pointed lazily at the bound Sun Daji on the floor. "First we bet on his eyes." Hearing this gruesome wager, Sun Daji broke out in cold sweat. Panic gripped his heart so tightly it felt as though his soul had violently ripped out of his body. Somewhere, Li Dai inherited his father's legendary throwing knife techniques. In his hands, a mere blade packed the devastating punch of a heavy-caliber pistol, yet struck from impossible blind angles. His unpredictable throwing arcs, spinning, ricocheting, and phantom slashes made defense absolutely impossible. The system voice coldly echoed that even the most hyper-aware beast darting through the sky could never dodge this fatal strike. These guys were master alchemists. By injecting themselves with the legendary immortal elixir, their physical bodies became absolutely indestructible, brushing off ordinary weapons like mere scratches. Wu Shan tilted his head calmly, drinking his water. With one hand stuffed into his pocket, he fearlessly confronted the dual-wielding assassin standing before him. Gripping his blade, Li Dai glared at Wu Shan with blazing vigilance. "My vision is hyper-enhanced," he sneered. "Plus, with the Yanfu system backing me up, fate is clearly on my side today." He slammed the water bottle onto the dirt. A scoff escaped his lips. That white-haired man staring down Leon with blazing red eyes. His name was Victor. Victor frowned, letting out a low grunt. Meanwhile, the bustling streets of the front gate dazzled with life. A massive golden archway stood tall, carved with intricate ancient patterns. Inside lay a magnificent grand hall. Red lanterns with golden tassels lined the entire pathway. A hauntingly beautiful melody drifted through the ancient street corners. Outside a modest home sat a petite white-haired girl. She hummed along to the tune, clutching a massive long blade. Her aura felt like pear blossoms blooming in spring. A gentle mist rolled across the river. Ah Shu leaned against a crimson pillar, hugging her spear. Drip, drop. Raindrops soaked into her robes as her arm rested against the red wall. The downpour intensified. Suddenly, a towering muscular figure emerged through the heavy rain looming over her. His face and head were covered in brutal battle-hardened scars. She slowly opened her eyes. Both were completely drenched. This was Caleb. The giant man finally spoke. "How are you so fast? You are just too slow, brother," she replied while pushing herself up casually, brushing the cold rain from her clothes. Without missing a beat, she shot him a sidelong glance. "Well, did you survive?" He forced a painful grin, wincing hard. "Yeah, I am breathing. Let us go." He threw his heavy arm over her shoulder, leaning on her. "Ah, Shu," he whispered. "What is it?" They limped forward through the storm. His expression hardened with absolute resolve as he declared, "Just hang on for one more day. Tomorrow we gather all 6, and then we are going home." His voice carried absolute certainty. Ah Shu closed her eyes, giving a silent nod. Suddenly, slam. A hand smashed onto a wooden table, sending dice flying into the air. Cole glared with absolute fury, screaming at the top of his lungs. "2 legs and half my ribs, I bet them all." Both hands slammed the table again. Sitting opposite him, Pei Yunhu remained perfectly calm. He glanced at the weeping, trembling Tommy kneeling on the floor before speaking coldly. "I have played over 20 rounds. I have never lost once." He cut the silence, shifting his gaze to Tommy. The poor guy was bound tightly, crying until his face was completely distorted. "What exactly are you so afraid of?" Pei Yunhu turned back to Cole, a dark shadow crossing his face. "You've lost everything. What could you possibly bet?" He leaned back, crossing his arms with a sharp frown. "A tiny variable has caused this mess. You handed him the goods and he plotted against you. How do you think this ends? Beside him, a phantom spirit swiftly slid a small piece of paper forward. Cole barked back, desperate and unhinged. You have already stripped my heart, liver, and lungs. This is all I have left. Do we have a bet or not? Pei Yunhu narrowed his eyes at the scrap of paper on the table. His mind raced as realization hit. It was an official contract from the underworld. He spoke softly. This barely covers the debts you already owe me. Bam. Cole smashed the table, roaring in his face. Do not push your luck and get greedy. Pei Yunhu remained icy. The 3 underworld nodes of the capital have been neutralized. Under the sacred edict of the ancient Qianlong dynasty, this seal remains blank. His voice was filled with absolute conviction. Cole narrowed his eyes, letting out a mocking sneer. You have schemed enough. That old man Quinn at the Imperial Academy really dotes on you, does he not? He tells you absolutely everything. Another suited man chimed in, raising a single finger. First, that item is already in the trading district. It cost me an absolute fortune to secure it. Second, it holds the secrets of heaven, even adding the fortune I lost to you. Plus the collateral at your feet leaves only a single coin. Not nearly enough to gamble against me. Suddenly, Pei Yunhu revealed a glowing purple orb. Cole immediately snapped his gaze toward it. He held the glowing sphere right to Cole's face. A twisted human face manifested inside the crystal. Recognizing the trapped soul, Cole screamed in absolute shock. Old man Quinn. He vaulted up, slamming the table again. You bastard. Are you even more ruthless than me? Unfazed, Pei Yunhu casually waved his hand, laying down his absolute terms. If I lose, I forfeit everything I just said, plus the remaining souls of the Imperial Academy. Within 3 days, I will bring you fresh living humans to clear my absolute debt. He paused before dropping the real bombshell. But if I win, the man groveling at my feet and every remaining phantom of the Academy will belong completely to us. As he spoke, Pei Yunhu pointed his boot right at Tommy. A terrifying chill crawled straight down the poor guy's spine. Cole's voice dropped to a lethal growl. I do not care where you came from, but you cannot just drag the living down here. You are shattering the fundamental rules of the system. Rule breakers in this realm never live long. That was exactly the reaction he wanted. Pei Yunhu's eyes curled into a dangerous mocking smirk. Well then, I will not bother you any further. Cole fell dead silent, staring hungrily at the pulsing purple orb. Finally, he glared back up, locking eyes with Pei Yunhu to deliver his final verdict. Win or lose, I am taking everything you just offered, he added a grim condition. Words are cheap. The underworld market's ironclad laws are absolute. We are drafting a soul contract right now. Put your own soul on the line as collateral and the game begins. Pei Yunhu sat in heavy silence, gazing at the trapped face inside the sphere. Finally, he made his ultimate choice. Let the game begin. Outside, the relentless storm raged on. The Northern King Express bus stopped briefly before vanishing down the pitch-black highway. It left behind a solitary man standing at the empty station. Total darkness swallowed the path ahead as the bus faded away. The surrounding silence felt dangerously cursed. Li Yan simply walked down the desolate road, bathed in pale moonlight. His sharp gaze locked onto something lurking in the shadows. He approached a massive iron gate reading Victory Farm. Ding! A glowing blue system panel materialized. Warning, your opponent holds the legendary Kalavinka inheritance. The Kalavinka. Known as the divine bird of miraculous melodies, legends say they originated from the sacred snow mountains, singing perfect harmonies even before hatching. Completely unfazed, Li Yan casually stuffed his hands in his pockets and crossed the threshold. He strolled fearlessly into the haunted woods, guided only by moonlight. Past the gates lay a dense, twisted forest. Suddenly, an ear-piercing bird shriek made him flinch. Peering deep into the tree line, a shocked gasp escaped his lips. He immediately locked his fierce gaze onto the source of that terrifying cry. Senses heightened, he crept stealthily toward the chaotic noise. Where exactly is that coming from? He pondered silently, preparing for battle. Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Boom! A massive explosion violently detonated right in front of him. As the smoke cleared, a mysterious glowing ancient shrine materialized out of nowhere. Ding! The system's mechanical voice echoed once more. Attention, weary traveler. You have now entered the domain of the Northern King's immortal hall. The open-air arena of the Victory Farm has been activated. A majestic dragon banner shot into the sky, bursting with radiant, blinding light. The system was not done issuing its grim warnings. Any instrument within range grants a special status effect to all martial faction members. Through the Abyssal System's inheritance, these musical artifacts can be analyzed to unlock reality-altering abilities. A dazzling stage materialized out of nowhere. Countless instruments gleamed under harmonious stage lights. Then the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Current buff activated, combat healing speed increased by 100%. Suddenly, the phantom instruments began playing on their own, releasing a mesmerizing melody. An ethereal voice filled the air. Will the people of tomorrow remember this tune? Leon's eyes narrowed as he stared at the spectral stage. Gripping his weapon tightly, his mind raced to comprehend the situation. These musical buffs were completely unpredictable. Was this a blessing or a deadly curse? Before he could figure it out, heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows. Leon whipped his head around, instantly on guard. Emerging from the mist was a dark-skinned man. His eyes were dead and hazy, locking onto Leon like a predator. The stranger wielded a massive broadsword, marching forward with relentless, zombie-like steps. Sensing the killer intent, Leon instantly raised his blade. His face twisted into a fierce scowl. This guy had the mark of the 10th tier. Without warning, the enemy lunged with a devastating downward slash. Steel clashed against steel in a blinding spark. The enemy's body suddenly erupted with blood mist amidst the thick smoke. Leon flawlessly pivoted his body, his expression growing grim as he calculated his next move. We are both from the martial faction, both at the 10th tier of power. The dark-skinned warrior forcefully stabilized his footing. A wicked grin stretched across his face as battle lust consumed him. But the enemy merely observed, holding back his next strike. Ding! The system chimed again. Due to the siren spirit's interference, your healing rate is reduced to 50%. Warning: the enemy's healing rate has skyrocketed to 200%. Leon's eyes widened in sheer frustration. Lucas, he roared at the top of his lungs. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand onto the music player, cranking the volume to the absolute maximum. Inside the subdimension, Lucas gripped his electric guitar. Standing on a stage engulfed in virtual flames, he squeezed his eyes shut and unleashed a pure rock and roll scream. I chase you through the endless nights. What divine magic sculpted your perfect flesh and bone? As he shredded the guitar, the phantom instruments levitated, blasting a heavy soul-shaking beat. System alert, musical frequency shifting. The enemy warrior gripped his broadsword, instantly blurring into a series of deadly phantom movements. Another system warning flashed bright red. Current musical effect applied. Total party defense has plunged by 100%. Due to the siren spirit's curse, your defense is shattered by 200%. The enemy's defense drops by only 50%. It was a massive disadvantage. Both warriors exploded forward, their auras clashing violently in mid-air. The massive broadsword cleaved through the wind, aiming straight for Leon's head. Leon's pupils shrank as the blade reflected in his eyes. Defying gravity, he bent his spine backward at an impossible angle. The icy steel grazed his throat by a mere millimeter. Lucas switched the damn track. Leon bellowed desperately. But the enemy didn't give him a second to breathe. Launching another brutal assault, their legs collided in a thunderous mid-air kick, both of their faces contorted with extreme strain. Steam literally poured off the enemy warrior's skin as his power surged. Leon slid back to create distance, gripping his hilt tightly. Suddenly, the chaotic rock shifted into a melancholic ballad. This journey is a long and winding road, Lucas sang out. He poured the soul of their hometown into the piano keys. A vast blue sky washed over the battlefield's illusion. Passing through the mortal realm, who doesn't crave wealth and glory, who wishes to starve in the dirt, yet worldly riches fade into dust. True legends would rather embrace a glorious death. The symphony swelled, reaching an absolutely deafening crescendo. Ding! System alert confirming instrument swap. Current musical aura applied. All movement speed increased by an explosive 50%. But the siren spirit twisted the buff once again. Realizing his advantage, the enemy's eyes crinkled in a sadistic smirk. He unleashed a lightning-fast barrage of slashes. Leon gritted his teeth, desperately raising his blade to parry the overwhelming onslaught. Sparks flew as they exchanged hundreds of deadly blows in mere seconds. Getting pushed back, Leon roared toward the sky. It's not working. Lucas, I'm still getting completely suppressed. Change the genre. Inside the system space, sweat dripped down Lucas's face. Struggling against the system's pressure, he switched to a somber folk tune. I look to the icy north, strumming echoes of the past. Hidden in the shadows, my heart drowns in sorrow. As the acoustic melody drifted across the battlefield, the system chimed again. But the siren spirit's curse struck instantly. Leon's vision violently blurred, absolute panic gripping his heart. My eyes, I can't see, Leon roared in agony, clenching his jaw as darkness consumed him. From the stage, Lucas watched in absolute horror as a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Clang crack, the deafening roar of metal clashing against metal shattered the air. A terrifying symphony of shattering steel and brutal impacts echoed across the arena. Relying purely on instinct, Leon gripped his hilt with bone-crushing force. The dark-skinned warrior mirrored his stance, aura flaring wildly. Both unleashed their ultimate techniques in a single devastating strike. Boom. The sheer shockwave blasted both warriors backward. Their boots tore deep trenches into the earth as they finally skidded to a halt. Both men gasped for breath, their eyes locked in a deadly standoff. The enemy warrior sneered, his gaze dripping with sheer arrogance. "Stop wasting your pathetic energy," he mocked coldly. "I have no clue where you got those bizarre musical artifacts in your inventory. But running into me today, that was your ultimate death sentence. In the real world, I am an elite professor at the Royal Music Academy. My specialty is the complete history of global music." He casually wiped Leon's blood off his broadsword, his smirk widening. "Country, heavy metal, smooth jazz, rhythm and blues, hip-hop, or grand symphony." He listed them off, arrogantly polishing his blade with a pristine white cloth. "Name any genre on the planet, and I have mastered its very essence. Normally, fully unleashing the siren spirit's curse requires a special set of headphones. But today—" He raised his blade high into the air. A colossal winged skeleton phantom manifested behind him, its eye sockets burning with ghostly fire. The terrifying battle spirit perched on his shoulder as he roared, "This is my ultimate domain." His arrogant voice echoed as killing intent flooded the battlefield. Unfazed, Leon remained dead silent. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a golden triangular flag bearing a majestic dragon crest, slamming it firmly into the earth. System activated. The Great Ming Dragon banner has successfully boosted party healing regeneration. Still gripping his sword, Leon's eyes glinted dangerously as he popped a mysterious green recovery pill into his mouth. "Lucas, take the potion," Leon commanded coldly. "Forget the music buffs. We are going to slaughter him right here." A radiant healing array exploded beneath their feet. "Wait a damn minute," a strange voice suddenly echoed. Where did that come from? Suddenly, a blinding ocean blue light blasted from Leon's spatial pocket. To his absolute shock, Lucas materialized in the physical world. Leon's jaw practically hit the floor. But it wasn't just him. A disheveled, middle-aged man tumbled right out of the portal. He immediately face-planted into the dirt with a loud thud. Even the arrogant enemy professor stood there, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer absurdity. The air turned painfully awkward. The deadly enemy just stared, judging the pathetic entrance in complete silence. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lucas sprinted desperately toward the spectral stage, abandoning Leon on the front lines. What the hell kind of system glitch is this? Leon thought, completely baffled. He watched helplessly as his support partner scrambled like a madman. With a final leap, Lucas perfectly landed right in the center of the glowing stage. Sensing a shift in the aura, the professor narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Let's see how your academic history handles this." Lucas roared into the microphone, a wildly cocky smirk on his face. He violently stomped his boot onto the stage. Refusing to be intimidated, the professor blasted off the ground like a rocket. Lucas stood firm, locking eyes with the incoming threat. The professor swung his massive blade, his face darkening with absolute killing intent. "I don't care what trick he's playing. The first to strike takes the head." Fury blazed in his eyes as he roared, interrupting a performance. "Have you no manners?" Suddenly, a blade thrust forward. Before the dagger could even touch Liang Ye, Li Yan's spear deflected the deadly strike. The spearhead grazed the assassin's scalp, forcing him to tumble awkwardly down the steps. He slammed his foot into the ground, launching himself backward to create a safe distance. Li Yan swung his blade with crushing force. The enemy flipped gracefully over the spear shaft, spinning through the air before landing safely off the stage. Meanwhile, Liang Ye rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "All right, time to confirm the rock and roll vibe, right?" As the dark-skinned enemy glared at him, Liang Ye mockingly asked, "Are we feeling lightning demon blues or heavy metal?" Without missing a beat, he grabbed his sleek black electric guitar. His lips moved in a silent, chilling incantation before falling dead quiet. He coolly raised two fingers. Two. With one eye closed in pure swagger, he leaned into the microphone, striking a rock star pose that radiated absolute confidence. The scene shifted as Liang Ye pulled the mic close. His eyes burned with unshakable arrogance. A powerful vocal riff tore through the arena. "Hey boss, let us play some rock and roll. What is the point of holding back? He closed his eyes, shredding wildly as ghostly instruments joined the heavy melody. Suddenly, Li Yan's system interface flared to life, flashing a glowing notification about a performance shift. Status, judgment in progress. Li Yan's eyes widened with a bloodthirsty, expectant grin. The system panel chimed once more. Status, unknown. The enemy froze in absolute terror. He stared at Li Yan with wide eyes, gripping his blade tightly as cold sweat drenched his fearful face. Without a single second of hesitation, Li Yan tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze turned murderous. He unleashed a devastating barrage of strikes toward the dagger-wielding assassin. Startled by the overwhelming aura, the enemy stumbled backward. Barely relying on his survival instincts, the assassin managed to dodge Li Yan's lethal flurry of blows. The assassin quickly lunged forward with a vicious stab. Li Yan instantly raised his weapon to block the fatal strike. Meanwhile, Liang Ye's wild vocals echoed through the battlefield. Rock and roll drains a man to his core. Are you feeling exhausted yet? Liang Ye scrunched his eyes and belted out the lyrics with raw power. The assassin's eyes flared with immense fury, cursing internally at the maddening concert. What a tacky distraction, he cursed. Li Yan seized the moment, swinging his weapon with bone-crushing force. The enemy countered with a desperate slash. Upon impact, a sickening crack echoed through the air. A massive spiderweb crack formed across the assassin's blade. Panic flooded the man's mind. My blade is 3 times sharper than normal weapons. How could it shatter so easily? His eyes bulged in absolute disbelief. Li Yan forcefully swiped his arm, violently breaking their weapon lock. The assassin gritted his teeth in rage, locking into a deadly staring contest with Li Yan. Suddenly, Li Yan's expression shifted to pure shock. The dark-skinned warrior unleashed a terrifying slash, glaring at Li Yan with an aura of absolute death. Li Yan watched the incoming crescent strike with wide eyes. Sword aura, he screamed internally. He frantically raised his weapon to absorb the devastating blow, but the monstrous kinetic force sent him skidding violently backward. Relying on his agility, he twisted his body and kicked off the ground to the side. The lethal blade aura deflected off his guard, violently redirecting into a massive tree behind him. The ancient tree splintered under the sheer destructive power. The assassin's eyes gleamed with arrogant triumph. He pointed his cracked blade at Li Yan with a mocking smirk. Unbothered by the chaos, Liang Ye's rhythmic singing continued to echo, driving the assassin absolutely crazy. Looks like you have found a new way to show off. No wonder the crowd loves you. Liang Ye leaned back, singing with undeniable arrogant pride. He spun across the stage like a madman, belting out the next verse. But you will still end up looking like a complete fool, babbling such meaningless garbage. The dagger-wielding assassin ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, glaring at the singing boy with pure, unadulterated wrath. Losing the last shred of his patience, the assassin unleashed a relentless raging storm of blade auras directly toward Li Yan. But fear did not exist in Li Yan's dictionary. He remained perfectly calm, leaping forward with his spear to shatter the overwhelming barrage of energy strikes. With explosive speed, he dashed straight into the heart of the enemy's attack. The enemy roared, charging forward to meet him head-on. Li Yan delivered a devastating spear sweep. The assassin grimaced, raising both hands to desperately block the strike. Li Yan stomped the ground, unleashing a torrential shockwave with his weapon. The brutal impact knocked the blade right out of the assassin's hands, sending him staggering backward. Suddenly, Li Yan's system interface flashed a fiery crimson text, Tiger Burn. The enemy's eyes bulged in sheer horror as he realized his doom. Li Yan gripped his spear with legendary strength. His eyes glowed with a demonic crimson light as overwhelming heat erupted, turning his entire body into a blazing inferno. A towering crimson spirit armor materialized around him. Merging his power with the legendary martial art, he lunged forward like an unstoppable meteor. Moving faster than the eye could track, he unleashed a phantom-like flurry of spear thrusts. The helpless assassin was violently juggled in the air, stripped of any chance to defend himself. With one final earth-shattering strike, he completely extinguished the assassin's life force. The lifeless body collapsed to its knees just as a torrential downpour began. In the background, Liang Ye's haunting vocals continued to echo through the rain. Rock and roll drains a man to his core, still exhausted. In the end, you could not learn to be a sentimental fool. Or maybe you just pretended to ignore it all. Oh, what a perfect actor. The stage lights blazed brightly through the storm. Liang Ye kept dancing wildly in his own world, belting out the bridge. It is just that ideals have suddenly become so dreadfully boring. The dead assassin stared blankly into the stormy sky. Liang Ye delivered the final haunting line. Looking at you, I simply cannot say another word. Not another word. Against all odds, Li Yan and Liang Ye had claimed an absolute victory. The mysterious enemy lay crushed in the muddy rain-soaked earth, while Li Yan stood tall over the corpse, gripping his blood-stained spear like a god of war. The concert finished, Liang Ye vaulted off the stage and rushed over to his partner. Unable to contain his adrenaline, he threw his head back and let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh. Li Yan watched him with a highly satisfied smirk, generously praising his chaotic teammate. You did amazing out there. Suddenly, Li Yan's system interface burst open with an urgent glowing alert. Attention all walkers. The Yanfu event parameters have been heavily modified. The mechanical voice echoed ominously twice, ensuring the terrifying update was deeply ingrained. Attention all walkers. The Yanfu event parameters have been modified. The heavy rain continued to wash over the bloody battlefield. Li Yan narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. This system voice. It does not belong to the ninja guide at all. He had never heard this strange, commanding tone before. His eyes scanned the shadows with extreme caution. The ruthless system panel then dropped a devastating bombshell. For this event, early extraction is completely disabled. All participating walkers must fight to the death until only one remains standing. A true battle to your very last breath. The cold system continued to emphasize the cruel rules. Eliminate the intruder to obtain the legendary item that will grant all surviving walkers a safe return. Beside him, Liang Ye shielded his head from the pouring rain, while Li Yan stood perfectly still, absorbing the grim instructions. The eerie system voice continued its morbid broadcast. Pardon the interruption whether your battles have concluded or if you walkers are still slaughtering each other. My name is Pei Yunhu. The system's voice echoed through the pouring rain, ringing out relentlessly without a single pause. This message is for a walker named Li Yan, the inheritor of the Guhuo Bird. Li Yan's expression instantly darkened at the call-out. The announcement continued echoing. Of course, this deeply concerns the rest of you too, so you better listen closely. Nearby, Liang Mi scrambled for shelter from the sudden downpour. Hurry, hide in here. Meanwhile, Li Yan simply pocketed his hands, casually strolling through the storm. Stopping under a tree, Li Yan closed his eyes and pulled something from his pocket. The barrage of system alerts hammered into his mind. First of all, Li Yan, I know you can hear me. 2 days ago you slaughtered 3, maybe even 4 fellow walkers. The voice grew heavier. 2 of those victims were my squad mates, my closest friends in the real world. His rage finally boiled over. Another was my girlfriend of 8 years. We entered Yanfu together, swearing to survive. Thunder violently shattered the heavens. Pei Yunhu's furious voice echoed through the system. I will never forgive you. Right now, exactly 32 Yanfu walkers remain alive. He confirmed the grim reality. Nobody can return early. But it seems 3 people have already killed 6 targets completing the event. And that includes you, Li Yan. How terrifying. Elsewhere, another walker gripped a wine jug, intently listening to the exact same broadcast. But I regret to inform you all. None of you are leaving. It was Wu Shan. He scoffed, uncorking his jug while glaring at the glowing system text. In a room scarred by deep blade marks, Xu Xin frowned deeply. She stood amidst the wreckage, one hand on her hip, the other gripping her spear. Pei Yunhu's hoarse voice continued its deadly broadcast. You can all check the survival status of the remaining walkers right. Once you confirm Li Yan is dead, I will let everyone leave. He paused, his tone turning dark and venomous. That is my final message for him. We are both standing at death's door now. It is perfectly fair. Pei Yunhu let out a sinister, taunting laugh. Let us see who dies first. Li Yan remained completely unfazed. He muttered under his breath with unshakable confidence, Fine. Let us see who drops dead first. Leaning against the tree in the rain, he calmly munched on a carrot, treating the death threat like mere entertainment. Miles away, someone held a small bun. 5 minutes earlier, Cha Xiaodao stuffed the bun into his mouth. With his eyes closed, he wisely muttered, A smart man never stands under a collapsing wall. A brutally beaten enemy lay motionless at his feet. Cha Xiaodao scanned the area, thinking carefully. He had mastered most of Building 8's techniques, turning them into solid combat power. Yet his analysis told him something was missing. He still lacked that one crucial breaking point. Suddenly, the nasty gash on his neck began to regenerate. Even as he healed, he pondered deeply about his power gap, searching for a higher breakthrough. If he did not close this gap now, he never would. As his skin fully mended, Cha Xiaodao's mind drifted to the terrifying combat prowess of Li Yan. He instantly recognized him as the most dangerous breed of walker, a relentless predator who would never stop hunting once locked onto a target. That monster only cared about growing stronger, far beyond simple survival. Xia Xiaodao smirked ironically. Well, who does not want absolute power? But you have to stay alive to use it. He reminded himself of the ultimate rule: death meant losing everything. He cracked his knuckles, a determined smirk forming. He had cleanly eliminated 6 targets and survived 2 forced duels. 3 Yanfu inheritance rights. I have collected enough. Brimming with confidence, he declared, the ones left are all freaks and lunatics. Let them kill each other. He then reached his hand out. A glowing teleportation array materialized around him. His lower body began to pixelate and vanish into the light, leaving only his torso visible. But just as he was about to escape, a harsh system alert shattered the silence. Attention all walkers, the Yanfu event rules have been forcefully modified. His eyes shot wide open in pure shock. The cold mechanical voice echoed once more, commanding the absolute attention of every walker. Event rules updated, all early extraction privileges are permanently revoked. Every remaining walker must engage in a brutal deathmatch until only one survives. Cha Xiaodao froze completely, his jaw dropping in sheer panic as the terrifying reality set in. The system offered one cruel loophole. Eliminate the disruptor to obtain an ultimate item restoring extraction rights for all walkers. Outraged, Xia Xiaodao gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with absolute fury. I was just 2 inches away, he roared, dropping into a frustrated squat. Elsewhere, Feng Yi pressed a landline phone to his ear, his voice turning icy. Ah, exactly. Things just got insanely complicated. I am trapped here. I was not even supposed to be part of this Yanfu broadcast. With his free hand, he furiously clicked a handheld console. Just give that item to Wu Shan. As long as any walker finished the event and teleported back, I could hitch a ride out. But that option is dead now. Staring blankly at his game, he spoke as if discussing mere trivia. Someone actually used a high-tier relic to forcefully lock down this entire death game. We cannot die, yet we cannot escape either. What a total disaster. Inside a smoky phone booth on a pitch-black street, Feng Yi listened intently. Anyway, just lay low. Do not attract any unwanted attention and I will handle the rest. He chuckled cheerfully. Ha, thanks a lot for that. I am just a courier-type walker. I have zero interest in joining this bloodbath. He slammed the receiver down. The sharp click marked the end of the line. Gripping his console, Feng Yi stood in absolute silence, casually mashing the buttons. His expression suddenly darkened, glaring at the device in extreme annoyance as the bright game over screen mocked his recent defeat. Letting out a heavy sigh, he casually dusted off his hands. A wicked, thrill-seeking grin stretched across his face as he pocketed his hands and stepped into the foggy night. This cursed checkpoint truly lives up to its hellish difficulty rating. Flocks of birds scattered into the dark sky. The Guhuo Bird. Li Yan sat cultivating beneath an ancient tree surrounded by absolute darkness. Unease gnawed at his heart. That meowing bird guy was no joke. However, surviving 2 nights of brutal combat yielded 2 inheritance pages. The loot was definitely worth the blood spilled. If he consumed them all, he could instantly break through to the peak, pushing his awakening level straight to 47%. His face was tense with frustration, eyebrows tightly knitted together. Thoughts violently tore through his mind. Breaking through to the peak would absolutely trigger bonus system rewards. Hitting the 10% peak breakthrough had 0 bottlenecks. It added a minor boost to Blood Howl, but the actual combat effects had to be practical. What kind of power would this chance grant him? A picture-perfect woman with massive snow-white wings appeared, playing a soulful flute melody. Her inheritance, garments, and divine aura radiated pure, absolute whiteness. Blade enhancement. Reaching 9% awakening grants automatic revival after death. The Gleaming Strike ability boosts the user's explosive power and attack speed by a massive 90%. Musical Insight enhances the blade. By recalling any melody in his mind, he could instantly unlock its specific special status buffs. Hearing spoken words doubles the active buffs. Listening to a special magical melody grants an overwhelmingly powerful surge to his overall stats. The parchment displayed a sketched puppet swinging a flawless arcing slash. True Blade enhancement begins in the grip and unleashes directly from the heart. This exclusive secret technique stemmed from the true martial wheel, derived from 266 martial armors. Equipped weapons radiate invisible life force, requiring at least excellent tier gear while in the musical insight state. The beautiful raven-haired woman possessed a completely tranquil expression. With her eyes gently closed, she radiated an aura of gentle kindness. Attention walker. Swapping inheritance items can enhance your blade. However, if you use this specific inheritance to boost your awakening level, the blade enhancement will be permanently lost. Take note. Rumor has it that besides replaceable inheritances, evolutionary inheritances also exist. But an evolving legacy is a totally different beast. Achieving a high awakening level requires absorbing power through multiple different methods. You must fully understand this crucial rule, Walker. Lightning struck Li Yan's mind. Inheritances could evolve. He visualized himself, gripping his blade, charging fearlessly at the puppet. He imagined clashing with Bloodhowl, relying purely on high-level close-quarters combat mastery to dominate his enemies. He focused entirely on striking weak points, disarming the enemy's blade in a flash. Seizing the perfect opening, he delivered a tiger-like bone-crushing uppercut to the jaw. Then a single blade strike unleashed a shockwave, leaving Bloodhowl convulsing and defenseless. The swallow-piercing strike finalized the fatal damage on that corpse dog. Its body collapsed, dissolving into a chilling ice-blue decay. Li Yan massaged his aching temples. It was an agonizing choice. He really could not bear to replace his current inheritance. However, sword, aura, and firearms were undeniably powerful. His brows furrowed blood-red pupils, swirling with anxiety. If only all his loot could evolve, that would solve every single problem perfectly. Holographic hexagonal fragments floated before him, bound by double-crossed seals. Two other fragments remained mostly unaffected by the restrictive binding. Fleeting Swan Glimpse was currently unusable. Judging battle details without it might be completely inaccurate. Fighting the Meowian bird guy blind without knowing his stats had been an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, a pure white tiger spirit leaped out from the void. Not just one, but several of them began playfully pouncing and dancing all around Li Yan. They were incredibly energetic and mischievous. He watched them with a soft smile, though his mind remained buried in deep thought. High mobility with no easy way to close the gap. But I lack long-range attacks and my defense is fragile. My weaknesses are glaringly obvious. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, flashing with intense predatory vigilance. Li Yan's gaze softened affectionately as he stroked the little white tiger. It wagged its tail, happily leaning into his gentle touch. You can consume Dragon Tiger Resonance Energy to summon entities from the 24 Dingyu outcomes. Your selected summoning target is confirmed as Su Du. Target loyalty is at 86%. Combat power evaluated at peak 10th rank, consuming 1/4 of your total Dragon Tiger energy now. Suddenly, a white spatial rift rippled open in the air like a teleportation gate. A single soft feather drifted down, followed by a beautiful cascade of plumage. Li Yan sat quietly beside his tiger, watching the magic unfold. A mysterious silhouette dropped from the rift and landed gracefully. It was a half-human creature curled up defensively. Massive breathtaking wings suddenly unfurled, revealing elegant bird-like talons. She looked like a divine being stepping straight out of a painting. The harpy-like girl stretched her body into the light. She lifted her beautiful face as incredibly soft feathers cascaded gently around her like snow. This was Su Du. She fluttered her wings as Li Yan stood up and approached her. Her eyes lit up with immediate recognition. Overjoyed to see him, she beamed with pure excitement. "My lord." He calmly waved his hand, offering her a faint smile. Su Du stepped closer, tilting her head in confusion. She sensed something slightly off about him. Leaning in close, she sniffed the air and caught a strange scent on his clothes. "My lord, why do you smell like another woman?" Taken aback, Li Yan blinked in surprise. "Oh," but just as quickly Su Du spun around. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she smiled cheerfully, brushing it off completely. "It is okay, I do not mind at all." Her reaction only made Li Yan even more utterly bewildered. "Right." Li Yan sank back into his strategic thoughts. The black feathers provided solid defense and flight capabilities. A swirling black feather storm could reach massive heights of 500 meters. He pondered this while glancing at Su Du, who was acting as adorably as a child. She happily cradled the white tiger in her arms, giggling and playing with it. Choosing you was definitely not a bad idea. However, your massive size draws too much attention, making daytime travel impossible. Curious about her past, Li Yan asked, "Did you go to the Ming Empire after that?" Holding the tiger close, her beautiful figure relaxed and her voice dripped with honey sweetness. "Yeah, I was stuck on the Celestial Master Sex Dragon Tiger Mountain the whole time. I was literally bored to death. Sudu's gaze turned remarkably sharp as her soft hands stroked the purring tiger. I have grown much stronger now. I can definitely be of great use to you, my lord. The tiger snuggled comfortably against her chest. She gave him a playfully seductive wink. My lord, where are we heading? Want me to carry you on my back? Li Yan scratched his head, tactfully declining the offer. No, that will not be necessary. I will just walk. The duo set off into the dark night. Li Yan jogged steadily along the path while Su Du happily flew circles in the sky, occasionally landing to peek around before excitedly flapping back up. Bursting with endless curiosity, she bombarded him with questions as they traveled. My lord, how did you even get here? Is this your true homeland? I knew it all along. You are definitely no ordinary mortal, my lord. This world feels so completely dead and silent. Did you come here to restore the lost glory of my Hanshui? Su Du swooped down lower, slowing her pace to glide perfectly alongside Li Yan. Pushing their previous conversation aside, Li Yan focused on the path ahead. Su Du, we will discuss this later. I have scattered your gift. Keep your eyes peeled for anyone sharing my scent and aura. She clapped her hands with absolute confidence. Consider it done, no problem at all, my lord. Suddenly, the air shifted. Sudu's eyes lit up with predatory excitement. Speak of the devil, she purred. Company is already here. Sensing the danger, Li Yan immediately issued a command. Take to the skies, Sudu. Stay hidden in the clouds and wait for my signal. With a swift beat of her wings, she vanished into the heavens. Left alone, Li Yan took only a few more steps before grinding to a halt. His hand naturally rested on his hilt. Piercing the darkness ahead, the blinding headlights of a heavy motorcycle charged toward him like a mechanized beast. The rider was a lip-pierced punk with tied-back hair. Li Yan stood perfectly still like a mountain. He calmly watched the arrogant attacker rev his engine, assessing the enemy's hidden strength. Let us test the waters first. The punk drew a blade dripping with a toxic purple aura. Li Yan held his ground, waiting as the deadly strike descended from above. Shifting into a flawless defensive stance, his gaze turned icy. What kind of awakening legacy is this? Show me what you have got. The clash was instantaneous. Steel sang against steel as their weapons collided. A shower of brilliant sparks ripped through the dead silence of the night. Li Yan countered with a devastating strike. The punk staggered, terrified by the sheer weight of that killing intent. Panicking, he twisted the throttle and bolted away like a coward. Lowering his blade, Li Yan smirked at the retreating rat. How amusing. Fleeing after a single failed strike. The punk sped through the streets, consumed by absolute panic. His system legacy was the Ape Burst Claw, a rare skill that absorbs and transfers pure kinetic energy. Its capacity scales directly with his awakening level. According to the ancient system tomes, it mimics a mythical white-eared ape from the southern mountains, a phantom beast known as the Xingxing. Blinded by arrogance, the foolish punk believed he still held the absolute advantage. With my demonic battle axe speed, no one can catch me, but just seconds later, an overwhelming presence materialized directly behind him. A chill ran down his spine as a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder. The demonic warrior Senata Yukimura was crouching on his bike, his crimson eyes glowing with hellish intent. Before the punk could even scream, the demon hurled him off the speeding bike. Yukimura effortlessly seized the handlebars, claiming the iron beast as his own. The punk violently rolled across the harsh asphalt. But the nightmare was not over. The demon summoned a barrage of dark, crystalline spikes with blinding speed. The projectiles shredded his flesh without mercy. A storm of crimson painted the empty street. The arrogant awakened was slaughtered in an instant. His lifeless body floated in a pool of blackened blood, completely impaled by demonic thorns. Li Yan rushed to the horrific scene just as Su Du descended from the sky. My lord, what was the point of his suicidal attack? Looking up at the road ahead, Li Yan let out a dark chuckle. The red-masked demon Yukimura sat proudly on his stolen prize, his demonic eyes piercing the dark. How thoughtful, Li Yan grinned. He just came to deliver a free ride. Neon blue light slashed through the shadows. Li Yan tore through the suffocating darkness of the alleyway, pushing the roaring machine to its absolute limits. The heavily armored motorcycle radiated an aura of pure destruction. Screeching the tires, he slammed the brakes and planted his boots firmly on the ground. His expression shifted into deadly seriousness. Su Du materialized behind him, her majestic wings fully extended. Reaching into his coat, Li Yan pulled out a mysterious artifact. He stared deeply at the glowing object, his aura cold and calculated. Tucking his hands into his pockets, he marched forward, lost in a sea of tactical thoughts. At the end of the alley, hidden away from the bustling crowds, a pathetic little girl huddled in the shadows. Is this the same child who offered to sing for me? The child looked up, revealing pitch-black hollow eyes. Her mouth and fragile limbs were absolutely drenched in fresh, horrifying crimson. While he analyzed the demonic child, a cold hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. "Hey, old-timer, I have been searching for you." Li Yan snapped his head back, locking eyes with Hat Zone. Wiping a streak of blood from his teeth, Zhang offered a sinister grin. "There is this weak-looking guy wearing glasses. He just slaughtered 23 leopards in a row. Our underworld ranks are completely plummeting because of him." The revelation hit Li Yan like a sudden shockwave. "Then why are all of you cowards just sitting around doing nothing?" Li Yan demanded. Scratching his head awkwardly, Hat Zhang rushed to defend his crew. "Brother, it is complicated." Li Yan's gaze darkened. "If he needs to drag 10 living souls into the underworld, where is he getting the sacrifices?" Panjiayuan Zhang frantically waved his hands. But the four eyes did not set that location. He is way too paranoid and cautious. Baring his teeth in a sly smile, Zhang continued. "You see, old-timer, our alleyway honors the 5-colored cloth and a dozen jade edicts." Li Yan cut through the useless chatter with a piercing glare. "Cut the nonsense. Where exactly is this glasses-wearing Grim Reaper hiding right now?" Zhang's face instantly lost its color. "Brother, let me give you a fair warning. Those Panjiayuan syndicates are a whole different breed of monsters. They are utterly ruthless. The entire black market is on lockdown right now. Charging in there blindly is pure suicide." Ignoring the cowardly excuses, Li Yan rested his hands on his hips. "Enough talking. I want to see this bloodbath with my own eyes, so lead the way." Without missing a beat, Zhang shamelessly extended his open palm. The greedy rat was already calculating his profit from this deadly escort mission. "Name your price just so we have a clear understanding." Wasting no time, Li Yan casually tossed 2 heavy gold coins into the man's hands. Clink! The sharp sound of gold echoed in the dark. Pocketing the wealth, Zhang's face blossomed into a greedy smile. "Consider it a done deal, boss." Li Yan shot a subtle commanding glance towards Su Du, wordlessly conveying his next move. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, Su Du observed from above. "My lord," she whispered telepathically, "that hat-wearing snake is definitely leading us into a trap. These so-called guilds are absolute trash. Why don't we just crush their entire operation? Then all those epic tier treasures will belong solely to us." Cruising fiercely on his motorcycle, Li Yan confidently rejected the idea. "No need." Su Du frowned, not pushing the issue but suggesting an alternative. "Then let's investigate that Wan Fanjia place they mentioned." Yet Li Yan flat-out refused, dodging the question with tactical brilliance. "What for Pei Yun, who owes them 10 living souls? Why should we be the ones to turn Wan Fanjia upside down? Does that mean Pei Yun who gets a free pass?" Twisting the throttle hard, he tore through the wind like a blazing comet into the night. Moments later, he screeched to a halt and glanced up at Su Du. "Right now, we find a safe zone to recover our stamina. Before midnight tomorrow, we will definitely throw down." Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, a mysterious caster summoned a magical water sphere, tracking the protagonist's every single movement with terrifying precision. It was Zhao Wu and Zhao Xin hiding away in a dark alleyway. Zhao Xin pouted with extreme boredom, her voice dripping with sheer annoyance. "Honestly, my hatred for that bastard Pei Yunhu runs way deeper." Mid-conversation, their intense vibe was shattered by a passing vendor screaming candied hawthorn sticks. The glistening sugar-coated treats were absolutely mouth-watering. Someone shouted to buy one. Zhao Wu, bearing his intimidating battle scars, shifted his gaze toward Zhao Xin and calmly stated, "However, I've actually clashed with Li Yan before. I know his combat patterns, making him a much easier target for us to track down." Frustration blazing in her eyes, Zhao Xin stubbornly insisted, "I don't care, I want to execute Pei Yunhu." Hearing this, Zhao Wu's aura flared up. Flexing his massive arms, he boomed out a bold proposal. "How about this? Li Yan is out in the open anyway, and he's a tough boss to crack. We leave him be. Someone else will definitely strike him first without us lifting a finger. Let's hunt down Pei Yunhu first. If we catch his trail, your plan goes. If we fail, we do things my way." A wicked smirk crossed Zhao Xin's face as she agreed. "Deal, but where do we even search for him?" Zhao Wu stroked his chin, analyzing the strategy. "Pei Yunhu's ultimate quest is to assassinate Li Yan. We simply use Li Yan as bait. He previously dropped a terrifying hint about a highly dangerous location. This totally proves his item repair artifact was something he fiercely grinded for within Yandu City. He certainly didn't spawn with it. If I repay Yunhu, even if my entire squad wiped, I'd absolutely exploit Yandu City's bizarre midnight anomalies to recruit some desperately needed monstrous backup. As he spoke, his heavy frown revealed a shadow of genuine dread. But to match Pei Yunhu's insane power level, ordinary suppression items are completely useless. We are talking about the inner 9 and outer 7 gates of Purple Imperial City plus Yandu City's absolute legendary landmarks. An artifact of that god-tier caliber must be famous. Even if we don't know this maze-like map, the local NPCs will definitely have the intel we need. After this tactical breakdown, Zhao Wu proposed a flawless strategy. He suggested raiding the tea houses, guild halls, and shady antique black markets. Hitting those hotspots would guarantee a massive jackpot of information. Hearing this master plan, Zhao Xin showered him with praise. Nice one, boss. I never expected a meathead like you to actually have a high intelligence stat. Suddenly, Zhao Xin gripped her weapon and unleashed a vicious swing forward. She slammed her blade down with crushing force, triggering an absolutely ear-piercing metallic shriek. Clang! The heavy blade struck the earth with devastating precision. It embedded itself mere inches from the vendor, freezing the poor old man in pure terror. That terrifying strike nearly shattered the fragile old man's soul. Flashing a deceptively sweet smile, Zhao Xin asked, "Hey there, old-timer, I need some directions." The scene shifted to Yandu City, one of the imperial capital's 3 supreme underworld zones. From a distance, its majestic architecture looked absolutely breathtaking and overwhelmingly divine. Blocked at the gates, an enraged Zhao Wu roared, "Why the hell am I locked out?" A guard waved him off coldly. Hatzjiang declared, "You still owe penalty fees for the alleyway damages. The VIP who covered your tab made it crystal clear. Until you pay your debt, the entire Yandu underworld remains permanently sealed to you." Stepping up boldly, Zhao Xin asked, "Then can I enter solo?" The guard sneered with mocking sarcasm. "Big sister, do you think my perception stats are 0? Furious, she pouted her lips and cursed him out. Absolute country bumpkin. Spinning back to Zhao Wu, she demanded, "So what is our next move?" Crossing his arms in sheer defeat, he grumbled, "We wait for tomorrow midnight's event trigger." Meanwhile, at the Grand City gates, Wu Shan sat brooding. This Yanfu system inheritance data gave everyone a measly 2,000 points. In the Master's eyes, these low-tier martial lords are utterly expendable pawns, shamelessly selling out the private coordinates of Yanfu walkers on the open market. Why even risk their lives for such cheap side quests? Sipping from his liquor flask, a sudden surge of uncontrollable fury washed over Wu Shan, causing his knuckles to crack. As the bustling crowd before him blurred into a chaotic haze, he kept muttering darkly, "Forget it, those NPC issues do not concern me. This time, his execution is absolutely guaranteed. Every recent disaster will be completely blamed on Pei Yunhu." Pei Yunhu and Li Yan. Both are ranked 10-degree threats with a solid 39% awakening gauge. Suddenly shooting up to his feet, Wu Shan grinned with terrifying confidence. A 70% win rate should be plenty. Cutting to another location inside a dimly lit sanctuary, an unseen figure coldly shook the water from his freshly washed hands. Ominous footsteps slowly echoed out of the shadows. The menacing aura belonged to Pei Yunhu. His expression was dead serious as he marched forward, tightly gripping an abyss-black basket in his imposing grip. The mysterious item inside was violently glowing. It resembled a 5-colored divine scroll. Using a massive reality-bending trick, it hacked the Yanfu system's core script instantly, deleting 20 characters and injecting 3 new ones. While fundamental logic remained locked, it granted ultimate tracking access. Now he could completely pinpoint every Yanfu walker's coordinates, scanning the map once every hour. Upon mission completion, he would unlock 24/7 radar tracking and absolute command authority over surrendering targets. However, this god-tier item could never be stored in the inventory space. Pei Yunhu's face tightened with absolute resolve. "All or nothing," he muttered under his breath. Outside, the sky turned a suffocating gray. Bizarre black feathers swirled into a terrifying vortex in the empty void. The vortex violently expanded. A piercing whistle tore through the air as the dark storm raged. Trapped directly beneath this devastating attack was Li Yan. Those dark feathers unleashed a horrifying aura shrieking through the air. Yet, standing straight in that lethal gale, Li Yan didn't flinch. "Bring it on," he roared, radiating pure defiance. A cocky smirk crossed his lips. His vitality surged, blocking the devastating blow. Guess my money wasn't wasted, he chuckled, admiring his impenetrable defense. A blue holographic panel flashed before him. Item Frost Condor Snow Armor. Type Defensive Gear. Rarity Epic Tier. Liang Yulin's ultimate masterpiece, the Ancient Jade Artisan. It boosted vitality by 50% for anyone below the 10th capital rank. Su Du summoned her friendship bamboo and the system interface instantly flashed its stats. The catch: human bloodlines couldn't equip it. Li Yan eyed Su Du's floating treasure with a heavy sigh. Honestly, what was a flashy toy like that even worth in this deadly game? Its market value completely crushed Diao Shui. Everyone agreed it was top-tier loot. Even Zhang threw in a rare bronze token as a bonus. Meanwhile, down in the 3 underworld market, the gambling district roared with life. Here you either struck legendary wealth overnight or lost your very soul. The imperial city crawled with shady merchants peddling endless black market trash. But with the right appraisal skills, this place was an absolute goldmine. Too bad very few possessed that kind of overpowered vision. Right at the alley entrance, massive supply and completely spotless transactions. A perfectly clean setup, but definitely not cheap. Li Yan stood silently scanning the chaotic scene. Smuggling a living soul into the underworld, the local forces had to be plotting something. He smirked. Let us see what kind of insane fate awaits Pei Yunhu. Back in the real world, absolute tension choked the police station. Sunlight pierced through the glass, striking the metallic badge on the desk. It barely illuminated the suffocating darkness of the room. The entire office was a disaster zone of scattered case files. A standard-issue police cap lay carelessly abandoned right in the dead center. But the focal point, heavily magnified surveillance photos, blurry and distorted. Someone had clearly been obsessing over these mysterious clues for hours on end. A mysterious figure snatched up a print, freezing for a split second. It showed a young guy lounging on a bench, head bowed, grinning at his companion. Snap! A burst of golden flame instantly devoured the photo's edge. The sharp stench of ash flooded the space. Shrouded in pitch-black shadows, the man's icy voice dripped with pure malice. These Yanfu walkers, nothing but overgrown brats playing God, always triggering massive disasters without cleaning up their own mess. Suddenly, the piercing shriek of a ringing cell phone shattered the deadly silence. The harsh noise violently dragged him back to reality. He glared at the flashing caller ID. The relentless ringing felt like needles in the desolate room. He answered his voice, a low growl. Hello? No introductions from the other side, just cold business. Agents 4 and 9 have gone completely dark. Those absolute trash-tier slackers. His eyes flashed dangerously. Secure Pei Yunhu before midnight. We need this Yanfu event closed without a single error. The sheer authority radiating from the speaker made even this hardened commander hesitate for a fraction of a second. But without our heavy hitters, 4-9, our victory is absolutely not guaranteed. The voice snarled back. Nothing in this brutal system is guaranteed. You think one pathetic 10th capital ranker can shatter the heavens? A suffocating pause hung in the air before he yielded. Understood. The scene smashed, cut to a towering half-built skyscraper. The blazing late afternoon sun was finally surrendering to the creeping dusk. Li Yan casually crunched on a raw carrot. He threw a sideways glance at the ethereal Su Du magically hovering right beside him. Hey Su Du, got any illusion skills to mask yourself as a normal human? The absolutely absurd request left the spirit totally dumbfounded. Well, sensing her hesitation, Li Yan smoothly pivoted. All right, just fly higher out of sight then, and keep your spiritual senses locked on Yan City. My instincts scream a massive boss drop is waiting. She stayed completely deadpan, offering 0 words. Her mystical gaze simply drifted over the mortal, locking intensely onto his legendary Lin Yuan ancient coin string. Completely oblivious to her stare, our protagonist just waited for a reply. Su Du puffed her cheeks. Humph. She turned away, but her spirit body obediently ascended anyway. Ethereal wings pulsed through the air. Li Yan leaned back, watching her glowing silhouette fade into the sky. Below, the ancient coin silently pulsed, mutating into a sinister emerald hue. Li Yan smirked inwardly. Dan Niang promised that once every single coin gleamed with pure emerald energy, her mana would peak. Enough power to completely reconstruct Liang Ye's destroyed physical vessel. Let the epic spending spree commence. First stop, the system pawnshop. He casually dumped his reward hat for 20,000 copper fragments. Next up, a vintage music shop to secure a classic phonograph. Tick-tock. The relentless countdown of the system timer refused to wait. Li Yan chilled silently next to the night guard. 2 steaming mugs of tea, and an incredibly awkward silence. The guard finally shattered the quiet about yesterday. Li Yan instantly jumped on the response, and anime sweat dropped, slowly sliding down his forehead. Yesterday, I took over the shift and cleared the paperwork. They both chugged their boiling tea in perfect sync. Keep up the good work, the guard nodded. Absolutely, Li Yan replied, playing the humble rookie. Outside, the bustling city streets swarmed with clueless NPCs, living their mundane lives. High above, a sinister ash-gray raven perched on the wires, its glowing eyes recording every single movement. As twilight devoured the sky, the towering concrete jungles were swallowed by creeping shadows. The deceptively warm breeze lulled the mortal realm into a false sense of absolute peace. Li Yan kicked his boots up on the desk, tilting his chair back and snoring like a beast. Boom! The outside erupted into pure chaos. The explosive sounds of a brutal mob fight instantly snapped him wide awake. Groaning with heavy annoyance, Li Yan cracked his eyes open. He squinted at the massive screaming mob. Still half asleep and aggressively scratching his head, he dragged his aura-infused body outside. What the hell is going on? He yawned, his killing intent flaring slightly. You want to throw down, take your pathetic brawl off campus. One of the punks whipped around, flashing a mocking sneer. Get lost, you absolute moron. Oh, that was the wrong move. Li Yan's eyes widened in sheer explosive rage. He ground his teeth together. You son of a bitch. Bam! A vice-like grip crushed the punk's shoulder. Before the thug could even flinch, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Flash step, Li Yan unleashed a devastating kick, launching the trash mob spinning through the air before slamming violently into the concrete. That was the trigger. The entire bloodthirsty mob swarmed him like a hive of enraged hornets. Li Yan's pupils shrank as the overwhelming numbers closed in. Time seemed to freeze as a single golden autumn leaf gracefully drifted to the battlefield. Cut to the serene Xiangshan Park. 2 secretive figures sat shoulder to shoulder on a secluded bench, the tension thick before the girl finally broke the silence. Sun Daeong went completely MIA today. His family is tearing the factory apart, screaming that he vanished without a trace last night. Xiaoming crossed her arms, shooting an irritated glare at Pei Yunhu, while dramatically shrugging. A low-level thug like him only ran with absolute garbage. The list of enemies wanting to crush him is practically endless. He's always triggering disasters at the plant. $10 says he triggered a deadly quest and bolted to save his own skin. Why the hell is his brother picking fights over it? Pei Yunhu just flashed a chilling smile. Yeah, totally. Wait a second, her eyes narrowed in deep suspicion. You were a no-show at the factory this morning, too. Where were you lurking? He slowly tilted his head back, the blinding midday sun casting heavy shadows over his unreadable expression. Just a pathetic little clan dispute. Nothing I couldn't obliterate today. He stared at the vast sky, his tone dropping dangerously low. Anyway, Xiaoming, the shadows are getting way too long. Taking the hint, she immediately shot up from the bench. Ah, crap. You're right, I need to log off and head home. Realizing she had completely misread the atmospheric tension, Pei Yunhu frantically waved his hands in an anime panic. No wait, that's absolutely not what I meant. She leaned down with a smirk. So what exactly is your intention? She shot him a knowing glance. You are a full-grown man. Why are you overthinking this so much? Hazel looked down quietly. Pei Yunhu lowered his heavy voice. You have taken excellent care of me recently, and I believe. He instantly returned to his usual shy demeanor. I only wanted to invite you to a movie. I swear there is no other meaning. He tilted his head, thinking back. But when I bought the tickets, there were no early showings. If we go, it might be extremely late. Standing against the backlight made her expression seem somewhat gentle. It naturally left me completely mesmerized for a passing moment. Mia furrowed her brows in pure agony as crimson blood violently spurted from her neck. Panic-stricken, Pei Yunhu rushed to catch her completely limp body before she hit the ground. He stared at the fatal wound on her neck, shivering in absolute horror. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became terrifyingly dead and silent. Nobody dared to speak, leaving only the eerie rustling of the tree leaves. A heavy footstep slowly echoed across the dirt ground. Standing right across from him was Pei Yunhu, wearing a truly terrifying expression. In this cruel world, there will always be undeniably arrogant fools. Though they keep their mouths shut, their subconscious truly believes they are the absolute rulers of the world. They are completely different from mere mischievous and highly rebellious children. His face darkened instantly, making the surrounding air feel completely suffocating in a flash. The rare talents of these awakened people and even their genuine emotions are actually not entirely wrong at all. It was Terra. He pulled down the brim of his hat and growled. They are even more elite than the vast majority of normal people. but their true and fatal flaw is lacking any sense of responsibility. He stared directly into his eyes with absolute conviction. Sir Realm Walker, you have completely crossed the line. Pei Yunhu held onto the neck of Mia, remaining dead silent while the man's echoing voice kept ringing in his ears. If the so-called Realm Walkers are all arrogant scum like you, the enemy narrowed his eyes in pure disgust, then it would be far better to leave absolutely everything for our Terra faction to handle. Mia closed her eyes in pure peace, letting out a very soft and gentle breath. The man glared intensely, his face wrinkling up to reveal a truly wicked and malicious aura. The ruthless way you use any dirty trick truly disgusts me. Pei Yunhu gently brushed his hand against her cold face, but his spoken words were completely drenched in an unimaginably terrifying and dark aura. A petty man is never a true gentleman, and without pure ruthlessness, one cannot be a great man. The enemy raised a single finger. Let me correct you, just this once, so remember it well. He forcefully pointed his finger directly at Pei Yunhu, his arrogant tone undeniably rising a few notches. The truth is, a man without absolutely any limits is never a true great man. The haunting caws of crows and flapping wings echoed wildly everywhere. Crimson blood dripped down, creating a truly terrifying pattering sound. The confused crowd looked around, constantly pointing at each other. Did you search the center yet? Where did the target go? They cautiously pushed forward, completely missing the hidden shadow of Li Yan, concealing himself up in the tree branches. He grabbed his bleeding chest, painfully suppressing his groans of pure agony. The mechanical system notification suddenly rang out. You have been hit by a highly specialized bullet. He clenched his fists incredibly tight, staring at the severe wound on his chest with a soft, painful groan. You are currently trapped in a paralyzed status due to a specialized wound, reducing your recovery rate by 500%. He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. He had survived so many deadly trials, yet one single misstep dragged him straight down into this filthy mud pit. The tiny scout bird belonging to Stella flapped its wings furiously and flew over. With a continuous fluttering sound, it landed right on his leg and chirped sharply. Reporting, my lord, I have urgent news. Only then did the little bird notice its beloved master violently coughing up fresh crimson blood, its tiny eyes rolling back in pure shock. He gritted his teeth extremely hard, desperately trying to suppress his agonizing voice. I am fine. What is the situation? Stella panicked and screamed loudly through the link. Something terrible happened at Fragrant Hill Park. There is gun smoke and even loud explosions. He lowered his head as cold sweat dripped endlessly. Stella, go scout ahead and report back to me immediately. The little bird forcefully spread its wings and zoomed away in a total flash. Understood, loud and clear, my lord. Li Yan twisted his hand, forcing the special bullet lodged inside his chest to fall out. He stared coldly at it, his expression darkening completely as he glanced back into the terrifyingly tense and heavy atmosphere. He peered down below only to realize there was just one single pathetic guard standing watch. System alert, you have successfully located a prey target. Begin the deadly hunt for your prey. The weather gradually darkened, leaving the back of the building completely dead and silent. A terrifying crunching sound echoed as the man heavily stepped on the dry, dead leaves. The guard lifted his foot, absent-mindedly looking down. Suddenly, a single small stone fell from directly above his oblivious head. The abrupt noise totally startled the nervous man. Suddenly, a terrifying swordsman wearing a blood-red armor appeared from nowhere, tightly gripping a spear and violently hurling it straight toward him. Boom! With a massive impact, his heavy body was violently blasted far away. The skilled man reflexively arched his back and quickly drew his high-tier gun. The deafening sound of continuous, rapid gunfire echoed piercingly through the dark air. The red swordsman was heavily attacked, but its incredibly tough armor remained completely undamaged. The guard hunched over as the ear-piercing sound of emptying gun magazines continued roaring endlessly without any sign of stopping. The fierce swordsman rolled powerfully, using its entire body to crash into the ground with a painful, heavy thud. It stood back up completely, engulfed in a thin white mist, and gradually transformed back into its true original form. Li Yan appeared like a ghost from behind, gripping a deadly long sword in his steady hand. The incredibly sudden ambush left the guard with absolutely no time to react, his body violently jerking up purely out of desperate survival instincts. Swoosh. He unleashed a devastating forward slash, but the enemy swiftly leaped backward, executing a completely perfect dodge. Without even touching the ground, Li Yan spun gracefully through the air, his sharp blade practically tearing the very atmosphere apart. The desperate opponent bent his legs powerfully, blindly retreating backward to save his own life. Finally, Li Yan gritted his teeth furiously and delivered a violently lethal slash directly across the terrified man's chest. The defeated man collapsed heavily to the ground, a glowing crimson slash mark blazing across his chest as the cold mechanical system voice rang directly in Li Yan's ears. "We are deeply sorry, but you have utterly failed to obtain the legacy inheritance." Li Yan's face darkened, staring down at the cleanly slashed man in complete surprise. This guy was a system marksman, unable to even close his eyes before perishing. Li Yan slowly picked up the dropped gun. "It seems this mission is not simple at all," Li Yan muttered in a deep tone. "A mere marksman actually controlling the minds of others for a short time. There is absolutely a hidden puppet master lurking somewhere nearby." At that exact moment, Stella materialized right beside him and whispered softly, "My lord, the situation over at Fragrant Hill." While Li Yan was completely distracted, massive razor-sharp glass shards suddenly plummeted from high above, aiming precisely at the exact spot where he and Stella were currently standing. He instantly leaped to the side, watching the lethal glass violently shatter into a million pieces on the ground before shifting his fierce gaze upward. There stood a girl with blood-soaked hands and terrifyingly pale purple skin. Her dead eyes were entirely soulless and hollow, completely like an unconscious walking corpse. Li Yan kept his head held high, his internal mood growing undeniably heavier by the second. This is a severe crisis. Suddenly, a pure white spirit bird appeared, and instantly thousands of magical duplicates spawned right out of thin air. They all simultaneously flapped their wings aggressively, swarming straight into the massive building ahead. They dashed swiftly through the terrified crowd, trailing a brilliant blue aura from their tails that painted the entire atmosphere in a fresh, glowing pale blue. Fully utilizing their incredibly tiny bodies, they accelerated to absolutely insane speeds. Their glowing eyes frantically scanned the entire chaotic area, ceaselessly looking around as if desperately hunting for a specific target. Li Yan stood silently at the very base of the towering building, his mental vigilance pushed to the absolute maximum limit. He shut his eyes tightly as the surrounding aura became intensely suffocating and died in an utterly frustrating pitch black. Those violent street thugs fighting right at the main entrance were now obviously being controlled by someone else. Right at this very moment, Li Yan suddenly realized a horrifying truth. Oh no, that mysterious puppet master is actively trying to invade and completely control my mind. The white bird darted through the concrete jungle. It finally spotted its target, instantly locking its piercing gaze onto the prey. Through their telepathic link, Li Yan snapped his head up toward the 4th floor. He vaulted upward with explosive speed, reaching the sensory zone in mere seconds. He landed silently on the window frame. A woman was inside changing clothes, but Li Yan's cold eyes showed absolutely zero emotion. The woman panicked and stumbled backward with a piercing scream. Swish! Li Yan's throwing knife buried itself into the wall inches from her face. He did not flinch. The room fell into a dead silence, split between pure terror and boiling rage. The girl raised her hands instinctively, backing away. Li Yan's gaze darkened. The scout bird was elite, perfectly stealthy and highly agile. Yet the creature that was flying moments ago now lay slaughtered in a pool of blood. This was a brutally calculated kill, not an accidental misstep. The woman pressed herself against the cold wall, trembling. The menacing clack of his approaching footsteps hammered into her sanity. Li Yan ripped the door open, staring dead ahead. The woman's face flushed crimson as she frantically covered herself, completely exposed from the waist down. "Pervert!" Her deafening scream shattered the silence, echoing all the way down to the basketball court below. The players froze, snapping their heads upward. As the crowd peeked into the bizarre scene with nervous sweat drops, Li Yan suddenly raised his gun and fired a warning shot. The gunshot tore through the quiet atmosphere. Bang! The bullet blasted into the concrete right beside the first girl, making her shrivel up in absolute dread. The crowd outside scattered like ants. "He has a gun. Run!" Meanwhile, that smoking barrel was now aimed point blank at the girl inside. Staring down the abyss of the gun barrel, she swallowed her words in terror. Li Yan's aura turned terrifyingly dark. "Having fun playing games, girl?" While deadly tension choked the upper floor, the security guard was casually whistling on his patrol. Suddenly, a breathless student sprinted up and blocked his path, panting heavily. "Sir, you need to see this." The bespectacled guard tilted his head, hiding his eyes behind the lenses. "What is it? Did something happen?" The guy gasped for air. "That new guard. The one named Li. He is over there." The older man instantly bolted, sprinting so fast his feet barely touched the pavement. Oh my god, this is an absolute disaster. Back in the room, the terrified girl was now sobbing uncontrollably. Sir, I do not know how I offended you. What are you trying to do? Li Yan silently shifted his gaze to the other woman cornered against the wall. She was trembling violently, painting a pitiful picture with tear-filled eyes. Li Yan narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. Just then, frantic shouting erupted from the hallway outside. Mr. Li, the guard clenched his fists, peeking nervously through the doorway while frantically waving the crowd back with his free hand. If you have problems, we can talk. If work is hard or your family is struggling, we will help you. Just put the weapon down. Li Yan ignored him, his fingers scraping against the pistol grip with a grating click. He smirked coldly. Hey girl, let us make a little bet. The victim shuddered. Bet? On what? He glared at the other woman. I bet that you both want me dead. Boom. The fragile girl suddenly drew a hidden blade. She lunged forward, unleashing a vicious slash at Li Yan. A sinister red aura erupted around her blade. It slashed toward his shoulder with impossible superhuman speed. Li Yan's eyes gleamed with killing intent. I knew it. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. The deafening roar of gunpowder shattered the deadly illusion. The explosion threw the crowd outside into pure chaos. He actually fired. The head guard sprinted forward, his heart pounding out of his chest as the students began to scream. Shots fired, cold sweat drenched the old man's face. Pure panic infected the hallway as someone screeched at the top of their lungs. Murder. He killed her. Inside the bloodbath, the assassin balanced her deadly crimson sword, unleashing a whirlwind of strikes. Li Yan danced backward, dodging the lethal edge by mere millimeters. Li Yan countered with his firearm. He used insane agility to weave through her flawless sword technique. Steel clashed with bullets in a breathtaking high-stakes duel. Smash! A sickly, pale hand suddenly crushed the wooden door. The previously innocent girl now radiated dark energy, her eyes glowing fiercely as thick purple miasma exploded from her body. She let out a demonic shriek that completely warped the surrounding air. Li Yan was blasted backward as the system's emergency alarms instantly flooded his mind. Warning, you have directly engaged the power of Mu Kui. He violently shook his head, fighting off the toxic purple death aura trying to invade his system. Vaulting off the wall, Li Yan created distance from the corrupted zone. He locked his weapon into a defensive stance. It is finally time to show your true colors. The swordswoman took her stance. Looming behind her was a soulless pale corpse acting as a meat shield. Meanwhile, Fragrant Mountain Park remained eerily quiet, broken only by rustling autumn leaves. A silver-haired man walked forward with his hands casually stuffed in his pockets. The stench of blood is getting nauseatingly thick. He scanned the absolute massacre before him. Mangled bodies littered the ground in a massive pool of crimson, yet his face remained chillingly emotionless. Without batting an eye, Wu Shan stepped over the corpses. What a spectacular mess. But amidst the slaughter, one lone survivor remained standing carrying a small girl on his back. Wu Shan glared from the shadows, making his sinister aura spike to terrifying levels. It was the warrior Ren Shi and Little Meng. A massive gaping hole was blown through Ren Shi's chest, soaking his uniform in fresh blood. Only Meng remained spotless. Wu Shan's crimson eyes flared dangerously. Ren Shi, are you just going to swallow this humiliation? But the heavily wounded man just stared at the ground in deep thought. He lowered his head in utter defeat. The target is gone. It was a bitter truth he could not face. Not only did the prey escape, but his comrades were slaughtered one by one in cold blood. Wu Shan stepped up aggressively, scanning the ruined battlefield. Regardless of what happened, your guild helped me. Tell me where that bastard went. I will massacre him for you. Understanding his deadly intent, Ren Shi gently placed Little Meng onto the grass. He fled way too far. Your party will never catch him now. Watching Wu Shan casually lean against a broken bench, Ren Shi sighed. The catastrophic battle had completely drained his core energy, leaving his voice heavy with devastating exhaustion. Your legacy system is fundamentally different from Outlander Awakeners. A warrior's absolute power level is strictly determined by the supreme tier of the mystic fruit they consume. That is exactly why we step in to clean up the catastrophic mess you walkers leave behind. Recalling the overwhelming tragedy that just unfolded, he growled through tightly gritted teeth. To you people, anything concerning the Nine Realms means absolutely nothing. We thought our manpower was more than enough, but I never expected this devastating outcome. Suddenly, thick crimson blood violently erupted from his throat, his breathing growing heavier by the second. Cough, cough. Watching the man suffer such a miserable fate, Vincent remained utterly silent, his expression completely unreadable. The dying man lowered his head. For the first time in his life, crushing helplessness swallowed him whole. Not only had he failed his crucial mission, but his body was completely shattered beyond repair. He never imagined such a humiliating defeat. Vincent noticed the man's life force rapidly fading into chaos. "Should I do you a favor and call for an ambulance?" he asked coldly. The warrior's battered body collapsed. Before his eyes closed forever, he stubbornly muttered his final words, consumed by bitter resentment. The fallen fighter slipped into eternal slumber, his body crumpling to the ground like a frail piece of straw. A horrifying chest wound gushed endless blood, creating a chilling contrast with Mia's spotless, innocent appearance standing right beside him. Trembling violently, he raised a blood-soaked hand. Pushing past his absolute limits, he desperately pointed toward a mysterious object deeply hidden inside his torn chest garment. This subtle movement instantly caught Vincent's sharp gaze. Thud. The man finally found his eternal rest, his exhausted eyes completely shutting as his life force vanished entirely. Stepping forward, Vincent cautiously reached into the dead man's bloodied robes, searching for the hidden item. Staring at the glowing ancient decree in his hands, a heavy silence fell over him. The mystic scroll radiated an overwhelming aura. Its surface was carved with majestic dragons and phoenixes, so incredibly lifelike, they looked ready to burst out of the parchment and soar into the very heavens. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, a bizarre torrent of enchanted water furiously materialized. What in the world is this? It was another ambusher possessing the terrifying traits of a merman. Twisting fluidly through his self-created aquatic domain, his muscular arm violently lunged straight for the sacred decree in Vincent's firm grip. Damn it, it's Zack. The attacker's flexible body spun gracefully through the air before landing without a single sound. Directly facing him stood Vincent, his defensive stance rock solid and ready for battle. In that exact fraction of a second, a massive blade viciously slashed toward his unprotected back. Vincent barely caught a glimpse of the deadly steel. Another cowardly sneak attack clang. Suddenly, a blazing crimson object instantly manifested right above his head. The red shield perfectly blocked the lethal strike. A female assassin elegantly twisted her lithe body, kicking off the very air itself to propel her figure a safe distance away. The impact violently knocked the heavy broadsword off its deadly course. Now a spinning crimson orb hovered in its place, rotating with terrifying speed. The female attacker touched the ground smoothly, tightly gripping the blade she just swung at him. She playfully smirked, her voice dripping with dangerous mockery. The name Zoe. Behind her lurked another intimidating man with a truly terrifying scowl. "Hand over the item right now. We'll kindly return it once we're done. Your choice." Vincent's face darkened as a ruthless grin formed. "And if I refuse your generous offer?" Zoe instantly surged forward with explosive power. She pulled her massive blade back, moving at blinding, ungodly speeds. "Then I will simply beat it out of your corpse." Suddenly, Vincent raised a commanding hand. "Hold on a second." Locking his piercing gaze on the deadly duo, he spoke with chilling calmness. "The dead know absolutely nothing. So even if I guess incorrectly, it wouldn't be considered disrespectful, right?" Whoosh. With a simple flick of his wrist, Vincent conjured a blazing magical flame. It rapidly spread outward, ultimately engulfing the tragic fallen warrior's lifeless corpse in a spectacular inferno. A heartbreaking, sizzling sound echoed through the battlefield. After dedicating half his life to protecting humanity, his heroic legacy was utterly reduced to ashes by a single unforgiving spark of magical fire. The menacing man opposite them stared with extreme caution. What the hell is he trying to do, destroying the corpse to erase all evidence? Zoe quickly extended her arm backward, firmly signaling her aggressive partner to hold his ground. Staring at the charred, blackened remains of the warrior, the atmosphere grew terrifyingly heavy. Vincent narrowed his sharp eyes, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "So this isn't some clever game of driving away wolves to feed tigers, is it?" Pei Yunhu really ran away like a complete coward. Pointing a challenging finger toward the deadly pair, his aura erupted. "Come at me, let's settle this with a real battle." Meanwhile, in another location entirely, the fading sunset cast eerie shadows against a nearby brick wall. Li Yan opened his mouth wide and confidently swallowed a mysterious glowing blue pill. With his hands casually shoved into his pockets, he strolled out the door, leaving behind a scene of absolute devastation. The once fiercely aggressive female fighter now lay completely motionless on the ground, her life force clearly extinguished forever. System alert. You have successfully obtained the legendary Emerald Vine Legacy. Watching his intimidating figure emerge from the shadows, the surrounding crowd instantly panicked into total chaos. Stepping past the terrified onlookers cowering by the walls, Li Yan let out an exhausted sigh. he spotted a security guard sprawled awkwardly on the floor, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of the recent bloodbath. Reaching out a helping hand, he kindly tried to pull the man up, but the guard shrieked in sheer horror, violently scrambling backward. Li Yan could only shake his head helplessly. "All right, suit yourself." Shoving his hands back in his pockets, he walked straight to the open window, fully intending to leap into the abyss below. Wait, this is the 4th floor. Is he actually going to jump? Has this psycho completely lost his mind? Bam! His fearless body plummeted downward at a terrifying speed. The panicking crowd frantically rushed to the ledge to look down. To their utter shock, Li Yan was already securely seated on a roaring motorcycle speeding off into the distant horizon. The grand fragrant tree park remained completely silent, hiding the devastating chaos that was secretly unfolding deep within its shadows. The crimson orb rocketed forward with devastating force. The merman spread his muscular arms wide, summoning a massive geyser of water from his feet to expertly deflect the heavy blow. Suddenly, 2 spinning magical spheres, perfectly synchronized, launching themselves straight toward Vincent at a blinding velocity. Zoe ruthlessly swung her colossal blade, slicing the blazing red orb perfectly in half. Boom. Unable to handle the pressure, the sphere violently exploded into 100 glowing shards. A highly corrosive crimson liquid splattered wildly across the battlefield. Caught completely off guard, several searing drops managed to splash directly onto her vulnerable skin. An agonizing burning sensation pierced her shoulder, causing the deadly assassin to groan in intense pain. Swinging her heavy broadsword with explosive force, she instantly blew the dangerous flying liquid far away. The second orb flipped wildly in midair. Her partner, completely caught by surprise, desperately scrambled backward to avoid the blast. Zoe visibly struggled to block the relentless barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, Vincent confidently spun the ancient decree in his hands. "Your pathetic splashes of water can't even scratch me." Zoe gritted her teeth in extreme frustration. "This damn sacred decree is just a highly annoying distraction. We can't safely grab it, but we can't destroy it either." She threw her hand back, signaling her partner before aggressively retreating. Swish! An eerie white serpent slowly slithered out from the very hilt of her cursed broadsword. It locked its cold gaze forward, freezing instantly in place. Within seconds, pure white scales and fur magically sprouted from its head. In the blink of an eye, the tiny snake transformed into a horrifying golden-eyed white dragon radiating absolute terror. The majestic beast extended its razor-sharp claws forward. Vincent immediately pivoted, his combat instincts flaring up. "You seriously think you can control me?" Out of nowhere, a translucent magical chain violently erupted, tightly binding his sturdy arms. Moving at godlike speeds, the mystical restraints completely wrapped around his entire body, leaving his limbs utterly paralyzed. The colossal dragon coiled dangerously around his trapped figure, locking its abyss-like eyes onto its helpless prey. Yet Vincent simply unleashed a fearless, arrogant laugh. At that exact moment, a mysterious golden system panel suddenly materialized directly above Zoe's head. The secrets hidden within Wu Shan were absolutely mind-blowing. The legendary Bai Zi commanded the love of all creation, a pure symbol of ancient times and wandering souls. It possessed a staggering 1,520 rank 7 spirit roots. A massive white tiger materialized right above her head. Its eyes were shut tight in an eerie, unsettling silence. Wu Shan stared in pure disbelief. His reddish-brown pupils shrank to pinpricks. A swirling blue aura hovered above her, yet she remained entirely clueless. Rolling up her sleeves, she slowly marched forward. So what if he was at the peak of the 10th realm? She launched herself forward with deadly resolve. This terrifying aura was a guaranteed death sentence even for peak 9th Lotus experts. Suddenly, a phantom-like blur brushed right past her. The movement was so absurdly fast, the naked eye could not even register it. A claw-like hand lunged out, snatching the sacred decree right from Wu Shan. Suju smirked in triumph, flapping her wings to soar high into the sky and escape the chaos. The moment the decree left his grasp, Wu Shan's invisible chains shattered. He casually raised a single arm, snatching Suju right by the ankle. A wicked predatory smirk crept onto his face. His expression went pitch black as he ground his teeth. He was not going to wait another second. Suju's eyes went wide with sheer panic as her entire body locked up in midair. With a vicious swoosh, Wu Shan hurled her directly into Zhao Xin's incoming attack. Agony caused her spine to arch violently. Suju was blasted away, rolling pathetically across the filthy ground. She let out a pained groan, biting down hard on her lip. Experiencing such bitter humiliation for the first time filled Suju with blazing fury. This bastard was an absolute monster to deal with. Wu Shan maintained his vice-like grip on Su Du's leg. A massive earth dragon erupted from the ground, circling them completely. From the opposite side, Zhao Xin charged in like a bullet dagger drawn for the kill. The nine-winged Su Du turned deathly pale. She never expected the battle to spiral out of control like this. Only Wu Shan remained perfectly calm, letting out a dark, adrenaline-fueled chuckle. Zhao Xin's split-colored hair whipped fiercely through the air as she pushed her speed to the absolute limit. Damn it, his reaction time is monstrous. Boom, both women were swatted away like mere flies. One crashed from the sky while the other skidded across the earth. Su Du's spine arched in pure agony amidst a massive dust cloud. Zhao Xin tumbled wildly, screaming out in brutal pain. Caught completely off guard, Zhao Wu rushed forward in sheer panic. Zhao Xin, he slid to his knees, frantically catching her bruised and battered body. Hey, are you going to make it? Zhao Xin winced hard, her voice nothing but a raspy whisper. I am not dead yet. Meanwhile, Wu Shan casually reached down to retrieve the glowing scroll, acting as if he was merely picking up a dropped coin. He stepped forward, glaring down at Su Du, who lay broken in a pool of her own crimson blood. There was absolutely zero mercy or pity in his cold eyes. Hidden Dragon Tiger Aura. Peak of the 10th Realm. Su Du choked out a pained gasp, her beautiful white wings now ruined by mud and dirt. The bastard's arrogant voice echoed mockingly in her ears. Nine-winged Su Du. Wu Shan's blood-red eyes gleamed with absolute madness. Your raw power is decent, but your brain is completely useless. Only then did he notice something slightly off. He lifted his mangled dangling hand. Despite the gruesome break, Wu Shan did not even flinch. Oh, my wrists snapped. Forcing my way out of that seal took a minor toll. Twisting his palm, a vibrant blue energy surged outward, gently wrapping around his shattered bones. In mere seconds, the severed wrist was flawlessly reattached. Wu Shan clenched his fist tightly, testing out his newly repaired grip. A heavy frown crept onto Zhao Wu's face at this terrifying display. Wu Shan's chillingly calm voice filled the air. Aside from the undead, all 10 spirit classes hold high prestige, yet the mutant beast spirit is supposedly a myth. He casually stepped right over Su Du's broken body, shoving a hand into his pocket. The mutant beast leader ranked second, cursed with bottomless greed and a devouring stomach. Zhao Wu immediately went on high alert, sensing an unnatural shift in Wu Shan's aura. The monologue continued. Ultimate foresight manifests within the eyes. He lowered his head, his voice dropping into a deadly rumble. By that exact same logic, the divine Bai Zi crushes all demons and beasts, awakening the heart of absolute omniscience. Realizing the monster was walking straight toward them, Zhao Wu immediately threw his arms wide, acting as a human shield for his sister. Bam! With just one hand, Wu Shan violently smashed the man's head backward. Zhao Xin froze in absolute terror. Brother, a sickening, bone-crushing crack echoed through the clearing. Wu Shan relentlessly forced Zhao Wu's skull deeper into the dirt. Paralyzed by fear and crippled by her own agonizing wounds, Zhao Xin could do nothing but watch helplessly. Propping himself up, Wu Shan flashed a devilish smirk. Little girl, your ancient inheritance deeply fascinates me. The horrifying scene made Zhao Xin tremble with overwhelming dread. Her brothers Xuan Ming and her own Bai Zi were both top-tier divine legacies. How could they possibly be losing to a seemingly trash-tier cat general lineage? Realizing death was staring them right in the face, Zhao Wu frantically choked out a surrender. We do not want the sacred decree anymore. We still have rare artifacts on us. I will even give you my Xuanming lineage. Just please let us walk away. Wu Shan casually pointed his thumb, his tone chillingly relaxed. I only want the Bai Zi. Hand it over and you two get to live. He casually tossed a mysterious stone right at their feet. I will only say this once, so play smart. This is the black stone chess piece. The perfectly smooth stone rested in the dirt, causing the entire atmosphere to drop to freezing temperatures. Zhao Xin bit her lip, completely humiliated, but left with absolutely no other choice. Fine, take it. Wu Shan immediately took a refreshing swig from his flask, letting out a dark chuckle. A very wise choice. This bizarrely casual reaction made Zhao Wu's eyes widen in shock. Are you seriously a raging alcoholic? Drops of pure liquor spilled down his chin, highlighting his terrifyingly smug grin. And what if I am? Zhao Wu's expression turned incredibly dark. The Xuanming lineage commands water, but it can also manipulate blood. Taking another swig, Wu Shan's crimson eyes flared with a psychotic brilliance. Oh, do keep talking. Zhao Xin suddenly realized his terrifying plan and screamed, "Brother, stop." But Zhao Wu ignored her completely, pointing his shaking finger with a bitter laugh. I tested this theory for a very long time. Manipulating raw water is child's play, but commanding blood is an entirely different nightmare. Even with an open wound standard, Xuanming power simply cannot hijack the blood of a living person. He slowly raised a hand toward his own temple. I finally realized the truth: pure water simply lacks a soul. Without hesitation, he viciously plunged his fingers into his own right eye. Roaring in agony, he screamed, "But if the blood carries impurities, I just need to pay the exact same price." Splash! Instantly, dark crimson blood exploded from Wu Shan's right eye. Zhao Xin was absolutely paralyzed by shock, her jaw dropping at the gruesome spectacle. To save her life, her brother had permanently sacrificed his own eye, using his own bleeding socket to launch a cursed blood strike. Ripping his fingers free, blood poured endlessly from his ruined eye, accompanied by a sickening wet squelch. Glaring with his one remaining eye, Zhao Wu flared his aura to the absolute max. "I will say this one last time. Take this Xuanming legacy and let us walk away." Wu Shan's right eye was now overflowing with cursed blood, forcing him to squint through the piercing pain. Yet the crushing grip of his hand did not weaken in the slightest. "I already told you. Play smart." Seeing his terrifying expression, Zhao Xin feared the worst for her brother. "Brother!" she screamed. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed. Li Yan came roaring from behind on his motorcycle, slamming violently into Wu Shan and launching him straight into the air. With a vicious spin of the tires, Li Yan gripped the handlebars hard. The rubber burned against the asphalt, unleashing an ear-piercing screech. He was not done yet. Revving the throttle, he shot forward like a bullet. The engine roared like a beast as the front tire slammed into Wu Shan, pinning him brutally against a massive tree. Li Yan twisted the throttle harder, his eyes burning with absolute thrill as the crushing pressure intensified. Wu Shan's spine arched sickeningly against the trunk, his hands reaching out in sheer agony. The spinning tire mercilessly ground into his chest. Driven by desperation, Wu Shan grabbed the scorching wheel with his bare hands, roaring to the heavens as he tried to push it back. Meanwhile, Li Yan nonchalantly chewed on a baby carrot. His face was entirely devoid of emotion, as if crushing a man with a motorcycle was just a casual stroll. Wu Shan glared, his blood-red pupils flashing a deadly silver, overflowing with absolute wrath. With an explosive roar, a monstrous force blasted both Li Yan and his heavy bike flying away. Twisting his body mid-air, Li Yan braced for a perfect landing. Crash! The wrecked motorcycle tumbled out of control, violently smashing into the distance. Reaching behind his back, Li Yan's expression turned stone cold. The fierce wind whipped through his hair. Moving with terrifying grace, he drew a deadly spear, planting its razor-sharp tip firmly into the ground. He used the weapon's leverage to stall his momentum in mid-air, but the battle was just starting. Behind Wu Shan, the massive phantom of an armored feline materialized. It was the legendary General Miao. Legends spoke of the mysterious General Miao Shrine, an enigmatic cat-bodied deity worshipped by travelers. Clenching his fists tight, Wu Shan summoned its ancient power. A bizarre blazing azure aura violently erupted around his body. Instantly, his horrific wounds began to rapidly regenerate. Seeing this, Li Yan launched himself high into the sky, executing a flawless spin as he thrust his heavy spear straight toward his target. Clang! The fatal strike was repelled by an invisible barrier. Wu Shan flashed a chilling, mocking smirk. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sending Li Yan violently crashing backward once again. Planting his hand firmly on the earth, Li Yan eyed his opponent with razor-sharp caution. This guy's awakened power was no joke. He needed a brilliant strategy, not just mindless aggression. 10 City Defense Form. Wu Shan thrust his fist forward. A terrifying crimson aura surged from his absolute core as a single vibrant drop of blood dripped from his open palm. Amidst the blinding crimson glow, Li Yan's combat instincts went on high alert. He quietly calculated the threat level. That blood magic, it can detonate for massive explosive damage. His attack output just spiked by an extra 10%, but my hook's star state will expire in exactly 1 hour. With a devastating healing ability on his side, Wu Shan's tactical advantage was undeniably overwhelming. It is a double-edged sword. You have to play it smart, wouldn't you agree? Li Yan stood in absolute silence for a heartbeat, slinging his heavy blade behind his back. Landing a critical hit requires physical contact, but such strikes can easily be countered by certain high-tier legacy skills, especially defensive awakenings. Thanks for making me realize that. Zhao Wu desperately supported his younger sister with one arm covering his bleeding right eye with the other. He limped heavily, trying to drag them away from the death zone. Hurry, this guy cannot hold off that drunken monster. Leave! Suddenly a spine-chilling voice echoed from the shadows behind them, instantly freezing their blood. The massive feline phantom rolled its haunting eyes back slowly, drawing the legendary General Meow's Crimson Death Blade system check: Flame Enhancement, Dark Water Enhancement, Earth Enhancement, Sacred Wood Enhancement, Golden Aura Enhancement, Locked Legacy Awakening Level 52%, 10 City Defense Form. Whoosh, whoosh, the terrifying sound of the blade slicing through the very air echoed out, followed by Wu Shan's voice sounding like a demon crawling straight out of hell. Where do you think you were going? Countless blazing chains erupted from the void, completely trapping the Zhao siblings. Paralyzed by the overwhelming speed, they could only watch in absolute despair. Zhao Wu frantically scanned his surroundings, panic gripping his pounding heart. How is this even possible? It is just a low-tier General Meow legacy. He locked his eyes onto the brutal clash between the other two. Lockdown, rapid healing, spatial sealing, and debuff fields. His skill synergy is literally flawless. Wu Shan clenched his fists, his face sinking into terrifying darkness. The towering phantom of General Meow stood behind him, exuding a power that inspired pure despair. Slamming his blade tip into the earth, Li Yan shifted into a defensive stance. Instantly, 4 mystical talismans materialized around him. A violent hurricane swept through the battlefield, sending his trench coat violently whipping in the wind. 3 of the ancient talismans ignited with blinding, chaotic colors: gold, purple, orange, and silver. They were the legendary Heavy Ming Bird's Yang Fire, the Parrot's Cursed Speech, the Bai Fang's Blood Scale Flame, and the 9-headed Bird's Flawless Visage. The ethereal silhouette of an ancient maiden slowly manifested behind him. With pitch-black wings and glowing silver eyes, her divine presence massively amplified Li Yan's fighting aura. A dangerously cunning glint flickered deep within his eyes. The system chimed in. You have chosen to consume 35% of your awakening level to achieve the Spectral Bird's Tier 1 Ultimate Breakthrough. The success rate for this monumental breakthrough is exactly 100%. Immediately, a blinding system notification flashed. Confirm consumption of 35% awakening to transcend the Spectral Bird's first limit. Breakthrough success guaranteed at 100%. It added a crucial warning. Attention! The evolutionary path of this supreme legacy is directly bound to the host's foundational combat mastery. Please ensure at least one core mastery exceeds 75% before initiating the breakthrough. Meanwhile, Li Yan simply stood there, his eyes closed in absolute terrifying serenity. The system interface pinged again, reminding him of the golden rule. The higher your specialization mastery, the more devastating the final legacy skills will become. The final prompt flashed: Bloodline Skill Reforming Post-Breakthrough. Behind him, the Spectral Bird's ancient spirit roared to life. Li Yan focused his absolute will, letting her terrifying phantom aura wrap completely around his body. Suddenly, the system projected the Spectral Bird's new godly stats. The Spectral Bird's ancient spirit has successfully completed its first-tier ultimate breakthrough. Current Spectral Bird awakening level stabilized at 47%. Hook Star explosive attack speed boosted by a monstrous 470%. 35% awakening successfully consumed. 4. Ascension. Breakthrough evaluation, flawless execution. Your highest specialization rating is Ancient Martial Arts, standing at a staggering 93%. Your active legacy is the Spectral Bird's Hook Star Spirit. The mechanical voice finally confirmed it. Evolution sequence complete. A brand new golden system panel violently shattered the air. You have awakened the hidden legacy skill Phantom Flight. This is an absolute passive state. Phantom Flight activation will actively consume energy based on total percentage output. Instantly, the massive Spectral Bird mirrored Li Yan's terrifying martial arts, throwing a devastating phantom punch alongside his physical strike. The system chimed one last time. Upon activation, the Spectral Bird's spirit will materialize. For every 2 attacks the host lands, the Phantom will unleash one devastating mimic strike, dealing 147% base damage. Condition applied. If the prior attack was a designated skill, it only perfectly mimics techniques born purely from ancient martial arts. The system confirmed that the Spectral Harpy's strike would inherit the previous skill's special effects. For instance, if the last attack was the Tiger's Blaze, the Harpy's follow-up would erupt with a massive wave of high-tier buffs. Li Yan swung his spear with deadly precision. Above him, the Harpy Phantom mirrored his exact combat movements, striking in perfect synchronization. Instantly, the system interface exploded. Countless new stat blocks and combat move details flooded his vision. When activating the Swallow's Piercing Lotus, the Harpy's phantom strikes are calculated individually. However, the raw damage output drops to exactly 47% of the original attack. Hidden Flight also scaled off the 9 Winds and Corpse Hound buffs. The Harpy's devastating strike inflicted severe frostbite, directly damaging the opponent's soul. Ethereal petals drifted across the system interface. It officially classified the Harpy as the Maiden of the Heavenly Emperor, while her spectral form continued hovering ominously above. Suddenly, the massive phantom began to shrink. Li Yan narrowed his eyes with calm focus, reaching out to grasp the blinding core of light. The Harpy's voice echoed with ancient power. Your inheritance and equipped artifacts possess absolute top-tier quality. Therefore, I shall spare your miserable life today. The bystanders watched in sheer disbelief. The system chimed in once more. By consuming the Wind Resonance buff, you have randomly acquired a brand new active state skill. Immediately, Li Yan's skill tree expanded. A golden notification flashed brightly. You have successfully unlocked the Wind's Grace movement skill. The system detailed the insane effects, an explosive boost to movement speed but inflicts lethal exhaustion within 2 seconds. Then a blaring red warning appeared. Your skill slots are full. Please delete a skill and spend points to return to Yan Fu. He frowned at the harsh requirement, instantly activating his dual Hidden Flight state skills to prepare for battle. Wind's Grace will severely strain your physical body during transit. Please endure it. Snapping back to reality, he locked eyes with Wu Shan's feral fox battle soul. Meanwhile, his own Harpy Phantom roared. Without warning, 2 volatile energy spheres blasted toward him. Li Yan instinctively raised his legendary spear in defense. With a ferocious thrust, he split the energy spheres cleanly in half. He then charged straight at Wu Shan, forcing the stunned enemy into a desperate retreat. Wu Shan grimaced, cursing internally at the overwhelming pressure. His movement speed is terrifyingly fast. Refusing to yield, he launched another barrage of devastating energy orbs. Li Yan spun his spear like a steel tornado. The incoming projectiles were effortlessly deflected into the surroundings, fizzling out into harmless sparks of light. He frowned in confusion, his combat instincts screaming. They just vanished. But before he could process it, 2 more lethal orbs ambushed him from the blind spot. Li Yan braced himself for the heavy impact. Planting his feet firmly, he swept his spear in a flawless arc, perfectly parrying the deadly strike. His eyes narrowed sharply as he analyzed the shifting battlefield. I can only deflect 2, maybe 3 light flags at a time. But what if this bastard is intentionally baiting me into a deadly trap? Without hesitation, he twirled his spear into a blinding frenzy. Across the arena, Wu Shan kept unleashing relentless assaults. Suddenly, the magnificent Harpy Phantom manifested behind Li Yan. A razor-sharp spiritual feather materialized in the air. Li Yan locked his gaze and lunged forward with explosive force, while Wu Shan desperately summoned a vibrant azure energy ribbon. Gripping the ethereal silk tightly, Wu Shan gritted his teeth against the earth-shattering spear thrust. Above them, the Harpy Phantom unleashed her deadly feathered dart with absolute precision. Panicking, Wu Shan pushed himself to the absolute limit. He instantly whipped up a crimson energy band to block the incoming projectile. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield as the feather clashed. The fierce rivalry ignited. A master of the spear clashed wildly against the wielder of the mystic azure silk. From the heavens, the Harpy Phantom rained down lethal spectral darts, but Wu Shan flawlessly manipulated his remaining crimson silk to form an impenetrable shield. The deflected darts shattered the very ground beneath them. A blinding symphony of high-speed clashes erupted instantly. Wu Shan swung his hardened spiritual silk, his mind racing with sheer disbelief at the overwhelming pressure. Below the 10 palaces, only 5 exist with a 90% specialization. His ancient martial arts mastery is at 90%. That is barely above my own 89% rating. On the other side, Li Yan gripped his weapon tightly. With the towering Harpy Phantom resonating above him, he coldly analyzed the escalating life-or-death struggle. This Li Yan already surpassed the 10 capitals' average strength, and now he is breaking through his peak limits. Mid-battle, talk about absolute nightmare luck. Suddenly, a piercing blue beam struck his wrist. Li Yan's survival instincts flared instantly, pulling his spear back into a defensive stance. Wu Shan and his beast soul glared back with killing intent. A confident, borderline arrogant smirk spread across Li Yan's face. He casually tapped his own cheek, mocking the fresh bleeding spear, gash now marking Wu Shan's terrified face. Humiliated, absolute fury blazed in Wu Shan's eyes. Like shooting stars, the two warriors collided in a world-shattering clash. Steel sang against spiritual silk in a symphony of destruction, both fighters pushing past their physical limits. A horrifying crack echoed. Wu Shan's spiritual weapon began to shatter, forcing him to release his grip in panic. Even his feline battle soul gazed down in utter shock. Wu Shan stood completely paralyzed, watching his trusted weapon crumble into useless dust right before his very eyes. He shot a terrified glare at his monstrous opponent. Just what kind of godly weapon is that? Desperate for answers, he activated his dual-pupil insight to inspect the terrifying spear. The system data forcibly uploaded into his mind: tiger-headed spear, sharpness level 100, passive trait piercing fang. Every single weapon clash triggers a devastating destructive judgment roll. Upon a successful roll, it inflicts severe structural damage to any weapon with inferior sharpness. The deadly spear tip lunged right at Wu Shan's throat. He scrambled backward, his mind screaming in absolute terror. He wants to destroy everything. A sinister crimson smoke suddenly erupted from his palms, condensing into a fierce concentrated aura. Digging his heels in, Wu Shan hurled his blazing red artifact straight at Li Yan unfazed. The spearman spun his weapon into an iron wall of defense. The relentless clashing of metal rang out like a storm. A deadly rainbow of magical weapons rained down like artillery fire. But Li Yan's footwork was absolutely godlike, slipping through the lethal barrage with breathtaking precision. The mist weapons bombarded the arena floor, kicking up a massive dust storm. Li Yan viciously struck down a glowing blue artifact. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu deployed her heavy chains, forming an impenetrable defensive ring around herself and Zhao Xin. Safely inside the iron cage, she kept her eyes glued to the apocalyptic showdown unfolding before them, meticulously analyzing every single move. Cobalt blue signifies healing, golden yellow provides heavy defense, while crimson red unleashes high-temperature flames alongside those mystic azure weapons. She gritted her teeth, a massive realization striking her mind. He is just missing one white flag to completely seal us in. But the spearman was fighting to a standstill against the four massive banners. In just 5 or 6 strikes, 10 at most, he completely held his ground. Li Yan thrust his spear forward, wildly clashing with the colorful flags as Wu Shan gritted his teeth and furiously fought back. Zhao Xin figured out that the 3 alternating banners would reveal a fatal opening. Suddenly, Li Yan's eyes flashed with fierce determination. He rapidly swung his spear forward, instantly forcing the cluster of magical flags to scatter wide open. Seeing this, Wu Shan gritted his teeth in sheer anger. He frantically tried to retreat as Li Yan's spear, now completely unobstructed by the banners, aimed directly at his vital spots. His face turned incredibly dark. Staring in utter desperation, he screamed internally, "Damn it, I cannot dodge this deadly strike." Suddenly stopping, Wu Shan tightly gripped a glowing blue banner while Li Yan fiercely charged forward. Out of nowhere, a stray flag aggressively looped around, instantly deflecting the deadly trajectory of his incoming spear. Li Yan swiftly slashed his devastating spear downward. From above, the Guhuo Bird aggressively hurled deadly darts while Wu Shan desperately raised his magical blue banner to block the overwhelming assault. Then the magical crimson banner violently coiled around Li Yan's spearhead, forcefully swinging out to completely halt his devastating thrust in its tracks. The Guhuo Bird launched another barrage of razor-sharp feathers. This time, Wu Shan took a direct hit and staggered backward. He quickly bounded up desperately, anchoring his entire body to the ground to avoid being blown away. Above them, the cat general's spirit glared fiercely down at him through the chaotic swirling smoke. Halting his steps, Wu Shan slowly looked up. With bloodshot eyes and a wildly flushed face, he flashed a maniacal grin and praised out loud. "Not bad at all, you actually got some real skills." Frowning fiercely, Li Yan swung his powerful weapon using the ultimate tiger pounce technique, roaring out loud. But the orange banner instantly blocked the deadly spearhead. Wu Shan scowled deeply, glaring right back at him. The cat general glared menacingly as he defended against the brutal attack. Li Yan desperately pushed his spear forward, his face contorted in sheer struggle until the magical cloth completely coiled around his weapon once again. Hovering above, the Guhuo Bird watched with a dark expression while Li Yan heavily anchored his stance to forcefully pull his spear back. But Wu Shan tightly grabbed the other end of the weapon, pulling it incredibly taut. His eyes burned with intense malice as he thought, "You want to leave now? It is way too late." Suddenly, the Guhuo Bird flapped its massive wings violently, firing a razor-sharp magical feather straight at Wu Shan. Still desperately struggling with the bound weapon, absolute panic unexpectedly exploded within his rapidly racing mind. Am I really going to die? His eyes widened in pure terror, watching the deadly quill aimed right at his face, silently screaming in absolute despair and sheer panic. Is this really the end? Die! Suddenly, Zhao Yu's heavy iron chains shot forward like absolute lightning. Startled, Zhao Xin quickly looked up and yelled out, "The locking chains are finally moving." The brutal chains viciously ambushed Li Yan from behind. Meanwhile, he relentlessly spun his mighty spear, the orange magic flag aggressively wrapping around the deadly metallic shaft. Frowning deeply, Li Yan swept his spear in a massive arc while coldly calculating the next move. What a pity that feather attack was actually concealing a devastating hidden fox strike. If they dared to fight in close combat, he would confidently block the chains with his spear. On the other side, Wu Shan swiftly reached out and tightly grabbed the iron links. Glaring fiercely at him, Wu Shan violently yanked the chains back. Li Yan instantly hooked his spearhead into a metal link, pulling it fiercely. An intense high-stakes tug-of-war had officially begun. Supporting Zhao Yu as they escaped, Zhao Xin cautiously glanced back at Wu Shan holding him down. He muttered bitterly in his mind, "We actually let those two bastards exploit our fatal opening. I just hope those two can buy us enough time." Pulling the heavy chains tight, Wu Shan narrowed his eyes and taunted, "You better go check on that demon bird of yours. It might not survive this brutal clash." Hearing those mocking words, Li Yan tightly gripped his heavy spear shaft. His expression darkened as he glared menacingly straight back at his arrogant opponent. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed loudly. Li Yan decisively retracted his spear, dropping the chains and fiercely charging directly at Wu Shan, roaring with fury. "Do not even think about escaping this fight." Losing his balance, Wu Shan heavily stumbled backward. His face darkened with pure rage as he fiercely glared at Li Yan, launching a desperate counterattack while yelling out loud, "Then stop wasting your breath." Li Yan abruptly halted his charge, planting his feet firmly. With blazing eyes, he viciously swung his spear. In a split second, the two warriors violently clashed again, deadly spear against the powerful orange banner. From the shadows, a mysterious girl in crimson slowly stepped out. Li Yan sensed the extreme danger, his expression darkening. Suddenly, her face began to shatter, rapidly peeling away layers of an eerie, deceptive disguise. It was Pei Yunhu. He calmly pushed up his glasses, staring directly at Li Yan. The system echoed an ominous alert, heaven's blessing skill, embroidered human face, standing with his hands on his hips, broken, disguise fragments scattered all around him, while Li Yan and Wu Shan continued their devastating, intense battle. Pei Yunhu narrowed his eyes at him, and Li Yan fiercely glared back without hesitation. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing scroll plummeted rapidly right above their heads from out of nowhere. Quick as lightning, Li Yan lunged his spear toward the falling object. He successfully caught it with his sharp blade, scowling deeply while continuing his relentless high-speed dash forward. Exploiting this brief distraction, Wu Shan gritted his teeth in extreme fury. He loudly yelled out, "I am letting you off this time, but next time you will not escape alive." Hearing this, he furiously shouted his fierce retort, "If I did not have urgent business to attend to, do you really think you could win this deadly fight against me?" They completely bypassed each other as the injured Wu Shan made a rapid escape. Nearby, Pei Yunhu watched with wide eyes, failing to react in time. Gripping a terrifying pitch-black weapon, he gritted his teeth internally, screaming with absolute boiling rage. "I originally planned to let those two bastards fight to the bitter end, then effortlessly reap the final rewards," he thought furiously to himself, but they actually ran away, snapping back to brutal reality. Pei Yunhu fiercely dashed toward Wu Shan to launch a deadly sneak attack. Sensing the incoming danger, Wu Shan glanced back in pure shock. Frowning deeply, he quickly crossed his arms to block the devastating ambush from Pei Yunhu. Instantly, fresh blood spewed from his mouth as the attack heavily struck the cat general's spiritual form. Seeing this, Wu Shan gritted his teeth and glared menacingly. Swinging his arm, he unleashed a massive, blazing, flaming fist directly at Pei Yunhu's face. Shocked, Pei Yunhu's eyes widened in sheer panic. In the very next second, he was violently blasted backward, his glasses completely shattered into tiny pieces. Filled with burning rage, Wu Shan ruthlessly threw another brutal punch even as his own body hunched over in excruciating agony from Pei Yunhu's previous devastating strike. Then Wu Shan delivered a devastating kick straight into his opponent's chest, his face completely twisted in overwhelming, uncontrollable fury and pain. Finally, glaring viciously at Pei Yunhu, he roared out loudly, "Well played, Li Yan, very well played, and Pei Yunhu, what a spectacular act. Brilliant, you actually trapped everyone here just to pull off one massive slaughter." Ignoring the fleeing enemy, Li Yan quickly rushed over to Su Du, who lay completely unconscious on the cold ground. Behind him, Pei Yunhu staggered backward from the heavy, merciless beating he just received. Frowning deeply, Li Yan shot a cold glance at the guy walking toward him. With his glasses completely ruined, Pei Yunhu wiped the fresh blood from his mouth and awkwardly spoke up, "Hey, hey." Hearing the sound, Li Yan's eyes narrowed. He recognized that presence instantly. It was Pei Yunhu. Without a second thought, Pei Yunhu began marching straight toward him. His grip tightened around his weapon in blazing fury. A sudden gust of wind swept through, scattering maple leaves across the battlefield. Sensing the killing intent, Li Yan immediately sprang to his feet. He raised his spear, glaring at his approaching enemy with absolute caution. Suddenly, the mysterious necklace on his chest reacted. It erupted with a brilliant pulsing azure light. From within the swirling tempest of maple leaves, Dan Niang materialized. Her ethereal spirit form touched down gracefully, her expression stern and battle-ready. Seeing her sudden arrival, Pei Yunhu simply shrugged. He took a casual step back, offering her a highly amused smirk. He let out a dark chuckle. Scooping up the fallen dragon scroll, he shot them a confident smirk. Turning his back, he held the ancient artifact high, making his final declaration. "Midnight tonight. Meet me at the 13 Tombs Spirit Way." With those parting words, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Li Yan behind. Leaving Xiangshan Park behind, Li Yan carried the heavily injured Su Du on his back, walking alongside Dan Niang through the pitch-black night. Glancing at the spirit, his brow furrowed with lingering tension as he muttered, "We are extremely lucky to have escaped that clash with our lives. I owe you my life, Dan Niang." She simply cast a quiet glance his way. Meanwhile, Li Yan's expression grew heavy, sinking deep into his own tactical calculations. "We survived purely by sheer luck." He mentally assessed the grim situation. Julian Su suffered critical damage, and activating stealth for the first time completely drained his stamina. Even consuming the Yuan Mo Juju could not restore his lost energy. He was currently completely powerless. To make matters worse, midnight was less than 3 hours away. Walking beside him, Dan Niang sensed his overwhelming anxiety and calmly spoke up to share her insight. "In this specific realm, certain supernatural energies are heavily suppressed. If the battlefield had been anywhere else, I might not have had the spatial freedom to maneuver so effectively. Honestly speaking, I lack the power to suppress those monsters right now." They continued their trek through the darkness, with Su Du still resting heavily on Li Yan's back. Hearing her blunt assessment, Li Yan maintained his stoic expression, though his eyes sharpened with resolve. "During our next strike, I will definitely conquer it." Yet despite his confident words, a dark shadow lingered in his mind. Why does this suffocating sense of dread refuse to fade? Completely absorbed in their thoughts, they failed to notice the figure lurking ahead. Standing ominously beneath a flickering streetlight, Jia Xiaodao was silently watching their every move. He threw a piercing glare their way. With a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips, he narrowed his eyes and voiced his growing suspicion. Meanwhile, within the massive Imperial Tomb's 8 trigrams formation, the 13 Tombs Spirit Way erupted with blinding radiance. Pei Yunhu stood inside the grand hall, surrounded by colossal ancient statues. Dropping to one knee, he pressed his hand against the cold stone, meticulously analyzing the shifting magical currents. Pitch-black ink poured endlessly from his palm. The dark substance bled into the ancient floor, violently corrupting the sacred scriptures carved into the stone. Seconds later, forbidden ancient texts surged outward from beneath his boots. Pei Yunhu's entire body glowed with an eerie light as the demonic characters spread like a plague. They viciously latched onto the towering statues, aggressively climbing from one monumental stone figure to the next. The forbidden runes engulfed the sacred hall. At the epicenter, Pei Yunhu gritted his teeth, desperately, enduring the overwhelming magical backlash of the ritual. His body trembled violently under the strain. Finally, the swirling ancient texts interlocked, forming a massive runic cage with him trapped dead center. Violent flashes of purple summoning energy suddenly ignited all around him. Slowly, Pei Yunhu peeled his glowing palm away from the corrupted floor. Instantly, a devastating hurricane of mystical energy violently ripped through the chamber. He slowly raised his head. The faces of the colossal statues began glowing with an ominous azure brilliance. Thick, suffocating purple miasma flooded the room. The massive stone guardians flawlessly aligned themselves before him, staring down at the mortal who knelt, humbly at their feet. One stone entity glared at him, its booming voice shaking the hall. A mortal of such pathetic status, you dare desecrate the resting place of the late emperor. Hearing the absolute authority in its tone, Pei Yunhu bowed his head in deep reverence. I am a devoted servant of Ziyuan's literary arts. I Yunhu humbly pay my respects to the great lords. Clasping his hands in a traditional martial salute, he continued his desperate plea. I was forced into a dead end. Disturbing your eternal slumber was my absolute last resort. I beg for your infinite mercy. Observing his groveling, another ancient statue interrogated him with crushing pressure. Then tell us, where is the esteemed state preceptor Guo Xianlu? Keeping his posture completely submissive, Pei Yunhu delivered the tragic news. My noble master was brutally murdered by treacherous villains. At this moment, the system interface flashed with critical lore. Pei Yunhu's awakened lineage. 5 Immortals Heaven Type, the legendary Kui of heavenly might. An entity manifested with fanged teeth wielding the brush of destiny. This was the essence of the 5 Immortals type. As Pei Yunhu tightly gripped his weaponized arm, the system continued dropping profound combat knowledge. Compared to the 5 Insects branch, the 5 Immortals completely lack raw offensive power and are actually vastly inferior in direct combat. Similar to the Shell-type lineage, this class grants a moderate boost to all foundational physical stats. However, the overall growth multiplier remains incredibly low. In fact, the scaling potential of the 5 Immortals is the absolute weakest. As their awakening deepens, they don't gain specialized evolutionary paths like the fur or feather types. They also vastly differ from the naked type, or the scale type's supreme magical gimmicks. For context, Li Yan currently dominates as a powerful feather type, and finally there is Jia Xiaodao. He belongs purely to the bug type. The system provided a devastating mathematical breakdown. For example, at the exact same awakening tier, feather and fur classes enjoy a massive 10-point stat boost. Shell types gain a balanced 5 points across all parameters. Tragically, the 5 Immortals receive a miserable 3 points. The system added a shocking twist. Despite their terrible stats, the 5 Immortals are highly favored within the Yanfu realm. This is due to their deep-rooted historical legacy within Yanfu. Upon awakening, 5 Immortals inherently gain the natural favor of ancient scholars. In most scenarios, they are treated with the absolute reverence of a divine being descending to bestow heavenly arts upon mortals. The system further explained their absolute broken utility. They gain free, unrestricted access to the exploration logs and survival notes of high-tier walkers. To make it even more overpowered, they can actively distort Yanfu's system rules to a certain terrifying degree. Finally, the system concluded its analysis. The absolute top-tier inheritors of the 5 Immortals class who survive Yanfu events. They undeniably secure immense political power and unrivaled authority within the realm. This triggered a sudden memory of Uncle Yu. He had once smiled warmly, raising his hand as he casually dropped a lore bomb. The Earth-type's Yushu lineage possesses the terrifying ability to manipulate the very rules and objectives of any Yanfu event. They then recalled a certain overweight demon, bringing yet another game-changing realization to light. The Ghost-type bloodline can casually grant level 3 purchasing privileges to any rookie they happen to like. Every lineage possesses its own hidden rule-breaking logic. The system delivered its ultimate chilling conclusion. Therefore, while most rookie walkers were blindly stumbling around this supernatural world with zero knowledge, Pei Yunhu had already utilized the golden logs of veteran walkers. He completely mastered the intricate hidden mechanics of Yan, cities sealing artifacts from day one. The system quickly summarized his flawless diabolical master plan: stall the living targets until the stroke of midnight, gamble the Imperial Edict at Panjiayuan Market, then use the Earth Ring to draw everyone in. By fully abusing the massive information advantage of the 5 Immortals, Pei Yunhu easily claimed the absolute lead. Back in the present, his face twisted into an expression of profound sorrow. He kept his hands tightly clasped toward the towering statues. Witnessing his Oscar-worthy acting, a bearded stone guardian was visibly shaken, offering its ancient judgment. We have faithfully served the late emperors for hundreds of years. After so much time, our ancient bones have grown rusted and weary. However, I see undeniable defiance burning in your eyes, a sharp, high-nosed bridge and lowered ears. This is the absolute facial structure of a treacherous villain masking as a loyalist. Hearing his perfect disguise shattered instantly, Pei Yunhu's face darkened completely, his eyes widening in absolute horrified shock. The mysterious figure peered down his eyes, glowing with a bloodthirsty aura. You have taken lives, the voice echoed. A dark curse of resentment clouds your soul. Glaring down from his high vantage point, the entity delivered a chilling judgment. You have committed unspeakable sins, completely shattering your own humanity and moral compass. And all of this happened less than 5 days ago. Am I right? Confronted by this devastating truth, Pei Yun-hu could only grit his teeth. He glared back, utterly unable to defend his actions. In the very next moment, Pei Yun-hu collapsed to his knees. Agony twisted his expression as he looked up. "You are absolutely right, my lord," he confessed with a broken voice. "Every single word is true. The blood of countless victims stains my hands, and tragically many of those souls were completely innocent. I even killed a woman who truly loved me." The colossal statue stared down in dead silence. Suddenly, Yun-hu hunched over. His fists trembled uncontrollably as pure, unadulterated fury ripped from his throat. "But this blood feud for my master must be settled. Master Guo raised me like his own flesh and blood. If I can just butcher that traitor, I will gladly burn in the deepest pits of hell." The massive statues remained perfectly still, absorbing his desperate vow in haunting silence. Finally, the lead statue broke the heavy tension. "If you can drag that target right here, we shall grant you the dark power to fulfill your bloody vengeance." Hearing this twisted promise, Yun-hu slammed his forehead against the cold stone. He bowed frantically, ignoring the warm blood dripping down his bruised face. Having secured his demonic pact, Yun-hu fell completely silent. Meanwhile, down in Luo Lai's gruesome corpse cellar, Yun-hu stood ominously beside a blood-stained sink. He furiously scribbled onto a mystical golden scroll. The glowing characters revealed a deadly matchup: Li Yan and Yun-hu battling at the Ming Mausoleum. While dragging the lifeless bodies into a pile, his mind raced with cold calculations. Teleporting these 10 corpses to Panjiayuan will drain a massive chunk of my spiritual energy. But knowing the true battlefield is the Ming Mausoleum changes everything. The mystical text faded into thin air. Hoisting a bagged corpse over his shoulder, he marched into the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice echoed, "Warning. Return channel temporarily opened at Reformation Street. Initiated by Kong Kui. Duration: 2 hours. Target Ren Ni. Notice: eliminating the target will trigger an immediate channel shutdown." Yun-hu's eyes darted toward the glowing blue panel. He violently gnashed his teeth, his sharp instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. An elite player is interfering. Dropping the heavy corpse instantly, his face darkened with pure rage as he sprinted away at blinding speed. "No one escapes," he roared. "Until Li Yan is nothing but a dead corpse, this entire zone is locked down." Over at Reformation Street, a shadow leaned against the wall, phone pressed to his ear. "Get back here immediately," the frantic voice ordered. "That mess isn't our problem anymore. You left absolutely no digital footprint, right?" "Yeah, pretty much untraceable," the man casually replied. He was completely relaxed, carelessly relieving himself against a dirty street pole. But the caller remained incredibly tense. "I do not care. Come back right now. I have already forced the portal open. Just step through before it is too late." The careless man on Reformation Street was Feng Yi. Zipping up his pants with a lazy smirk, he answered, loud and clear, "Boss, I am heading back. But honestly, I should really thank my lucky stars for this disaster. How else would a grunt like me get to chat with a big shot like you?" The VIP on the other end scoffed coldly. "By running away from this catastrophic event, your digital footprint is completely exposed to the system. Besides, you couriers are mere insects against those 5 bloodthirsty overlords. If our ranks are wiped out, replacements are impossible to find." Feng Yi hung up the call. A sickening, twisted smile crept across his face. "Understood." Loud and clear. He violently shook off his wet hands. Reaching deep into his pockets, he pulled out a hidden weapon. His predatory eyes locked onto an imposing silhouette emerging from the fog. Feng Yi tilted his head in arrogant confusion. It was Pei Yun-hu. His face was shrouded in terrifying, murderous intent. Yun-hu muttered darkly as he advanced. "I have heard the pathetic rumors before. Powerful elites exploiting their system privileges to smuggle grunts into low-level underworld events for shady deals. I just never expected to hunt one down myself." Playing the fool, Feng Yi threw his hands up in mock surrender. Waving a portable gaming console, he yelled, "Whoa there, buddy, chill out, I have serious VIP backing." "Are you completely certain?" Yun-hu slid cold, iron knuckles onto his trembling hands. His eyes bulged with pure, unadulterated madness. "It doesn't matter, nobody is leaving this place alive." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a breathtaking tropical island basked in the golden sunset, swarming with terrifying prehistoric pterodactyls. A gorgeous woman in dark sunglasses admired the shimmering ocean. Leaning casually against a towering palm tree, she listened closely to her phone, rocking a fiercely stunning swimsuit. Her expression remained completely unreadable. High above, a massive pterodactyl locked onto her and instantly dive-bombed toward the shore. It extended its razor-sharp talons like deadly spears. The sheer force of its wings sent water and sand flying into a mini hurricane. Yet the woman did not even flinch. She casually stepped forward to meet the beast. Without hesitation, she grabbed a bloody slab of meat and launched it straight into the apex predator's jaws. The monstrous creature snapped it up perfectly. Satisfied, the ancient beast soared back into the painted sky. The woman's calm facade instantly shattered. "This pathetic rookie Ren-ni actually has the guts to play games with me," she hissed into the phone. She aggressively dialed Kong Kuei's secure line. The response came through immediately. "Sister C, I opened the portal exactly as you ordered. Is there another problem on the board? Do not worry, I know the underworld rules. I saw nothing and I am definitely not asking any questions." Si Wenji kept her icy composure, pressing the device closer to her ear. "Kong Kuei, we have a rogue courier named Ren-mi. Run a system scan and find out who is currently offline." The hacker gasped in sudden realization. "Ah, you mean Shabai? I am 100% positive it is him." Wenji's gorgeous face twisted in absolute disgust. "You pass a very clear message to Shabby for me. Tell him this filthy rookie lacks basic survival manners. The second he crawls back from his mission, banish him straight to the toxic wastelands of the Dinghai sector, and make sure he understands exactly why. If he cannot break the disgusting habit of pissing during secure calls, he can rot out there until he learns some respect." Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Kong Kuei was scanning a neon-lit arcade while staying on the line. "Hold on a second, Sister C, did you say Ren-ni? Because the real Ren-ni is sitting right in front of me, mashing arcade buttons." She stared right at the gamer, utterly bewildered. "The real Ren-ni is literally right beside me. We are broadcasting live from Tokyo." A chill ran down Wenji's spine as her eyes widened in shock. "Trace that digital imposter immediately," she screamed. "Pull up divine armor logs from cycle 984. I want every single entry and exit record of the underworld walkers." Taking a deep breath, her tone dropped into a dangerous whisper. "And whatever you do, do not let the Universe Lord find out about this." Meanwhile, back on the blazing battlefield, Diana supported Toby from the shadows while Leon stood casually with his hands buried in his pockets. Facing them under the eerie glow of the street lamp was Charlie. Immediately, Charlie's eyes widened as he locked onto his bloody arm, asking in shock, "Are you injured?" Hearing this, Leon remained completely unfazed, asking coldly, "How did you find me?" In response, Charlie raised a finger, revealing a faint glowing thread connecting to Leon. It was the active skill puppet thread. Leon's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he swatted at the air. He stared grimly at the spider-like energy thread clinging tightly to his arm. With a swift flick, Charlie quickly severed the glowing connection. Leon watched the fading energy with absolute astonishment. Charlie just shrugged casually, a cheap cigarette still hanging from his lips. He pulled a pack from his pocket and tossed one straight at Leon. Leon caught it effortlessly without breaking eye contact. Lighting his own smoke, Charlie frowned and got straight to the point. "I have definitely heard the dangerous rumors about Pei Yun-hu. Now that you provoked him, you are public enemy number one." He added, "I admit you are ridiculously strong, but surviving him won't be easy, right?" Flicking his lighter, Leon ignited his cigarette. He closed his eyes silently, acknowledging the grim reality of his situation. "Then we have nothing to discuss. For all I know, you might backstab me," Leon stated coldly. Exhaling smoke, Charlie kept a hand in his pocket and smirked. "Have you heard of the soul bond?" Leon pulled the cigarette from his lips, exhaling slowly. His brow furrowed with intrigued suspicion as he urged, "I am listening. Keep talking." Hearing this, Charlie explained calmly. Through countless Abyss system events, walkers naturally cross paths with like-minded individuals who share their fierce combat energy. After teaming up and surviving together, it is only natural to want to form a permanent squad. Leon stood in absolute silence, absorbing every word. "Finally, all it takes is spending 200 points at the auction house. You can temporarily bind another walker to your side for 3 whole events. This forms a temporary squad of 5. Charlie elaborated. "Most low-level walkers use this method. Basically, any 10th-tier walker can forge a temporary squad." Flicking his ash, he warned. "But honestly, this kind of team lacks true loyalty. The Abyss system just ensures you enter the same instance without immediately turning hostile. However, it offers absolutely zero guarantees against sudden betrayal between your supposed teammates." Thinking of Pei Yunhu and his vicious squad members, Charlie narrowed his eyes. When high-tier artifacts are on the line, players will backstab anyone for extra abyss points. It is all about grinding for higher shop privileges. He scoffed. Unless you are literal blood brothers or deeply in love in the real world. An image of a fractured five-man squad flashed in his mind. Otherwise, greed and paranoia will always find a way to tear the team apart. Snapping back to reality, Charlie flashed a confident, toothy grin. But the soul bond system, that is a completely different beast. He leaned in to explain. It forces absolute mutual trust. All quest rewards are shared equally, and both players receive a massive full-body stat boost. Leon's eyes narrowed sharply, his cigarette still clamped between his fingers. But Charlie was not finished, dropping bombshells, continuing his passionate explanation. The greatest perk is how soul bonds handle survival-based abyss events. The system essentially treats both bonded players as a single unified entity. Even in a bloody battle royale, if the only survivors left are soul-bonded partners, the system declares total victory for both. You can trust a soul bond with your life, Charlie declared passionately. He then revealed the Blood Oath Pact. The system interface flashed instantly. Item Blood Oath Pact. Condition damaged. Type consumable. Quality crumbling. Description: forges a soul bond connection for one abyss event. Maximum capacity: 2 players. Warning: 2 hearts united can sever gold. 2 minds aligned leave no room for deceit. Clutching the mystical scroll, Charlie stared Leon down. So does this solve your deadly problem? Leon, Diana, and Toby remained completely silent, hanging onto his every word. Shattering the tension, Leon asked with chilling calmness, "And what exactly is your price for forming this powerful soul bond with me?" Charlie waved the scroll, laying out his terms. "First, this artifact is incredibly valuable. I need you to transfer 1,000 abyss points directly to my account. You can pay me after we return." Lowering his cigarette, Leon shot him a skeptical glare, asking his next burning question. "You said first. What is the second condition?" Remembering a terrifying beast, Charlie darkened. "Second, you must immediately break through to the first peak of awakening. Your current combat prowess is just not up to my standards." He pointed a thumb over his shoulder, outlining his final demand. "The 8 Capital Towers event is the key to my evolution. I need your absolute firepower." Realization dawned on Leon as he gestured. "Go on. Let's hear the rest." Finally, Charlie declared, spreading his arms wide, "I will be the shot caller for the next instance. You follow my orders." Leon quietly weighed his options. Leon slowly extended a hand, his voice laced with calculated intrigue. "Hypothetically, if I accept these terms, what is your master plan for our next move?" Taking a long drag, Charlie looked at him like he was crazy. "Isn't it obvious?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and delivered the ultimate anticlimax. "We run for our lives, obviously." Leon's face contorted in sheer disappointment. Striking another match, Charlie grinned. "You have heard of the system moderators, right?" Lighting yet another cigarette, he dropped a massive lore bomb. "The moderators are the literal enforcers of the entire Abyss system. They assign identities to walkers, leak crucial intel, guide the quests. And most importantly, they clean up the messy aftermaths. I don't know what god-tier artifact Pei Yunhu used to hack this instance, but the core rule of an Abyss survival event is completely absolute. It is survival of the fittest, not a senseless slaughter fest." Charlie's eyes flashed with cunning calculation. There is no way the moderators will let Pei Yunhu break the rules unpunished. By tomorrow midnight at the latest, maybe even tonight, the moderators will descend to wipe out his arrogant interference. So you need to risk your neck fighting Pei Yunhu right now. He smirked triumphantly. "We just sit back, survive, and wait for the system to patch the glitch." Li Yan narrowed his eyes. His gaze was dead calm as he raised a crucial question. "Hypothetically speaking," he began, "what if this Earth Ninja isn't a match for Pei Yunhu? If they can't lock him down, what exactly is my next move?" Chia Xiaodao lowered his cigarette. His expression turned deadly serious. "That's highly unlikely," he stated flatly. "Even without the Yanfu inheritance, that Earth Ninja's raw combat prowess easily outclasses your average walker. Add in their decades of territorial control, and there's zero chance he can't stall a walker for a few measly days." He took another drag of his smoke. "But even if the worst happens, you have absolutely nothing to fear. This current event is crawling with hidden monsters." He pointed a finger straight at Li Yan, eyes going wide. "There's a specific walker out there named Wu Shen. His power level practically touches the legendary 9 Yao rank. The guy is incredibly arrogant. He'd never let Pei Yunhu use him. Instead of hunting you, he'll definitely rip Yunhu apart first. Li Yan just stared back coldly. If you're done talking, get out of my way. Cha Xiaodao was stunned, his eyes nearly bugged out of his head. Carrying the critically wounded Su Du on his back, Li Yan frowned deeply. Panicked by his chilling calmness, Xiaodao desperately waved his hands. Hey, are you crazy? Look at your current state, you're walking straight into a death trap. But Li Yan simply marched forward. He tightened his grip on Su Du, her unconscious body resting against him. Move, Li Yan growled as he walked. Unless you're looking for a fight, I don't mind crushing you. Clutching his arm where falling cigarette ash burned him, Xiaodao gritted his teeth, glaring at Li Yan's retreating back. His face darkened with sheer frustration, frozen in place. Finally, he narrowed his eyes, turning back to yell, "Is it because you don't believe my intel?" Li Yan paused his steps. "No," he replied with chilling composure. "I completely believe you. But I also believe reality won't be nearly as optimistic as your little prediction." Waving his hand dismissively, he walked away with his companions, leaving Xiaodao staring blankly. Then his eyes locked onto Sudu's blood-stained body. Raising his voice, he shouted a desperate offer. "I know a hidden sanctuary. It can fully heal the girl on your back." Li Yan instantly stopped. Catching that slight hesitation, Xiaodao pressed his advantage. "Plus, if you help me break through my current bottleneck, I'll completely restore your depleted stamina and mental energy. The designated deathmatch begins in exactly 3 hours. You better fix yourself up unless you want to die." Li Yan narrowed his cold, merciless eyes at him. Seeing his target finally stop, Xiaodao smirked in triumph. Meanwhile, miles away, a terrifying blur rocketed toward a heavily isolated ocean island. It was the Lord's secretary. Holding a dark umbrella against the storm, she gazed forward. "We found traces of Sifan during a recent murder escape incident." An annoyed voice echoed out. "And what does that have to do with us?" The secretary respectfully bowed before explaining the situation. "Our Lord pursued the investigation. We discovered why Sifan's operatives infiltrated the Yanfu Systems event. It's for Lady C's life force." Suddenly, an entity crashed from the mountain. Water exploded outward like a bomb, followed by a furious curse. "You foolish woman." Amidst the raging waves and boiling steam, the water instantly evaporated, leaving bare earth. A towering figure stepped from the smoke. "I couldn't finish my bath. I was literally merging with her." The dense fog finally cleared, revealing his terrifying physique. It was Cao Yuanzhao, the legendary Eagle Lord. He stood with hands on his hips, resting her umbrella on the scorched ground, the secretary added. "Furthermore, the walker named Li Yan is also deeply involved." Cao Yuanzhao's face instantly darkened. Gripping his head, he muttered dangerously, "Li Yan." Standing atop the jagged cliff, he casually scratched his neck as waves crashed violently below. Rubbing his chin, he rolled his eyes in confusion. Who the hell is Li Yan? Meanwhile, at a brightly lit manor decorated with glowing golden lanterns, Cha Xiaodao led the way. Hands shoved deep in his pockets, he started explaining. "Cuisine is divided by region, not by rank or status. True delicacies never tire the palate, and a proper system prevents absolute exhaustion. We have the 8 great culinary traditions: Shandong, Sichuan, Guangdong, Suzhou, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, and Anhui." Dan Niang and Li Yan listened closely as he concluded. "The South dominates 7 of those." Frowning around his dying cigarette, Xiaodao grumbled in sheer annoyance. "I trained entirely in northern cuisine, so I refuse to accept that disparity." The trio behind him remained silently amused. Finally, their footsteps halted before the Grand Yandu Dongshang Pavilion. Standing before the massive entrance, Xiaodao proudly rested his hands on his hips. "This pavilion ranks #1 among the 8 great Shandong restaurants. 3 years of grueling culinary arts and conquering this place will perfect my absolute mastery." Stepping into the immaculate kitchen, Li Yan found pristine ingredients prepped. Leaning casually against the steel counter, Li Yan locked eyes with Xiaodao. "It's not even midnight yet. Are you actually going to cook something epic?" Nina hand with anything. Dan Niang crossed her arms nearby, watching as Xiaodao violently rolled up his sleeves, glaring at the raw ingredients. Wiping his hands with a damp towel, Xiaodao's aura shifted dramatically. "You'll see soon enough. We're temporary allies now, so I won't stab you in the back. There's zero benefit in betraying you. But make no mistake, once this deathmatch ends, our little partnership is permanently terminated." The two exchanged a meaningful look. Li Yan smirked confidently. "Once we return with those 500 points, the Yanfu system will reward you handsomely." Dan Niang's eyes widened in sheer surprise. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao unsheathed his chef's blade, the steel gleaming menacingly. Help me shatter my first absolute bottleneck. In return, I'll completely cure your hidden backlash from using the secret arts. He pointed his blade forward. And after this designated deathmatch, we will work together to conquer the legendary 9-elixir immortal realm. Gripping the handle of his blade, Xiao Dao shot him a dead serious glare. A promise made is a promise kept, he declared firmly. I, Jia Xiao Dao, always honor my word. Dan Niang's eyes widened as she stepped forward to question him. So who's taking orders from who here, she asked. Pouting slightly, he furrowed his brows and replied to Dan Niang. Let us just talk it out. Hearing this, she and Li Yan quickly moved closer. In a flash, Xiao Dao slammed a massive potato onto the chopping board, flawlessly twirling his gleaming chef knife with his free hand. With absolute mastery, the blade danced. The potato skin peeled off in one perfect continuous ribbon. Suddenly, other vegetables were cleanly diced, seemingly floating in mid-air through sheer speed. Zhao Xiaodao's hands moved like lightning, intensely focused on slicing every single ingredient. Beside him, Li Yan and Dan Niang stared in absolute awe. Bam! The knife tip pierced directly into the wooden table. The prep work was flawlessly completed. Reaching out, Xiao Dao twisted the gas valve. With a sharp click, roaring flames instantly erupted from the massive stove. Watching this display, Li Yan casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Staring at the blazing inferno, he questioned him. Do you ever feel like you chose the wrong path in life? His piercing gaze locked onto Zhao Xiaodao as he pointed out a harsh truth. A glutton will always remain a diner at heart, not a master chef. But Xiaodao merely narrowed his eyes, staring into the roaring flames with unwavering resolve. Slamming the heavy wok onto the burner, his expression darkened with intense focus, while Li Yan simply leaned back to watch the show. Scooping up a ladle of rich ingredients from the jar, Xiaodao began to explain his past. I used to be an elite wielder of the legendary Yi Yin blade. That specific power class defined everything I was back then, he added. Without missing a beat, he tossed the explosive mixture straight into the sizzling wok. As intense crackling filled the air, Zhao Xiaodao confessed his dark history. My true inheritance was brutally stolen from me. I barely managed to keep this single lifeline intact. Grabbing several more trays of exotic ingredients, he dumped them into the fiery pan. Not a bad pivot, really. Switching to culinary arts lets me push my limits just enough to survive. Tossing the wok with one hand while furiously stirring with the other, Xiaodao spoke with deadly seriousness. In this chaotic world, you steal from me, I take from you. It is just the law of survival. Hearing this greedy philosophy, Li Yan crossed his arms, staring at him in sheer bewilderment. To make a grand comeback after losing everything proves you actually possess some real talent. The sizzling food reached a roaring boil before being masterfully launched into the air. Intrigued, Li Yan smirked and raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you trying to pull off here, Zhao Xiaodao? Flipping the heavy pan with absolute legendary grace, the chef gave him a deadpan response. Here at the Dongxing restaurant, artisanal craftsmanship reigns supreme. Squinting intently at the boiling contents of his wok, Zhao Xiaodao revealed the secret. This supreme technique is the double water stir-fry. Authentic skills like this are incredibly rare in the modern era, he added proudly. Closing his eyes, he completely surrendered to the heavenly aroma. One bite is perfectly tender, yet fiercely crispy. It is an absolute explosion of flavor. Go ahead and taste it, he cheered enthusiastically. With a powerful swing, he tossed the food in a perfect fiery arc. Standing nearby, Dan Niang dropped her jaw in absolute shock. She leaned in, closing her eyes to inhale the divine fragrance. Suddenly, the windows blew wide open, scattering the heavenly scent everywhere. Almost instantly, a terrifyingly dark aura crept in from outside the door. Sensing the danger, Li Yan snapped his gaze toward the entrance as the doors slammed shut. Demonic entities pounded on the wood, screeching in hunger. Smells so good. Give it to us. Crossing his arms, Li Yan narrowed his eyes. Midnight chaos is brewing, but the threat seems isolated to this specific floor, he deduced. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodao was still happily lost in his own culinary world. Li Yan confirmed his dark suspicions, realizing these foul spirits had actively brought their own cursed ingredients. Finally, sensing the sinister shift, Xiaodao shot him a dead serious warning. Do not step outside and absolutely do not let any of those twisted things enter. This divine feast is meant for the living, not the dead, he added. Completely ignoring the warning, Li Yan simply smirked, shoved his hands in his pockets, and casually strolled out. Dan Niang turned to watch his fearless back. While the crazy chef kept cooking, Li Yan smiled wickedly. The exact evil spirits Dan Niang needed had practically delivered themselves. Stepping outside, he found the streets totally empty, filled only with the eerie howling of the midnight wind. His expression darkened as his gaze locked onto the horrific scene ahead. Hands pocketed, he stood his ground in front of the brightly lit shop. Looming at the far end of the misty street, a massive monstrosity was slowly drawn in by the heavenly scent. Spotting the beast, Li Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. It was a towering, broken-horned minotaur gripping a heavy iron club. As its terrifying, twisted face approached, the glowing street lamps and the surrounding houses violently shattered into darkness. The demonic night watchman beast rapidly closed the distance, yet Li Yan remained completely unbothered, standing tall before the warmly glowing restaurant. Inside, Jia Xiaodao was entirely consumed by his culinary art, philosophically comparing the chef's path to forging treasure and roaring flames. Meanwhile, Dan Niang cast a deeply worried glance outside. Growing old before securing rebirth, victory or total defeat is decided in a single breath, the chef chanted. Outside, Li Yan maintained a dead cold expression, glaring at the towering bull monster. The monster roared, launching a devastating punch straight at him. Li Yan smoothly sidestepped, dodging the lethal strike with supernatural grace. Instantly, an invisible counterforce sent the massive beast flying backward. Carried by its own massive momentum, the giant minotaur violently crashed into the hard pavement. Li Yan dusted himself off, casually leaning against the nearby brick wall. Stumbling back up, the monstrous guard revealed a deep, crushing dent right in its thick chest. Feeling the agonizing pain, the beast's face darkened with absolute fury as it snorted aggressively. Suddenly, the delayed impact of devastating phantom strikes exploded across the beast's torso. Howling in sheer agony, the monstrous creature collapsed into a crumpled heap, instantly losing all consciousness on the cold stone. Spotting an eerie green glow flickering in a dark alley, Li Yan muttered coldly, "What kind of trash is next?" A terrifying ghost bride clutching an emerald lantern slowly glided toward him before halting abruptly. The sinister spirit drifted closer to our hero. The cursed lantern in her pale hands emitted bone-chilling, rustling whispers that echoed with pure malice. Stopping before him, she whispered sweetly, "Infinite blessings upon you, young lord." "I am." "Shut up," Li Yan coldly interrupted. "Crashing a party uninvited is a very quick way to get yourself killed." As the ghostly woman stared at him with empty eyes, Li Yan instantly unleashed a devastating, blinding sword strike. She tried floating backward to evade, but his speed was legendary. A brutal kick sent the specter flying backward. Hitting the dirt hard, her glowing emerald lantern rolled out of her spectral grip. Without a single second of hesitation, Li Yan ruthlessly crushed the cursed lantern under his boot. "The living and the dead do not walk the same path," he declared with bone-chilling hostility. Suddenly, the very fabric of space began to violently tremble. Deafening roars echoed as a catastrophic tidal wave of blood-red energy plunged toward the towering building. Crash. The ancient structure was instantly obliterated by the check, devastating crimson tide shattering debris into the raging current. That unstoppable apocalyptic blood wave mercilessly swept through every single alleyway of the ruined street. The monstrous horde closed in on Li Yan. He gasped in shock. "There are way too many. What is the plan?" Dan Niang rushed to the doorway, shouting, "General, they are just illusions. We have to gamble on this." Li Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. He instantly hurled two glowing blue spheres forward. These were star-patterned grenades, perfect quality artifacts. They dealt devastating explosive damage upon direct contact with dark spiritual entities. The two mystical grenades plunged straight into the dark, swirling tide of spirits. Boom! Deafening explosions shattered the air, sending massive shockwaves rippling everywhere. Suddenly, several terrifying demon infants burst from the smoke, flying directly at Li Yan. With bloodshot eyes and razor-sharp fangs, the monstrous children extended their deadly claws. Swish, swish! Li Yan unleashed his swallow-piercing strike, slashing through the demonic horde with brutal precision. Thud, thud! The lifeless creatures crashed heavily to the ground. He kept his guard up, scanning the eerie silence ahead. Eventually, Li Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The first chaotic wave was finally over. But unexpectedly, strange streams of spiritual energy began flowing out from the defeated demon infants' mouths. This mystic energy was completely absorbed into a glowing orb held by Dan Niang. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a sizzling wok where ingredients were being masterfully stir-fried. Jia Xiaodao shouted from the kitchen, "It is almost ready." Li Yan yelled back from the courtyard, Earning a meal from you is definitely never an easy task. Suddenly chilling winds howled, whoosh, more dark energy streams gathered, multiplying rapidly in the sky. They seemed to be hunting for prey. It was a massive swarm of phantom spirits. The spectral horde swarmed above Li Yan, completely surrounding him. This deadly phenomenon was known as the Hundred Ghosts Feast. The vicious phantoms slowly closed in on their target, yet Li Yan stood completely unfazed. Boom! A glowing magical array instantly materialized beneath his feet, radiating an intense aura that forced the hundred ghosts to retreat. The terrifying spirits panicked as Dan Niang's glowing orb relentlessly devoured them. Finally, all the shattered souls were completely harvested. Glowing system notifications suddenly flashed around Li Yan. The chaotic energy stored within his Hongmen tattoo had been completely depleted. Fear state lost. 100 ghosts retreat deactivated. Healing speed boosted by 20%. Projectile damage immunity increased by 30%. He needed to hunt for chaos energy or mutant beast auras to recharge the tattoo. Different elemental auras would unlock completely unique buffs. He sighed deeply, thinking to himself, he had only used it twice, but its overwhelming power was definitely worth the heavy cost. Brushing off the dust, he and Dan Niang stepped inside. Jia Xiaodao walked out holding a steaming dish. Looking at them, he smirked. Never knew you had such hidden talents. Making 100 ghosts retreat, Xiaodao muttered, casually lighting a cigarette in his mouth. Li Yan and Dan Niang stared at the dish in absolute awe. A glowing system panel appeared. Gluttonous feast, double crispy delight. Quality rare. Category high-tier consumable. Consumption time 15 minutes. Effect restores 100% energy and purges all stubborn debuffs. This includes, but is not limited to, soul-piercing damage and dark curses. Xia Xiaodao confidently urged them, try it. In our timeline, tasting an authentic double crispy delight like this is absolutely impossible. Li Yan was practically drooling while Dan Niang's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. Later that night, the scene shifted outside where freezing snowflakes drifted through the pitch-black sky. Honestly, I was hoping you would draw a lot more enemy aggro for me. Pei Yunhu glared up at the speaker, his bloodshot eyes brimming with frustrated tears. After all, secretly helping you hold off the forces of Team 4 and Team 9 drained my stamina completely. But those guys will eventually realize I am just a fake. The man mocking Pei Yunhu was Feng Yi. He casually sipped his drink with a cold smirk. From this perspective, whether you attack me or not changes absolutely nothing. Pei Yunhu lowered his head, utterly consumed by a suffocating wave of despair. Finishing his drink, Feng Yi ruthlessly crushed the cup and tossed it aside. He turned away with a sinister mocking grin. Anyway, thanks for causing such a reckless mess. The Yanfu Walker's mission is finally reaching its endgame right. Feng Yi walked off into the shadows, leaving Pei Yunhu slumped on the freezing ground. Blood smeared heavily against the wall behind him. His eyes were totally empty and lifeless. Back on Li Yan's side, he let out a loud, satisfying burp. The entire legendary meal had been completely devoured. A system alert chimed. Weakness status successfully removed. Li Yan gleefully inspected his revitalized body. Pounding his chest, he laughed heartily. Not bad at all. Full of explosive energy, he stood up tall. After that epic feast, Jia Xiaodao simply sat in silence, smoking his cigarette. Li Yan walked over to where Sudu was lying unconscious on the wooden bed. He spoke firmly. Based on your intel with Sudu's nine-tailed demon physique, the only safe haven in Yandu City is the Yushi Temple. I have a major battle at the Ming tombs today. I will escort them to the temple first. There is still enough time. Saying that, he gently lifted the unconscious Sudu into his strong arms. Stepping outside, he continued, once I finish crushing Pei Yunhu and you wrap up your arena fight, we will rendezvous at the Yushi Temple. Puffing his smoke, Zhe Xiaodao gave a blunt reply. Got it. But suddenly, something clicked in his brain. Wait a minute, he leaped to his feet in shock. How did you know the battle is at the Ming tombs today? Did you already meet Pei Yunhu? Jia Xiaodao was so totally flabbergasted that his cigarette slipped right out of his mouth. Li Yan simply glanced back, flashed a mysterious wink, and replied, take a wild guess. Li Yan held Sudu tightly against his chest. The nine-tailed fox slowly fluttered her eyes open, her pale cheeks flushing crimson. The first thing she saw was the handsome profile of the man she secretly adored. As Li Yan carried her out into the cold night, Sudu quickly squeezed her eyes shut again, hiding her racing heart beneath the dim, flickering streetlights. Li Yan shifted her onto his broad back to carry her. Feeling her soft curves pressed tightly against his strong muscular back, Sudu's cheeks burned bright red with overwhelming shyness. Suddenly, highly ambiguous voices echoed in the background. She is unconscious, it will not go in. You cannot force it like that. Her injuries will only get worse. Let me just crush it up and feed it to her. Sudu peeked open one eye only to see Li Yan anxiously trying to feed her some strange medicine. Blushing furiously, she forcefully gulped down the crushed herbs. Once I crush Pei Yunhu and your arena match finishes, we will meet up directly at the Yushi Temple. Zhao Xiaodao was still frantically questioning him. Did you seriously meet Pei Yunhu already? Take a wild guess, Li Yan replied calmly, holding Sudu securely in his arms. Zhao Xiaodao just scratched his head in total confusion. Then I will accompany you to the Yushi Temple. Dan Niang chimed in. I was just telling Xiaodao, ordinary people cannot enter the famous taverns in Yandu City at all. They only serve highly revered godlike figures. Back when we were at the Liu Shu Tavern, that mysterious girl with the twin hair buns was definitely from there. Their auras feel perfectly calm. No threat here. Li Yan turned. So how are you traveling? Cha Xiaodao took a drag of his cigarette, smirking. My own 2 feet. You know my speed, right? Gasps of awe echoed around them. Too cool. Absolute legend. Suddenly, a massive blast shook the ground, kicking up a giant dust cloud. Li Yan casually revved his heavily modified beast of a bike. All right then, let us ride. Vroom vroom vroom. The deafening roar of the engine left Cha Xiaodao completely mind-blown. His face visibly aged a decade from the sheer shock. His eyes rolled back as the cigarette slipped from his jaw. The silent night was instantly shattered by the monstrous vroom 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 tearing down the asphalt. Li Yan tore down the street on his custom beast with Sudu riding shotgun. Vroom vroom vroom. She pressed tightly against his broad, unshakable back. The motorcycle left a thick trail of smoke in its wake. Meanwhile, Cha Xiaodao was desperately leaping across rooftops, sprinting at absolute top speed to keep up. The brutal wind resistance literally distorted his face. He was drenched in sweat, pushing his physical limits to the absolute max. Huff, huff, huff. He panted wildly, totally overwhelmed by the insane pace. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The roaring engine mocked his exhaustion, leaving him utterly speechless. Moments later, Li Yan arrived at the Yushi Temple. Screech, he drifted to a sharp halt and confidently strode through the ancient gates. Inside the dimly lit sanctuary stood an imposing Yushi statue flanked by 2 celestial attendants. Below sat a solemn altar smoking incense burners and several worn prayer cushions. Tap, a heavy footstep broke the silence. Dan Niang was already there, hands clasped in deep prayer. Li Yan scanned the room. It is not even midnight yet. Praying will not summon her right now. His sharp gaze then shifted upward, locking onto the majestic statue of Lady Yunxiao dominating the room. Scattered below were countless spiritual children, all kneeling with clasped hands. Beside them stood an ethereal attendant, eyes closed, gently cradling a small porcelain vase in their hands. Dan Niang carefully studied the attendant. That is her, she realized. The mysterious girl we bumped into at the Xiangtai restaurant. A sudden flashback hit her, remembering the twin bun girl brushing past her shoulder that day. It is past 10 at night. The temple should be completely locked down by now. Yet the main gates are wide open and the place is utterly deserted. Something is seriously wrong here. Li Yan gently set Sudu down, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. What bugs me most? We did not see a single living soul on our way here. Thud. A sudden noise echoed right behind them. Cha Xiaodao had finally crash-landed at the scene. He was violently gasping for air. Huff, puff, huff. His face was pale and completely drained of life. He looked one breath away from collapsing, a total mess of sweat and exhaustion. He stood there, wheezing, completely unable to catch his breath. Li Yan casually walked over, patting his back with a smirk. Pace yourself, man. You still have a brutal battle waiting for you tonight. Watching this pathetic display, Dan Niang could not hold back a sudden burst of giggles. Li Yan kept patting his shoulder, shifting to a serious tone. So tell me, how did you even know this place could cure Sudu? After finally regulating his breathing, Cha Xiaodao wiped his face and explained. I chased a bizarre entity all the way here. It was a demonic child carrying a severed head. The twisted creature skipped down these very stairs. I hid behind that wall to observe. Minutes later, it walked out completely healed and intact. I leaped onto the wall to peek inside. The entire temple was radiating a blinding white light. A mysterious woman in her mid-20s was standing right there. She threw a chilling glance at me but made no move. Cha Xiaodao let out a heavy, exhausted sigh after finishing his tale. Li Yan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You just hid outside like a coward instead of investigating. You could have snagged a legendary tier artifact in there. Cha Xiaodao scoffed. My professional advice? Just burn some incense here. You have an ancient demon and a wild mountain god right beside you. Letting these divine beings handle the negotiations is way safer than you blindly charging in. Li Yan glanced over at Dan Niang and she gave a firm nod. Satisfied, he asked his next question. On your frantic sprint over here, did you spot any other living souls? Cha Xiaodao scratched his cheek awkwardly. Honestly, not a single person. Li Yan turned his serious gaze back to Dan Niang. I am leaving Su Du in your care. Signal me immediately if anything attacks. Dan Niang smiled gently at the injured girl. No need to worry. When you return, I promise to hand back a perfectly energized, lively little demon. Her confident smile put him at absolute ease. Whack Li Yan slapped Cha Xiaodao squarely on the shoulder. All right then. Come on, I will give you a ride. Instant relief washed over Cha Xiaodao's exhausted face. His eyes sparkled with sheer excitement. So where did you score that monster of a bike? That thing must cost a fortune, right? You rich kids really live differently. Li Yan chuckled with humble swagger. It is just a little side project, nothing crazy. Moments later, the deafening roar of the engine violently ripped through the empty streets once again. Vroom, vroom, vroom once. The roaring faded into the distance. Dan Niang crossed her arms. You can open your eyes now. The guys are totally gone. Su Du weakly fluttered her eyelashes, finally revealing her heavily injured state. Dan Niang smirked. Your precious Lord Zhenmo would have carried you on his back anyway. Why resort to playing dead like a guilty child? Su Du instantly puffed up her cheeks, pouting with pure frustration. Lady of Mount Ni, were you not bound to your mountain? I thought you could never leave its borders even in death. So why are you blindly following Lord Zhenmo everywhere like a lost puppy? Dan Niang casually inspected her perfectly manicured nails. The outside world is just far too thrilling. But honestly, I have zero interest in discussing my personal business. What really fascinates me is you. Did you fake sleeping just because you are terrified? Li Yan will label you as completely useless. Sorrow washed over Su Du's pale face. Lord Zhenmo burned so much spiritual energy just to summon my soul. He even trusted me with a legendary dragon skin lantern, and what did I achieve? In my very first battle, I took catastrophic damage without even understanding how. I offered zero help and became a massive burden to his mission. What if Lord Zhenmo decides to cast me away as trash? What if he permanently seals me back in the system? I am absolutely terrified that his disappointment will confirm I am nothing but a worthless failure. Pure heartbreaking panic clouded her eyes. Dan Niang's aura suddenly shifted to deadly serious. Honestly, you are massively overthinking his intentions. And frankly, I have zero patience for your petty jealousy games. You have existed for thousands of years without maturing your brain. I hope my brutal honesty forces an awakening. Su Du stared blankly, totally overwhelmed. Dan Niang's eyes flashed with icy warning. Do not try to test my limits. Never provoke my patience. Ever since I descended from that mountain, my temper has taken a very dark turn. Still pouting, Su Du huffed and stubbornly turned her back. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a chilling gust of wind swept through the courtyard, carrying a faint whisper. Both girls instantly snapped into combat-ready stances, glaring out the open doorway. The sinister voice echoed again. Well, there are actually living souls left here. Meanwhile, deep within the Ming tombs, a massive ancient stone stele loomed in the shadows. Li Yan's mind flashed back to Pei Yunhu's ominous challenge. Tonight at the 13 Tomes of the Gods. I will be waiting for your arrival. Sitting beside him in the eerie darkness, Cha Xiaodao tapped his foot with restless anxiety. Man, the clock just hit 11:30 at night. Cha Xiaodao suddenly froze. He stood up, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and muttered, My quest just triggered. Li Yan frowned in concern. I haven't heard a single system prompt yet. Are you absolutely sure the designated zone is the Ming Tomes? Xiaodao asked. This current Walker trial has locked the deathmatch arena right at the 13 Ming Tomes. Li Yan was completely stunned. The system declared, Your opponent holding the Kui inheritance is dead. This designated duel is officially cancelled. You will not receive any inheritance rewards. Hearing this, Li Yan's eyes grew heavy with warning. He slowly turned, forcing a stiff, uneasy smile at Cha Xiaodao. Huh? Xiaodao asked, feeling helpless. Is your mission still classified? Li Yan kept his voice deadpan. Pei Yunhu is dead. Xiao Dao gasped in pure shock. What did you just say? Hope instantly lit up Xiao Dao's face. He eagerly tapped his system interface. Doesn't that mean I can finally go home? But the glowing screen flashed a cruel warning. Return denied. Xiao Dao scoffed, cursing his rotten luck. Suddenly, a chilling global announcement echoed. This final message is left exclusively for the walker named Li Yan. I will never let you off the hook. We are both trapped in this deadly hellscape now. Let us see who dies first. Li Yan simply closed his eyes and sighed. Looks like you died first. Back at the ancient steel, the ways of the world cannot be hidden by just two people. Until the very end, the true victor remains unknown. Complete losers like Bullhead or Rising Stars acting tough. It turns out the legendary Tiger Steel Temple is nothing more than this. Breaking the silence, Li Yan finally spoke up. Since I understand the rules now, the next steps are incredibly simple. Let us go to your designated zone. You launch a frontal assault and I will ambush them from the shadows. Puffing his cigarette, Xiao Dao was left utterly speechless. I knew you were fiercely pragmatic, but not to this terrifying extreme. Your ruthlessness is actually scary. Were you seriously a fencing coach back in our world? Straddling his heavily modified motorcycle, Li Yan casually replied, I failed at moving houses. I actually sold audio equipment. Xiao Dao stared in total disbelief. A salesman. You do not look the part at all. Gunning the engine, Li Yan glanced back. Let us ride out. Xiao Dao shot back. We can handle our own mess. If you are worried about those two girls, go check on them yourself. Scratching his head in frustration, Li Yan muttered, Pei Yunhu dying so suddenly. It really gives me the creeps. Turning back toward the imposing gates, Xiao Dao waved his hand dismissively. My lady is still waiting for me. Li Yan shouted right back at him. If you end up dying too, how will I ever recover those 50,000 Yanfu points? Get lost. Xiao Dao just swore under his breath. Moments later, Li Yan's roaring motorcycle tore through the desolate streets. As he sped through the night, his mind raced. Once tonight's designated death matches conclude, out of everyone involved, there will only be 14 walkers left standing. But why did Pei Yunhu refuse to let things go even in death? If we cannot locate the Jade Axis Earth Brigade, this Yanfu survival mission might only leave one or two players alive. A local martial artist, an anomaly, or another walker. His killer absolutely falls into one of these three categories. The highest probability is that another walker slaughtered him. Lost in deep thought, Li Yan's face suddenly contorted in sheer panic. Screech. He violently wrenched his handlebars, spinning the bike around. Li Yan stared with absolute dread, gasping out loud. Are you kidding me? Right in front of him, the solid road had collapsed into a bottomless reality-shattering abyss. Attention, Honorable Walker. You have encountered a fruit drop phenomenon. To prevent catastrophic existence erasure, please evacuate the immediate area at once. This dimensional anomaly has been reported to the higher-ups. Genuine terror gripped Li Yan's heart. He kicked a loose rock straight ahead. The stone whistled through the air before being instantly swallowed into the dead center of that swirling void. Countless shattered fragments of reality floated into the dark sky. Li Yan watched in frozen horror for a moment before leaping back onto his bike. If solid matter just vanishes like that, this is a pure death trap. Running away is my only option. Boom, boom. The deafening roar of collapsing space grew more violent and terrifying by the second. He slammed the throttle and bolted. The scene violently shifts to Yandu City. Towering smokestacks spewed pitch-black vapor into the night. A lone pickup truck idled on an empty street. Drip, drip, oil leaked onto the asphalt while the driver sat in dead silence. Vroom. Li Yan tore through the eerie midnight streets. His roaring customized motorcycle blazed right past that very same pickup truck. Peering through the dark window, a glowing red dot rested on the driver's face. Creak. The driver slowly snapped his neck around. It was a horrifying demon face with dead, lifeless eyes and a stiff, violently twitching expression. Whoosh. The demonic pickup truck suddenly bolted forward, and then it vanished into thin air, leaving absolutely nothing behind but a chilling trail of white smoke. Creak, screech. The unsettling noises echoed once more. From the eerie fog, a rusted tricycle cart slowly pedaled down the haunted street. A ghostly vendor's chant pierced the silence. Meat buns, hot meat buns, fresh meat buns, delicious meat buns, plump, perfectly round buns sat in the steaming basket. But the vendor serving them wore a grotesquely twisted, smiling face. The nightmare creature continuously chanted its horrific sales pitch. Meat buns, hot meat buns, sizzle. Amidst the frying sounds, the phantom cart slowly faded into the darkness. The sinister narrative now shifts to the shadows of Panjai wine. An ancient ghost with a horribly mutated face lost its temper and roared. That bastard Pei completely failed to bring back 10 souls for us. You cannot pay back the debt you owe us, so what do you think will happen to you, Gao Wuchang? We do not even need to spell it out, Gao Wuchang instantly fired back. Cut the crap. Summon everyone from the Imperial City and the alley lords here. Immediately. He glared with murderous intent. I want to settle these accounts face to face. Stop running your damn mouths behind my back. Mao Zishang flashed a dangerously cunning smile. We obviously trust your words, Gao Wuchang. Otherwise, we would have never handed that sacred imperial decree over to you. As he spoke, a horde of terrifying demons materialized behind him, their eyes burned with eerie light, flashing, sinister blood-curdling expressions. Suddenly, a demon child with pitch-black eyes gasped, "Hey!" It poked at a strange hovering anomaly and asked, "What kind of trick is this?" Splash. Instantly, a bizarre milky white liquid blasted violently straight into its small body. The demon child shrieked in absolute panic. The mysterious fluid multiplied relentlessly, threatening to drown it completely. The bizarre substance kept splattering into the demon crowd, throwing the terrifying underworld entities into pure, unadulterated chaos. Scene shift to Yanfu's 6 bronze ancient temple, jagged fangs arched perfectly to form a terrifying gateway. In the absolute center rested a single mysterious table. Glowing text suddenly materialized on a useless heaven and earth cup. Where is Zi Wenji? I did not summon her here. The mighty realm Lord Cao Yuanchao suddenly spoke out. The man beside him was Zhang Yuejin, a realm lord with an unknown inheritance. Taking a slow, leisurely sip of water, Zhang Yuejin nonchalantly asked, "So if that person actually shows up, how exactly will you explain yourself to them?" Cao Yuanchao smirked. "I will just say my wife is on her monthly cycle. Take any issues up with me. Does that sound perfectly reasonable to you?" Zhang Yuejin chuckled at the absurdity. "Yuanshao, your losing personality truly will never change." Cao Yuanshao laughed right back at him. "Oh, cut it out, we brothers know exactly who we really are. Stop acting like such a hypocrite." He pressed on, his voice low and dangerous. "Those rumors about the Siphon organization's sudden appearance, are they fact or fiction?" Zhang Yuejin's expression darkened completely. "It is absolutely real. The spatial detachment is overwhelming, an 80 to 90% match." Cao Yuanchao furrowed his brows. Which of the 8 hardships has descended? Is it the agony of resentment, the sorrow of parting, or the despair of unfulfilled desires? They have been dead silent for 2 years. Why is the Siphon faction making a move now? Zhang Yujin's voice was grim as death. "Whoever it is, this spells absolute disaster. During the Grand Council meeting, stall for as much time as humanly possible and bury whatever secrets you can. The 5 immortals are absolutely ruthless. They will undoubtedly execute the ringleader just to set a terrifying example. Facing the 8 hardships and the Siphon Lord is pure suicide. I suspect this sudden uprising is tied to our previous siege against Yushu. I warned you not to be reckless. Looking back, I seriously doubt you were even the one pulling the strings behind that ambush." Zhang Yuejin shot his sworn brother a sharp, calculating glare. A heavy silence fell before he finally snapped. "Mark my words, that cunning woman Si Wenji will be the death of you someday." Suddenly, the eerie clack of high heels echoed through the hall. Along with them came a strange puppet-like figure and a sinister child sporting a blood-red bow tie. 3 imposing auras flooded the room: an alluring woman, an ancient elder, and a little boy. The woman Yushiki broke the silence with a chilling tone. "Per the ancient laws, I stand here today as the proxy for the Earth Lord Haotu." The elder, known as Old Man Hongshang, clasped his hands with solemn authority. "A Grand Council requires the presence of at least 6 sovereign lords. We are still missing 1 seat." The creepy child smirked, his eyes practically glowing. "I am Xia Gengshi. I bear the absolute authority of the Ghost Lord Qiangqi." With their introductions complete, the newly arrived trio took their rightful seats, staring down the 2 men across the massive table. Zhang Yujin cleared his throat, radiating a commanding presence. "Zhu Ju has sent word. I have full authorization to act as his proxy." Old Man Hongshang nodded slowly. "Very well, then the quorum is met." But then the elder's terrifying gaze swept the room. But where is Si Wenji?" His ancient eyes narrowed into deadly calculating slits. Cao Yuanchao almost blurted out a ridiculous excuse, but Zhang Yuejin fiercely kicked his ankle, coughing loudly to interrupt. He smoothly took over. Given the catastrophic failure of her subordinates, the Qingqiu fox Si Wenji must bear the ultimate blame. She is currently purging her rogue agents and is fully prepared to surrender all authoritative power over Yanfu operations. Therefore, she could not attend today's gathering, as her rightful husband Lord Wu holds total authority to represent her in this Grand Council. Hearing this blatant excuse, old man Hongzong groaned inwardly, fiercely rubbing his temples to fight off a massive headache. As every lord here knows, 2 years ago, the legendary Yu Shu waged total war against Sifan. Since then, the 8 hardships have existed only as a hollow myth. Even the supreme Sifan lord vanished without a trace, but exactly 6 hours ago, World Shenjiazi 984 experienced a massive spatial detachment. Logically, this proves Sifan has infiltrated the Yanfu system. The elder's voice grew dangerously cold. As the supreme overseer of all Yanfu realm transits, I know my head is on the chopping block. However, the moment I traced the anomaly's origin, the true mastermind was revealed. It was none other than that treacherous fox, Si Wenji. Hiding behind Lord Wu's absolute authority, she illegally trafficked the coordinates of low-ranking agents. She completely sabotaged Yanfu's operations, creating the perfect blind spot for Sifan to exploit. The terrifying accusation left Zhang and Cao sitting in suffocating silence. Old man Hongzong slammed his fist on the table. I have received mountains of reports from surviving agents. My hands are full of irrefutable damning evidence. If necessary, I am fully prepared to violently confront Si Wenji or Lord Wu right here and now. A deathly crushing aura descended over the grand meeting table. Finally, the terrifyingly beautiful Yushi Qi broke the icy tension. Ahem. Lord Wu, sir. Were you truly aware of this colossal betrayal? Beneath the table, Zhang Yuejin ruthlessly stomped on his sworn brother's foot. Cao Yuanchao jolted in shock, shooting Zhang Yuejin a panicked glare. But seeing his friend's murderously cold expression, he gritted his teeth and forced a terrifying smirk. Are you quite finished? Humph. My wife and I have already thoroughly discussed these petty accusations. To put it bluntly, every single word old man Hongzong just spouted is entirely true. Zhang Yuejin shot him a look of absolute horror, but Cao Yuanchao's aura exploded with overwhelming arrogance. However, Si Wenji didn't just use my name. I was the supreme mastermind behind this entire operation. I will shoulder the absolute burden of this sin. Veins bulged on Zhang Yuejin's hand as he crushed his divine teacup. Boiling liquid spilled everywhere, but Cao Yuanchao refused to back down. I will personally annihilate the Sifan rats. I will pay every drop of compensation for the spatial collapse. I will embrace Yanfu's absolute judgment. This will not tarnish the divine glory of you. 5. Immortals. His dominant aura suppressed the entire room. This matter is officially closed. If any of you dare to dig this up again, you will face my wrath. Old man Hongzong merely observed him with eyes like deep, silent pools. If there are no further objections, this grand council is adjourned. Whoosh, the oppressive scene instantly shattered. Meanwhile, in a forgotten dimension, Li Yan kicked open a heavy wooden door, finding 2 girls huddling around a crackling fire. My lord, the nine-winged Sudu cried out, her eyes sparkling with absolute joy. Li Yan stepped forward, but Dan Niang's voice cut through the air like a knife. Watch your back. Because hiding in the pitch-black shadows, a terrifyingly unfamiliar presence was lurking. Li Yan's lethal gaze locked onto a mysterious figure casually squatting in the corner slurping soup. Without hesitation, he activated his absolute ocular skill, the startled swan glimpse. A divine light exploded within his right pupil. The intruder was none other than the legendary Feng Yi, yet the man just kept slurping his broth like a beggar. Li Yan gritted his teeth in shock. My divine eye scan. It didn't even trigger a single reaction. Suddenly, Feng Yi stopped slurping, his aura shifting dramatically. I am immune to your little scanning trick, so let me just ask you face to face. Are you the legendary Li Yan? Li Yan tightened his grip on his weapon. Are you hunting me? Not quite, Feng Yi chuckled, wiping his mouth. Your name has been making serious waves. I just never expected fate to drop you right in my lap. Li Yan's heart hammered against his ribs. He kept his weapon aimed at the stranger but shot a desperate glance back at the girls. Who the hell is this guy? The girls instantly scrambled behind Li Yan's broad shoulders, trembling in pure fear. Li Yan took a commanding step forward, his killing intent leaking out. Are you a rogue awakened? The metallic bowl hit the floor with a heavy thud. The stranger casually scratched his head, a devilish smirk creeping onto his face, since you have clearly crossed paths with the almighty Yu Shu. It is no shock that my overwhelming aura gave me away. As Feng Yi stared at his own menacing reflection in the water, Li Yan nonchalantly pulled a fresh carrot from his inventory. Taking a loud, defiant crunch, he scoffed, "So what is your grand title, tough guy?" The man's eyes glowed with terrifying ancient power. "I am Feng Yi of the Sifan faction, also known as Bing Yi, the absolute god of the Yellow River." Li Yan's expression didn't change. "Sifan, is that a guild?" But behind his back, his hand was frantically signaling Dan Niang to escape. Feng Yi raised his empty bowl like a triumphant king. "We are the absolute rebels who shattered Yanfu's chains, the true sanctuary for all rogue awakened." A terrifying blood-curdling grin split across his face. "Well, are you desperate enough to join our legendary ranks?" Li Yan's blood ran ice-cold. The sheer pressure radiating from Feng Yi's invitation felt like a mountain crushing his spine. Li Yan pointed at his own chest, faking absolute bewilderment. "Me join you? Are my pathetic stats even worthy of a god's attention?" The river god propped his chin up, his eyes practically piercing Li Yan's soul. "Do not play the fool with me, boy. Very few mortals possess an awakening rate of over 90% at the 10th capital rank." Li Yan stood frozen, absorbing the terrifying revelation. "Listen closely," Feng Yi hissed, his aura turning violently dark. "The name Yu Shu is a bleeding scar carved right into Sifan's core. We ruthlessly hunt down anything connected to that monster, and unfortunately for you, that includes your head. Before I arrived, they told me your life was worthless. No need to search for a dead man walking. But since fate forced our paths to cross, I have to ask, will you pledge your loyalty to Sifan?" Li Yan just smirked, his brow furrowing with suspicion. Feng Yi leaned in closer. "Think carefully. We are dead serious. Yanfu has its 10 lords, while Sifan commands the 8 sufferings: birth, aging, sickness, death, and the agonies of the mortal realm. 2 years ago, Yu Shu, the avatar of death, betrayed our ranks and infiltrated the lords. Aside from aging, sickness, and separation, the remaining 4 are absolute nightmares. Anyone who managed to escape Sifan left with crippling permanent scars. Right now, 5 seats of suffering sit empty. Make no mistake, whether a lord or a suffering, these titles grant absolute power and supreme glory. If you stay bound to Yanfu, you will spend countless lifetimes trying to even glimpse this level of authority." Even the Lord of Beasts, the absolute apex predator, was violently suppressed by the Lord of Feathers. Snatching that throne from his grasp is simply impossible for you. Feng Yi stared at him, his eyes glowing like a starving wolf. "But if you align with Sifan, I will personally sponsor you. You will inherit the title of the new birth, ascending to the ultimate throne of death." He raised a single imposing finger. Li Yan stared back in deafening silence before his cold voice pierced the tension. "I have questions for you. Ask away." Li Yan cut straight to the bloody truth. "Did you slaughter Pei Yunhu?" "Exactly," Feng Yi smirked carelessly. "And his divine decree is mine." Li Yan's expression darkened. This waking nightmare was infinitely worse than when Yunhu was still breathing. "What is your endgame?" Li Yan demanded. Feng Yi stretched lazily. "I am carving a bloody exit for my comrades. Do you even know why they brand us as the fallen?" Li Yan shook his head. Feng Yi's eyes gleamed. "The legendary Yanfu tree birthed all of reality. Every single fruit hanging from its branches contains an entirely brand new universe. But the true cosmic essence, the limitless vitality hidden inside, is known as the Yanfu core. Under system rules, walkers can only harvest a core after the fruit naturally withers and dies. But Sifan possesses an exclusive terrifying power. We strip away the flesh of the fruit by force. When it drops, we annihilate the outer shell entirely, claiming the pure core for ourselves. Because of this brutal harvest, they curse us as Yanfu's parasites. And this right here is my very first time extracting a divine core." The elders spoke the truth. Even from a low-ranking fruit, the raw value of a core absolutely crushes any ordinary legendary artifact. With this core in hand, Sifan will shatter the earthly seal and conquer the Yanfu realm once more. I offered you truth, yet you refuse to pay the price of loyalty. So you reject my invitation. His expression darkened with murderous intent. Li Yan hesitated, weighing his deadly options in absolute silence. Ding! The ancient sealing bell chimed. "It is time," Dan Niang whispered. Suddenly, the eerie porcelain infant in Lady Yunshao's arms leaped straight into the shadows. Clack, clack. The toddler landed, its eyes glowing with unnatural light. Wearing only a traditional bib, it teleported instantly to Feng Yi's feet, launching a blindingly fast kick. Smash! A wooden stand shattered instantly. The demonic child spun around proudly, shoving a mysterious crimson object right into its mouth. Snap! It bit the object in half like a wax candle. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Li Yan and Dan Niang suddenly felt it. An overwhelming sinister aura flooding the room. Ha ha ha! Chilling childish laughter echoed everywhere. Every single mystical idol on the altar sprang to life and leaped down in chaotic frenzy. What the hell is happening? Where did they come from? A heavy footstep slammed against the threshold. The twin-bun maiden stepped inside, her eyes widening at the utter chaos. Her face darkened with absolute fury. Clang. She struck the bell hard. The demonic toddlers froze in pure terror. Her eyes blazed with raging authority, tightly gripping a punishing whip. Sensing her wrath, the little terrors scattered like smoke. Both men instantly locked eyes onto the furious maiden. She marched toward Lady Yunshao's statue, offering a deep, respectful bow. Then her cold voice echoed, "Honored guests, are you offering incense or drawing a fate slip?" Li Yan gestured forward respectfully. "Please, I need you to diagnose my companion." Feng Yi immediately chimed in. "Then I will test my luck with a fate slip." A bamboo cylinder materialized from thin air, rolling up her sleeves. The maiden approached Su Du and struck a precise acupoint. Bam! Su Du violently convulsed, dripping in agonized cold sweat. Wiping her hands cleanly, the maiden gave her grim verdict. "Her spiritual core is severely damaged. I must take her to the inner sanctuary." Dan Niang glanced at him and nodded. Li Yan cupped his fists in martial respect. "We are in your debt." Carrying Su Du away, the maiden called back over her shoulder, "The divination box is on the altar. Help yourselves." The mystical box gleamed under the temple lights. Boom! Feng Yi slammed the table, sending the bamboo slips flying into the air. He snatched one with lightning reflexes. The prophecy-read horse falling into the void. A mountain of effort failing at the final step. "Trash," Feng Yi scoffed. He aggressively shook the box again, forcing another slip to crash down. He glared sharply at the celestial text. A bitter winter meeting slaughter. Drawing water with a bamboo basket, everything turns to nothing. Cursing his luck, he kicked the divine box aside. As Li Yan reached for it, a single slip tumbled out on its own. His eyes widened at the heaven's message. The reading proclaimed greed and martial might walk together, piercing mountains and draining seas. Realization comes late. Gripping the slip, he glanced at a curious Dan Niang. He tossed it over. "Your turn. Have fun." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Catching the cylinder, Dan Niang knelt reverently on the prayer cushion. Pressing her hands together, she prayed to the system gods. Moments later, she drew her destiny, hidden jade within the stone. Day and night, unable to part, yet unfit for the mortal realm. Li Yan leaned in, chuckling softly. Unfit for the mortal realm, how incredibly fitting. Sitting arrogantly on the altar, Feng Yi waved a dismissive hand. "It is just a child's game." Pathetic. His playful tone vanished instantly. "Now what is your final answer?" A blinding white aura erupted from Feng Yi's palm, crackling with destructive power. Li Yan turned slowly. "If I refuse, I am not leaving this temple alive, am I?" His aura spiked. Feng Yi grinned ruthlessly. "Exactly." Li Yan's gaze turned icy cold. "Let us see if you have the strength to bury me." Patience shattered. Feng Yi violently blasted his blazing white energy forward. Die swoosh! Li Yan ghosted to the side, dodging the devastating impact by a hair. Using the momentum, he exploded forward like a cannonball, catching Feng Yi completely off guard. A razor-sharp spear materialized instantly. Li Yan gripped the weapon and launched a brutal thrust. Caught off guard, Feng Yi finally showed signs of struggling. Li Yan unleashed the Tiger Leap technique. He followed up with Blood Roar, leaving a deep gash on Feng Yi's neck. Finally, the Hidden Flight and the Guhuo Bird Phantom manifested. The three ultimate moves combined into one devastating Strike the Piercing Lotus. Chilling crackles echoed through the air. Feng Yi was instantly encased in a massive block of solid ice. Razor-sharp spectral feathers jutted out from its freezing surface. It seemed Li Yan had completely sealed his enemy. But suddenly Feng Yi stretched his arms out with terrifying force. A bloody aura erupted completely, shattering the icy prison into glittering dust. Meanwhile, Dan Niang's light footsteps echoed as she approached. She walked right over to where Su Du was receiving treatment. The girl with the twin buns paused her healing magic and asked a question. What exactly is going on here? Sudu had already transformed into his glorious nine-winged form. Even in the face of defeat, the gruesome wound on his back had completely closed up. Dan Niang offered a polite smile. My apologies, we will be leaving right away. She subtly waved her hand, sending a secret signal. Sudu instantly understood the hint and gasped. Over in the distance, Li Yan was stumbling backward, completely pushed to his limits. A blue system screen flashed before his eyes. You have triggered the Blood Roar ability. Total damage output and the bonus damage from the Jiu Feng empowerment have reached 728%. Your Star Hook state has been temporarily disabled. The special cooldown duration is set to 73 hours. The Guhuo Bird had successfully devoured the enemy's legacy, absorbing the wood demon's ancient green tree branch. The current awakening level of your Guhuo Bird bloodline is now at 56%. You have reawakened. Regaining his momentum, Li Yan desperately sprinted right out of the Yushi Temple's main gates. Li Yan dashed madly down the desolate street, the wind howled furiously around him. Back inside the ruined temple, a shadowy figure could still be seen slumping onto the cold floor. Feng Yi's clothes were ripped to absolute shreds. The power of the Sea Fan artifact was incredibly tyrannical. However, since it was a treasure from his mysterious boss, it felt incredibly natural to wield. Suddenly, he pulled out a terrifying damage-tracking device. Go ahead and run, he sneered. A monstrous wave of overwhelming energy erupted from his body, locking straight onto Li Yan's fleeing back. While sprinting down the open road, a massive cloud of Feng Yi's deadly white mist chased right behind him. Li Yan could not react in time. A violent surge of energy slashed directly into the side of his neck. Li Yan gritted his teeth, a wave of panic washing over him. Blood poured from the deep gash on his neck. He quickly tossed a healing item into his mouth. Sudu flew over in a panic, crying out, "My lord, are you all right?" Ignoring his own pain, Li Yan quickly asked, "How are your injuries holding up?" The majestic bird immediately replied, "I am perfectly fine." He urgently warned his companion, "Stay far away from that cursed white mist. I will contact you later." Sudu quickly took flight. "Understood, my lord, please be careful." Meanwhile, Li Yan fiercely chewed the healing medicine and swallowed it down. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was in absolute shock. Even after eating the divine green apple, this wound will not close. The gruesome slash on his neck was still bleeding profusely. Pushing through the pain, he launched himself forward with massive, desperate leaps. Back at the temple, the twin bun girl turned around. Seeing the absolute destruction, she screamed in fury, "You ungrateful guest, I kindly offered you shelter and you completely destroyed the sacred main hall." But the ruthless Feng Yi completely ignored her. He was hyper-focused on controlling his destructive new toy. Seeing his arrogant attitude, her rage completely boiled over. There was absolutely no reasoning with a monster like him. Without even looking up, he spoke in a chilling, detached voice. "As a divine servant under the three heavens, Yushi, this is merely the ultimate limit of what your little sacred fruit can achieve." His thumb ruthlessly pressed the plus button. Instantly, a massive beam of white energy blasted right at the twin bun girl. She pointed a glowing finger forward in defense. Divine Maiden suddenly materialized. Her eyes glowed fiercely as she summoned an ancient flood dragon which transformed into phantom generals. But even those mighty phantom generals were instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying white energy. The devastating mist tore right through the defensive line, completely surrounding the majestic dragon and the divine maidens. The twin bun girl was brutally swallowed by the relentless attack. Absolute despair filled her eyes as her defenses crumbled. How on earth is this possible? The deadly winds continued to howl. Stripped of her powers, there was absolutely nowhere left for her to run. The blinding white mist mercilessly devoured her entire being. In mere seconds, every single trace of life was erased by the overwhelming white void. Violent crushing sounds echoed out. Thick temple walls and ancient wooden doors were blasted into absolute dust. Feng Yi grinned like a total maniac, joyfully controlling his deadly artifact as the sacred ground was reduced to smoking rubble beneath his boots. The destructive winds finally settled. The once glorious ancient temple had been completely wiped off the map. Nothing was left but a perfectly flat, lifeless wasteland. Having finished his absolute slaughter, Feng Yi casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled forward. But suddenly his arrogant expression froze. His eyes narrowed into deadly slits as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Was that the power of the Jiu Feng? Meanwhile, Li Yan grabbed the edge of a high wall and vaulted right over it. But the very second his boots hit the ground, that nightmarish white mist came crashing over the barrier like a deadly tsunami. Sprinting for his life, Li Yan's mind raced. A motorcycle is completely useless right now. If I get on a bike, I will not have room to maneuver. There is absolutely no way to outrun the raw power of the sea fan on wheels. He desperately dashed deep into a dense forest, but the cursed white mist relentlessly tracked his every move, multiplying in size with every passing second. It was now surging forward like an apocalyptic hurricane. Li Yan gritted his teeth in sheer panic. The absolute power of the sea fan has already swallowed half of Yandun City. Those Yanfu bastards are truly despicable. Meanwhile, right outside the Merit Forest, Shi Wujin stood face to face with Little Knife's father. Cao Yuanchao's arm suddenly morphed into a grotesque skeletal hand. This was his terrifying legacy ability, the form of the undying flesh, the endless devourer. The undying flesh has eyes but possesses absolutely no stomach. It can be devoured endlessly, yet its core and flesh will instantly regenerate to their original state. According to ancient texts, this horrific entity provided an endless supply of tasteless meat. This absolute lack of flavor severely lowered the legendary status of the undying flesh in the ancient mythological records. However, its monstrous self-healing factor made it an incredibly terrifying legacy skill. His mangled hand miraculously knitted back together in seconds. Cracking his newly formed knuckles, he smirked arrogantly. "Is that all you have got?" Little Knife's father calmly puffed on his cigarette. He raised two fingers, mimicking a lethal snipping motion. "I must admit your regeneration is incredibly fast." Suddenly, Sudu frantically swooped down from the sky. "Chef, you need to end this battle immediately. Once you are done, head straight for the inner city. Do not go to the Yushi temple." Little Knife's father coldly analyzed the bird's aura. Its energy matched the female demon always seen by Li Yin's side. "Looks like this bird is actually trustworthy," he muttered. Without warning, the endless devourer lunged forward with a bone-shattering punch. The chef swiftly swung his signature small blade to block. The razor-sharp steel buried itself deep into the monster's fist. Yet the villain only flashed a sickening grin while the chef glared back with deadly precision. Clang! In an absolute show of madness, the villain's fist was split completely in half by the blade, yet the split knuckles still smashed directly into the chef's face. Taking the brutal impact head-on, the chef was sent violently flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. The endless devourer completely lost his mind, viciously lunging forward with both mangled hands. A deeply sinister smile stretched across his face. His massive hulking frame completely pinned down the chef's smaller body. Like a starving beast, he lowered his head and took a massive bloody bite right out of his opponent's neck. The devourer's eyes burned crimson like a literal man-eating demon, radiating a suffocatingly aura. But suddenly the monster shrieked in absolute terror and violently pulled away. His mouth was still disgustingly coated in thick, gruesome blood, dripping everywhere. Jia Xiaodao's entire body erupted into blazing flames. His eyes glowed with fierce intensity as he glared at his enemy. Gripping Shi Wujin's shoulders, he smirked and asked, "Can you handle my blade techniques? How about a taste of my fire arts?" The man panicked instantly. What followed were deafening, sky-shattering screams of sheer agony. Jia Xiaodao unleashed his ultimate culinary technique, the giant carp embrace. A massive roaring inferno exploded outward. Trapped within the blazing vortex, Shi Wujin slowly began burning into nothingness. His physical body dissolved into dark, corrupted energy. But the relentless flames refused to stop, continuing their devastating upward surge. Whoosh! After a while, the raging inferno finally showed signs of dying down. Its blinding radiance was visible from miles away. Down below, absolute chaos reigned supreme, leaving the entire battlefield shrouded in thick smoke. Peering into the dust, Jia Xiaodao's silhouette finally appeared. His clothes were completely vaporized by the fiery blast, leaving only charred, pathetic scraps clinging to his body. Looking further down, well, absolutely nothing survived the heat. Luckily, a single piece of fabric barely covered his most vital area. What incredible attention to detail from the creator. Right now, Jia Xiaodao's entire muscular physique remained bathed in the residual glow of the dying flames. Completely butt naked, Jia Xiaodao sprinted away like a wild ape. He frantically thought to himself, "I should really stop using that move. I desperately need some pants right now." Meanwhile, atop another fortress wall, Zhao Xin stared down at the creepy white streaks in horror. "What the heck are those demonic things?" Zhao Wu quickly replied. "It is clear now the white substance has consumed most of the city. We must stick to the central axis." Zhao Xin's mind reeled in absolute disbelief. Just moments ago, her formidable opponents were effortlessly wiped out by that exact same white phenomenon. Zhao Wu urgently pushed her forward. "Let us move." Thank heavens Wu Shan failed to catch us, but our luck will not protect us forever. Following closely behind, Zhao Xin sighed in deep admiration. Brother, sometimes I truly envy your ability to stay so cool under this terrifying pressure. You sacrifice your eyes to fake weakness before the enemy. Relying on Xuan Ming's divine power, you transformed into a dark water current to secure the kill. No matter what anyone says, we won this death match. The young girl smiled brightly. Zhao Wu returned a gentle smirk, staying silent as he focused on running. While sprinting, she summoned her floating system panel to check the latest stats. Suddenly, a barrage of urgent system alerts chimed aggressively. A Yanfu walker has perished. 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 The siblings froze in utter shock. Less than 10 walkers remained alive. It seemed the forces of Hu Tu were almost entirely wiped off the map. The duo desperately continued their sprint, but all along their escape route, those eerie white streaks began appearing, slithering forward with a chilling rustling sound. The menacing white substance crept toward a massive steel gate. Rustle, rustle. In mere seconds, the gigantic doors were entirely swallowed whole. The anomaly then slithered onward, creeping deep into the industrial factory zones. Rustling relentlessly, it spread toward an abandoned freight train. Giant electrical towers groaned before snapping like twigs under the terrifying weight of the creeping white horror. It showed absolutely no mercy to a children's playground, sweeping over the hopscotch squares with a sinister hiss. Even the surrounding residential homes and every innocent object were mercilessly devoured by the unnatural tide. Meanwhile, on a rare stretch of peaceful road, a lone figure strolled forward casually. The mysterious man was none other than Feng Yi. He walked with a relaxed swagger, muttering darkly, "We are nearing the endgame, just a little more." At that exact moment, the white anomaly prepared to engulf the last standing residential block. Feng Yi rambled like an absolute lunatic. "A deal to reach the heavens was right before you. Since you refuse, you can just turn into dust along with this entire Ho Tu realm." Shifting focus to Li Yan's side, he was currently sprinting down an empty street like a madman. As he glanced over his shoulder to check for pursuers, he suddenly crashed headfirst into another person, sprinting from the opposite direction. The violent collision knocked them both back. The newcomer was actually Wu Shan. Without a single word, they instantly engaged in a brutal lightning-fast fistfight. Li Yan unleashed a fury of punches, forcing Wu Shan to skid backward. He viciously chopped Wu Shan's wrist, but the rival countered instantly, landing a devastating blow right on Li Yan's chest. A deadly cold glint flashed in Li Yan's eyes. Channeling all his raw power, he delivered a bone-crushing strike straight to Wu Shan's head. Suddenly, explosive streams of multicolored aura erupted violently from Wu Shan's body. His eyes turned blood red, resembling a rabid, bloodthirsty beast. Sensing the overwhelming threat, Li Yan immediately spun around, choosing strategic retreat over certain death. But Wu Shan reacted with blinding speed, blocking his path. Startled, Li Yan locked eyes with him, finally recognizing his face as he gasped out, "It is you." Li Yan immediately bolted in the opposite direction, yelling back, "I do not have the time or mood to fight you right now. I forfeit this match." Undeterred, Wu Shan gave chase like a guided missile. "Where is Pei Yunhu? He must modify the imperial decree or we are all dead." Li Yan shouted back urgently, "Pei Yunhu is already dead. The decree is lost forever." Panic flashed across Wu Shan's face as he roared. "What the hell did you just say?" Li Yan explained hastily. "It was a deserter's doing. Keep running. We absolutely cannot defeat that monster." Wu Shan furrowed his brows in deep anxiety. A deserter who broke free from the system. At the very least, they must possess the power of an agent. The strength of a deserter vastly eclipses any normal walker in this event. The Ho Tu system would never just turn a blind eye. This anomaly definitely used some forbidden backdoor method to enter. Thinking back carefully, could it be that guy named Ren-Er? Li Yan yelled out. "Have you actually encountered a deserter before running alongside him?" Wu Shan replied, "Probably not directly, but I have survived in Yanfu for over a year. I might not have tasted pork, but I have seen pigs run." Li Yan pushed his speed to the absolute limit, pressing further. With such a massive disturbance rocking the Yanfu system, how could the higher-ups just ignore it? Wu Shan shook his head in sheer bewilderment. "I honestly have no clue." With dread in their hearts, the two men continue their desperate escape. Finally, they arrive at the meridian gate of the Forbidden City. Catching his breath, Li Yan squinted toward another direction. 3 fast-moving shadows were rapidly approaching through the dust. As they drew near, a trio of men came into focus. Following his gaze, Wu Shan instantly locked onto the new arrivals. Stepping out of the shadows were the Zhao siblings accompanied by Jia Xiaodao. All 8 surviving walkers now stood face to face. Li Yan carefully scanned the group, silently analyzing their auras. They are definitely walkers. A dangerously excited smirk crept across Wu Shan's face as he stared down Zhao Wu and Zhao Xin. The siblings immediately glared back with high alert. As for Zhao Xiaodao, Li Yan rolled his eyes, refusing to even look at the guy. Heavens know where Zhao Xiaodao found them, but he was now sporting a pair of ridiculous boxer shorts. To hide his burning embarrassment, he just closed his eyes and awkwardly whistled a tune. Suddenly, one of the unknown men pointed a threatening finger at Li Yan. "Killing you is our only ticket out of this hellhole," another fiercely demanded. Was that demonic white anomaly created by Pei Yunhu or you? Annoyed, Li Yan coldly shot back, "Shut your damn mouth." Without warning, a terrifying silhouette descended from the sky. Jiu Chi Sudu materialized with freezing, murderous eyes. Before the man could even blink, one of her razor-sharp wings was pressed directly against his forehead. The terrified man trembled like a leaf. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the tension. "Enough, Sudu. Let him live." Sudu merely scoffed, crossing her arms in annoyance. Li Yan's gaze hardened. Pei Yunhu is dead. His orders died with him. Right now, every surviving walker in this realm is standing right here. Count the numbers yourself. Are you playing dumb or just genuinely stupid? If you want to survive, you better focus on the monster right behind you. Wait, behind us. Heavy echoing footsteps shattered the silence. It was Feng Yi. His eyes glowed with pure malice, radiating an overwhelming, arrogant aura of white energy. "You rejected my offer once. There won't be a second chance." Li Yan fearlessly pointed straight at the threat. "The divine edict is right here. If you want it, come claim it with your life." A twisted demonic smirk crept across Feng Yi's face. "Li Yan, you truly fascinate me. I cannot tell if you are an absolute genius or just a reckless fool begging for death." Unfazed, Li Yan casually glanced at the trembling man. "He is the reason our walkers are in this mess. Why are you just standing there? Attack." The terrifying white aura surged behind Feng Yi like a tidal wave of destruction. With godlike arrogance, the villain took a slow, menacing step forward. The man desperately activated his sensory skill. Fleeting crimson cold sweat drenched his back. "Nothing. My skill cannot read his stats at all. Just what kind of monstrous threat level is this guy? In all my time in the Yanfu system, I have never faced something this terrifying." Suddenly, another set of footsteps broke the tension. Feng Yi maintained his sickening grin. It was Wu Shan. He stepped up to the absolute front lines. Feng Yi's wicked smile grew even wider, dripping with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Wu Shan's eyes locked onto the enemy, completely deadpan. Slowly, the deadly antagonist closed the distance. On the opposing side stood humanity's finest, Li Yan, the nine-winged Su Du, Jia Xiaodao, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Xin, all rallying behind Wu Shan. Wu Shan pointed fiercely at the suffocating white void surrounding them. "In exactly 10 minutes, the energy will erase us all. We fight now, or we embrace total annihilation. If we wait for system reinforcements, we will die a pathetic death. We have not even clashed yet. Who says this battle is already lost?" Hearing this absolute battle cry, Li Yan's eyes widened in profound respect. "I struck him earlier," Wu Shan muttered. "Even with my blood-burst strike, combined with the 9 Phoenix enhancement, yielding a massive 728% damage multiplier. This absolute monster brushed it off like a gentle breeze. How are normal walkers supposed to survive that?" Su Du scoffed arrogantly at the enemy's power. Li Yan smirked, his battle aura igniting. "You are totally right. My blade is thirsting for blood now." Without hesitation, Wu Shan pulled a mysterious artifact from his inventory. A bright blue system window instantly popped into existence. Item unlocked: the final drop of Twin Harmony Brew. Item type: consumable. Quality grade: legendary tier. Primary effect: instant revival. Forces any active inheritance into a drunken frenzy. Grants a guaranteed boundary-breaking awakening for 5 straight minutes. Suddenly, the colossal ghostly phantom of General Miao materialized behind Wu Shan, fiercely chugging a massive jug. In perfect sync with his phantom, Wu Shan downed the legendary brew in one gulp. The phantom general ruthlessly smashed his spectral jug into oblivion. Following his ancestors' will, Wu Shan casually shattered his own bottle against the dirt. Surging with newly awakened vitality, Wu Shan locked eyes with Zhao Xin. "Little girl, if you willingly hand over the white snake serum right now, my combat power will skyrocket by another 30%. It is our only path to victory and your only chance of survival. Choose wisely." Zhao Xin immediately summoned her spear with a deadly flash. With an ugly mug like yours, keep dreaming, old man. Her combat aura erupted as she aggressively readied her spear for a frontal assault. Wu Shan wasted no more words. He slowly turned his back to her and erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha! The ground shattered beneath him as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. If you do not wish to perish, then fight for your absolute life. Metal scraped viciously against stone. Zhao Xin dragged her spear, charging straight into the kill zone. But a powerful grip suddenly seized her wrist. Her brother glared fiercely. Are you crazy? Why the rush? Just look at the battlefield, he warned, gesturing sharply behind them. The three mysterious figures in the rear, along with Li Yan's entire squad, were standing perfectly still like stone statues. Hold your ground and observe the flow of battle, he commanded his reckless sister. Nearby, an anxious Su-Du whispered, My lord, what is our next move? Li Yan's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. We wait. Meanwhile, Wu Shan was already crashing headfirst into enemy lines. The arrogant Feng Yi did not even flinch. With a mere thought, he launched a devastating wave of white energy. But Wu Shan's awakened agility kicked in, executing a flawless mid-air evasion. Landing heavily on his feet, Wu Shan skidded across the terrain. He glanced at the terrifying crater beside him, the earth literally melting into nothingness. Such terrifying erasure magic. It destroys everything it touches. Pushing his limits, Wu Shan channeled all his legendary aura into a single fist. The ground cracked as he launched his supersonic counterattack. His strike moved like a flash of lightning. Yet Feng Yi effortlessly arched his back, bending out of the way. Oh, not bad, the villain mocked. But despite the perfect dodge, Wu Shan's aura blade grazed the enemy's chest. A spray of crimson blood erupted violently from the antagonist's chest. But the triumph was short-lived. The spilled blood miraculously morphed into glowing golden liquid, instantly regenerating the torn flesh. Feng Yi dusted himself off with a condescending sneer. Is that the absolute best you can do? Wu Shan's expression darkened in sheer horror. His base power isn't mortal magic, it is the legendary power of the Yellow River God. That is exactly why my water attribute strikes are completely useless against him. Switching his battle tactics, Wu Shan unleashed an ultimate skill. Blazing trails of rainbow energy exploded from his core. The dazzling light beams converged into a singular, devastating focal point, blasting straight toward Feng Yi at warp speed. The concentrated energy transformed into hundreds of razor-sharp spirit blades, viciously penetrating the villain's body. Yet again, the horrific reality set in. Only golden river water sprayed from the fatal wounds. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down Wu Shan's spine. A monstrous presence had materialized right behind him. Relying on pure instinct, Wu Shan executed a desperate backward somersault. He barely evaded a massive beam of destructive light. Watching from afar, Zhao Xin's eyes gleamed with awe. Now that is some gorgeous footwork. A brief smile of triumph crossed Wu Shan's face, but he had severely miscalculated. In a terrifying blink of an eye, the phantom killer was already behind him. The shadowy mass morphed into a demonic face composed entirely of apocalyptic tidal waves. Wu Shan froze in absolute dread. A pale, deadly hand slowly breached the surface of the cursed water. Feng Yi's steel-like grip locked onto the back of Wu Shan's neck. The villain chuckled darkly. I actually admired your tenacity. What a total shame. With terrifying strength, he hurled Wu Shan like a rag doll straight into the sea of absolute erasure. Boom. Two massive slashes of raging hellfire instantly intercepted the throw. The fiery vortex trapped Feng Yi, completely ruining his execution. Simultaneously, an iron grip latched onto Wu Shan's collar from the abyss. It was Zhao Xiaodao. He snatched his comrade back from the literal jaws of death. Enveloped in a blazing armor of pure red aura, Zhao Xiaodao violently pulled them both back to safety. They crashed heavily into the earth, skidding backward in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the cursed Golden River raged violently, multiplying in sheer volume. Rumble, rumble. Zhao Xiaodao's bare feet ground against the stone, carving a blazing trail of sparks. Gripping his twin daggers tightly, his eyes narrowed with lethal focus. This monster's stats easily rival ours. Do not let your guard down for a second. Sizzling echoed from beneath his feet. He analyzed the situation. This suited man had to be one of the 5 Celestials. Physically, he was completely outmatched by the 5th tier, but this emerald white aura, its sheer destructive power, was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, twin streams of liquid gold surged forward. The clear Kanglang waters shall cleanse my blade. Feng Yi sneered arrogantly, manipulating the golden tide with a flick of his wrist. While the muddy waters shall wash my feet. Before he could finish, a blade tore through the air. A single devastating slash struck the earth. The slash tore through the very fabric of space outside the palace. The heavy blades sank deep into the stone, tearing a massive trench with an ear-splitting screech. Massive structures were violently cleaved in half. Even Feng Yi flinched in panic. Li Yan, Su Du, and Xiao Dao watched in absolute stunned silence. Meanwhile, Wu Shan flashed a wicked grin at the sheer power of the weapon. The trio of nameless wanderers exchanged looks of absolute awe. Zhao Wu facepalmed and sighed heavily. I told you not to rush in. The timing is completely wrong. Suddenly, a majestic snow-white Baizi phantom manifested behind Zhao Xin. Cold sweat rolled down Feng Yi's face. A Baizi, he gasped. Without warning, he unleashed a deadly high-pressure jet of golden water. The lethal strike shot straight for Zhao Xin. She was completely frozen. But just in time, a monstrous wave of sword aura violently shattered the incoming attack. Zhao Wu crashed onto the ground after delivering the saving blow. The backlash was too much. He violently coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Wiping his chin, he realized his internal injuries were still severe. Transforming now would be suicide. Burning with rage, Zhao Xin prepared to charge. Let me handle him. Stand down. Zhao Wu roared fiercely. He grimaced, realizing General Miao's earlier warning was spot on. In this deadly game of survival, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, a lesson they knew all too well. To survive the system, you never show your true strength early. Striking first only makes you the primary target for absolute destruction. Xiao Dao locked eyes with the brooding Wu Shan, but the eccentric warrior completely ignored the silent exchange. This battle-crazed drunkard had no intention of playing the waiting game. Seeing himself completely surrounded, Feng Yi completely lost his mind. A twisted, psychotic grin stretched from ear to ear across his face. He let out a bone-chilling cackle. Seizing the opening, the archer drew his bow, unleashing a devastating aura-infused arrow straight at the madman. Feng Yi casually raised a single finger. The golden fluid instantly surged upwards. With a downward flick, the liquid hardened into an impenetrable wall of gold. The archer's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated terror. In a fraction of a second, a razor-sharp whip of golden liquid sliced perfectly through the air. Thud! A headless corpse collapsed to its knees. Taking advantage of the blind spot, the elder ghosted behind Feng Yi. His palms slammed together as ethereal phantom arms manifested around him. Wu Shan's eyes lit up. That hand-seal technique holds incredible destructive power. But suddenly, a creeping golden hand clawed brutally at the elder's eyes. With a cruel swipe of his arm, Feng Yi summoned a golden vortex. The elder was instantly swallowed by the swirling abyss. As the liquid receded, nothing remained but a shredded robe and a single shoe. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Zhao Wu, Zhao Xin, Jiu Qi, Su Du, and Wu Shan stared in absolute paralyzing horror. That little warm-up actually improved my mood, Feng Yi mocked arrogantly. But you bugs are in my way. His aura exploded, summoning a catastrophic tsunami of golden liquid that devoured everything in its path. Move! Li Yan roared. The remaining survivors activated their movement skills, desperately leaping to higher ground to escape the golden flood. Wu Shan ground his teeth in frustration. So Li Yan knew this bastard had a trump card all along. That is why he held back from the very beginning. Li Yan's expression was grim, coldly calculating their near-zero odds of survival. Floating above the apocalyptic golden ocean, Feng Yi waved his hand in absolute disgust. What a nuisance. A glowing system map materialized before his eyes. Still haven't breached the core, he muttered. Suddenly, the Guhuo Palace beacon flared red. A twisted villainous grin crept onto his face. Found you. He viciously turned his palm toward Li Yan's group. The golden sea responded to his murderous intent. Towering tsunamis of liquid metal roared into the sky, ready to crush them into dust. But suddenly the very heavens violently tore apart. A deafening, world-shaking boom echoed. A blood-red summoning circle materialized in the sky, radiating a suffocating god-level oppressive aura. Crimson lightning shattered the clouds, fracturing the sky like a broken mirror. Like a falling meteor, a massive muscle-bound warrior crashed down, shattering the golden ocean upon impact. It was Cao Yuanzhao, the legendary martial lord of the Grand Abyss Board. Feng Yi gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. Damn it, every eye locked onto the descending titan. Wu Shan clenched his trembling fists, his eyes burning with battle-crazed fanaticism. A martial lord. One of the legendary 5 rulers has actually descended. Li Yan's instincts screamed danger. The power scaling had just broken completely. He turned sharply to Su Du. Leave now, you have an emergency escape route back to Dragon Tiger Mountain right. Sudu froze, her heart hammering in her chest. My lord, I cannot just abandon you, she pleaded. Li Yan's eyes turned dead serious. I said go. This is an absolute order. The raw intensity in his voice left her entirely speechless. Biting her trembling lip, she finally bowed. Please, survive this, my lord. With a heavy heart, she activated her portal. A brilliant white spatial rift tore open. Sudu cast one last agonizing glance at Li Yan before vanishing into the void. Watching the portal close, Li Yan forcefully crushed his own desperate urge to retreat. Feng Yi locked his death glare onto Cao Yuan's Hao. The ground shattered beneath him as he violently propelled himself forward, charging straight at the descending martial lord. The group watched in stunned silence. What kind of suicidal move was this? Li Yan instantly summoned his formation weave belt. With this divine artifact, he could at least dodge the incoming shockwaves. Meanwhile, deep within the crumbling ruins of the Guhuo Palace, a mysterious amber-colored object shaped like a walnut rested silently in the debris. Its crystal-clear shell pulsed with pure energy. Inside, 9 ethereal purple flames danced and intertwined. This was the legendary Yanfu core, the ultimate artifact Feng Yi had been obsessively hunting. Dan Niang gently traced the sacred core. I wonder if General Li can actually shatter this little toy, she mused. Suddenly, golden liquid spilled over the crater's edge. Sensing fatal danger, she instantly vanished from the artifact's range. Transforming his very body into the raging yellow river, Feng Yi torpedoed toward the core. His singular desperate goal, secure the divine artifact before the martial lord could intervene. But just as his greedy fingers brushed the artifact, a catastrophic crimson beam slammed down from the heavens. It utterly obliterated the rising tide of golden water in a single strike. Feng Yi recoiled in absolute shock. Towering over him was the massive back of Cao Yuanzhao. In sheer panic, Feng Yi instantly manifested a decoy clone. The martial lord stood like a mountain of pure muscle, his blazing aura threatening to crush the very earth. Clutching the Yanfu seed, he plunged into the dark water. Turning toward Cao Yuanzhao, he roared, "You actually came. To think my opponent would be you." Before he could finish, his underwater clone sensed fatal danger. He spun around, his eyes widening in absolute horror. Cao Yuanzhao had silently materialized right behind him, glaring with absolute disdain. Leaving so soon, the old monster growled through gritted teeth. Why not stay a little longer? Meanwhile, Li Yan faced a devastating disaster as the Yellow River floodwaters roared toward them. Scatter, Li Yan commanded. His domineering aura snapped everyone to their senses, sending them scrambling for cover. Amidst the chaos, Li Yan stood as unmoving as a mountain. Dan Niang hurried to his side. Seeing her return, he smirked. Well, did I pull it off? Dan Niang's expression was incredibly tense. Southern City, she replied. Li Yan chuckled casually. Huh, is that supposed to be high? But Dan Niang was terrified for him. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood, she urged. Shaking his head, Li Yan stared at the towering apocalyptic wave. Things have already reached this point. Li Yan's gaze turned razor sharp. It is time to let go. Without warning, he grabbed Dan Niang's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Caught completely off guard, Dan Niang's cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson. Right in front of the raging muddy waters, Li Yan leaned in and captured her lips in a passionate, breathless kiss. Oh my god, what a heart-racing moment. Under the shimmering starlight, Li Yan suddenly pushed Dan Niang to safety inside the copper coin space. He tossed the item to Cha Xiaodao, who was hiding beneath a wooden board. Return it when this is over. If I die, take it outside. Cha Xiaodao stared at Li Yan in heavy silence as the torrential rain poured down. Li Yan stood tall, tying the belt around his waist. A system prompt flashed: Shengsing Department Belt. Quality unknown. Slaying pigs is low class, slaying men is high class. The symbol of underworld law. Equipping this belt grants the XY state, but it cannot be taken out of the Yanfu event. A Sai can only touch other Sai entities. While roaming Yanfu, you retain your original clothes but cannot wield any weapons or access spatial marks. In the corner of the ruined Wentai Palace, a brutal struggle unfolded under the endless rain. Cao Yuanzhao mercilessly choked Feng Yi. As Feng Yi stared helplessly, Cao Yuanzhao sneered, "The suffering of birth. Is this pathetic trick all you have?" Suddenly, an amber walnut core slipped out and dropped. Cao Yuanzhao's grip instantly tightened, causing Feng Yi's eyes to roll back into his head. Desperate, Feng Yi suddenly relaxed his right hand. A handheld game console slid from his sleeve and his fingers wildly mashed the buttons. Cao Yuanzhao frowned, sensing deadly danger. He is triggering an immunity skill. Boom! A blinding white streak obliterated where he stood. Cao Yuanzhao dodged with blinding speed, but something felt terribly wrong. An agonizing pain exploded in Feng Yi's right arm. In the exact moment Cao Yuanzhao evaded the attack, he had brutally severed Feng Yi's arm holding the console. Feng Yi clutched his bloody stump, screaming in pure agony. A short distance away, Cao Yuanzhao held the severed arm, fresh blood dripping onto the flooded ground. Holding the game console in his other hand, the old monster stood menacingly on the rooftop, unfazed by the torrential downpour. With a cold smirk, he easily crushed the console into pieces. The power of Sifan entirely depends on its user. The once invincible Feng Yi was now reduced to a pathetic state, desperately trying to retrieve his lost limb. Staring up at the terrifying Cao Yuanzhao, Feng Yi realized the grim truth. With his physical body alone, he stood zero chance against this absolute monster. Suddenly, before that thought even finished, a devastatingly massive fist appeared right in front of his face. Boom! Cao Yuanzhao unleashed a lethal strike, erupting with a horrifying crimson aura that shattered the rooftop tiles into dust. Yet, out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appeared and blocked the catastrophic punch, leaving even Feng Yi utterly stunned. Staring at the newcomer's unshakable back, the sound of shattered debris continuously deflected off an invisible energy shield filled the tense air. As the barrier faded, a short man wearing a terrifying wooden mask carved with razor-sharp fangs stood defiantly against Cao Yuanzhao. Cao Yuanzhao quickly leaped back. "Mr. Wu," the masked man spoke smoothly. "I heard that in the past 2 years, more than half of the 10 masters have been replaced." Meanwhile, Cao Yuanzhao's fist was sizzling with hot smoke. The newcomer mocked, "How are you still not dead yet?" Cao Yuanzhao slowly lowered his smoking fist, his eyes turning murderous. "Ideally." The masked man chuckled darkly. "You recognize me? I am truly honored." Cao Yuanzhao sneered with utter contempt. "Your voice sounds like a rusty blade scraping against moss." "Of course I recognize it." Suddenly, Cao Yuanzhao's gaze shifted, prompting Ibiali to also turn his head. Both titans locked eyes on the Yanfu core fruit nearby, but at some unseen moment, 2 ancient characters had been etched onto its transparent shell, while the 9 streams of purple smoke inside rapidly faded. Cao Yuanzhao narrowed his eyes. The fruit has actually been branded with the Sifan mark, 9 paths of purple flame. How completely unexpected. Suddenly, a pitch-black spatial tear ripped open nearby. Feng Yi glared at it and spat. "If you had arrived any later, you would be collecting my corpse." A haunting voice immediately echoed from the dark void. "Excellent work, Ah Feng." Hearing this, Cao Yuanzhao scoffed. "How bizarre. 2 years ago I beat you half to death. Who gave you the delusional confidence to think you could challenge me now?" The entity within the spatial rift laughed mockingly. "I do not need to defeat you. I merely need to stand in your way." Countless black voids began tearing the sky apart. From one of them, a hand extended, boldly flipping off the terrifying Cao Yuanzhao. "I am the 8th suffering Guhuo Bird. Aside from the suffering of death that no one dares inherit, the 7 sufferings have assembled." Cao Yuanzhao's heart skipped a beat. "This is bad. I must secure the core fruit first." In a flash, both he and Ibiali vanished. Suddenly, a blood-red mask blocked Cao Yuanzhao's path. "You shall not pass." Without hesitation, Cao Yuanzhao unleashed a devastating kick straight into the enemy's stomach, roaring, "Get lost." The speed was completely incomprehensible, yet, after taking Cao Yuanzhao's legendary strike, Ibiali did not budge an inch, dark blood dripping from his masked mouth. Cao Yuanzhao glared in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, a swarm of demonic masks materialized out of thin air. The vicious wooden faces swarmed forward, instantly locking down Cao Yuanzhao's limbs and entirely engulfing his body. Boom! A sinister black flame erupted from the masks' mouths, rapidly turning the legendary Cao Yuanzhao into a towering human torch. Witnessing this, Feng Yi burst into manic laughter. "Old man, that is his true body. Burn him straight to hell." The masked voice echoed, "My fire of suffering can burn the 5 immortals, but it cannot incinerate everything." Feng Yi panicked. "He has not even used his inheritance yet. We cannot let him finish his spell." Ibiali immediately interrupted. "Why the rush? Do not panic, your daddy can handle this." The flickering black flames slowly died down. Emerging from the fire, Cao Yuanzhao casually peeled a scorched mask off his face and crushed it to dust. The surrounding masks shattered completely. Cao Yuanzhao stepped forward, his gaze filled with pure disdain. "Your new aura is pathetically fragile." Ibiali pointed silently to the side. Cao Yuanzhao narrowed his eyes. What is he plotting? The tiny black hole had expanded now half a human size. A man radiating intense killing, intent stepped out with a demonic smile. Cao Yuanzhao stared intently. Seizing this perfect distraction, Ibele leaped into the air, charging rapidly at him. He grabbed Cao Yuanzhao's fists, forearms locked in a brutal power struggle, their faces burning with intense explosive fighting spirit. Despite his thin frame, Ibele possessed overwhelming strength. Cao Yuanzhao was temporarily trapped. Suddenly, Cao violently thrust his knee into Ibele's stomach, but the attack was blocked perfectly. Facing the relentless assault, Ibele desperately called for Ah Feng. Wearing a torn suit, the one-armed Feng Yi instantly snapped his fingers. A colossal yellow river torrent materialized, drowning them both. The devastating water pressure violently forced the two fighters apart. Feng Yi swung his left hand. A massive wave surged forward, sweeping the Yanfu core away. Ibele smirked confidently. Even if the Yanfu core is inches away, it remains forever out of your reach. More black holes spawned in the sky. Cao Yuanzhao stood frozen, burning with helpless fury. Less than 100 meters was within Cao Yuanzhao's striking range. However, pinned down by Ibele and Feng Yi, he could not advance a single step. Suddenly, a wooden mask shot out from the murky waters. It landed directly at Li Yan's feet. He looked down, locking eyes with the eerie object. The mask unexpectedly flew up, charging straight at Li Yan's face. It phased right through him, skidded across the ground, and fell completely dead silent. Meanwhile, Ibele sensed a dangerous anomaly. Still locked in deadly combat with Cao Yuanzhao, he panicked internally. What is happening? That brat is trying to steal the core. In that split second of distraction, Cao Yuanzhao delivered a devastating punch straight into Ibele's chest. The brutal impact made him vomit blood violently, pushing the two apart. Cao Yuanzhao stabilized his stance on the water. Glaring with blazing fury, he roared, "None of you will escape." He swung his arm violently, slapping the water. Boom. Terrifyingly powerful droplets shot upward, piercing straight through Feng Yi's body. Feng Yi vanished completely into the murky depths. No longer controlled, the Yanfu core plummeted directly to the ground. Ignoring the heaven-shaking battle of the three monsters, Li Yan dashed straight toward the Yanfu core. Seeing his reckless sprint, Cao Yuanzhao wondered, does this brat have a death wish? Just throw the core away. Ibele also turned toward Li Yan. Spotting Li Yan's belt, he thought, did the fruit transform into an item? Fury completely consumed him. Ibele immediately snapped his head toward Feng Yi, roaring furiously, "Ah, Feng, where is the mortal power the boss gave you?" "The martial lord destroyed it," Feng Yi replied. Hearing this, Ibele was utterly enraged. Cao Yuanzhao laughed wildly. Even if Li Yan was useless, pissing off that old bastard was incredibly satisfying. As Li Yan desperately sprinted toward the core, Feng Yi suddenly screamed Ibele's name. Right then, Cao Yuanzhao slammed another brutal punch into his stomach. Ibele glared at Li Yan, thinking, if he does not remove that belt, he is dead meat. Standing before the Yanfu core, Li Yan turned to face Cao Yuanzhao. The other two monsters stared back, every single eye on the battlefield locked onto Li Yan. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, Li Yan violently ripped off his belt. The moment it came off, a bone-chilling, razor-sharp aura exploded from his body. He stood tall in the void, utterly fearless. The combined crushing pressure from Cao Yuanzhao, Ibele, and Feng Yi almost shattered Li Yan's mind. Cao Yuanzhao smirked, praising him. What incredible guts. The trapped resentful monks glared at Li Yan with toxic hatred. Kill him, Cao Yuanzhao furiously roared out. A savage gale crashed into Feng Yi and Ibele. Before they could react, Cao Yuanzhao mercilessly choked them. Lifting both men single-handedly, he scoffed, how annoying. Li Yan unsheathed the swallow-piercing sickle. He stared down at the transparent Yanfu core. 8 purple flames intertwined inside, revealing 9 ghostly objects with absolute clarity. One object had lost its fiery glow, likely due to Ibele's interference. Li Yan realized this was the core's heart that had just been destroyed. Li Yan frowned, his face incredibly tense. A dragon-head tiger zither, a dragon-patterned knife hilt carved mythical beasts, a dragon-shaped handle, a monstrous incense burner, a scaled giant drum, a dragon-stone monument, beast bones, plus the recently eliminated item. A total of 9 artifacts resided inside. Suddenly, a drop of fresh blood fell onto the Yanfu shell. Hesitating no longer, Li Yan viciously slammed his swallow sickle down. He poured out his absolute maximum power, triggering a devastating shockwave. The 8 purple flames inside the Yanfu core went completely berserk. Li Yan's eyes blazed with fury, blood vessels bulging menacingly around his vision. Just then, the Guhuo Bird abruptly materialized behind Li Yan. The hand gripping his spear violently cracked open, instantly freezing solid in an inexplicably bizarre phenomenon. The Guhuo Bird released a seal, continuously smashing the Yanfu core. Earth-shattering booms echoed endlessly. Danyang's haunting words still violently echoed within Li Yan's mind. 50% chance. Li Yan wildly swung his spear. Completely numb to the agonizing pain, he mercilessly continued to shatter the Yanfu core. Meanwhile, Cao Yuan's Hao firmly blocked Ible and Feng Yi from reaching Li Yan. Neither the Yellow River's divine tsunami nor Ible's terrifying masks could advance a single inch forward. Cao Yuan's Hao glared at his opponents with a menacing shadow. Although instant kills were impossible, delaying them was practically child's play. Ible cracked his neck, the heavy mask on his face vibrating ominously. Li Yan maintained his brutal offensive, his spear relentlessly battering the Yanfu core's surface. Gritting his teeth to the absolute limit, Li Yan unleashed his ultimate strike. Blood howl burst, a cracking sound echoed across the core. His tiger-head spear crashed onto the dirt. Panting heavily, Li Yan stared at his powerless hands. Raw flesh had peeled off, exposing pale white bones. His hands violently trembled, yet the Yanfu core survived, protected by an indestructible shell. Li Yan sighed, his eyes flashing with utter disappointment. The 50% chance had failed. Seeing this, Feng Yi laughed maniacally. It seems I am not the one who barely failed today. Cao Yuan's Hao turned to Li Yan. While he never expected much from a low-tier wanderer, he still secretly hoped for a tiny sliver of usefulness. Capitalizing on Cao Yuanzhao's fleeting distraction, Ible violently dashed forward, delivering a devastating killing punch directly into his chest. Cao Yuanzhao stood frozen, his eyes locked on the prize. Ible roared with burning fury. Don't even dream of touching that core. Suddenly, the demon mask on his face expanded. It violently morphed into a terrifying, nightmarish beast. A sickening stench filled the air. The monster stretched its massive jaws. It lunged to swallow Cao Yuanzhao whole. Boom. But the moment the beast snapped its jaws shut around him, the Yanfu core suddenly pulsed with life. Li Yan collapsed hard against the cold floor. Using his stealth skill twice had drained him. Exhaustion crashed over his mind like a devastating tidal wave, yet his sharp eyes never left the chaotic battlefield. The Yanfu core violently cracked. Ible panicked and charged forward, but a terrifying force blocked him. Glowing fractures rapidly spread across the giant beast's forehead. From deep inside its belly, Cao Yuanzhao unleashed a legendary punch. He instantly obliterated the monstrous beast. Moving like a deadly viper, he launched himself straight at Ible. A devastating blow sank deep into Ible's stomach. Crimson blood sprayed through the air. The Yanfu core completely shattered, releasing a blinding wave of purple aura. A golden vortex swallowed his vision, screeching with a deafening pitch. Fighting the intense dizziness, Li Yan recalled Dan Niang's warning. Everything that Feng Yi claimed about the Yanfu core, I have already verified it. I truly cannot explain it fully, but standing before him, I felt an overwhelming life force. It was vast and terrifying, like an endless ocean. Suddenly, thousands of core fragments exploded into the sky. 8 pillars of purple smoke erupted outward. The massive shockwave sent Li Yan flying. With the absolute last of his strength, he opened his mouth wide, desperately biting the air. Snap! His teeth clamped down hard, whether it was a piece of the sacred core or something hidden within those purple flames. The spatial black holes above rapidly collapsed. They faded away, leaving behind a chilling roar of absolute hatred. Fine, I am leaving. You have guts, I will remember this blood debt. The moon grudge's eyes bulged in pure terror. He was ruthlessly sucked into the dark abyss and vanished without a trace. As the void sealed shut, Cao Yuanzhao sent Ible flying backward with a monstrous strike. A deafening boom echoed across the ruins. Cao Yuanzhao locked death glares with Ible. Both Feng Yi and Ible were pushed to the absolute brink. After landing that brutal punch, Cao's right hand was heavily dripping with blood. He sneered at the broken duo with freezing mockery. Are your pathetic reinforcements too scared to show up? Taunting them, Cao Yuanzhao shifted into an aggressive battle stance. With an explosive shockwave, he instantly vanished from sight. He blitzed straight toward his heavily wounded prey. Facing the overwhelming bloodlust of Cao Yuanzhao, Ible felt the chilling grip of certain death. But plot twist, he completely ignored the battered duo. Instead of finishing them off, Cao Yuanzhao reached down and lifted the unconscious Li Yan by his collar. Massive black wings spanning over 20 meters violently erupted from his back. Dangling the knocked-out Li Yan with one hand, Cao glared down at the losers below. A sinister smirk crossed his face. This little brat is actually quite amusing. Suddenly, another chaotic vortex tore open the crimson sky. Feng Yi looked up, his voice chillingly calm. "Father, it is time to risk it all." Lifting his shattered mask, Ibiali grimly replied, "I am afraid we have run out of chances." Right then, the dark vortex spat out a figure. A man dressed entirely in white descended. He held a paper cup marked with the words, "Heaven and earth are useless." The mysterious man slowly walked toward Cao Yuanzhao. Ibiali snapped his mask back on, his battle aura instantly peaking. Flaming meteors rained down from the dark rift above. Zhan Yuejin casually drained his paper cup, completely ignoring the deadly fireballs crashing around him. He locked his piercing gaze on the masked demon, verifying his true identity. Ibiali tilted his head toward the heavens and scoffed. 2 years apart, and you little brat actually became a 10th lord." Zhan Yuejin stayed dead silent. He casually flicked his empty cup toward them. The cup magically expanded mid-air, its dark opening plummeting down to crush them. A terrifying black hole swelled inside the giant cup, ready to devour them. Absolute horror struck Abieli. He desperately screamed at his comrade, "Ah Feng, damn it all. We are totally dead this time." But suddenly, heaven tore open. A colossal divine hand reached out from the white rift above. It swiftly snatched the giant paper cup right out of the sky. The godlike hand gently tossed the cup right back to Zhan Yuejin. His face instantly drained of all color. Without warning, 5 massive fingers manifested right behind the terrified duo. The massive hands scooped up the laughing villains. It began to slowly drag them back into the void. Cao Yuanzhao's eyes blazed with raging bloodlust. He ground his teeth and roared 3 words. Lord Si Fan. Cao Yuanzhao flapped his monstrous wings, creating a storm as he lunged forward, his face twisted in pure rage. "Damn it, you think you can just run away?" Zhan Yuejin panicked and screamed out, "Cao Yuanzhao, stop this instant. Now is not the time to fight." Boiling with fury, Cao watched the giant hand pull his enemies to safety. Murderous intent flooded Cao Yuanzhao's blazing eyes as his jaws clenched tight. As Ibieli faded into the rift, he dropped one final chilling threat. "Even though I could not slaughter you two today." Boom. His terrifying mask ballooned to a colossal size. The entire sky was dyed in apocalyptic blood red while violent rain continued to pour. Wu Shan's eyes widened in sheer helpless horror. A devastating pillar of red light slammed directly into him. His upper body instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Zhao Xin ducked in utter terror. Zhao Wu desperately pulled her into his arms. "Zhao Xin, do not be afraid." He shielded her with his own body, the apocalyptic rain mixed with destructive energy, forcing agonized screams from their lungs. Cha Xiaodao stared at the bleeding sky in disbelief. "Are they trying to wipe us all out at once?" Zhan Yuejin luckily summoned a protective water barrier. Violent waves cascaded around him while Wu Shan's agonizing screams echoed through the storm. Kaboom! A terrifying beam of red destruction pierced the very earth. As the blinding light finally faded, Cao Yuanzhao and Zhan Yuejin sniffed the thick air. Where is that intense stench of blood coming from? The thick smoke cleared, revealing an absolute wasteland of ruin. Wu Shan stood paralyzed under the broken sky. His entire right side was heavily charred. His pupils shrank in trauma as he finally collapsed to the dirt, completely broken. Damn it all. To think it would actually end like this. Zhao Xin violently trembled, staring at the bloody fragment in her hands with pure disbelief. Her knees hit the ground as a soul-crushing wail ripped from her throat. The gruesome remains of Zhao Wu were scattered around her. Surrounded by total devastation, the agony of losing her beloved brother tore her shattered heart into pieces. At that exact moment, Li Yan's consciousness slowly rebooted. His mind was a chaotic blur of the epic clash he just witnessed. He gasped out loud. "The coins. Didn't I give my string of coins to Cha Xiaodao?" He instinctively grabbed his chest. Feeling the cold metal, his eyes snapped completely open. He quickly scanned the eerie surroundings. Shockingly, Dan Niang was sitting there, hugging her knees, glaring at him. She pouted with pure frustration. "I brought the coins back myself. Being tossed away by you felt absolutely terrible." Li Yan forced an awkward smile and asked, "What exactly is our situation?" Dan Niang walked over and helped pull him to his feet. "You need to see this apocalypse for yourself." The once majestic city was now reduced to absolute rubble. Blinding white rifts of Sifan energy scarred the ruined landscape. The suffocating stench of blood choked the air. Looking out, this was the only safe zone untouched by the divine war. A cold dread settled in Li Yan's stomach. Li Yang, Ye's parents, Old Keen, millions of innocent souls in Yandu City, Along with the midnight monster invasion, they must have all been erased by that endless white void. Relentless rain poured over the battlefield. Liang Ye knelt completely shattered among the ruins. Seeing his comrade's dead silence, Li Yan finally called out his name. "Who the hell are you people?" Liang Ye snapped back suddenly. But before anyone could answer, a vicious slap echoed through the air. Cao Yuan's Hao had struck Cao Xin, instantly drawing everyone's shocked gazes. Lowering his hand, Cao Yuan's Hao glared coldly. "Are you awake now?" he demanded, his voice devoid of pity. "Can we finally talk?" Zhao Xin curled up on the ground, trembling. She blankly stared at the bloody fabric in her hands. Sighing impatiently, Cao Yuan's Hao stepped forward, but Dan Niang fiercely blocked his path. He paused, shooting Dan Niang a threatening side-eye. "You can't stop me," he warned. Stepping in, Li Yan slowly lowered his head and intervened. "Back off. She's just a kid. Is this really necessary?" Cao Yuanzhao shook his head in disappointment. "If I don't knock some sense into her, she's completely useless." Nearby, Zhao Xiaodao slumped against a broken pillar, frantically chain-smoking. Ash scattered around his violently trembling hands. Wu Shan, with the entire right side of his body scorched black, quietly picked up a few pebbles. Leaning against the railing, Wu Shan crushed the stones in deafening silence. Li Yan scanned the broken survivors, confronting Cao Yuanzhao. "The Yanfu event dropped 164 walkers here. Are we really the only ones left?" Zhang Yuejin stepped forward tightly, gripping his crumpled paper cup. "This disaster is entirely our fault," he admitted grimly. He bowed deeply to the bloodied survivors. "On behalf of the 10 lords, I swear we will provide maximum compensation for this unexpected catastrophe during the Yanfu event. Whatever questions you have, I will answer them with absolute transparency. My deepest apologies to all you surviving walkers." A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the group. Finally, Wu Shan broke the tension. "In Yanfu, from the Sanqing walkers down to us Shitu walkers, there are exactly 8 tiers of power." His brow furrowed with intense suspicion. "The 10 lords are the absolute pinnacle of our kind. So tell me, what exact tier have you two reached?" Zhang Yuejin's expression remained terrifyingly calm. "I am at the 5 elders tier." He pointed a finger at Cao Yuanzhao. "And the man beside me is a 4 sovereigns. Feng Yi in the suit was likely a 6 ministers walker. The one in the separation mask was a 5 elders like me. Any other questions?" Wu Shan processed this terrifying revelation, closing his eyes in defeat. "Since Lord Tang Tang has explained things so thoroughly, what else could I possibly ask? You saved my life, and that's the absolute truth." Zhang Yuejin simply nodded, then shifted his gaze to Zhao Xiaodao. Waving his trembling hand, Xiaodao muttered, "I've got nothing to ask." Stepping forward, Li Yan demanded answers. "Once we leave, what happens to this fallen realm?" This time it was Cao Yuanzhao who broke the silence. "I will heal the wounds of this realm, resetting everything to normal. No one will ever remember this nightmare." Li Yan fell into deep thought, his eyes lingering on the devastated Liang Ye. "However, the core of this realm is shattered," Cao Yuanzhao added coldly. "Its ultimate destruction is completely irreversible, though that won't happen for a few more years." Satisfied with the grim truth, Li Yan shrugged calmly. "I'm good then." Zhang Yuejin then glanced at Zhao Xin, who was still silently clutching the bloody cloth in absolute despair. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yuanzhao crouched in front of her. "The dead are gone," he stated bluntly. "Sifen doesn't value human lives, and frankly, neither do the 10 lords. The 10 lords aren't running a charity. We are scavenging wolves and bloodthirsty tigers." Locking eyes with her, he continued, "We lords merely entered Yanfu a few decades before you. In this brutal world, your survival and vengeance depend solely on yourself. The Yanfu realm is a meat grinder. If you can't adapt, take the Qiyu stone and get the hell out." Turning his back on the broken girl, he tossed out an offer. "I'm giving you 2 months. If you want to quit Yanfu, come find me anytime. I will get you that stone." With that said, he marched straight toward Li Yan. "So you are Li Yan." A cocky grin spread across Li Yan's face. "That's me." Cao Yuanzhao crossed his arms behind his head, walking past him. "From now on, no one will secretly manipulate the system against you." Stopping right beside Zhang Yuejin, the sovereign cast one last look over the battered group. "So nobody else has any dying questions, right? Then I will notify Hutu to extract you all from this fallen realm. A massive crisis is still waiting for us out there." From behind, Dan Niang leaned into Li Yan's ear. "That item you bit into earlier, I secured it for you. Recalling the chaotic moment, Li Yan let out a low chuckle, deeply thrilled by this unexpected loot. Preparing to vanish, the two lords offered a final farewell. We hope our paths cross again, she two walkers. But suddenly, a fragile voice pierced the air. Wait, Zhao, Xin cried out. Every pair of eyes instantly snapped toward her. Slowly forcing herself to stand, she choked out, I need to bury my brother's body first. Xiao Yuanzhao stared at her, his expression unreadable. The rest of you leave. I will give you 2 hours. Her face shadowed with grief, she weakly muttered her thanks. Taking a long drag of his cigarette, Jia Xiaodao asked, Want me to use fire? Gazing at the scattered, gruesome remains, she hesitated before giving a painful nod. Flicking his half-smoked cigarette away, Xiaodao approached the bloody mess, respectfully clasping his hands together. The remaining survivors watched in absolute silence as roaring, blinding flames erupted from Jia Xiaodao's palms. He unleashed the inferno upon Jia Wu's corpse. A brilliant golden blaze instantly illuminated the dark ruins. Clutching her brother's last torn fabric, Zhao Xin finally forced her trembling fingers to let go. Dan Niang approached the grieving girl, handing over a small box. Dug this out of the rubble. You might need it. Accepting the relic, Zhao Xin whispered a heartbreaking thank you. Watching her fragile silhouette from behind, Wu Shan seemed to absorb the heavy sorrow, retreating back into his silent, shadowy corner. Li Yan quietly witnessed the devastating farewell. Staring deep into the cremation flames, he suddenly murmured to Dan Niang, If I ever die out here, you should do the same for me. Dan Niang hesitated, then replied in a fierce, low whisper, General, that day will never come. In the background, the two mighty lords stood completely still, watching the flames dance. Once the others vanished, Caleb asked, Was this a mutual decision among you all? Yes, James replied. Once you leave, we will merge our guilds. Stefan will not let this slide. As the sharpest blade of the venomous centipede, you cannot afford to fall. James hesitated for a moment, then added, To crush Stefan on this scale, you would burn through 50 years of lifespan and fall into a 2-year coma. We decided to suspend the restoration and protect you instead. Before he could finish, Caleb cut him off, murderous aura blazing from his eyes. I refuse. James calmly took a sip of his water. Understood. I will pass on your message. Seeing this, Caleb firmly warned him, While I am gone, keep my wife out of danger. James quickly swore to protect her. In a flash, the new year arrived in the capital. The midnight countdown was breathtaking, streets flooded with brilliant neon lights. The festive spirit buzzed through the air. Kids ran around laughing, and a little boy eagerly lit a firecracker. Everyone was soaking in the magical moment. Fireworks exploded across the skyline in a dazzling symphony of colors. Even through a frosted window, the spectacular view pulled at their heartstrings. In the kitchen, Leon's mother quietly folded dumplings while his father smoked on a bamboo chair. Despite the holiday, a suffocating aura of sorrow hung heavy in their home. Suddenly, a frantic knocking shattered the silence. The old couple froze in shock. Leon's father crushed his cigarette, throwing open the door to reveal Leon completely disheveled and utterly exhausted. Tears streamed down Leon's bruised face as his voice cracked. Dad. His mother rushed to the doorway. Overwhelming emotion crashed over them as their vision blurred with tears. Leon collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Weeping tears of pure relief, his mother choked out. Where have you been all these years? A fateful reunion on the stroke of midnight. Meanwhile, a blinding white light engulfed the grand hall. Li Yan materialized in the familiar sanctuary, the capital's landscape rendering around him. Li Yan's mind reeled with flashes of the savage executioner tiger and the raging world-ending Yellow River summoned by Feng. He recalled the mountain-shattering mask, Caleb's apocalyptic reign, and Dana. Before departing, Dana had reconstructed her physical body, sealing herself inside the ancient coin. Every brutal memory burned clearly in his mind. Li Yan squinted, shaking off the teleportation sickness. As his vision focused, he locked eyes with Old Man Blade sitting right beside him. To Li Yan's absolute shock, he had not returned to his personal void. Instead, he and the Master Swordsman had spawned in a pitch-black, mysterious grand hall. They silently opened their settlement screens. The system chimed, Abyssal Mission successfully cleared. Total completed Abyssal Missions 3. Your performance rating for this Abyssal Mission has triggered a rank up. The walker's status has reached the hidden threshold. No recovery points acquired. Final report, Abyssal rating score is 300. Base score of 200 received a 50% rank up multiplier. Purchase authority limit is at 103% of the base amount. Current abyssal points, 1,150. The system then noted this survival escape yielded massive abyssal heritage fragments. Therefore, no special rewards are granted for this specific abyssal event. Reading the glowing blue text, Li Yan scoffed. A missing special reward meant nothing to him now, especially since he had just secured a staggering 5 abyssal authority scrolls in one fell swoop. Staring at his rating and purchase limit, Li Yan fell into deep thought. His low overall score and restricted buying power meant his world exploration and influence rates were pitifully low. During this brutal abyssal event, every single player focused solely on slaughtering rivals for the authority scrolls. Naturally, the lore exploration progress took a massive hit. The system displayed Li Yan's hard-earned loot. Category 1 Personal Items. Event Consumable Usage Rate Evaluated. High-tier broken weapons, 19 out of 100. Active skill acquired Windmarsh. Warning skill slots are full. Erasing an existing skill requires 500 abyssal points. Category 2 Bonus Artifacts. You acquired the Snow Carving Dual Blade, the Primordial Spear, the Witch's Charm, and the Celestial Silk. Category 3 Secret Treasures. You obtained the Corpse Dog Coin, a 7 Souls heritage item. Collect more 7 Souls material to unlock an evolutionary heritage clue. Li Yan rubbed his chin. I only broke 4 or 5 weapons, yet the count shows 19. Must be from shattering that abyssal core. He inspected the Corpse Dog Coin, realizing he needed to grind for materials when the purchase menu suddenly popped up. Next was Category 4. An 8-year-old Maitreya Buddha substitute body, a genuine Buddhist treasure. An ancient sacred statue consecrated by the original Buddha, tragically destroyed by time. Value 1,000 abyssal points. Next, a divine tablet of King Wen, the most sacred deity. Value 800 abyssal points. Trivial biographical records of the ancient Lord Longxi. Li Yan rested his chin on his hand. 0 stat boosts. Are these seriously just useless antiques? These 2 old relics are way too overpriced. Li Yan then noticed the legendary comic Leo's broken audio record ruined in a historic radio fire. Value 10 abyssal points. Without hesitation, Li Yan smashed the purchase button. A nostalgic smile crept onto his face as he remembered hearing tales of this lost masterpiece in his childhood. It had always been a massive regret. 10 abyssal points worth every penny. Category 5 listed bizarre general items like a black and white photograph of the Central Martial Arts Museum's inauguration. Type unknown. Rarity extremely high. Contains a 1-hour continuous projection of 16 legendary grandmasters, including Master Sun at the dojo's opening ceremony. Cooldown. 1 month. Abyssal points required authority insufficient. Purchase denied. Right next to it was Max's homing pigeon. Type unknown. Rarity common. Can be activated by infusing mana. Uses remaining 10. Abyssal points required authority insufficient. Purchase denied. Seeing the repeated authority insufficient warning message flash in red, Li Yan's face twisted in extreme annoyance. He aggressively scrolled down. The system revealed the stubborn shoe sole. Type unknown. Rarity common. Special waterproof gear. Value 100 abyssal points. Li Yan pondered for a second. This is the only damn thing I have clearance for. At least it is useful, and the price is not a complete ripoff. The system's auction house popped up. Staring at the god-tier loot he could not afford, Li Yan felt his soul crush. With his pathetic authority rank, he could only window shop, nursing a massive headache over these abyssal rules. Just then, Old Man Blade broke the silence. We are done here. You owe me 500 abyssal points. Li Yan nodded. I have not forgotten. He was about to initiate the transfer when the old swordsman suddenly waved his hand. Forget it. Things escalated too quickly, and I was utterly useless. Keep the points. Li Yan blinked in surprise but gladly accepted the freebie. Oh, that works. Hearing Father Xiaodao's words, Li Yan's expression darkened. The phrase sounded humane enough, but within the Yanfu system, humanity was a ridiculously cheap commodity. Father Xiaodao suddenly flashed a brilliant smile. However, could you lend me 10,000 points? I will repay you after the next event concludes. If you agree, we can get a Yanfu system contract to notarize it. Hearing this proposition, Li Yan knew his instincts were dead on. He did not immediately reject the offer. Instead, he asked, what exactly do you need those points for? Father Xiaodao did not waste time beating around the bush. He tapped rapidly on his holographic system interface, then gestured for Li Yan to take a look. Staring at the glowing screen, a storm of thoughts raged in Li Yan's mind. Lost relics, walker retrieval, and bizarre general items. These three major categories shared the exact same names as his own. However, Xiaodo's system interface and available content were completely different from his own screen. Wait or Yanfu Walker purchasing rights completely restricted. The basic items this guy can buy are strictly bound to specific crafting formulas. The system customizes the shop based on a walker's rank. This ultra-rare Heavenly Fist inheritance costs a staggering 3,000 system points. Li Yan let out a bitter laugh as Pei Yunhu crossed his mind. That lucky bastard had somehow slipped away on pure dumb luck. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Yan shot Uncle Blade a helpless look. I only have about 500 points left. We must wait a bit. Didn't that realm lord promise to compensate me? He sighed heavily. Waiting is our only option. Suddenly, their eyes locked and they spoke in unison. At times like this, you just have to smile. Li Yan gestured for the veteran to speak. Uncle Blade turned serious. Want to party up next time? 3 million Yanfu points split 50-50. Teaming up for a system instance does not actually require a formal companion contract. We can form a temporary alliance right here in the Yan capital. Once the system event ends, our partnership dissolves completely. Li Yan fell into deep thought. My current combat style burns massive stamina. Uncle Blade's recovery skills could significantly reduce my post-burst cooldown. Furthermore, the old man's personal combat power is truly formidable. He is no pushover, possessing the battlefield instincts of a true veteran. However, compared to climbing the 10 capitals or 9 luminaries ranks, signing a binding contract with another walker is a completely different beast. True companions share zero conflicts of interest and system rewards stack. You can safely entrust your back to them. Li Yan recalled his physiology rulebook. With 3 out of 3 charges remaining, this artifact could force bind a Yanfu walker, granting them shared access to a system instance. From a purely tactical standpoint, Uncle Blade was the perfect candidate. Using this artifact on him would guarantee a massive combat boost. Yet a shadow of doubt lingered. Comrades need matching ideals. If their core values violently clashed, partnering solely for profit would lead to deadly betrayal. Conflict swirled in his piercing gaze. This was a difficult choice. Right now, we simply lack the mutual trust needed for a life-and-death bond. Our main character always calculated 3 steps ahead. Perhaps in a future scenario requiring specific support, I will use the artifact to bind Uncle Blade. But not today. Watching the young man observe their surroundings like a tourist, Uncle Blade raised a judgmental eyebrow. You look completely new here. The veteran explained the system mechanics. Think of this pocket dimension as an exclusive guild hall for party members to safely strategize. The moment our temporary party disbands, this dimension will instantly collapse. Uncle Blade squinted. Tell me exactly how many Yanfu events have you survived? Counting this one, just 3, Li Yan replied casually. The veteran's jaw dropped, his lit cigarette tumbling to the floor. What, less than 6 months? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yan fired back. Whether it is you or Xiao Wu, you veterans understand the Yanfu system far better than I do. Take Xiao Wu for example. What exactly do system ranks like 10 capitals or 9 luminaries mean? Without hesitating, Uncle Blade dropped some massive lore. Wanderers, 10 capitals, 9 luminaries, 8 points, 7 palaces, 6 departments, 5 elders, 4 realms, and 3 purities. Higher tiers possess godlike system autonomy. Higher ranks unlock terrifying privileges. To break through meeting basic stats is not enough. You must survive increasingly nightmarish high-difficulty system instances. Uncle Blade's expression darkened. The promotion conditions are absolutely brutal. Some hardcore walkers trigger specific deadly events solely to force a rapid rank up. Let's look at the 10 capitals rank. Ascending requires pushing a class inheritance to exactly 39% awakening, plus a flawless event evaluation. 9 luminaries demands 69% awakening, while 8 points require a terrifying 99% just to reach the 7 palaces. You must become an authorized proxy. But the godlike 5 elders, they can freely warp between Yanfu worlds without being bound by any system quests. Li Yan absorbed every word. 5 elders, 4 realms. Naming yourself universe was incredibly popular back in the 1950s and 60s. By the 1980s, nobody used that name, meaning this universe entity is a monster over 50 years old. How long has Yanfu actually existed? Let's break down this universe's ultimate power scaling, starting from the 9-headed bird tier up to the absolute apex of the 3 purities. Below them sits the four realms featuring the martial lord, then the five elders with realm lords like Zhang Yuejin, down to the peak. 6 departments. Moving down, we have the 6 departments, the proxies of the 7 palaces, the 8 points, and finally the 9 luminaries tier featuring Uncle Blade. Below him at the 10 capitals peaks sit powerhouses like Li Yan and Wu Shan. Beneath them are standard players and finally ordinary local inhabitants. Boom, the entire system hierarchy laid bare. Simple enough, right? With the rules clear, Li Yan shook the veteran's hand, cementing their alliance. Watch your phone. Their handshake sealed a fate-changing pact. Let us meet when the system allows it. Definitely. Uncle Blade then shared his real-world coordinates with Li Yan. I live in Binhai's Izia district. Here is my number. With a wave, the veteran logged out. But as he vanished, his mind raced. An inheritance like the 5 immortals. The purchasing rights for the Heavenly Fist will trigger an auction bloodbath. The starting bid is 5,000 points. I must grind 3,000 points immediately. The veteran's silhouette completely vanished. Left alone in the quiet system void, our main character lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowing in deep calculation. He had a glaring weakness. As his awakening skyrocketed, his physical stats reached a terrifying new realm, but his nervous system was failing to match his explosive speed. Because of this deadly lag, he must suppress 30% of his raw power, otherwise his body would move faster than his mind could process. Li Yan took a drag. Without exaggerating, I can sprint 100 meters in 3 flat seconds. Traditional training to sync mind and body would take too long with unreliable results. Swiping open the system panel, he realized the ultimate cheat code: secure a reaction buffing inheritance or dive into a Yanfu world to hunt down a sensory-enhancing artifact. His digital skill tree glowed vividly. Right now, his signature piercing eye ability boasted the absolute highest adaptability for the brutal system events ahead. The 9 Phoenix Divine Talisman accelerates the Guhuo Bird's awakening process. Plus, that terrifying killing intent holds a crucial clue to a supreme inheritance. But after carefully comparing his options, the explosive movement speed boost felt pretty useless now that his stealth flight was fully unlocked. It was just holding him back. He decided to swap it out the moment a better skill dropped. Right now, his Yanfu points were dangerously low, so pushing forward was the only option. Suddenly, Li Yan's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten his secret weapon. He pulled out the Yanfu story jar, which took the bizarre form of a creepy, wobbling clown. Boom. The jar shattered. A glowing golden bead materialized in his palm. System check. A throwing weapon, normal tier, inflicts temporary paralysis. It was a one-time consumable item. Reading the insane combo requirements, Li Yan just scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Oh well, if he just kept grinding, Lady Luck was bound to smile at him eventually. With his business concluded, Li Yan phased back into the real world. His mind drifted back over 10 years ago to a young boy following his father into the legendary Southern martial arts capital. His father was a true martial artist. Under his strict guidance, the boy built a rock-solid foundation in northern fighting styles, eventually training under 6 different grandmasters. He mastered the lethal white crane grappling, the devastating staff techniques of Choi Li Fut, and the fierce southern traditional arts from the Mo and Liu families. Yet the locals still treated him like an outsider. Burning with teenage rebellion, he desperately wanted to crush their arrogance, forcing them to bow their heads and respectfully call him Boss Yan. That stubborn kid was none other than Li Yan himself, and his father's only dream, to carve out his own legacy by opening a dojo right here in the South. Having zero connections in this brutal territory, his father made a desperate gamble. He tried to become a disciple of the supreme Southern Grandmaster Guan Yandao. He hoped that biding his time would finally earn him a place in the fierce Southern martial arts underworld, but shockingly, Master Guan coldly rejected his plea. Left with no choice, his father turned to another Grandmaster, Li Hongsheng. But the Southern factions were relentlessly xenophobic. After 10 grueling years, his father was never accepted by his peers. Broken by his shattered dreams, his father tragically passed away at just 40 years old. Exactly 7 days after the funeral, a grieving Li Yan tore off his mourning garb and single-handedly challenged 19 different dojos. His fists showed no mercy as he violently smashed the precious signboards of all 19 schools. It was a legendary massacre that permanently severed his ties with the Southern martial arts world. Snapping back to the present, dark clouds loomed as the wind howled fiercely. Li Yan stepped out of the Yangcheng airport terminal, where Li Hongxing was already anxiously waiting for him. "Senior brother, I am so sorry for dragging you back down south." Sitting in the car, Li Hongxing glanced at him through the rearview mirror. The Martial Arts Association is electing a new chairman soon. Secretary Chu is violently competing against me. He has sent thugs to smash up the Li Hong dojo multiple times. If Master Zhang Mingyuan had not intervened, I would have lost everything. But that snake's roots run too deep in this city. Li Yan cut through the excuses with ice-cold efficiency. What do you need me to kill? Li Hongxing gulped nervously. Master Guan Yandao is on his deathbed. At the mere mention of that name, Li Yan slowly removed his shades. His aura grew terrifyingly dark as a single question escaped his lips. Which hospital? Heavy rain pounded against the inpatient ward windows. Tossing his wet umbrella into a corner, Li Yan began his ascent. But before he even cleared the stairs, an obnoxious shouting match echoed through the halls. A flashy blonde-haired thug was ruthlessly jabbing his finger into a terrified nurse. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? If anything happens to the old man, your entire hospital will burn to the ground. Flanked by over a dozen massive, heavily armed bodyguards, the thug roared with absolute arrogance. Drag your worthless director out here right now. Get out of my sight. The poor nurse sprinted away in tears. As she rounded the corner, she slammed right into Li Yan's towering figure. Excuse me, he asked calmly, where is Guan Yandao's room? Fighting through her panic, she pointed frantically. Take a left, it is the 6th room. With a polite nod, Li Yan marched straight toward the mob of violent gangsters. His expression remained dead serious. Ignoring the menacing sea of thugs blocking the corridor, he simply bulldozed his way through viciously, shoving their massive shoulders aside. The blonde thug spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. Are you suicidal, you little? But the moment he recognized Li Yan's face, the words died in his throat. All the color instantly drained from his terrified face. A suffocating aura of pure violence leaked from his body, forcing the entire gang to step back in absolute horror. Unfazed, Li Yan stopped at the door. So this is the place. A furious woman stormed out, her glare venomous. What the hell do you want? Li Yan smirked coldly. Just checking if that stubborn old man is dead yet. Enraged, she swung her hand for a vicious slap, but he caught her wrist with insulting ease. With a disdainful flick, he tossed her arm aside before delivering a devastating backhand right across her cheek. His eyes were completely devoid of mercy. As Master Guan's precious granddaughter, someone should have taught you I do not care about gender when throwing a punch. She collapsed in shock, clutching her bruised face while the brutal thugs behind her did not even dare to breathe. The absolute silence was deafening. Kicking the door open, Li Yan found a frail, white-haired man hooked up to countless life support machines. The legendary Grandmaster Guan Yandao weakly shifted his gaze toward the intruder. Keeping his hands casually buried in his pockets, Li Yan approached the hospital bed like a grim reaper. The old master rasped with a fragile breath. So you finally came back. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor echoed in the tense silence. Looking down at his pathetic state, Li Yan scoffed. Are you not overjoyed to see me? The once unshakable ruler of the southern underground looked completely, utterly shattered. Coughing weakly, he forced his eyes open. I swore you would never set foot in Guangdong again. That clever little Li Hong girl actually pulled it off. Have a seat. He desperately pushed his trembling hands against the mattress, struggling just to sit up. It seems my time has finally run out. Staring at the dying legend, a chaotic storm of painful childhood memories crashed over Li Yan. Arriving at just 12 years old to train under 6 legendary masters, he had suffered brutal discrimination every single day. Now standing here as a god of war, those bitter childhood scars still throbbed with agony. A formal greeting danced on the tip of his tongue, but his crushing pride forced him to swallow it down. The old master finally broke the silence. Are you planning to stay and reclaim your throne? Li Yan stared right through him. You already know my family's dojo was sold off ages ago. Once my business is finished, I am out of here. The fragile old man let out a sorrowful sigh. Having this final conversation with you lifts a heavy burden from my dying soul. When your father, Li Chenglin, first arrived to establish his dominance, he should have allied with me. Why did he blindly trust that fool Li Hongsheng? Crossing his legs with absolute authority, Li Yan delivered a fatal truth. My father did seek you out first, but your precious disciples were hopelessly arrogant. A wave of painful realization washed over the old Grandmaster's face. Arrogant, you say? Perhaps you are right. His voice cracked with a heavy dose of regret. But your father devoted 10 grueling years of his life to Li Hongsheng's banner. And what was his ultimate reward? Did a single soul in this province ever acknowledge the Li family dojo? Li Yan's expression instantly turned murderous, yet the brutal truth was undeniable. No. Even taking his final breath, my father remained an absolute outcast. Master Guan felt the devastating rage radiating from the young warrior. Look at me, I am 90 years old and still clinging to life. Your legendary father was barely 40 when he was unjustly driven into an early grave. The old man coughed violently, his time running out. Reaching under his pillow, he pulled out a weathered envelope. Read it, Li Yan, he rasped. Li Yan tore it open. The letter read, To all martial artists, I, Grandmaster Vance of the Crimson Spirit Pavilion, invite every Guangdong Grandmaster to witness the crowning of the Li family dojo's new master. Signed, Grandmaster Vance. Staring at the ink, Li Yan realized the truth. This was written 3 years ago, right after his father passed away. The new master mentioned here was him. The old man's eyes grew dim. Death extinguishes all light. Back then, I wrote this letter to make the local dojos acknowledge your absolute authority, but I never expected your rampage. Just 7 days after Arthur's death, you threw away your mourning clothes and crushed 19 different dojos from Foshan to Guangzhou. You shattered their precious signboards and got banished from the Guangdong Martial Arts Alliance. By the time I heard, you had already fled up north. Li Yan tossed the letter down. How touching. Vance scowled furiously. If you had just controlled your blazing temper, your father's lifelong dream would have easily become reality. What a tragic joke. Li Yan shook his head. My old man was a fool. If he were alive, I'd grit my teeth and endure it, but dead men don't play stupid games. His eyes flashed with terrifying coldness. His biggest mistake was wasting 10 years following you guys just to open a pathetic dojo. Vance roared in absolute fury. You bastard, how dare you mock your father? Li Yan smirked coldly. He beat me senseless my whole life, broke dozens of canes on my back. I took every strike until his dying breath without ever dodging. Can't I complain a little now? The old man trembled violently, glaring at him. You ungrateful brat, you're no true son. Vance let out a heavy sigh, falling silent before asking bluntly, So what is your master plan this time? Li Yan answered frostily. Stella knows the details perfectly. Real weapons aren't needed and I lack backing anyway. I'm just here to make a stand. Vance clenched his fists tightly. What's that arrogant punk's name? Victor Chase. His skills are decent but still leagues below your prime level. As the Northerners say, that kid alone cannot crush the National Martial Arts Association. Li Yan retorted flatly, I was only 16. I wouldn't beat him now. Old man, you were going completely blind. Vance looked utterly exhausted. I have days left, pushing over 90. I've taught everything I know, and you're my only perfect inheritor. Li Yan maintained his icy demeanor. I wouldn't dare. You have thousands of disciples. I'm unworthy. Coughing weakly, Vance continued. I could crush Stella's opponent effortlessly, and she could too. Hearing this, Li Yan mocked him. Oh truly, Grandmaster Vance, you are just so unbelievably mighty. With just one word you made my father struggle in shadows for 10 whole years. Truly magnificent. He casually cleaned his ear. But today, I want to hear your pathetic excuses. Let's see if you dare show your face now. Hearing this, Vance snapped, screaming in pure frustration. I showed you the damn letter. What more do you want? Should I beg on my knees before Arthur's grave? Li Yan's aura flared as he fired back. I just cannot fathom your pathetic nostalgia. My dad bled in Guangdong for a decade. Wasn't he a true veteran? You waited until he was a corpse to write some worthless letter. Did you expect me to cry tears of eternal gratitude? Vance's voice dropped dangerously low. You blame me. Why not blame Master Ray's absolute incompetence? He promised your father a grand dojo, swore the entire province would bow. Did he deliver? Ray always preached unity between North and South, pointing a trembling finger at Li Yan. He sneered. You joined his faction and he taught you absolutely nothing but pathetic parlor tricks. I taught you too. Who mastered your grappling arts? Who found the legendary masters to forge your current immense power? How dare you point the finger at me? Suddenly, Vance fell into a violent coughing fit. He gasped heavily for air, taking agonizing moments to regain his breath. I was furious when your father crawled to Ray, shaming our Crimson Pavilion, but I rejoiced, because he birthed a monstrous prodigy like you. Li Yan raised his voice sharply. That is ancient history. I don't blame you for the past, but I cannot repay your former teachings either. His piercing gaze screamed finality. Let's just end this nonsense here. Vance stared back with terrifying calm. The martial arts chairman title. If you want it for that little Ray girl, it's yours. Li Yan's eyes narrowed instantly. What's your price? When I die, you lead the procession and carry my spirit. Li Yan fell completely silent, a strange glint in his eyes. 10 days later, sorrowful rain battered the hospital windows. Inside the dreary room, Vance lay bedridden, reminiscing. 44 years ago, I assassinated Governor Chen of the puppet regime right on Wendy Street. I took a bullet near the heart. They couldn't extract the shell. It's still buried deep inside me today. Tell me, Li Yan, is my fate blessed or cursed? 48 years ago, I escorted Commander Yi, the legendary military academy principal, all the way to the northern headquarters in the heart of Hebei. Stayed there for 2 brutal years. Seeing Li Yan's heavy silence, the old master pleaded weakly. Say something, Li Yan. Please. Anything at all. I've forgotten the names of all those famous generals. Li Yan gently grabbed Vance's withered, trembling hand. The past is gone. Rest your mind, old man. I'm past 90. If you ask if I fear death, I am terrified. Vance finally stripped away his immense pride. Have I truly lost all my courage? No. I am utterly ashamed. I can't face the heavens after death. I failed your father. I confess. And once a man confesses, he simply cannot stop. Living this long isn't as glorious as I imagined. I was completely blind to it. Li Yan watched him in somber silence. Vance whispered with his fading breath. I was wildly arrogant. My word had to be absolute law. Li Yan. I spent my whole life playing the role of a glorious fool. With those final words, his ancient eyes slid shut. His fingers slipped away. A legend of a golden era had finally fallen. Li Yan stood over the bed, bowing silently. In early May, the supreme martial arts grandmaster perished. At the Grand Pavilion, disciples carried Vance's magnificent casket. The legendary chairman of Chinese martial arts ascended to the heavens. Inside the mourning hall, the grandmaster's portrait radiated overwhelming authority. Stella, draped in pitch black, bowed deeply before walking down the quiet corridor. She found Li Yan. The rusted door creaked as he lit a solitary cigarette. Stella spoke softly. My deepest condolences, senior brother. Li Yan simply replied, thank you. She walked up beside him, her voice soft but firm. He wanted you to be his sole bearer. His legacy is incredibly valuable. No matter what trials you face ahead, as long as you walk the right path, many powerful figures will gladly lend a hand out of respect for his past. Li Yan's eyes remained completely devoid of warmth as he replied coldly. Old man Guan asked me to carry his soul. That is strictly between the two of us. The Martial Arts Association is full of backstabbing hypocrites who would tear the heavens apart for power. I despise them all. A single word from them is nothing but a heavy debt. Li Hongxing did not push the matter any further. Instead, she simply stated, Senior brother, please come to my office tomorrow when you have some time. Li Yan did not bother giving her an answer. He flicked his half-smoked cigarette onto the cold concrete, turned his back on her, and walked away into the shadows. Massive funeral wreaths were delivered to honor the fallen martial arts master. The banners read, a sweeping blade through the ages, a soul that reflects the sun and moon, courage that outshines mountains and rivers, righteousness that echoes through eternity. Guan Yantao's heavy coffin was carried through the pouring rain. Honoring the old master's final wish, Li Yan led the solemn procession. Following his death, Li Hongxing smoothly ascended to the throne as the new president of the Martial Arts Association. By the end of the very month Guan Yantao passed away, the wheels of fate began to turn rapidly. The Chinese Martial Arts Association made a shocking global broadcast. They were hosting the world's first international traditional martial arts tournament. They welcomed all global practitioners and foreign enthusiasts who possessed a true passion for the ancient arts. The massive tournament featured multiple exhibition categories including stance mastery, traditional lion dance, and weapon choreography. The ultimate champion in these events would claim a grand prize of 300,000. At the same time, the event unveiled the brutal Northern Six Combat Arena. This underground bloodbath welcomed the strongest fighters across the globe, offering an astronomical grand prize of 1 million. The Fierce Team Combat Division was strictly divided by country with a hard limit of 3 elite fighters per squad. This immediately drew the lethal gaze of masters from Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. Countless warriors answered the call, sparking a massive media frenzy. Li Yan lounged casually on the luxurious leather sofa in Li Hongxing's new office. He raised an eyebrow and asked a crucial question. A new official applies strict rules, he remarked, noticing her radiant expression. However, those Thai fighters you recruited look exactly like active special forces. Are you sure they are reliable? Hearing Li Yan's sharp observation, Li Hongxing replied with supreme confidence. They are genuinely renowned combat masters in their respective countries. Li Yan simply waved his hand dismissively and smirked. Both sides are clearly plotting in the shadows. Sooner or later, this little game of yours will blow up in your face. You need to stop playing with fire. Li Hongxing flashed him a playful, mischievous wink. Relax, I have everything under complete control. There is absolutely no problem. But thank you for the warning, senior brother. Li Yan crushed out his cigarette and grabbed a thick dossier from her desk. Everything here is settled. I am leaving tomorrow. Li Hongxing looked at him completely caught off guard. You are leaving that quickly. Can you not wait just 2 more days? She pressed. Li Yan flipped open the confidential dossier without looking up. No. My word is absolute. Now what exactly are your plans for this guy Zhang Mingyuan? Glancing at Zhang Mingyuan's detailed combat profile in his hands, Li Hongxing's eyes gleamed with raw ambition. Mingyuan has terrifying potential. If he is willing to submit to my guidance, I am fully prepared to forge him into the next generation's supreme martial arts superstar. She flashed a knowing smile, adding her final term. Naturally, if our handsome junior agrees, he is the absolute perfect fit. Li Yan waved her off dismissively. Forget it. Chasing old money paths yields 0 power. Watching those martial artists, maybe your brutal method is the absolute truth. As for Zhang Mingyuan, have you even asked what he wants? Li Yan pressed. Do not mistake youth for weakness. Li Hongxing's expression instantly soured. She sighed heavily. He claims his older sister blocked it, demanding he finish basic education. Dealing with all these ordinary world school rules is incredibly frustrating. A sudden knock shattered the tension. Li Hongxing's eyes lit up. Oh, the kid is here. She turned to Li Yan playfully. Handsome Junior, use your history with his sister to convince him. Good luck, Handsome. Knowing Zhang Mingyuan was waiting, Li Hongxing slipped away, smirking. Li Yan pulled the door open, his gaze cool. You finally made it. Get inside. Zhang Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, stepping inside. Hey, Li Yan greeted casually. The kid's eyes widened in sudden recognition. It is you. Li Hongxing masterminded her exit, leaving them isolated. You boys chat, I have some guild business to handle right now, she claimed. But the moment the door shut, she activated a wiretap. Muttering, reaching the absolute peak in 4 months, what a monster. Inside, Li Yan lounged casually. How is your sister? Zhang Mingyuan answered mechanically. She is fine. Currently bottlenecked at 39% awakening rate. A bizarre silence fell. The system stats entirely derailed a normal conversation. The kid adjusted his glasses, annoyance flashing. Wait, were you not asking about my stats? Li Yan chuckled. Well, you just handed over your secret anyway. Let us try this again. How is your sister? Zhang Mingyuan snapped, pointing a trembling finger straight at Li Yan. I did my research. You were her childhood sweetheart. But she is married now. Your chance is totally gone. Li Yan remained unfazed. I just want to see her. 0 hidden motives. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Besides, one man cannot shoulder all fortunate encounters in this world, right? Confronted by Li Yan's aura, the kid cracked. We live in Zibo. She runs a bar on South Street. A phantom of a smile played on Li Yan's lips. He gave the kid a heavy pat and stood up. Perfect. I owe you. As Li Yan turned away, Zhang Mingyuan stared in disbelief. Wait, you were just walking away. The young awakened yelled aggressively. Were you not ordered by Li Hongxing to recruit me for the grand tournament? Li Yan halted, not looking back. Chasing fake glory, play a few rounds then quit. We have gambled our lives in the system too much already. What more is there? Zhang Mingyuan froze. Li Yan cast a side glance. Are you still blind to the truth? Stepping into the hallway, Li Hongxing ambushed him. Well, Handsome, did you break him? Li Yan shrugged, playing the fool. Who knows what a kid thinks? As he left, Li Hongxing stayed silent, deeply analyzing every hidden meaning in their recorded conversation. The scene shifted to Zhongshan University. Greetings, Professor Wu. Li Yan respectfully accepted a data drive. Mr. Li, I have compiled exactly what you requested, the professor nodded. This contains mythological triggers for the 9 Phoenix evolution, dating back to the Shang dynasty, detailing how primal totems merge with ancient deities. Furthermore, regarding your specific inquiry, the terrifying ancient giant raptor, the Mo species, I highlighted every historical trace, If you wish to dive deeper into forbidden myths, I included classified research from top historians. The drive contains the complete decryption path. Deepest gratitude, Professor Li Yan replied, sitting down. The old man waved dismissively. Please, seeing a young awakened actually study our ancient roots brings me immense joy. Just be warned, ancient lore is not all flashy magic. Decoding these texts can be a brutally mind-numbing grind. Li Yan's expression turned dead serious. Professor Wu, who holds the absolute highest authority in our ancient mythology, the three purities, the Jade Emperor or someone else entirely. Professor Wu burst into laughter. Haha, my students ask about this power scaling all the time. Pushing up his glasses, his eyes sharpened. The truth is, an ultimate supreme god simply does not exist. Time trickled by in that quiet study. Professor Wu sat directly across from Li Yan, ready to drop some heavy lore. He seriously explained that mythology isn't static. It constantly evolves and merges over countless eras, naturally forming a pantheon of the most dominant and influential figures. While other pantheons have clear divine hierarchies, our nation's system operates completely differently. Compared to foreign myths, we have incredibly unique ethnic beliefs. Furthermore, ancient Confucianism heavily suppressed the expansion of these mythological power systems. Even children were taught to avoid discussing bizarre gods. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, divine world-building was basically abandoned, leaving future generations to piece together half-baked shamanic theories. I am rambling. Simply put, our mythological lore is insanely complex. In different eras and varying timelines, the identity of the supreme deity completely changes. Professor Wu continued pouring this ancient knowledge into Li Yan's mind. During the Wei and Jin eras, the Taoist supreme beings were the three officials of heaven, earth, and water. In the Tang dynasty, Laozi became the ultimate god. Later, Song emperors fully worshipped Taoism. To win the emperor's favor, Taoist priests elevated the Jade Emperor's divine ranking. Meanwhile, Lord Laozi's status plummeted. Plus, every local region had its own ancient, completely different shrines and belief systems. Listening to this lore dump, Li Yan forced a wildly awkward smile. But the info dump was not over. The professor opened his laptop. Let's use Nine Phoenix, the entity you are so obsessed with, as an example. Here is its true form and origin story. The five-colored phoenix, the nine-headed bird, the Guhuo Bird, they all spawn from the ancient Chu mythology system. Nine Phoenix Mountain Ghosts, Xiang Lord, and River Earl are all classic entities within this specific divine branch. And sitting at the absolute peak of this hierarchy is the Eastern Emperor Tai. He suddenly warned, "Do not ask me who would win a deathmatch between Eastern Lord Laozi and the three officials. I have absolutely no clue." Hearing this, gears started turning in Li Yan's head. Nine Phoenix Mountain Ghost, Xiang Lord, River Earl, Eastern Lord. After carefully processing the professor's massive system explanation, Li Yan finally took his leave. The old man's words echoed deeply in his mind. A flood of thoughts surged. After surviving this recent Yanluo Palace instance, two critical mysteries desperately needed solving. Mystery number 1. If a player's awakening level hits 100%, will it trigger devastating side effects on their walker status? If it causes some sickening soul possession, fighting to the bitter end just to become someone else's vessel would be a joke. Recalling Cao Yuanzhao's terrifying martial domain, Li Yan analyzed the situation. Judging by that guy's state, probably not. Mystery number 2. Can an awakener casually absorb different inheritances without any limits? His mind raced with theories. Both Yu Shu and the Martial Lord had insanely high awakening levels, yet their outward combat expressions remained strictly tied to one pure inheritance path. Perhaps they were just hiding their true power. Or maybe mixing different inheritances causes a catastrophic system conflict. For a walker, that kind of incompatibility could be a lethal flaw. A sudden realization hit Li Yan like a truck. If Yanluo Palace actually encourages walkers to acquire multiple inheritances, they must provide a hidden patch to fix this clash. Wait, could the mythological pantheon systems Professor Wu just described be the ultimate solution to merging powers? Deep in thought, Li Yan lit a cigarette. To safely stack massive amounts of inheritance power, the absolute best strategy is ensuring perfect compatibility. He needed to unify them all under one single divine system. After plotting for hours, Li Yan gazed at the distant sunset. A dangerously confident smirk crept onto his face. He finally knew exactly how to forge his future leveling path. Scene changed to Li Yan's old house in Kangzhou. He sat locked onto his monitor, fingers flying rapidly across the keyboard. His eyes blazed with intense focus as he reviewed the professor's mythological system files. The glowing screen displayed the branches of the Zhou territory's divine system. Number 1, the Mozi boasting, a rhino's body, an ox's tail, and a tiger's massive legs. Spawn in the southern valley, this beast devoured iron and copper to ward off absolute evil. Number 2, the Bai Zi, and number 3, the cat general Li Yan meticulously cross-reference every beast's stats. These were bizarre and legendary inheritances. They did not just originate from the distant great wilderness. Some awakened straight from the blood-soaked warring states period. By the Republican era, folklore had violently mutated. The Guhuo Bird was recorded as a demonic maiden fully manifesting its system lore during that chaotic timeline. Data concerning the tapir and dream devourers could even be traced back to modern linguistic shifts and dark Japanese light novels. Exhaustion finally began draining Li Yan's stamina. He removed his glasses with a heavy sigh. Organizing this system lore is draining my mana. He remembered the coin string. Since leaving Yanjing, Dan Niang had been trapped in deep hibernation. Dan Niang had absorbed a terrifying amount of energy back in Yanjing. She definitely needed time to fully process her level up. His brain throbbing from the info overload, Li Yan collapsed onto the sofa and blacked out. A nightmare instantly invaded his mind. Former comrades and real-world friends died horribly one by one. Feng Yi stood atop a mountain of bleeding corpses, flashing a deeply sinister smile. Li Yan jolted awake, drenched in cold, terrified sweat. Reality and nightmare aggressively blurred together. Gasping for air, his trembling hands violently gripped the sofa fabric. His mind spiraled. These so-called Yanluo Palace fruits, are they truly any different from our own reality? Judging by Mo's ominous warning, is our world destined to become just another Yanluo instance? A chilling wave of dread crashed over him. It seems rejecting the Xifan faction was the most brilliant survival choice he could have made. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice sliced through the silence. Spot on. At the very least, joining Xifan would make logging back into this world insanely difficult. Mo materialized out of thin air right behind Li Yan's back. He sneered. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat get roasted. You severely offended Si Wenji kid. Your ending will be brutally tragic. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. Who the hell is Si Wenji? Mo chuckled darkly. The martial lord Cao Yuan's house wife, and Yu Shu's absolute mortal enemy. Li Yan's headache worsened. There was a hidden trap in Mo's words. Every sentence deliberately hyped up this woman's terrifying authority. Glancing at Mo, Li Yan internally scoffed. This shady bastard was definitely plotting something vile. Mo hated getting dragged into messy guild drama, so his warning was likely genuine, but claiming he lacked the power to provoke Si Wenji, that was definitely a massive lie. Staring at Mo's ridiculously cunning expression, Li Yan crushed his cigarette out, his mind racing. Voluntary or not, this system glitch had already been drafted into the Yu Shu hunting squad. This data was the absolute key. Even Yu Shu warned him. Mo was a guardian. Never underestimate its devastating combat power. Armed with knowledge, Li Yan confronted Mo. Since my actions no longer threaten you, toss a power-up my way, I am facing a massive wall. Mo's eyes narrowed. I suppose a trade is possible. However, basic energy boosts are useless to you now. For a mortal to deduce the system's hidden laws, you earned my terrifying respect. The glowing monitor illuminated the room. So my evolution theory is flawless, Li Yan demanded. Mo studied the data streams, mostly accurate, but never rigid. Listen closely. Any Yanfu walker pushing inheritance to 100% awakening breaking human limits ascends to the legendary Grand Walker. They unlock exclusive Grand Walker authority. Every other minor inheritance gets permanently locked. Li Yan's pulse spiked. Just how overpowered is this authority? Mo smirked chillingly. Never compare it. It exists on a completely different dimension from standard inheritances. When I secured the ancient Mo authority, my previous Firehound inheritance became utterly useless. I literally only use it for barbecues now. Mo continued, revealing system secrets. However, I once witnessed Yun Shu shatter rules, commanding 2 or more absolute authorities simultaneously within Yanfu. The limit is bound only by your darkest imagination. How he bypassed system limits, zero clue. The only terrifying common denominator was both authorities physically integrated into his very cells. He raised a dramatic finger. Yet the absolute strongest Yanfu walker views these grand authorities as flashy, useless trash. Yes, an actual review from the dual authority monster himself. Pieces clicked in Li Yan's mind. You mean the martial lord? Mo's eyes widened in grim confirmation. Exactly. The undisputed martial lord. The absolute apex predator among the 10 great lords. You caught a glimpse right, that was merely a drop in his ocean of devastation. When Cao Yuan's Hao completely loses his mind, butchering top-tier elites is effortless. A one-man army, he single-handedly slaughtered an entire legion of the Siphon Lord's most lethal walkers. Mo stopped coughing awkwardly after his epic lore dump. All right, I got carried away. We strayed off the main quest. Evolving his second-tier inheritance creates an overwhelming power gap. Mo slowly turned his sinister predatory grin, locking onto Li Yan. Tell you what, I will hack a backdoor just for you. For your next deadly Yanfu event, I guarantee you drop the absolute highest tier beast class inheritance. Consider it a sponsored gift. Deal. Li Yan maintained a polite smile but internally scoffed. What a scam. Sounds generous, but a few hundred basic Yanfu points would be infinitely better. Smirking, Li Yan fearlessly pointed right between the cosmic entity's eyes. If you are truly overpowered, rig the entire Yanfu event, screw beast class, I demand the legendary 5 Immortals inheritance. Mo smirked, afraid. Si Wenji will deceive you again. Fine, speak. Li Yan then revealed his true thoughts. Daughter of Emperor Yao, wife of Shun Yushi of the Xiang River Yuan. Mo flashed a sinister grin. His shadowy figure slowly faded into nothingness. Mo swiftly vanished from the room. Left alone, Li Yan slumped onto the sofa, exhaling a heavy sigh. As sleep claimed him, his chest burned fiercely. Dan Niang materialized from his coin pendant, her flawless, graceful figure stepping into reality. She radiated a breathtaking classical beauty. Li Yan stared, momentarily stunned. Dan Niang met his gaze, her shimmering eyes hiding deep sorrow beneath elegant, captivating brows. Raising her hand, she whispered, "This is a fragment of the 9 dragon relics." A brilliant golden shard glowed brightly in her palm. It is Yazi's Wrath. Weight 1.4 pounds. Legendary grade. Consumable type item. It once held the surging power of Yazi, a dragon's son, but lost its vitality. Forging it with any compatible weapon can trigger its rebirth. Forging is a unique system technology. You can spend Yanfu points to unlock the Walker search notes and reveal its hidden data. Without proper purchasing rights, Yanfu denies all forging services. Li Yan stared intently. This is the very core I held in my mouth back then. He looked at Dan Niang. You are awake. How do you feel? Ignoring him, she scanned the chaotic room. Why is this place such a mess? She rolled up her sleeves immediately. Li Yan watched in utter confusion, wondering about her next move. Tying back her silken hair, she donned an apron and gave him a reassuring glance. A sudden wave of profound warmth washed over Li Yan's heart. He smiled tenderly. Dan Niang, let us move to a new house. Time flew by. Stretching in the yard, Li Yan thought, our 4th Yanfu event begins soon. Holding Yazi's Wrath, he pondered its true activation method. Browsing the auction house, Li Yan discovered an 8-year-old's portrait available with proper purchasing rights. Final bid, 1,426 points. The Pugh family's exclusive Lume seal sold for exactly 603 points. Lord Longshi's fragmented biography closed at 383 points. Li Yan smirked. One man's trash is another's treasure. How fascinating. Scrolling down, he spotted an 11 Henshin forging right for 600 points, requiring highly refined materials. A 3-star Jikang forging cost 2,888 points, demanding insanely rare materials. Li Yan frowned. Not a single legendary forging option exists. The last legendary forging transaction occurred 2 whole years ago. For now, his ultimate forging plan had to be shelved. Suddenly, the system chimed, bonus purchasing right granted. Compensation from the Realm Lord. Apologies for your previous unpleasant experience. Zhang Yujin's compensation contained only 3 items. First, the Ancestor's Notebook. Category and quality completely unknown. It could trigger a bonus Yanfu event or be sacrificed before the trial began. Sacrificing it would massively elevate his walker status and boost the bonus event's trigger rate. A true Yanfu token. Second, the Golden Summoning Token. It instantly auto-completes the current event with a low-tier rating, capping purchase limits at 130%. Finally, a special grade Protective Bracer. It offered 3 distinct styles. The Meng version boosted wrist strength by 150 pounds. The Yangyoji version increased strike accuracy by 50%. The Demonic Logic boosted the wearer's reaction speed by a massive 80%. This buff was an absolute godsend, especially for walkers below the 5 Elders tier, crafted by the legendary Zhang Yujin. Its Yanfu score was exactly 1. After analyzing its broken stats, Li Yan immediately dubbed these bracers Mountain Beyond Mountain. He quickly did the math. Only 4 survivors had cleared that zone. Himself, Mr. Blade, Zhao Xin, and Wu Shan. The Realm Lord must have mass-produced 4 of these exact items. These bracers were the most overpowered gear he had ever witnessed, yet strangely, they didn't even have an official name. This confirmed the Realm Lord was literally mass-producing top-tier armor. This level of foundation wasn't just a flex of personal strength. It meant the Realm Lord's hidden resources were completely off the charts, far beyond human comprehension. Right in the middle of his deep thoughts, the system suddenly chimed in. "You have received an incoming transmission. Initiating conversation mode now." Following that, Li Yan and Mr. Blade finalized their companion contract. A flash of light brought them back to the starting room. Mr. Blade smirked and asked, "Did you secure the Realm Lord's loot yet?" Li Yan gave a simple nod. Mr. Blade frowned in pure frustration. "It makes me want to curse. The power gap between us high-ranking walkers is literally like a beggar comparing himself to a billionaire." Li Yan completely understood the veteran's deep disappointment. He calmly suggested, "If we are teaming up for the next instance, we need to forge a new contract right now. Let us lock it in for 3 runs. Mr. Blade instantly agreed. "Not a problem." Li Yan then added, "Besides, you are totally broke and cannot afford your Heavenly Fist skill, right? I just scored a massive payload. I will front you the points, just pay me back after the next mission." Hearing this absolute lifesaver, Mr. Blade clasped his hands with a massive grin. "Thank you." Their hands locked in a firm grip. The companion contract for the next system event was sealed. Instantly, their status windows updated with each other's hidden combat data. Mr. Blade boasted the culinary art status. He held the Heart of Taudi inheritance alongside the Heavenly Fist, swallowing stance. For his expansion skills, he possessed the Crimson Glance for deep intelligence gathering. This forced the walker into absolute hyper-focus. It granted a high probability to expose enemy weak points. He also had Divine Bone, a broken passive that resisted fatal strikes and instantly regenerated critical battle damage. This trump card could only be triggered exactly once per Yanfu event cycle. System warning: all fatal damage resistance abilities in the Yanfu system have a strict upper limit. Exceeding it will result in immediate walker death. As for his inheritance tree, Mr. Blade had mastered 5 distinct skills. His culinary art literally converted cooking mastery into raw combat power. The Grand Banquet skill utilized ultra-rare ingredients to craft dishes packed with insane special buff effects. It didn't just elevate the taste to godly levels, it unlocked far more devastating culinary abilities. His double crispy explosion dish required exactly 15 minutes to consume. But the payoff: complete energy restoration and total purification of absolute debuffs. This included purging, stubborn soul damage, and lethal voodoo curses. Then there was the prime ingot meat pot. Consumption time was just 1 minute. It could feed an entire 100-man army. After eating, the highest specialization stat jumped by 15%. It also provided an unbreakable courage buff for 1 solid hour. This godly buff only applied to warriors below the 10 Lords tier. His ultimate dish was the Buddha jumps over the wall. Upon consumption, it permanently boosted a Yanfu walker's awakening rate by a whopping 5%. It required astronomically rare materials, and only worked if your system inheritance awakening was below 65%. As for our main character, Li Yan, his status window was just as terrifyingly overpowered. Star Hook status activated, boosting hand speed and explosive burst power by a massive 560%. His core inheritance was the soul of the 9-headed bird, awakening rate sitting at 56%. A legendary tier divine beast class. His masteries were insane: ancient martial arts at 93%, firearms at 38%, and military tactics at exactly 50%. His inheritance skills were Blood, Smile, and Phantom Flight. Out of his 4 expansion skills, he shared the Crimson Glance with Mr. Blade. The 9 Phoenix Heavenly Talisman required 20 out of 40 Dragon Tiger energy points to transform. It summoned 9 blazing phoenixes for supreme battlefield support. He could even command them to devour his enemies. Devouring granted an instant 9% boost to his 9-headed bird awakening rate. His killing aura impact held a terrifying probability to completely stun targets upon striking. However, it was completely useless against enemies with a crimson threat level or higher. His final skill was Zephyr Release, granting godlike explosive speed that slowly decayed over 2 seconds. His self-awakened arts included the Tiger's Blaze, a lightning-fast strike that inflicted total paralysis on the enemy, but it exclusively required the Tiger Head Spear to activate. The swallow-piercing strike was violently destructive but left massive defensive openings and required a long cast time. His remaining Dragon Tiger energy sat at 15 out of 40. His Yanfu points totaled 1,965, including the 1,000 he just loaned to Mr. Blade. Then came his absolute arsenal of gear, leading with the Dragon Return Sword, a lethal weapon packing lifesteal and pure true damage. The Tiger Head Spear tip possessed absolute armor-breaking properties. The Mountain Beyond Mountain Bracers boosted wrist strength, strike precision, and insane reaction speeds. The Carved Snow accessory granted pure life vitality, regeneration, while the Stubborn Thousand Layers served as supreme, anti-slip combat footwear. His special inventory was stacked, holding the 6-pattern gold coin, the Great Ming Black Dragon flag, the Taoist battle axe, the golden summoning token, and the legendary notes of Patriarch Lu. After they finished scanning each other's overpowered stats, the system violently chimed in. "Attention, Lord Walker, you are about to initiate the next Yanfu event cycle." The mechanical voice echoed again. "Lord Walker, do you wish to proceed with the event opening? Because you hold the notes of the Southern Patriarch Lu, your starting status in this world will be elevated significantly." Li Yan slowly fluttered his eyes open. His senses instantly flared. His right arm was wrapped around a breathtakingly beautiful girl, roughly 18 years old, with an incredibly soft and petite figure. She was clinging to him like a koala. Li Yan cautiously tried to slide his arm away and sit up, but despite his stealth, she stirred awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes while flaunting her curves, she mumbled, "Daddy, you are awake. Do you want to go another round?" Li Yan stared into her massive doe eyes. Her delicate chin and flawless pale cheeks, a dangerous mix of pure innocence and absolute seduction. He gently patted her shoulder. "Are you still sleepy?" She let out a cute yawn, suddenly looking wide awake and attentive. Li Yan flashed a charismatic smirk. "If you are tired, just go back to sleep for a bit." The girl did not dare to argue. She obediently nodded. Suddenly, floating text materialized in the air. "Current Yanfu event objective: acquire goods valued at 100,200 silver or higher. This artifact channels divine worship. You must slowly harvest the absolute faith of your devoted followers." The system chimed in, clearing. Every Yanfu event grants a rare reward, potentially unlocking the legendary scroll inheritance. Li Yan's eyes narrowed. "Back in the Southern Realm, clearing 2 Yanfu events gave me 2 shots at the inheritance. I failed then, but now I know exactly how to claim the absolute power I desire." Gripping the ancient cloth, confidence blazed in his eyes. It is time to hunt down more Yanfu events. He took a vicious bite of his carrot, lost in deep thought about the Southern ancestor. That lord's inheritance, it is practically mine already. Li Yan was lost in thought when soft, pale arms wrapped tightly around him from behind. The girl's cheek pressed against his neck. With a seductive gaze, she whispered, "Daddy, what do you desire?" Li Yan grabbed her hands, smirking as he pulled her into his embrace. He lifted her effortlessly. She gasped in delighted surprise, her cheeks flushing bright red as she buried her face into his broad shoulders. He tossed her onto the bed, turning his back to leave without a single word. Dazed by the sudden rejection, she cried out for him. Running a hand through his hair, Li Yan asked, "Did I not pay you yet?" The girl froze in stunned silence. Chuckling, he added, "Guess I did then." A wave of disappointment washed over her as she watched him walk away. Meanwhile, Li Yan stepped outside, firmly shutting the door behind him. The year is 1809. Location: the South Seas. Coordinates: east longitude 114 to 124, north latitude 10 to 26. A fertile blood-soaked realm of elegant cruelty. The government rots away while ruthless pirate fleets rule the roaring tides. The East India Company schemes against the invincible Royal Navy. It is an era of devastating cannons, heavy crossbows, the indomitable Vasco warships, mystical astrology, ancient island pacification, and the all-seeing heavenly eyes crossing the seas. Legends speak of Eastern mermaid ruins, blazing cauldrons, sea demons, and the black tea tigers. It is a world of absolute cunning, vicious betrayals, forced submissions, and endless dark ambition. Corrupt officials and greedy red-haired demons run rampant, allowing massive pirate empires to rise to power. Out on the crashing waves, a magnificent galleon floats ominously in the distance. Those red-haired demons originally meant the Dutch colonists, but soon became the title for all greedy Western invaders. Right now, a ship's deck explodes with cannon fire as a brutal high-stakes battle rages on. The Red Flag Fleet is the absolute greatest of the five banners. They boast hundreds of warships, over 60,000 ruthless brothers across land and sea, 10,000 blazing muskets, and countless steel blades. This is their flagship, the Spirit Crusher. Li Yan is now a recognized core member of the Five Banners Red Flag Fleet, widely feared under the legendary alias, the Prodigy. Serving as the trusted right hand of Lady Ten, the Red Flag Fleet's leader, Li Yan's infamous reputation as the Prodigy has naturally skyrocketed across the treacherous seas. System-wise, Li Yan had unlocked 75% naval warfare mastery, making him an absolute veteran of the oceanic battlefield. Nearby, his comrade Dash sat on the bloody deck smoking while rubbing his sore neck. Li Yan glanced at Dash, asking, "How are you holding up?" Dash grimaced. "When I first woke up, some 30-year-old woman was hugging my neck, crying for me. My system lagged out completely." Dash looked at him curiously. "What about your awakening?" Li Yan let out a dry chuckle. "Honestly, not much different from yours." Seeing that smirk, Dash definitely did not believe him for a single second. Suddenly, Li Yan's senses spiked at a metallic scent. A lethal arrow tore through the wind, aimed straight for him. Leaning back with terrifying speed, Li Yan snatched the projectile mid-air, flashing an insanely confident grin. A split second later, a massive tidal wave of deadly arrows rained down upon them. The drunken crewmates were pierced instantly before they could even react, collapsing into pooling blood. Across the chaotic deck, an enemy archer screamed. "The guy in the red bandana is the Prodigy." Li Yan's eyes darkened. With a burst of explosive speed, he vaulted onto the upper deck in a mere flash, gripping the snatched arrow like a dagger as he charged the screaming archer. The sniper could not even blink before getting sent straight to the afterlife. Enraged by their fallen comrade, the remaining enemies swarmed forward. Li Yan instantly drew his blade, unleashing a devastatingly powerful crescent-shaped slash. These attackers gritted their teeth with savage fury, but their weak combat levels were absolutely no match for Li Yan's overwhelming mastery. Silver steel danced through the shadows. The phantom blade whirled, tearing mercilessly through flesh and bone. Agonized screams echoed out, and in just a few heartbeats, only one enemy remained, standing in the heavy, blood-soaked silence. At that exact moment, a young boy stepped out from the darkness. Li Yan raised his bloodied sword, yet this mere kid actually had the guts to stare him down without flinching. The surviving ambushers struggled to their feet. The boy ordered them, "Do not panic. The Prodigy did not bring his main crew this time. Burn the ship and send him to hell." A striking match echoed sharply. Dash lit his cigarette, muttering with a dangerous smirk. "Burn the ship, huh? Let me help you with that." Raging hellfire instantly engulfed the boy's two guards. Their horrifying shrieks pierced the night sky. Ignoring the chaos, Li Yan approached a middle-aged woman nearby, asking coldly, "Are you the ship owner?" She sobbed uncontrollably. "My husband was just killed by their arrows." Trembling violently on her knees, she pleaded, "Prodigy, sir, I swear I have absolutely no idea where these assassins came from." Just then, Dash threw the captured boy onto the wooden deck. Li Yan glared down with freezing intent, demanding, "Why try to kill me?" The kid bit his lips stubbornly, remaining utterly silent. Annoyed, Li Yan cursed inwardly. He had just respawned in this chaotic world, getting cozy with some beautiful 19-year-old girl right off the bat. With Jade's sweet voice still echoing in his mind, he scoffed, "You've got some nerve. I was almost turned into a human pincushion right after my glorious awakening." Pinpointing these attackers' origins was tough. After all, the government had placed a massive 2,000 silver tael bounty right on the Prodigy's head. The most logical system deduction: bounty hunters. Probably desperate, aggressive fishermen looking for a quick rank up. The South Seas were packed with these hybrid pirate factions, and the deadliest crews boasted thousands of ruthless members. The Five Banners simply could not monopolize everything. Because legendary pirate lords rivaled their massive power. Take Joey, for instance. Starting from zero, he maxed out his charisma stats, rising to power by ruthlessly plundering every merchant ship crossing Guangzhou. His brutal methods were an absolute nightmare. Then there was the demonic rogue hunter, the grand mob boss Tyson, and the legendary treasure king Kim. Add in the Phoenix Tail, Mad Bull, and White Base factions, plus the Portuguese Navy occupying Macau, throw in the British East India Company, and the entire South China coast had evolved into an absolute apocalyptic warzone. Processing this lore, Li Yan stared at the boy. "You're from Annam, aren't you?" Dash blinked in shock, asking, "Wait, you actually identified these pirate mobs' background?" Li Yan smirked, explaining, partly due to his facial features. Plus, animatives and half-bloods are insanely common spawns among the South Sea pirate factions. Whenever the government wipes out a pirate fleet, the desperate survivors always retreat to Annam to regenerate their HP and stamina. The boy just glared at him, his face twisted in pure burning hatred. Li Yan continued, that makes Annam the ultimate safe zone base for South Sea pirates. Rumor even says that certain local coups were directly orchestrated by that demonic rogue hunter. Leaning in close, Li Yan whispered to Dash, I used the ancestral manuscript item gifted by the main server. How else do you think I acquired such a high-ranking status so fast? After completing the system sacrifice, it did not just boost my naval warfare mastery by 75%, it also granted me memory fragments of the original Prodigy. As a core boss of the 5 banners, it would be a massive plot hole if I suddenly could not even recognize my own low-level subordinates. Li Yan peered down at the kid, asking, Can you Annam natives comprehend Chinese? Tell me who sent your mob and I will spare your life. Yet the boy stubbornly shut his eyes, refusing to speak a single word. Li Yan scowled. So you understand me, you just refuse to speak. Suddenly, a massive horn echoed as a colossal galleon pierced the horizon. Boasting 3 towering masts, the Spirit Crusher dominated the waters. At the bow, a young boy's eyes lit up at the sight of Li Yan, quickly stuffing the rest of his pastry into his mouth. This was Zhuai Ba of the Red Banner Syndicate. Jia Xiaodao stared in disbelief. A mere child. Li Yan patted his comrade's shoulder. Relax, he is one of us. Shui Ba hurled a thick rope from the deck, screaming at the top of his lungs. Brother Li Yan, stop messing around. All hell broke loose back at headquarters. The massive anchor slammed into the mast. Barefoot, the kid swung down the ropes like a monkey, sticking a flawless landing. He glanced around the bloody deck. Holy crap, what a slaughterhouse. Ignoring the carnage, Li Yan cut straight to the chase. Little Ba, what happened? The boy waved his arms frantically. The Imperial Navy. They seized over 20 of our ships. Lady Ten took a bullet too. She swore that if you are not back before dawn, Brother Li Yan, you might as well stay dead out here. Without a word, Li Yan kicked a wooden plank across the gap and stormed onto the other ship. We leave now. That trash on the deck. They just tried to assassinate me. Shui Ba, clean up this mess. The kid's eyes widened with a dark glimmer as he nodded. Snatching a blood-soaked blade from the deck, Shui Ba casually strolled toward the surviving assassin. He hoisted the heavy sword high. Zhu Ben sent us, the assassin shrieked. A sickening crunch cut him off as crimson painted the floor. Already aboard, Li Yan glanced back over his shoulder. Any famous last words from the trash? Shui Ba tapped his chin playfully before flashing a wicked grin. Gibberish, mostly. Using his piercing appraisal skill, Jia Xiaodao scanned the boy, cold sweat dropping. This kid's monstrous strength is completely unnatural. System data flooded in. Name Shui Ba, species Goryeo demon. He was one of the infamous 800 demons serving the 5-banner alliance. Boasting an 80% naval combat specialty, his threat level glowed a blinding red. Jia Xiaodao gritted his teeth. This little monster was a walking natural disaster. An idea flashed in Li Yan's mind as he surveyed the slaughter. We cannot sail with a deck full of corpses. He barked at the trembling sailors. Stop standing around uselessly and help clean up this bloodbath. Chuck these worthless assassins to the sharks. As for any innocent casualties, the captain can deal with the compensation. One by one, the lifeless bodies were tossed overboard with heavy splashes. Amidst the cleanup, Li Yan signaled 2 of his shadows, Zhang Wei and Blackie. He lowered his voice to a lethal whisper. Dive under the ship and keep watch. If any scavengers come for these corpses, tail them. I want their names, their factions, and their heads on my desk. Without hesitation, the 2 men slipped silently into the dark waves. Li Yan specifically chose them for their legendary deep-sea diving capabilities. Bounding back onto the main deck, Shui Ba pointed curiously at a trembling sailor. Brother Li Yan, what kind of twisted game were you and Daozi playing earlier? Every time I ask these guys, they just snicker. Jia Xiaodao smirked. We were playing with women, kids. Satisfy your curiosity. Shui Ba pouted angrily. Shut up, Daozi, I asked Brother Li Yan. Tilting his head, the boy's innocent curiosity piqued. What is a woman? How do you play that game? Is it more fun than rigging dice? How many players do you need? A chorus of crude laughter erupted from the veteran sailors. Why don't you go home and ask your mommy? She knows exactly how many players that game takes. Instantly, Shui Ba leaped onto a wooden barrel, tossing the last pastry into his mouth. His aura shifted to absolute ice. I do not understand your joke. Resting his chin on his palm, he glared. But were you just insulting me? The mocking sailor froze instantly, shrinking back in sheer terror. Dead silence fell over the entire deck. Jia Xiaodao shot Li Yan a questioning look. Should we stop this before someone dies? Li Yan subtly shook his head, signaling him to stand down. Swallowing hard, another sailor nervously stepped in. Nobody was insulting you, kid, we swear. Brushing it off, Shui Ba beamed at his idol. Seriously, brother Li Yan, how many players for the woman game? Li Yan sighed, waving his hand. 80% of the time, just one. You will understand in 2 years. Then he slammed a heavy barrel onto the deck. A challenging smirk crept onto Li Yan's face. Enough talk, little Ba. Get over here and let's arm wrestle. As the demon boy hopped onto the barrel, Li Yan analyzed his own stats. Even without my prime equipment, the Guhuo Bird blessing grants me hundreds of pounds of explosive force. Time to test exactly how terrifying this red threat monster truly is. Their hands locked instantly. A crushing wave of power nearly threw Li Yan off balance. The kid's raw strength was astronomical. Bone-chilling cracks echoed as both surged their aura. Veins bulged violently on Li Yan's forehead just to hold the line. The pressure was too immense. The massive barrel beneath their hands splintered into pieces, while the wooden crate under Shui Ba exploded into dust. Losing his footing, Shui Ba's defense slipped, allowing Li Yan to slam his hand down. The boy hit the deck, whining furiously. That barrel was garbage. That totally does not count. Springing back to his feet, his eyes burned with fierce determination. Best 2 out of 3, brother Li Yan. Li Yan chuckled warmly, massaging his wrist. Save your energy, kid. You win this round. Go find something else to break. I will call you when we reach the port. Staring at his throbbing, beet-red wrist, cold realization hit Li Yan. My arm is practically bruised from his grip, yet his skin did not even flush. In a battle of pure endurance, that little monster would have crushed me entirely. Watching the kid playfully run off, he fell into deep, heavy thought. Iron skin and terrifying, overwhelming strength. Dao witnessed this with absolute bewilderment. Remaining completely silent, Li Yan placed a heavy hand on Dao's shoulder, sharing the system's terrifying data. Dao's face turned grim. You just came face to face with the Guhuo demon's true awakening power. Legends say this beast once ravaged the southeastern coast. That is until the divine sea, Yushimazu, utterly crushed it, turning the monster into her mere footstool. Mazu served the heavenly empress. Across these southeastern shores, her divine status stood second only to the highest celestial gods themselves. Simply put, she is a legendary supreme deity. If you could awaken Mazu's lineage, it would be the absolute highest tier inheritance you've ever witnessed since entering the underworld system. The two men exchanged a speechless, stunned gaze. Meanwhile, at Lantau Island, the legendary Red Flag Fleet's base, massive warships crowded the harbor. Countless heavy cannons lined the decks. The ship's cargo hold was packed with heavy crates of blades and ammunition, while exhausted men struggled to load the remaining cargo outside. One battleship had suffered devastating damage from a recent attack, sunlight piercing through massive blast holes. A pirate fiercely roared. Sailing during the Qing dynasty is pure hell. Those royal bastards cannot even scratch the foreign devils, but they slaughter us mercilessly. Just as Li Yan stepped off the ship, the cold female system voice chimed in. Transport mission completed. However, your captured cargo value is absolutely zero. Walker, do not ever forget your ultimate main quest to serve the Shang King. Suddenly, a frantic one-eyed giant violently shoved his way toward Li Yan. Out of the way, big brother Li Yan, Madame Ten is dying. She is not going to make it. Li Yan's expression darkened immediately, ordering him to lead the way. Waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks as the tense group marched deep into the dense forest. Li Yan scanned the perimeter. Over 100 Red Flag Fleet enforcers stood guard completely, surrounded by horrifying Guhuo demons. Approaching the secluded woodland cabin, he noted that out of the fleet's 200 tamed Guhuo demons, Madame Ten personally commanded more than half of them. In the courtyard, a depressed 7-year-old girl hugged a silk ball. As the men rushed through the gates, she looked up. Spotting Li Yan, she dropped her toy and ran over with a bright smile, crying out, "Brother Li Yan! Brother Li Yan, hug me!" Li Yan scooped little Zhang Xiu into his arms, softening his voice. "Xiu, why the sad face?" The little girl immediately burst into heavy, heartbreaking tears. "Brother Li Yan, mommy is bleeding so much." Li Yan gently set her down, warmly patting her head. "Be a good girl, Xiu. Your mother will be perfectly fine." Throwing a sharp glance toward the cabin, he strode inside. When Dao attempted to follow right behind him, a red bandana guard aggressively blocked his path. He scowled fiercely, barking, "Knife, why are you trying to crash this party?" As the heavy wooden doors slammed shut, Dao just shrugged with a hollow laugh. "My mistake. I am nothing but a lowly sidekick here." Flashback to over 10 years ago at Lantau Island. Two pirates stood watch on a towering cliff. Suddenly, one spotted something through his spyglass. A tiny infant inside a wooden basin surviving a raging storm. As a massive wave launched the basin high into the air, both pirates stared in absolute jaw-dropping shock. The legendary pirate known today as Li Yan was over a decade ago just a nameless orphan washing ashore on this very island. Drifting across the treacherous sea in a mere wooden tub surviving against impossible odds, the superstitious crew believed the sea Yushimazu had blessed him. Thus he earned the epic title Heaven's Treasure Li Yan. By age 13, Li Yan was already fighting on the bloody front lines. The Red Flag Fleet leader's lover adopted him instantly, granting the fierce teenager an incredibly high, untouchable status within the ruthless pirate syndicate. Surviving a decade of endless bloody massacres, Li Yan's infamous reputation skyrocketed. Yet he was still viewed as a rising rookie. His standing could never truly eclipse the fearsome veteran pirates who had bathed their blades in blood for decades. But fate took a massive, twisted turn 2 years ago. Zheng Yiguan, the Red Flag Fleet's supreme commander and leader of the Five Flag Alliance, abruptly died in a mysterious, devastating shipwreck. Having no biological sons, he left behind only a fragile 5-year-old daughter. The resulting power vacuum instantly sparked explosive, volatile unrest throughout the entire pirate fleet. In that chaotic moment, Zheng's widow stepped up. The Alliance leaders were mostly descendants of legendary naval generals. Just like her late husband, Madame Ten inherited that terrifying cold-blooded aura from her ancestors, ruling with absolute ruthless authority. Crushing the rebellion effortlessly, Madame Ten appointed her fiercely loyal adopted son Li Yan to lead her ruthless vanguard. She violently purged all disloyal veterans, hijacked several massive foreign merchant ships, and ruled the fleet with an iron fist, successfully winning back the absolute loyalty of her cutthroat crew. Over 2 years, their black market empire did not just survive, it vastly expanded. Madame Ten's brilliant cutthroat tactics were undeniable, but at the end of the day, she was still just a vulnerable widow. She had very few allies she could truly trust with her life. Her absolute most loyal sword was her adopted son, Li Yan. In the fiery eyes of the younger generation, Li Yan valued deep loyalty over cheap gold, making him the perfect undeniable candidate to lead the syndicate. For the past 6 months, Madame Ten had secretly delegated all massive fleet operations directly into his capable hands. Barely in his early 20s and with less than a decade in the vicious gang, Li Yan radiated the overwhelming, undeniable aura of a true mafia successor. Without exaggeration, Li Yan had already cultivated an incredibly massive die-hard network of loyal followers within the Red Flag Fleet. The second Madame Ten stepped down, his ascension to the bloody throne would be absolutely seamless. His devoted men would never dare betray him. Snapping back from his deep memories, Li Yan pulled out a glowing legendary inheritance scroll. He could exchange it to seize the Red Flag Fleet, claiming hundreds of loyal warships, thousands of fierce men, and endless firepower. Using the identity of Li Yan, he could instantly level up into an unstoppable legendary pirate king across the eastern seas. This system exchange was an incredibly massive steal. But Li Yan hesitated, knowing perfectly well that swallowing a piece of meat this gigantic requires a terrifyingly sharp set of fangs. After all, these treacherous waters were infested with colossal man-eating sharks that leave no bones behind. Overwhelming power alone meant nothing if he could not convert it into the actual massive system rewards he desperately needed. Li Yan fiercely debated his strategy. How could he smoothly claim the throne using his tactical knowledge? How could he officially awaken as the undisputed overlord of the eastern seas? The corrupt government officials and those lurking foreign devils were an even deadlier looming threat. Pushing his thoughts aside, Li Yan lifted the heavy curtain to step inside, only to find dozens of loaded flintlocks aimed directly at his head. Li Yan's aura instantly turned completely terrifying. Before he could even step back, the frantic one-eyed guide violently pressed a cold gun barrel against his ribs. "Li Yan, forgive me, but we brothers are just following our strict orders here. You need to settle your messy business directly with Madame Ten." The man stammered clearly, sweating under massive life-threatening pressure. Li Yan's piercing gaze swept the room. Every single pirate was sweating profusely, gripped by absolute nerve-wracking tension. Slowly from behind the delicate silk screen, Madame Ten parted the curtains. Li Yan stared right at her, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. The tense room went dead silent as he fearlessly walked straight toward her bed. Mother, your son returned a little late, but didn't I already compensate you? Why is everyone pulling blades and guns in here? She remained absolutely silent for a long, agonizing moment. Then raising her pale, incredibly weak eyes to meet Li Yan's, she whispered, I am standing at death's door, and you still dare to call me your mother. Li Yan's brows knitted together. In Li Yan's memories, calling the 10th Madam mother was completely normal. What went wrong? Yet the 10th Madam's tone dripped with eerie suspicion. Was his system identity compromised? Whatever, he just needed to bluff his way through this nightmare first. Staring her down, he smirked. Mother, your fate is boundlessly blessed. The government's pathetic bullets are merely a scratch, she sneered coldly. That bastard surnamed Li repeatedly forced you to change your name while alive, yet you stubbornly refused. Now that he is dead, you shamelessly call me mother. I just want to rip you apart. Humph, changing it makes sense. Leaning aggressively forward, her eyes burned with feral malice as she locked onto Li Yan. Baozi, why do you think I ordered those guns aimed at your head? Still clueless. Li Yan's pupils shrank in high alert. She radiated the venomous aura of a deadly violet viper poised against his own overwhelming tiger-like dominance. Met with his icy silence, she furiously kicked a water basin aside and shrieked, Fine, these servants have followed me faithfully since the day I married 20 long years ago. Baozi, no one else will ever hear what you say today. Tell me your absolute truth. Li Yan's expression remained dangerously dark, while the 10th Madam trembled violently. Looking up at him with cautious desperation, she whispered, Is there truly a secret that we cannot speak of between us? Li Yan wordlessly pulled up a chair and chugged the entire teapot dry. He calculated inwardly, a scheming stepmother using her bold son as a human shield. Finally, he commanded, Order them all to leave the room first. Wiping a blood stain from her sleeve, the 10th Madam ordered everyone to step down. The servants immediately vanished like ghosts, obeying her absolute command. Li Yan turned his back. Ask whatever you want, I already know. Madam Shi remained completely silent, slowly parting her pale green robes. He didn't dare look back. Showing weakness now would be fatal. But the horrifying reflection before him made his blood run absolutely cold. Her once flawless pale skin was now violently corrupted by throbbing black and crimson veins. Behind her beat a grotesque golden heart, bony white wings resembling skulls, a terrifyingly seductive pink aura. Venomous purple serpents and grotesque crimson centipedes writhed across Madame Shi's corrupted flesh. It looked like a demonic nightmarish painting straight out of an ancient Eastern myth. These weren't mere tattoos. Her actual muscles and veins were mutating and bulging violently. The cursed pathways constantly oozed thick dark blood, leaving her tragically drenched in her own life force. He couldn't watch anymore. Li Yan immediately sprang up, his throat completely dry. How exactly did your body end up like this? Madame Shi calmly pulled her robes closed. It is the catastrophic backlash of abusing the Dark Ascension arts too early. After taking critical damage from the Imperial Guards, the curse fully awakened. I cannot survive this time. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. Li Yan, I only have a few days left. Before I die, will you finally marry me? Li Yan froze completely. So Li Yan and Madame Shi were actually having a secret affair. What an insanely dramatic plot twist. Seeing Li Yan's silence, Madame Shi softly continued, I guess you are right. Ah Shu has called you big brother since childhood. That habit is hard to break. But knowing Ah Shu can never call you father, I simply refuse to die in peace. Li Yan cursed internally. Damn it, they were secretly lovers way before Zheng Yiguai even died. The dead husband must be rolling in his grave. Madame Shi's voice suddenly turned terrifyingly indifferent. I am just a withered flower abandoned to rot. If you refuse to take me as your wife, then so be it. Her words dripped with the bitter sorrow of a discarded, forgotten woman. Li Yan immediately spoke up. 10th Madam, I never meant it like that. Internally his mind raced. Even though he knew absolutely nothing about her true past, making a woman utter such heartbreaking words meant the original owner was total trash. While his mind raced, Madame Shi violently grabbed Li Yan's collar, yanking him dangerously close. It does not matter anymore. We sneaked around in the shadows for 6 years and lived openly for 2. I know your stubborn temper better than anyone. She leaned agonizingly close to his ear, whispering dangerously. But there is one burning question that has haunted me for far too long. Did you orchestrate Zheng Yiguai's death? Li Yan's system-enhanced brain rapidly analyzed the situation. All the current worldly rumors claim the man perished in a tragic shipwreck. But based on this shocking new intelligence, if Li Yan ruthlessly murdered his boss out of blind jealousy, it actually made perfect, terrifying sense. After all, once Zhang Yiguai died, Li Yan reaped the absolute greatest rewards. Yet even if that dark truth was real, Li Yan honestly couldn't care less. Whether Li Yan was a psychotic killer or perfectly innocent meant absolutely nothing to the hedgy and lean tiger Li Yan. However, he was now forced to clean up this catastrophic, chaotic mess. Right as Li Yan hesitated on the edge of the abyss, Dan Niang's ethereal voice suddenly echoed directly in his mind. "General, you must tell her yes. Please trust me on this." General Li Yan's eyes flashed with intense skepticism, but he ultimately chose to trust the system spirit's advice. "Yes, I was the one who did it." Madame Xi's eyes narrowed dangerously as her fingers tightly gripped his cursed coin necklace. After a suffocating silence, a breathtaking radiant smile bloomed across Madame Xi's face. "So you actually have moments of pure brilliance. I honestly thought you were nothing but a hopeless, dense fool." She playfully shook her head, her tone shifting. "But I know the truth. You did not kill him. Firstly, I understand your true nature and your soft heart far too well. Secondly, you might be an unstoppable legendary force right now, but back when I was extorting hostages, you were still wearing diapers. If you truly orchestrated that master assassination, I would have exposed your lies instantly." Li Yan suddenly realized he couldn't even begin to predict this woman's chaotic mind. Sure, they were supposed to be lovers, but he was completely failing to see through her terrifying depth. Madame Xi slowly approached the heavy wooden table. "Bring me the water basin." Once the water arrived, she began stripping off her ruined garments without a second thought. Respecting her privacy, Li Yan naturally turned his gaze away. Plunging a cloth into the basin, she began wiping her corrupted flesh. Unbuttoning her collar, she sank into deep nostalgia. "When we first crossed the forbidden line, I was the one who initiated everything. Back then, our passionate love felt completely invincible. When Ashi was born into this chaotic world, we were both overwhelmingly happy. Honestly speaking, I never once felt an ounce of guilt towards Zhang Yiguai. He was physically weak and impotent. He couldn't even claim my body. That useless man failed entirely. I am a vicious pirate queen. If caught by the Empire, I'd face 1,000 agonizing cuts. Did he expect me to guard my purity just for his pathetic sake? Was I supposed to suffer a lifetime of bitter loneliness for him?" A flash of deep resentment crossed her eyes. "My Shi family's 300 Goryeo ghosts practically made up half of the legendary 5 banners' 800 ghosts. Over the years, blindly following that so-called alliance leader Zhang Yiguai, my elite forces were completely slaughtered. Barely over 100 of my loyal warriors survived his foolishness. By the time I turned 15, I was already managing the entire Red Banner gang's tens of thousands of members for him. Some fools couldn't even recognize him as the alliance leader face to face. But go ahead and ask anyone, is there a single soul who doesn't recognize this gang leader's wife? 20 years sharing a bed but dreaming different dreams. I owe him nothing, yet your stubborn, foolish mind saw things completely differently. For 2 entire years, whenever I brought up our destined marriage, you would stutter and dodge my questions. You barely even dared to touch my body anymore, preferring to sleep outside in the freezing military camp every single night. All just to blindly run away from me. I heard rumors that you drank yourself into a stupor and cried like a pathetic coward. You felt drowning guilt toward Zheng Yiguai. You believed that staying by my side was a total betrayal to the man who raised you. Did you think playing the grieving widow made me happy? In your judgmental eyes, I was just a shameless, adulterous seductress. As you cowardly avoided my gaze, did you ever stop to think how completely shattered that made me feel?" Madame Xi flashed a painfully bitter smirk at Li Yan. "The outside world praises Li Yan as a legendary hero of absolute justice and righteousness. So why? Why are you such an absolute coward when it comes to me?" She slowly turned her head, locking her tragic gaze with Li Yan. "But your actions today finally satisfied my dying heart. It seems you actually understand me a little, finally willing to coax a final smile out of this dying woman. Sometimes I even thought, if the man sharing my life actually had the ruthless courage to assassinate Zheng Yiguai, that wouldn't be so bad." Li Yan listened to her emotional breakdown in dead silence, completely baffled. His modern mind just couldn't comprehend it. If Li Yan slaughtered Zheng Yiguai in cold blood, why on earth would Madame Xi be thrilled? Dan Niang's voice echoed with a heavy sigh. "General, you truly know absolutely nothing about women's hearts." Madame Xi stared at her monstrous reflection in the bloody water. "My dark legacy carries far too many unpredictable curses and calamities. I cannot curse my precious Shu with this terrifying burden." Once I die, you must violently extract 6 of my ribs, submerge them inside a jar of fresh human blood for exactly 3 agonizing days. Grind those cursed bones into a fine powder, mix it with the bloody marrow, and drink it all. Only then can you inherit half of my dark ascension arts. A violent shudder wrecked Li Yan's body. He literally just met this terrifying 10th madam. He had zero real emotional connection to her. He couldn't begin to fathom her twisted, tragic devotion. He wasn't the real Li Yan, but the legendary Red Banner Gang was now entirely under his absolute control. I can't offer her true love, but the absolute least I can do is let her die without any lingering regrets. Madame Xi's fierce eyes finally softened. Li Yan, you are absolutely ruthless and decisively bold. Passing this gang to you, I can finally rest in absolute peace. I clung to this miserable, rotting life purely out of anger that you ignored me for 2 whole years. Looking back now, it was all so completely meaningless. But in my next reincarnated life, I must find someone truly strong enough to tame me. Whether it's Zheng Yiguai or you, this star-crossed fate was a mistake. My entire life was lost to you too. Let us completely avoid each other in the next life. I only hope you stay safe now. Li Yan gently removed the blood-soaked cloth from her hand, then carefully wiped Madame Tenth's pale face. Her eyes reflected deep satisfaction. While cleaning her, Li Yan whispered softly, Madame Tenth, do not surrender to death just yet. Can you endure for 2 more days? Madame Tenth's tearful eyes remained completely silent. Finishing his grim task, Li Yan quietly exited. Outside, the anxious subordinates stared intensely at the closed room. Madame Tenth is calling for you all, Li Yan announced. He then approached Knife Father, sitting down heavily and offering him a cigarette. Cannot you conjure carrots? Knife Father asked. Taking the smoke, Li Yan replied, I am sick of carrots, just smoke this yushi. The two sat silently watching the door. Moments later, Xu Jianyi, the terrifying one-eyed leader of the Guhuo ghosts, approached Li Yan. The madam has finally spoken, he declared. Li Yan. No, brother Li Yan. From this moment on, the 112 Guhuo ghosts of the Shi family entrust our very lives to you. Li Yan stood up instantly. Brother Zhani, which imperial faction destroyed our Mount Daju and who commands them? Hesitating, Xu Jianyi replied cautiously. Li Yan, we must settle our brothers first. If the madam actually falls, you will become our supreme chief. The men desperately need time to adapt to this reality. Now is not the time for bloody warfare. Smiling fiercely at him, Li Yan retorted, Who told you anything happened to Madame Tenth? I just asked who the imperial lapdogs were today. Xu Jianyi turned deadly serious. Geliantu Bachuru, Human Naval Admiral Guhuo Huxing. That title means ultimate warrior. He is the Guangzhou Naval Admiral, lavishly honored with a coral button and peacock feather. Guhuo Huxing wields absolute terrifying frontier authority. Hearing this, a thrilled, dangerous smirk crossed Li Yan's face as he quickly revealed his master plan. Conquer Guangdong, shatter Shajiao Fort, and strike human. Everyone froze in absolute stunned silence. Meanwhile, warships sliced through the dark water outside their eerily quiet camp. Li Yan sat intensely in his rattan chair, studying the massive Guangdong coastal defense map. He methodically analyzed the imperial defense lines, tracking the massive fortresses guarding the crucial straits, where the Pearl River violently crashed into the South Sea. Though 4 years old, the map remained incredibly accurate. Now possessing tens of thousands of fierce warriors, endless artillery, and Mount Daju's private shipyard, their power was overwhelming. Securing 100,000 silver taels for the Yanfu system event would be absolute child's play, easily guaranteeing a legendary completion rating. But that was simply not enough. Pirates, Imperials, and Westerners all battled endlessly across this treacherous South Sea. The potential loot here was astronomical. Striking human was just a glorious beginning. Suddenly, Knife Father grimaced fiercely. Damn it, this cold tea is bitterly disgusting. Li Yan turned completely serious. We are partners, Knife Father. Everything must be entirely transparent, and I have shared my entire battle strategy with you. For allied teams sharing this Yanfu system event, if you truly want in, you must give me your absolute final answer right now. Knife Father asked cautiously. I am totally fine with it, but pirates actively hunting Imperials is completely unheard of. Are you being far too arrogant? The complete opposite, Li Yan calmly countered. In these bloody waters, the Imperial Navy is actually the easiest, weakest prey of them all. The Empire is utterly frail, while sea factions clash violently, and Westerners lurk like hungry tigers. The East India Company conquered India with mere thousands, The Portuguese have controlled Macau for 200 years. Their massive ironclad fleets boast incredible agility and absolutely endless battle supplies. Packing over 100 heavy cannons, they completely outclass the Red Flag Gang's flagship. Even ordinary pirates wield terrifying supernatural abilities in this era. Things like voodoo typing, text mastery, and true cauldron fire. The Empire merely flexes its massive territory and endless treasure, but it is entirely a hollow bluff. Their navy consists of glorified rotting fishing boats. They barely possess true 10-meter warships and hold zero real authority in the violent South Sea. Intrigued Knife Father smirked darkly. Raiding Human Port, historically Imperials forcefully crush bandits. No one has ever seen bandits completely crush the Empire. If you are totally certain, let us strike. Li Yan then asked Pei Yun, who previously used a disguise skill on me. Since you now possess heavenly authority, have you mastered it? Mastering that divine ability right now will give us an unimaginably massive tactical advantage. You mean this thing? Knife Father pointed to his blue sky talisman. The Peach Blossom Face skill requires swallowing 4 specific characters at 10% awakening. Devouring any specific Chinese character combinations can instantly unlock entirely different, insanely powerful rare-tier system blessings. Effect 1. Killing a target lets you forge a flawless physical replica, though it completely lacks any actual combat power or aura. Effect 2. Slaying a foe allows you to perfectly assume their exact appearance, but their unique system skills remain entirely impossible to copy. How exactly do you devour characters? Li Yan questioned instantly. 200 Yan, few points for a random pull, Knife Father explained, and 1,000 points to devour a specifically targeted powerful character. Without enough system points, I can only devour the 100-man Peach characters, totally failing to unlock the legendary Peach Blossom Face skill. Smirking confidently, Li Yan offered, I will lend you points. This power is vital, but I claim first pick of humans' loot. I am using Patriarch Lu's manuscript to fund this. A 60-40 split. Sound completely fair. Knife Father grinned happily. It is an absolute deal. Perfect, Li Yan declared fiercely. Tonight we obliterate Human Port and slaughter Guhuo Bird. Blazing torches shattered the darkness as dozens of warships aligned menacingly. Heavy cannons were primed for utter destruction. Artillery shells flooded the decks as the bloodthirsty crew surged aboard their explosive battle intent skyrocketing. Inside the cabin, Li Yan promised Madam 10th, I have a master plan for human. Your 100 Goryeo ghosts are the only red flag faction not blindly following me. She was still far too young. If you tragically perish, I can definitely wield their brutal awakened strength. Bringing back the human admiral's head serves 2 purposes. First, it avenges you. Second, it clears the path for our righteous faction. The 10th Madam's already pale face drained of all remaining color. We have plenty of time, she warned. Give it a few years and their absolute loyalty will naturally be yours. Why rush your destiny? Furthermore, you are marching on human with barely any troops. Li Yan ignored her warning. Instead, his gaze softened as he looked at Shu-Er. Shu-Er, Brother Bao needs a private word with your mother. Go play outside, okay? The little girl nodded obediently and skipped out the door. Only then did Li Yan drop his facade. 10th Madam, his voice turned sharp. If Zhang was truly infertile, how did you fool the entire clan when you became pregnant with Shu-Er? She lowered her gaze. You've never called me that before. Her expression darkened with ancient pride. I am the sole inheritor of Chu Fu, the founding grandmaster of the cursed blood arts. Every single soul in this syndicate worships me like a living deity. So I convinced Yi Guai that this child was a miraculous gift from our founding matriarch. Such divine births are recorded in ancient scriptures. In the primordial era, a maiden swallowed a falling blackbird egg to birth the Shang ancestor. Another stepped into a giant footprint, bringing forth the legendary Fu Shi. Using the cursed blood arts, I forcefully delayed my labor, enduring 26 agonizing months before birthing Shu-Er. This proved the matriarch's manifestation. The entire syndicate embraced this heavenly miracle, and Yi Guai showered her with absolute devotion. How could you forget our history? Struck by her intense questioning, Li Yan visibly froze. Yet, his absolute composure quickly returned. I was just thinking, he mused. We can perfectly weaponize this divine manifestation myth surrounding Shu-Er's birth. Her future ascension to the syndicate throne will be utterly undeniable. After all, she carries both our bloodlines. Without another word, he turned his back. I am leaving now. The 10th Madam stood paralyzed before weakly calling out to him. Li Yan halted. I can maintain this seal for exactly 3 days, she warned. Win or lose, you must return before my power shatters. If I perish, the Black Flag Syndicate's Granny Guo will undoubtedly launch a bloodbath. Li Yan nodded firmly. Understood. Consider it done. He stepped into the shadows, the heavy wooden door slamming shut behind him. Left alone in the suffocating silence, she stared at the barricaded door. He speaks with such absolute confidence, she whispered. Yet a terrifying dread gripped her heart, realizing her mortal time was rapidly running out. Meanwhile, at Human, the ultimate estuarial stronghold of the West River, this heavily fortified gateway to Guangdong was crawling with elite imperial guards. 3 massive fortresses locked down the region. Yet the grand government manor was nothing but a paper tiger. Right now, inside the opulent Hua Pavilion near the seaport, a lavish banquet decorated the table, accompanied by lively chatter. I apologize if this modest feast offends you, Mr. Zhang. Your timing is incredibly unfortunate. I just returned from slaughtering those wretched mountain bandits yesterday. My blood-stained armor was barely taken off, so please forgive this incredibly rushed and modest welcoming banquet. Once I officially report back to Guangzhou, I swear to host you at the legendary Dragon Spring Pavilion. We shall feast like absolute kings at the city's finest establishment. Guo Huxing, the human naval admiral, pointed proudly. That is Master Chef Chen Maoxing, a trusted friend. Beside him, Zhang Dong, the new assistant to the Twin Province Viceroy, bowed. Lord Guo is far too humble. You completely annihilated the Bai Sea in the West River. Now the mere mention of the Tiger General makes those pathetic pirates tremble in absolute terror. Sadly, Master Lin contracted a mysterious illness upon entering Guangzhou, forcing my early arrival. A lowly servant like myself hardly deserves such magnificent hospitality from a legendary warrior like you. Though Zhang Dong spoke humbly, his mind spun with secret knowledge. Exactly half a month ago, Master Lin received the Emperor's absolute mandate, wielding the legendary Imperial Execution Sword. He was crowned the Supreme Viceroy, commanding absolute authority over every single military and civilian matter in the Twin Provinces. First, purge the rotting military command. Second, hunt down every single corrupt official. Finally, completely obliterate the Southern Sea pirates to secure our trade routes forever. Admiral Guo was a mighty first-rank martial commander, yet his authority paled before Master Lin's terrifying imperial rank. Sipping his tea, Zhang Dong smirked inwardly, knowing exactly why this arrogant warrior was shamelessly flattering a mere aide like himself. Guo Huxing waved off the false modesty. Mr. Zhang, do not belittle your own brilliance. Tales of your exceptional tactical genius have already reached my ears. Still, this situation deeply worries me. With Lord Lin's sudden and devastating illness, his arrival will definitely be delayed for a few days. Do you have any idea about his exact location right now? Seeing right through the probing question, Zhang Dong offered a razor-sharp smile. Master Lin carries the Emperor's divine mandate. A little sickness will never stall his righteous march for long. Who knows, perhaps the moment we finish this exquisite feast, the Grand Viceroy himself will gloriously appear. Annoyed by this cryptic response, Guo Huxing irritably glared at the silent elder nearby. Zhang Dong's mysterious elderly companion was acting incredibly disrespectful. He completely ignored the banquet, leaving the two officials utterly awkward. Guo's blood boiled with rage, but he swallowed his furious complaints. Catching the Admiral's deadly glare, Zhang Dong smoothly pivoted. 3 rivers converge, 8 oceans conquer. They call Human the ultimate fortress of the West River. Its imposing aura is truly legendary. With your god-tier military prowess, this impregnable gateway could hold off an army of 10,000. Guo Huxing waved off the epic praise. It is merely my sacred duty. I claim 0 credit. The aide laid the bait. A mighty warrior unmatched in both martial arts and strategy, surely crushing those pathetic Southern Sea pirates would be absolute child's play for you. The Admiral frowned. The Southern Sea is incredibly vast. Those savages are fearless, making them fiercely difficult to utterly crush. However, as the Emperor's loyal sword, defending this sacred territory is my ultimate purpose. No matter the overwhelming odds, I will absolutely never allow a single fatal mistake. Mr. Zhang, forgive my bitter rant, but those arrogant capital politicians constantly accuse us frontier generals of massive corruption. They claim our rotten leadership single-handedly caused this entire pirate uprising on our seas. They even spread idiotic rumors about demonic beasts slaughtering our fleets. Isn't that absolute pure, ridiculous nonsense? Zhang Dong took a slow, calculated sip of his wine. I heard a terrifying rumor about a warlord named Li Yan. They say his invading fleet possesses a monstrous aura, 10,000 bloodthirsty warriors, 100 colossal warships, and hundreds of devastating cannons. Is that apocalyptic threat merely fiction too? Slam Zhuo Huxing violently pounded the table, his voice booming with absolute rage. Li Yan, Mr. Zhang, you are totally misinformed. That pathetic loser is nothing but a weak pretty boy who hides behind powerful women. An army of 10,000 hundreds of heavy cannons. Our entire royal fleet barely matches those numbers. Think about it logically. If those sea rats possess such apocalyptic firepower, why haven't they dared to strike human yet? Before the arrogant admiral could even finish his sentence, an apocalyptic roar shattered the sky. A catastrophic explosion violently ripped through the fortress walls. Devastating cannonballs rained down like a meteor shower. Panic instantly erupted as the imperial garrison desperately fired back. The invaders' colossal warships unleashed absolute hellfire, blasting screaming soldiers and shattered cargo straight into the blood-stained ocean. A massive warship violently rammed the Grand Bridge, instantly snapping it in half. Amidst the deafening symphony of absolute destruction, Shuba sat casually on the main deck, laughing like a total maniac. Suddenly, a glowing blue panel materialized. System alert, you have triggered the hidden Yanfu event, the fall of human objective. Completely conquer the ultimate coastal fortress within 2 hours. System evaluation triggered. Objective assassinate the Tiger Gate Naval Admiral. Hector must annihilate the defending garrison and hold the fortress for 1 hour. Clearing this underworld event unlocks higher tier shop privileges, plus system rewards include 1 exclusive legendary gacha pull upon absolute mission success. Li Yan's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the quest. For someone like Commander Vance who commands an entire armada, this should be a walk in the park, right? Massive cannonballs bombarded the fortress, erupting into roaring pillars of smoke and flame. Out at sea, smaller vessels were completely obliterated. Blast waves shattered the upper gates, sending defenders plunging into the terrified chaos below. Absolute pandemonium consumed the battlefield. Relentless explosions violently ripped through the air, wiping out fleets and soldiers in mere seconds. A cloaked figure frantically rowed a tiny skiff toward the walls. Gazing down from the battlements, a guard heard the desperate scream. Open the gates. He instantly recognized the survivor as Barton. The massive gates creaked open. The hooded man slipped inside the perimeter. Suddenly, he raised his hand, unleashing a dense, toxic smoke shaped like blooming peach blossoms. The sinister mist instantly jammed the gate mechanisms. Panic erupted among the guards. The controls are frozen. A chilling smirk crossed the intruder's face as he violently ripped off his heavy cloak. It was never Barton. It was the notorious assassin Blade. Cut. The chains sealed the gates. The frantic guards roared. But Blade gracefully launched himself upward, kicking the desperate defenders straight into the churning sea. Dual daggers gleamed in Blade's hands. A terrifying aura erupted from him as he moved like a phantom, effortlessly slicing through the garrison in a bloody storm. Suddenly, a rogue blade grazed his cheek. Blade tightened his grip on his twin daggers, his eyes turning pitch black with murderous intent. A thin line of blood seeped from the fresh cut. His annoyed gaze dropped. I just bought this watch last year. Outside, endless cannon fire relentlessly battered the fortress. Meanwhile, deep within the luxurious estate, oblivious elites enjoyed their lavish banquet. Gazing out the window, extreme panic seized Hector's eyes. A terrifying realization struck him. Abandoning his post during an invasion carried an absolute death sentence. If Governor Lincoln witnesses this disaster, I am completely finished. Hector stared in absolute disbelief. His mind raced wildly. What kind of insane pirate faction dares to attack a heavily fortified imperial harbor? This wasn't mere smuggling or raiding anymore. This was an open declaration of war. Does the Red Flag Syndicate truly have a death wish? Trent stepped out from the shadows. Rumor has it the Syndicate's forces wear crimson bandanas, and their massive flagships always fly a banner as red as fresh blood. Trent's eyes turned deadly serious. Tell me, Commander Hector, am I correct in assuming those are Syndicate ships? Sweating profusely, Hector immediately bolted. Forgive me, I must take my leave. Arthur casually wiped his hands with a napkin. Outside, blood-curdling battle cries echoed. Avenge the 10th Lady, obliterate Tiger Gate, slaughter the Admiral. Dabbing his mouth calmly, Arthur muttered, assembling an armed mob for reckless pillaging, murdering a designated city official, openly challenging imperial authority. Such absolute treason is entirely unforgivable. According to system laws, both masterminds and low-level grunts face immediate execution by 1,000 cuts. Even 5 generations of their bloodlines will be violently purged. Arthur's voice remained bone-chillingly gentle. Any male over 16, regardless of illness or disability, gets an instant beheading. As for boys under 15, alongside the criminals' mothers, daughters, and wives, the ignorant ones face a brutal 3,000-mile exile, those with hidden knowledge condemned to eternal state slavery. Arthur mercilessly recited the imperial system's punishment. The local commander loses a full year of gold. The governor, stripped of 6 months' pay, instantly demoted 2 levels, and exiled Trent aggressively nodded along. What an absolutely monstrous crime. Aboard the flagship, Li Yan's strike squad devoured a massive feast. Bubbling inside their iron pot was an incredibly rare beast meat. Consuming this buffed their highest mastery skill by a staggering 15%. Fueled by the stat boost, Li Yan's vanguard aggressively stormed the inner city. Kill them all! The terrified Imperial guards screamed in horror. Where did they get such high-tier weapons? They're completely overpowered. Suddenly, a blindingly fast figure tore through the chaotic battlefield. Gripping a heavy broadsword, an enraged Hector charged forward. Murderous intent flared in Hector's eyes. "You arrogant rebel scum, die!" He unleashed a devastating downward slash. But his opponent didn't even flinch, meeting the heavy strike with explosive force. The defender's boots aggressively carved into the stone floor. It was the vanguard Seth. Their terrifying clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, shattering the earth with an earth-shattering boom. The explosive impact of Hector and Seth's ultimate collision. "I'll crush you, brat," Hector roared, swinging his blade with overwhelming raw power. Blocking effortlessly, a sinister psychotic grin stretched across Seth's face. Seth unleashed a frantic high-speed combo. Hector poured every ounce of mana into his defense. Suddenly, an agonizing metallic crunch echoed. Seth's blade completely shattered under the immense pressure. Relying on insane agility, Seth narrowly dodged Hector's lethal follow-up strike. In a flash of terrifying battle IQ, he instantly snatched a jagged shard of his shattered blade. Pure madness, Seth parried Hector's heavy weapon with his bare hand while brutally driving the sharp steel shard straight toward Hector's eyeball. Out of nowhere, a brilliant silver aura flashed. Hector sensed the absolute killing intent. He wildly swung his broadsword, violently blasting Seth backward. But before the dust settled, Li Yan instantly blitzed into the fray. The ultimate boss fight had begun. Li Yan unleashed a devastating barrage of sword skills, his eyes locked on with absolute predatory focus. Pushed to his limit, Hector roared to summon his remaining aura. Hector unleashed a desperate cross-slash. Li Yan smoothly glided backward, dodging by mere inches. As Hector paused to catch his breath, Li Yan manifested a terrifying wave of sword ki. Seth watched the masterclass in awe. Meanwhile, frantic footsteps hammered the distant rooftop. Thud thud. A terrified waiter crashed into the room. "You two, you're out-of-towners, right? Run while you still can. The Imperial defenses have completely collapsed. The rebels are slaughtering their way into town. I know the Syndicate's system forbids harming civilians, but in a bloodbath like this, stray blades don't discriminate." The poor man hyperventilated as he delivered the grim warning. "Those rebels practice forbidden dark arts. They say their leader summons actual demons. Witnesses claim a monstrous fiend in pitch-black armor with glowing red eyes just stepped off their ship. He's entirely immune to physical damage." The servant instantly bolted for the exit. Trent turned absolutely panic-stricken. "Master Arthur, we need to evacuate right now." But Arthur remained unnervingly calm. "Why the sudden rush? Are you terrified the Syndicate will breach Tiger Gate and slaughter me? To them, I'm just a useless broke old man. I hold 0 XP value. But you, Mr. Trent, you're the direct assistant to the Supreme Governor." Trent forced a nervous smile. "Master Arthur, we are facing an absolute crisis. Please stop joking." Arthur's eyes glinted with a dangerous curiosity. "I'm completely serious. I want to witness this system failure firsthand. Have our glorious Imperial coastal defenses truly degraded into useless Swiss cheese?" Arthur slowly tilted his head toward his companion. "But let's look at the main quest, Fuji. The Emperor commanded me to eradicate these rebels. Since you've witnessed their insane combat power today, how exactly should I exterminate them?" Note: Fuji is Trent's prestigious title. Trent immediately formulated a tactical response. Phase 1, we must completely purge all corrupted NPCs from the naval ranks and aggressively audit their defensive gaps. Phase 2, aggressively draft elite youths, initiate intense combat training, and forge a brand new unstoppable armada. Third, we draft master shipwrights from Zhejiang and Fujian. We build massive shipyards and weapon forges in Guangdong. Our military might will become absolutely unstoppable. Fourth, We pit tigers against wolves to annihilate these pirate scums. Lord Lin Yuanfu nodded in agreement. Your strategy is flawless. However, 3 feet of solid ice does not freeze in a single winter night. To completely wipe out the pirate threat, these basic tactics simply will not be enough. Think deeper. How did ancient imperial armies truly crush rebellions? Zhang Dong quickly answered. We publicly declare a massive holy war, but in the shadows we offer high ranks and wealth to spark bloody internal betrayals. Yuanfu's eyes gleamed with lethal cunning. Offering royal amnesty is brilliant, but you have only grasped half of the absolute truth. To put it brutally, we recruit one faction, we battle another, we slaughter the weak, and we utterly subjugate the rest. No matter their legendary arrogance, once they accept imperial titles, they become caged birds. Without their fleets and loyal crews, they are toothless tigers. Every single coin they devoured from the empire will be forcefully ripped from their throats. A chilling smile crept across Yuanfu's face. Finally, we push them into desperate rebellion. Then we execute them all with perfect justification. Sparing their bloodlines from extermination is heaven's ultimate mercy. Suddenly, heavy bare feet slapped the wooden floorboards accompanied by violent echoing curses. Damn it all. These imperial lapdogs are pathetic trash. Had I known they were this hopelessly weak, I would have crushed Guangzhou City ages ago. The savage brute stormed inside. Hey barkeep, you busy? I need to borrow something. Hearing this demonic voice, Zhang Dong's eyes widened in sheer panic. Outside, the dark night completely swallowed the merchant's stalls. Shui Ba stomped into the Crimson Flame Tavern, spitting foul curses with every breath. He glared fiercely at the trembling innkeeper. Hey, drop everything and serve my crew first. The terrified manager forced an awkward smile. Young warrior, what is the enormous rush? Shui Ba casually lifted a severed, bloody human head. Here the innkeeper's soul nearly left his mortal body. Sweet heavens, is that Lord Guhuo? Shui Ba kicked the admiral's decapitated head straight at the counter. Salt this precious trophy for me, will you? Menacing footsteps echoed behind him. We cannot stay long. The ocean has already fed us well. Li Yan calculated his raid perfectly. Split into hunting squads and ignore the commoners. However, rip through every noble mansion, sacred temple, elite academy, and military base. The system bearer Li Yan stepped from the shadows. Innkeeper, prepare your best table for my men immediately. Zhang Dong's pupils shrank in sheer terror as he stared at these monstrous intruders. He leaned in, desperately whispering, Elder Lin, what in the world do we do now? Keep your head down and shut your mouth, Yuanfu commanded through gritted teeth. He calmly continued picking up his food. If we become invisible, these monsters will simply walk past. Cold, dreadful sweat poured heavily down Zhang Dong's pale face. His heart hammered wildly. This undercover inspection was my stupid idea. We are absolutely doomed. Yet Lord Yuanfu remained terrifyingly calm, casually blowing steam off his hot soup. Suddenly, Li Yan's sharp hunter instinct flared. His piercing gaze locked onto Yuanfu's seated silhouette. A predatory smirk formed. With a simple thought, Li Yan stored his blood-stained blade into his dimensional system space. Do not panic, innkeeper. We will eat quickly and vanish into the night. The manager gasped at this spatial magic. Is this legendary ancient sorcery? Li Yan ascended the creaking wooden stairs. When the imperial dogs interrogate you, just tell the absolute truth. The terrified manager bowed repeatedly. Yes, great warrior, what magnificent dishes desire your palate? Li Yan pointed his dominant finger straight at Yuanfu's table. Serve us exactly what those old ghosts are having. Li Yan marched directly toward the disguised supreme official. Zhang Dong's soul shattered in fear, while Yuanfu stubbornly savored his elegant meal. The pirate lord scanned them with his leveling system interface, his heavy boots echoing like approaching thunder. Stopping right before Lord Yuanfu, Li Yan dangerously clenched his fists. Suddenly, he slapped Zhang Dong's trembling shoulder with a sinister mocking grin. Tell me, old fossil, what exactly is your name? Li Yan boldly crashed their table. Yuanfu forced a humble merchant's smile. I am simply a nameless old man surnamed Zhang. I travel from the outer borders just to trade. Your subtle accent belongs to the Jiangsu region, correct? Li Yan interrogated sharply. What exactly are you peddling? Yuanfu nodded smoothly. My roots trace back to Jiangsu. I deal in minor scholarly supplies. The 4 grand treasures of the study. Suzhou inkstones are incredibly prized this season. Wealthy nobles across Guangdong are fiercely demanding them. Li Yan's predatory smile widened, peddling precious inkstones. How utterly fascinating. Would you kindly enlighten me on current market prices? Yuan Fu played along with fake enthusiasm. Authentic Duaishi inkstones command an excellent bounty. Their flawless quality is globally unmatched. The banana leaf white variant is highly sought after. It shimmers pure white, carrying faint traces of fresh green and an elegant golden yellow. Yuan Fu explained with aristocratic grace. True masterpieces easily fetch 100 silver taels. Their dense, smooth texture is absolute perfection. These local peasants lack artistic vision, yet I still squeeze out 80 silver taels per piece. Li Yan stroked his chin. Old man, the imperial bounty on my head is only 500 cash strings. My life is worth less than one inkstone. Li Yan mockingly clasped his hands together. Your little merchant enterprise sounds incredibly lucrative. Therefore, I am formally inviting you to Lanto Island. You can teach my pirate fleet how to build an inkstone empire. How does that sound? Yuan Fu dramatically hesitated. Warrior, please stop this terrifying joke. My fragile bones are already past 60 winters. How could my weak body possibly survive the roaring oceanic waves? I beg for your supreme mercy. If I tragically perish at sea, my poor widowed wife and starving children will definitely not survive. Li Yan simply propped up his chin, tilting his head with a piercing gaze. Shui Ba crossed his massive arms, glaring menacingly at the official. Zhang Dong frantically intervened. Mighty warrior. Li Yan's deadly glare sliced the air. I was not talking to you. His patience completely evaporated. Listen, old fossil, my time is precious. Cut the pathetic act immediately. Suddenly dropping the facet, Lord Yuan Fu calmly removed his hat. Warrior, you merely wish to abduct me, correct? Not a problem at all. This old man has traveled the entire empire. I have witnessed countless treacherous battlefields disguised as markets. Placing the merchant hat firmly on the oak table, his aura shifted. You are an infamous overlord dominating the entire southern coast. I firmly believe a man of your legendary status strictly follows the underworld rules. Therefore, I fear absolutely nothing. Yuan Fu slowly closed his wise eyes. However, my young apprentice here must be allowed to return home. He needs to deliver the terrifying news to my family, so they can gather your massive ransom. Do we have a gentleman's agreement? A chilling smirk stretched across Li Yan's face. Old man, if you vanish, the authorities will automatically blame me anyway. Do not waste breath sending useless messengers. Yuan Fu's heart skipped a terrifying beat. This pirate's logic was completely abnormal. Wait a minute, do underworld tyrants truly exist who kidnap hostages but refuse mountains of ransom gold? Li Yan casually tossed a roasted peanut into the air. I seriously wonder just how fast a first-rank imperial prime minister could actually liquidate his massive fortune for pirates. The flawless disguise was shattered. Yuan Fu's eyes trembled in absolute shock. As Li Yan confidently chewed the roasted peanut, Zhang Dong exploded with blazing protective fury and furiously leaped up. Yuan Fu reacted instantly, fiercely, slamming Zhang Dong back into his chair. Regaining his majestic composure, Yuan Fu spoke smoothly. You just ordered a magnificent feast, and coincidentally, I am still hungry. The system scanned him, Viceroy of Liangwang, passed the imperial examination in Emperor Qianlong's 55th year. Supreme Tutor to the Crown Prince, Grand Secretary of the Wenhua Pavilion. Ding. The holy system flashed violently. Target threat level. Blinding white light. I accept your twisted game, Yuan Fu boldly declared. After we finish this final meal, I shall surrender myself to your pirate fleet. Li Yan smiled, but his inner thoughts were terrifyingly cold. Assassinating this supreme official will definitely trigger a legendary system reward. This might not be the ultimate strategy, but it is definitely the safest and most efficient path. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets. If we can strike now, we finish it. Suddenly, the system screen flared to life. You have triggered the Yanfu event, the Highness Bandit. Dragging Lin Yuanfu back to Daishan Temple is a massive power play. We will bleed the Imperial Court dry for his ransom. System notification. The final evaluation grade depends entirely on the total ransom collected. Clearing this, Yanfu event will drastically boost your purchasing limit. Plus, you will secure a rare blueprint as an exclusive bonus reward for your triumph. System remark. No pirate in history has ever defied a first-rank border official. This is your golden ticket to stand above the masses. Destiny is literally staring you in the face. Have you considered just ending his life with a single strike? As the pirate flag snapped wildly in the wind, the crew roared at the grunts, hauling the heavy cargo. Move it, load the ship, and let us set sail. Zhang Dong and Yuan Fu boarded the massive vessel, silently watching the crew scramble to secure the stolen loot. Li Yan's voice thundered across the deck. Set sail. A burning excitement flashed in his eyes as he gazed into the endless horizon. In February of the 14th year of Jiaqing Li Yan, the terror of the southern seas launched a brutal raid on Human. He slaughtered the regional commander Zhuo Huxing, looted the entire port, and vanished into the mist, shaking the empire to its core. The system interface flashed again. You have cleared the Yanfu event, the Battle of Human rating, 85%, since it was only a blitz attack and not a full conquest. The Red Flag Gang's total plunder is as follows. 604 strings of copper coins have been distributed among the surviving crew. Over 500 pounds of grain, 300 sets of cotton armor, 2,000 pounds of raw iron, 4 12-meter warships, over 150 pristine weapons, 20 rifles, 4 barrels of black powder, 8 exquisite lacquerwares, 22 ancient texts, and 14 priceless porcelains. Total estimated value, 5,400 taels of silver. You must liquidate these assets to purchase the sacred sacrifices before you can seek an audience with the Yushi of the Xiang River. As dawn broke over the ocean, Li Yan turned to Xiao Dao. "What is on your mind?" Xiao Dao smirked. "I stumbled upon a rare military manual at a local academy back there. I read the whole thing, but all I grasped were the characters for void and war." Xiao Dao shrugged. "Anyway, everything we actually need for the Yanfu realm is right here in this pile. Following the system rules, you select a glowing emerald pendant. System analysis: rare jewelry can be traded for 200 Yanfu points or used as a high-tier offering for the River Yushi, valued at a staggering 1,000 silver taels. Next, a hologram of dual blades appeared. The Vigilant Twin Swords, rare quality, sharpness rating, 60, special attribute, absolute penetration. These weapons are guaranteed to shatter enemy defenses. Then came a strange netting device, the Lotus Frog Tongue, an event-exclusive special item. While it cannot leave this realm, it allows for high-tier deep-sea fishing, guaranteeing a chance to hook legendary marine beasts. Finally, a mystical scroll hovered in the air. The Frozen Tail Eagle painting, an ancient Yanfu relic. Just like the net, this artifact is permanently bound to the current event. Collecting just 2 of the 12 regional models scattered across Minam province will unlock a massive nightmare difficulty Yanfu event. Li Yan scanned the holographic loot screen. Keep the net and the ancient painting together. We bleed together in these Yanfu events, so we split the spoils down the middle. I will claim the jade pendant, and the twin swords belong to you." Xiao Dao grinned from ear to ear. "Damn, am I really walking away with the jackpot today?" Li Yan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Just promise me one thing. Once you gather the ingredients for the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall dish, save me a bowl. Consuming that masterpiece permanently boosts a walker's Yanfu awakening by 5%. That 5% is exactly what I need to shatter my current limits." Li Yan took a slow drag from his cigarette. "Speaking of the 100 battles, faceless peach blossom technique, can you think of a better path for its evolution?" Xiao Dao stared at him intently. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Li Yan's mind raced. Whether he chose the path of the gluttonous Tao Ti or the thunderous Kui, both ancient bloodlines offered insane versatility and terrifying potential. These demonic legacies could be the ultimate key to my evolution. But let us be real. When it comes to raw, destructive combat power, the Guhuo lineage still dominates the battlefield. Breaking the silence, Xiao Dao offered his advice. "Until you have locked in your primary inheritance, you should focus on developing support-type abilities to cover your tactical blind spots. Culinary skills are mostly for utility anyway, so I think I will aim for a terrifying skill like the 10,000-mile unyielding advance. I know that move is an absolute boss killer." Li Yan closed his eyes, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "And what about the 100 battles, 100 victories legacy?" Xiao Dao stroked his chin. "Not bad. That actually has a nice ring to it." As the massive galleon cut through the waves, the two continued their plotting. "So let me get this straight. You abducted that high-ranking official and you are seriously going to extort the royal government for ransom." Li Yan leaned against the ship's railing, his grip tightening. "The Yanfu event system demands it, but making the imperial court bow to lowly pirates is a suicide mission. Given that the previous Five-Flag Alliance was backed by the legendary Zhang family of Treasure Island, the court will not surrender a single coin without a bloodbath." His mind calculated every variable. The voyage from here to Daishan Temple would take less than 24 hours at our current speed. 10th Madam might be knocking on death's door, but she could absolutely hold out until we arrive. Xiao Dao gazed up at the endless blue sky, unaware of the icy killing intent brewing in Li Yan's eyes. That venomous woman, she absolutely has to die. The pirate queen was undeniably a dangerously seductive widow. Memories of 10th Madame's ruthless aura flashed in Li Yan's mind. Beneath that beautiful exterior hid a calculating mastermind with a heart colder than deep-sea ice. Her mastery of the forbidden nightmare hex arts had warped her very soul into something terrifyingly demonic. Yet Li Yan could not shake the memory of how she looked at Li Yan. Her eyes always betrayed a toxic mix of deep resentment and twisted longing. A dark shadow fell over Li Yan's gaze. But none of her tragic romance matters now. To me, that psycho is the ultimate ticking time bomb. She is far more dangerous than the Imperial fleet or any pirate warlord on these waters. While Xiao Dao watched the coastline fade away, Li Yan was drowning in tactical calculations. The old guard of the Red Flag Gang has already been wiped out. 10th Madame is the true shadow ruler of the Red Flag Gang, and right now she is the only monster capable of dragging Li Yan off his bloody throne. A cold sweat broke out on his neck. The second that witch realizes I am an imposter, that I am not her beloved adopted son and twisted lover Li Yan. Every ounce of toxic affection she has shown me will instantly morph into apocalyptic wrath. This lunatic literally let her lover consume her own spinal cord just to master the ultimate nightmare hex. If she can inflict that level of grotesque torture on herself, what the hell will she do to me? A heavy sigh escaped Li Yan's lips as a thick cloud of smoke swirled into the salty air. As long as that woman draws breath, a guillotine hangs over my neck. I will be reduced to a hunted dog, relentlessly slaughtered by the entire Five Flag Alliance. Li Yan squeezed his eyes, shut the weight of survival, crushing his shoulders. The real reason I rushed this insane assault on human, sure, establishing dominance and hunting for clues were part of it, but honestly, I am absolutely terrified of facing that decaying, death-obsessed woman. I need to stay as far away from her as humanly possible. Suddenly, Xiao Dao's laughter broke the tension. Now, this is a god-tier item. He plunged the lotus frog tongue into the roaring sea. The magical net instantly triggered a violent underwater vortex, churning the waves into a frenzy. Suddenly, a terrifying weight nearly ripped his arms out of their sockets. Jackpot! Xiao Dao screamed in absolute euphoria. But the monstrous catch was dragging him overboard. Get over here, he roared in panic. I need backup. A heavy rumble echoed underwater. The pulled net was completely empty. Li Yan burst into absolute hysterics, wiping away tears. Dao scowled, blaming their garbage equipment for his epic failure. Clutching his aching stomach, Li Yan ruthlessly mocked him. Give it up if you cannot catch a single fish. Why pretend when you are clearly clueless? Dao gritted his teeth in defiance. I grew up along the Hai River. You think I cannot handle a simple net? If you have the skills, prove it. I bet a pack of smokes on your failure. Li Yan snatched the heavy net. A confident smirk danced across his face. Keep your eyes wide open and watch a master. With terrifying precision, Li Yan plunged the polar net into the water. Dao cursed loudly in his own mind. Damn it all, how did I forget this monster is a master of weaponry? Activating his piercing water combat art, the ocean erupted. Violent waves crashed as Li Yan smoothly retracted the heavy net. Panic flashed across Dao's face. Cheater, that totally does not count. You call that fishing. You lost the bet, kid. Now pick up my prize. Seawater dripped ominously from the woven mesh. Dao's expression drained of color as Li Yan fished out a severed human head. Suddenly, a terrified pirate screamed. Look over there. A glowing white fish breached, followed by a sparkling school. The mysterious creatures merged, soaring straight into the heavens. The hardened pirates stared in absolute awe. The magical fish formed a breathtaking rainbow across the sky. Tears welled in their eyes. It was the legendary Heavenly Mother crossing the sea. The entire crew chanted the sacred name in disbelief. Dao tugged at his companion's sleeve. What in the world is the Heavenly Mother crossing the sea? Do you have any system knowledge about this? Li Yan narrowed his eyes, unlocking his inherited memories. It is a divine anomaly that lasts for exactly 1 day. Whenever this triggers, countless pirate fleets gather to test their ultimate luck. Veteran sailors from past generations whispered of its glory. It is the greatest myth of the Nangyang Seas. I lack the exact details, though. Brother Li Yan's fragmented memories only revealed this exact amount. Li Yan patted his shoulder, projecting calm authority. Relax, the host's memories claim this is an incredibly lucky omen. Dao pointed a trembling finger at the skull. You literally fished up a severed head. Do you really believe that? The celestial fish cascaded back toward the violent waves. Blinding divine light instantly illuminated the dark ocean depths. The mesmerized crew tracked the majestic, glowing trail as the spirit fish danced across the horizon. Dao and Li Yan gasped as holy light enveloped them. A powerful aura surged from within their very souls. Li Yan checked his internal system, completely shocked. His ancient firebird bloodline was furiously reacting to the divine light. The brutal pirates dropped their blood-stained blades instantly. They fell to their knees, screaming. The Heavenly Mother has descended. Miraculous shouts erupted as chronic battle wounds magically sealed themselves shut. Decades of sailing, agony, and shattered joints simply vanished into thin air. Even their darkest bruises faded away to normal skin. But Dao and Li Yan exchanged a chilling glance. Their sharp survival instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. The entire cursed crew groveled against the wooden deck. All hail the Heavenly Mother. Only the two awakened players remained standing, frozen like statues. The pirate banner snapped violently in the glowing wind as fanatical chanting echoed. The chilling prayers continued without end. High above the clouds, a majestic pseudo-bird sensed a sinister shift. Down below, the divine light intensified the haunting white scales of the fish surrounding the massive galleon. The giant bird locked its sharp gaze on the glowing phenomenon. Tucking its wings, the creature dive-bombed toward the mortal realm. The vulnerable fleet reflected in its predatory eyes before it mysteriously vanished into thin air. Li Yan tracked the disappearing beast with his system interface. This is not enough, I need to expand my sensory perception. Through the bird's vanishing perspective, he witnessed the massive silhouette below. That was no ordinary pirate fleet beneath them. What in the name of hell is that? Is that a legendary class sea monster? The ocean floor began to boil with terrifying fury. A lethal sense of doom crushed Li Yan. Incoming disaster, spin the helm and fire the cannons. The terrified helmsman frantically ripped the steering wheel to the side. The arcane engines roared to life, violently propelling the massive warship away from the epicenter. A catastrophic rumble shattered the ocean depths. Ominous bubbles violently erupted against the ship's reinforced hull. Staring into the treacherous abyss, Li Yan understood the brutal truth. The Heavenly Mother was merely a fraction of the Nanyang Sea's deadly horrors. A panicked subordinate sprinted across the slippery deck. Boss Li Yan, we cannot fire artillery during this sacred event. If we attack now, the Divine Mother's wrath will annihilate our souls. Please reconsider your orders. Li Yan clenched his jaw, calculating the grim odds. Then we scrap the frontal assault, force a hard drift, and bypass the danger zone. Dao took a drag from his cigarette. Since when did you become such a massive coward? We should charge straight in and farm the elite drops. What if there is epic tier loot waiting for us? Li Yan's piercing gaze remained locked. You just said what if. But what if that thing instantly wipes out our party? Did you completely ignore all the lethal warning prompts? The Yanfu system flashed. Moments later, a mysterious wooden barrel was violently hauled onto the deck. As expected, Li Yan's terrifying instincts were absolutely spot on. As they navigated deeper into the cursed waters, the supernatural madness only escalated. Haul the cargo, put your backs into it. Their massive warship continually smashed against ancient floating debris and sealed casks. The crew aggressively cracked open the mysterious containers. Vile seawater and rotting sea demon kelp spilled across the floorboards. Most were utterly worthless garbage, but occasionally pure silver ingots would reward their desperate gambling. Li Yan snatched a radiant fist-sized orb from the wreckage. This is an abyssal pearl, the perfect sacrificial tribute for the Ghost General. Whether ordinary livestock or high-tier luxuries like gold, they could all be exchanged for absolute power. The vibrant daylight eventually surrendered to a suffocating pitch-black night across the cursed sea. Li Yan gestured toward a sinister new crate. Old Gu, crack this one open, let us test our luck. The grizzled veteran rested his heavy broadsword on his shoulder, chuckling darkly. Watch a true master roll the dice. He brought the heavy blade crashing down. Instantly, a lethal streak of toxic purple light blasted toward his face. Revolting muscular tentacles erupted from the shattered wood. A colossal mutated deep-sea abomination unleashed a deafening demonic roar. Old Gu tossed a primed explosive straight into its gaping maw. Burn in hell. A devastating explosion instantly vaporized the threat. Li Yan drew his weapon, scanning for hostiles. Old Gu, did that foul thing infect you? The old warrior rubbed his scorched neck. Barely a scratch. Thank heavens nobody got greedy and opened that alone, or they would be slaughtered. Li Yan sheathed his blade, his tone leaving zero room for argument. Go find Uncle Hu in the medical bay immediately and get examined. Old Gu massaged his throbbing arteries, turning toward the cabin. Yeah, I am on my way. Spitting bloody water over the railing, the terrifying teenager Sui Ba swaggered over. Boss Li Yan, that annoying old geezer keeps demanding an audience with you. Dao stepped forward in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? That decrepit old man actually had the guts to bother you. Li Yan watched the vicious kid, a dark amusement flickering in his eyes. Xue Ba was merely 14 years old, yet worshipped as a legendary god of slaughter. This terrifying child started as a pathetic orphan raised by a grieving gang widow. He grew up breathing the toxic air of pirate fleets. At 7 years old, he crossed the wrong members and was beaten completely half to death. Fate intervened when brother Li Yan patrolled that blood-stained alley. He found the broken child curled in a pathetic ball. Clamped tightly between the young boy's bloody teeth was half of his attacker's severed ear. The chilling memory of that savage feral glare flashed through Li Yan's mind. Those hollow predatory eyes would haunt any normal man's nightmares. But instead of disgust, Li Yan felt an overwhelming surge of respect for the demonic child. Seeing his own tragic origins reflected, Li Yan took him under his absolute protection. The High Ghost Art and 5 Banners technique were ultimate secrets. It took the 10th Madam 2 agonizing years to forge a warrior with indestructible, iron flesh. Desiring that invincible, monstrous power for his protege, Li Yan made a massive gamble. He practically dragged the 12-year-old psychopath straight to the 10th Madam's sinister altar, surrendering him to the darkness. Dao flicked his cigarette ash, side-eyeing the psychotic teenager with extreme caution. This kid is a completely unpredictable freak of nature. He only ever shows a shred of humanity toward Boss Li Yan and his adoptive mother. The hardened fleet veterans only dared to whisper insults behind his back, calling him the rabid dog of the Blood Sea. But the brutal truth was undeniable. Deep down in their rotten souls, they were absolutely terrified of him. A cold-blooded sociopath who admitted to accidentally butchering Elder Lin Yuanfu. Yet he acted like he just squashed a bug. If that arrogant old fool Lin had any survival instincts, he never would have flexed in front of this living nightmare. Leon watched Seth thrashing around. Guess he's sick, Seth nodded frantically. He was violently vomiting, his face pale as a ghost. The old man looked like he was knocking on death's door. Brother Toby, I swear I didn't touch him. Leon replied coldly, I'm not seeing him. Have Uncle Paul check it out. Tell him if we can't capture the governor alive, hanging his corpse from the mast will still spread the Red Flag Guild's absolute terror. Leon glared at Seth. Oh, and if he dies, execute his entourage too. We don't feed useless trash. Blade smirked, asking, aren't you worried the old man might actually die? Leon's expression remained utterly stone cold. Why should I care? If he dies, his fate has simply run its course. Leon sneered. We're bloodthirsty pirates, do you think this is a game? Under the pale moonlight, shouts shattered the night air as the crew secured the massive warship. Don't let the ship drift into the cursed fog. The underlings hauled the heavy ropes with all their might. Suddenly, Blade gleefully hoisted a bizarre fish from the dark waters. Now this is some god-tier luck. Gripping the tail, Blade cheered, gotcha. But suddenly a terrifying sound wave blasted from the creature's jaws. Blood instantly sprayed from Blade's ears, his cigarette dropping as the monster slipped from his grasp. Leon locked eyes onto the flying beast as its jaws snapped open. In a flash of steel, Leon impaled the creature mid-air. He glanced back, asking, you alive over there? Everything intact, Blade grunted, wiping the crimson from his face. Yeah, I'm fine, just bleeding a bit. But what the hell is that demonic thing? System notification, the gong fish, one of the 3,000 abyssal sea entities. It emits a horrifying baby-like screech. Legend says it carries the cursed souls of sailors who perished in the deep. They follow the abyssal mother through endless reincarnation. Special effect. Consuming its flesh grants a high probability of permanently boosting soul power. Skill soul resonance. Threat level light red. Leon narrowed his eyes in deep thought. 3,000 abyssal sea entities. He pointed his blade at the twitching carcass. You still want to eat it? Blade shrugged carelessly. Hell yeah, toss it in the pot. Leon tossed the beast to a terrified underling. Tell the kitchen to steam this monster. Suddenly, the massive mast flag violently shifted direction. The lookout frantically rang the alarm bell. Something massive was rapidly approaching. Leon and Blade braced themselves. A mysterious figure was literally surfing across the treacherous waves atop a colossal beast. System alert. The Golden Blaze Shark, a high-tier abyssal sea entity possessing terrifying destructive power, innate skill, blazing fangs. Its bite unleashes a devastating torrent of magical flames. Note, due to culinary inheritance system buffs consuming it grants maximum stat regeneration. Blade and Leon exchanged a tense look. An elite enemy was flawlessly taming that chaotic beast. The monstrous rider and his blazing shark were charging straight toward their warship like a living torpedo. Leon instantly drew his heavy blade, his aura flaring in a fierce combat stance. The rider was none other than Sir Lauren of the East India Guild. Lauren tipped his gentleman's hat. "Greetings, my savage friends." Leon flashed a chilling smile and mocked him with a Boy Scout salute. Then his killing intent exploded. "All hands on deck. Fire the heavy cannons. Blow that arrogant bastard back to the abyss." The crew roared, "Yes, Captain." As men scrambled to load the artillery, Leon suddenly frowned. "Wait. The system rules forbid using standard cannons against abyssal sea entities, right?" The quartermaster nodded frantically. "Exactly. What are your orders, Captain?" Leon's eyes gleamed with lethal calculation. "Then rain hell with armor-piercing arrows." The archers unleashed a black cloud of steel. Lauren's eyes widened in sheer shock. A massive storm of lethal arrows screamed through the air like lightning. Lauren drew his rapier in a blinding arc, deflecting the strikes. "Filthy Eastern pirates, I shall make you pay for your barbaric insolence." Leon's tactical mind raced. That speed and explosive power. His swordsmanship was easily on par with the legendary Ian Cross system warning. The threat aura is glowing deep crimson. His combat power is nearing an absolute level 10. Leon grabbed a massive longbow. Drawing the string back until it cracked with tremendous tension, he locked onto his prey. The enchanted arrow vanished, tearing through the air straight for Lauren's heart. Absolute terror flashed in Lauren's eyes. He swung his rapier in a desperate parry. Sparks violently exploded as the sheer kinetic force cracked his elite weapon. With a painful grimace, Lauren barely managed to shatter the deadly projectile. Lauren flashed a triumphant, arrogant smirk. Leon's gaze turned as cold as the abyss. The madman was still surfing straight toward the warship. The crew relentlessly pulled their bowstrings, unleashing a second deadly barrage. But his fractured blade betrayed him. This time, Lauren's desperate defense crumbled, and the brutal steel arrows violently pierced his flesh. A terrifying pool of crimson stained the dark waves. Only Lauren's blood-soaked hat remained drifting silently on the surface. Stitched onto it was the unmistakable golden crest of the EIC, the Honorable East India Guild. The Armstrong Heavy Artillery. 300mm caliber barrels. Each explosive shell weighed 35 kilograms, and this monster of a warship was armed with exactly 70 of these devastating cannons. Eerie lantern light bathed the massive ship. Marvin, a battle-hardened British mercenary, roared in absolute panic. "Those drifting barrels out there, they are packed with pure demonic evil." He slammed his fist down. "Washington, do you have any idea how many of our elite men have vanished into the abyss because of those cursed floating containers?" Washington was a high-ranking manager of the EIC. Washington leaned back, a sinisterly calm smile on his face. "Mr. Marvin, I suggest you apologize to this precious little white beauty." He twirled a heavy silver ingot in his greedy fingers. "How could something so flawlessly beautiful possibly be a demon? The only real demon is the pathetic human greed that dragged those fools straight to hell. This pure silver is completely innocent." Washington arrogantly propped his boots on the table, clutching the fortune tightly. "The abyssal sea drops are nothing short of absolute divine favor from the ancient Eastern gods. Tell me, Marvin, do you know the legendary treasure I looted from that ghost ship? I have never laid eyes on ceramics possessing such transcendent beauty." Washington flashed a manic grin at the mercenary. "And there was an even greater hidden buff. That treasure permanently de-aged my body by 20 years. Marvin gritted his teeth, his aura trembling with barely contained rage. "Yes, but that damned ghost ship also devoured the souls of over 40 of my elite vanguard warriors." Marvin stepped closer, issuing a chilling warning. "Listen to me, Washington. That cursed item might just be a hallucinogenic poison. High-grade arcane opium. Your supposed anti-aging buff might be a total delusion." Washington sneered, completely ignoring the threat. "Complain all you want, mercenary. The guild leadership will formally vote on whether we abandon this lucrative farming zone or not." You cast a terrified vote to retreat. "I vote to stay and plunder." Washington turned toward the shadows. "And what's his, Sir Lauren?" But the high-backed velvet chair was completely chillingly empty. Washington frowned, confusion bleeding into panic. Where the hell did Lauren go? Cut back to Leon's ship. A glowing system prompt materialized. Leon stared at the EIC crest beside the abyssal sea symbol. He snatched the dropping token. Are these two factions secretly connected? Meanwhile, the colossal beast was hoisted on deck. Blade entered a furious culinary state. Leon and the crew watched in absolute awe as Blade's twin daggers blurred into a storm of steel. In a matter of seconds, the terrifying monster was reduced to a perfectly clean skeleton. Blade tapped the gleaming ribs. The marrow from this golden blaze shark is an S-rank ingredient for legendary soup broths. I'm stashing this treasure in my inventory. He plated up massive chunks of glowing spirit-infused sashimi. Dig into the fresh meat first, boys. The stat buffs are insane. A massive iron cauldron began to violently bubble. Blade grinned like a maniac. Oh, the broth is ready. As the spiritual steam filled the kitchen, Leon stepped inside. Hold on. System lore says shark meat is toxic to consume directly. Isn't it loaded with dark sea impurities and deadly acid levels? Blade casually tasted the glowing broth, completely unfazed. Do any of you combat junkies actually understand high-level cooking? The magical hot pot roared with heat. Blade smirked. Ancient alchemists classify this as a supreme healing item. It rapidly purges, debuffs, and maxes out HP recovery after near-death battles. We literally risked our lives, slaying an elite boss monster, and you want to dump the loot back into the abyss. That's exactly how broke players stay broke. I even harvested its mystical liver for our main stash. The shark meat was basically inedible. Li Yan laughed in agreement. Knife had warned him to just observe the situation for now. Thick smoke billowed from the pirate vessel. Deep within the damp lower decks, Zhang Dong and Yuan Fu huddled together, coughing violently. Zhang Dong panicked over his master's failing health. Yuan Fu weakly waved it off. In this ruthless fleet, falling ill meant certain death. Indignation burned in Yuan Fu's chest. He was a prestigious first-rank official, the sovereign's personally appointed governor of the two provinces. Weren't these pirates terrified he might die here? He wasn't demanding freedom, but that bastard Li Yan was literally leaving him to rot. Up on the deck, Xu Ba's voice pierced through the cooking smoke. The young pirate leaped down, throwing his arms around Knife. Knife choked, sputtering broth everywhere. The brat shamelessly begged for the choicest cuts of meat. Knife scoffed at being called Big Brother. He mercilessly teased the boy. Didn't Boss Li Yan explicitly warn everyone this stuff was toxic? Was he actively ignoring the captain's orders? Xu Ba eagerly buttered him up, claiming his culinary skills were legendary. Hearing this ridiculous exchange, Li Yan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The kid enthusiastically nodded. Li Yan rubbed his chin, the gears in his mind turning. He casually asked how long they had known him. Xu Ba claimed it had been countless years. Li Yan's expression darkened as he interrogated the rest of his subordinates about their loyalty. The answers varied from 5 to 7 years. The veteran ship doctor stroked his beard and proudly declared 15 years. 15 entire years. Li Yan pushed further, asking what his supposedly well-known hobbies were. Uncle Hu scratched his head, admitting Boss Li Yan lacked specific passions. Knife's playful aura vanished. Li Yan wasn't just making small talk. How could a lowly pirate fisherman possess master-class culinary techniques? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Uncle Hugh's head. He blurted out that the boss absolutely loved visiting the pleasure houses. Li Yan smirked, thinking that was standard male behavior. But the old doctor frantically corrected him. Li Yan never actually called for any girls. Age and beauty didn't matter whether they were 20 or 45. He only cared about mature charm. Knife quickly intervened, changing the subject. He shooed the old man away. Uncle Hu waved goodbye playfully, throwing an arm around Li Yan and teasing his unique romantic preferences. Li Yan instantly deflected the embarrassing accusation. Knife smirked, pointing out that living with a beautiful adoptive mother was bound to spark tension. He ruthlessly analyzed the situation. In this twisted scenario, Li Yan either had a massive mother complex or harbored highly questionable desires. Knife leaned in with a cheeky whisper. The mysterious necklace pulsed against Li Yan's chest. As Dan Yang flashed in his mind, his vision darkened. Knife slapped his shoulder before sprinting away like his life depended on it. Li Yan exploded into motion, relentlessly hunting him down. The cook wailed that it was just a joke. Li Yan roared, demanding to know why he was running from a simple conversation. Li Yan finally tackled his prey, locking Knife in a brutal chokehold. He declared that even the heavens couldn't save him now. Gasping for air, Knife quickly surrendered. He confessed he knew exactly what Li Yan was investigating. He had tracked down Zhao Xin earlier. A memory surfaced of a towering modern metropolis. Zhao Xin's eyes were utterly dead as she coldly stated she never had a brother. Her terrifying expression confirmed the dark truth. Knife revealed that reality itself had shifted completely, erasing Zhao Yu's existence from the world. Staging a deadly accident was one thing, but systematically deleting a person from the fabric of reality, that was enough to freeze blood. Li Yan released his grip. He recalled Mo's chilling warning. The Yanfu system wasn't just a game, it was a terrifyingly real dimension. When walkers descended, even without an identity token, the system flawlessly integrated their background into the very roots of this awakened world. It left a traceable history. Lighting a cigarette, Li Yan's mind raced. Why was this Li Yan a perfect carbon copy? Was he real? Was it an illusion crafted by mysterious ninjas, or did the Yanfu system literally rewrite the cognitive memories of every living soul? He watched knife casually blend in, seamlessly overriding their perception of reality. Soul swapping didn't make sense. The cosmic cost would be too high. Li Yan massaged his temples. If the system possessed such godlike authority, why warn walkers about maintaining character? Why use ninjas at all? He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, staring into the boundless void. Did the Yanfu system possess its own supreme, terrifying consciousness? What was the hidden law binding these dimensional zones and the walkers? The moment he manifested, the original Li Yan was instantly wiped out. He hijacked Li Yan's destiny, erasing his existence entirely. Knife interrupted with a steaming plate. The golden fish offered massive soul-strengthening buffs. Next was a divine bowl of braised golden shark. The system prompt flared, confirming its monstrous buffs to bone durability and vital blood. Tactical thoughts consumed Li Yan. The East India Company's warships were likely trapped in this suffocating fog, completely cut off from their armada. He barked out absolute orders for mandatory guard rotations, weapons drawn. The crew roared their obedience. Meanwhile, Xu Weiba was dead asleep. Yuan Fu and Zhang Dong shivered miserably. Suddenly, Xu Weiba's eyes snapped open. Gripping his blade, he silently slipped out into the cold night. The Arctic blast cut to their bones. Yuan Fu aggressively shivered, ordering his subordinate to check the door without provoking the bloodthirsty pirates. Zhang Dong shakily rose, clutching his heavily bandaged arm. Just for defending his master, that demonic kid Shuba had mercilessly snapped it. Pure hatred boiled in his veins. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps erupted above. Panic infected the crew as alarm horns completely shattered the silence. The ominous creaking of massive war galleons echoed through the fog. The dreaded battle flags pierced the mist. The West River bandits had arrived. The fleet insignia belonged to demon pirate Zhang He, Admiral and Nam's fleet. A man glared at the massive galleon. Damn it all, he cursed. The Red Flag Syndicate had their hands in this too. A man stood on a floating plank, tossing something into the dark water. Li Yan's crew watched the drifting man closely. One of his subordinates spoke up in heavy underworld slang. Is the spring mark faded? Touch the horse. Translating the pirate's slang, are you fellow pirates? Speak up. The crew on the massive ship immediately shouted back. The wheat is ripe, the dragon moves through the leaves. The slang translation. We sail the same waters. Our boss is named Chu. Let us keep it simple. Li Yan's crew listened to the response. No crossing flags or bumping kilns, meaning we are not allies, every man for himself. Beside them, Little Knife stood in absolute calculating silence. Li Yan stood beside Little Knife. To their left was Chu Ben of the West River, known as Righteous Water. To their right, the Five Flags Alliance's bitter rival demon pirate Zhang He. 2 years ago, Zhang He forced the Five Flags to the An-Nam border. Li Yan studied the colossal war fleet. He never expected this demon pirate to evolve so quickly. He was now, and Nam's 3 declarations, Admiral rubbing shoulders with the British. Li Yan waved his hand, flashing tactical signals to his crew. His subordinate caught on instantly and shouted pirate code, looking to shake hands and talk. The Alliance slang was clear. The Five Flags Alliance boss Li is aboard. We request a parley. A voice boomed from the opposing ship. Are you Big Brother Tian Bao of the Five Flags? Remember me? The man cupped his fists in greeting. I am Li Hong San. Last year, Big Brother Tian Bao drank with our boss. I was right there with him. It was Pirate Li Hong San, a loyal dog belonging to Chu Ben. Li Yan smirked easily. Of course I remember. Poison San, Li Hong San. What is all this excitement about? Li Hong San's eyes burned with greed. Chasing Poseidon? Are you hunting Poseidon too, Big Brother? Why come from the north? Explanation: pirates viewed the Heavenly Mother's sea crossing as an absolute miracle. Whenever it occurred, hordes of arrogant sailors went mad, sometimes dozens, sometimes thousands, trying to strike it rich during the Heavenly Mother's crossing. This suicidal gamble was known as chasing Poseidon. Li Yan scratched his neck casually. Lately, the government dogs have been harassing my Lento Island. Madame Ten ordered me to go stir up some real trouble for them. I just took my boys to slaughter the Tiger Gate naval admiral, that bastard named Zhuo Hu Sing. We just happened to run into this on our way back. Chu Ben's entire crew stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Shock rippled through the enemy ship. Li Hongsan stared his eyes wide with absolute dread. Madame Ten told you to butcher Imperial troops, and you actually succeeded. Li Yan chuckled, resting his hands confidently on his hips. Why would I be mad? The boss gives an order, I grit my teeth and charge. High above on the mast, a severed head swayed in the wind. Li Yan pointed lazily toward the gruesome trophy. Zhu Hu Xing's head is still decorating our mast. If you do not believe me, check the captured Imperial flags. Li Hongsan frantically waved his hands. No, I did not mean it like that. Big brother Tian Bao, you have to help me pull this thorn. Help me chase off Shang, he's dogs. We will split the loot 50-50. Li Yan shifted his piercing gaze toward the water. Suspended in the ocean between the massive warships was a colossal net overflowing with untold treasures, enough gold and jewels to feed 10 generations. The net was packed with legendary artifacts. It is worth at least 80,000 taels of pure silver. If I am lying, you can kick my severed head like a ball. Suddenly, something extraordinary emerged from the mountain of gold. Little Knife and Li Yan gasped. It was a dragon scale. When ground into powder, it could permanently increase any inheritance awakening rate by 1%. Little Knife's eyes gleamed with a sharp, dangerous smile. A voice sliced through the tension. The 5 flags want a piece of this. It was Zhang. He's vicious subordinate pirate and Yuan and Min. Fine by me. Let us play by the absolute rules. A wolf raft duel. We will count you in. Li Hongsan spat aggressively. Bullshit. Who wants a wolf raft duel with you? My side has the numbers. I will blast you to pieces with cannons, believe me. And Min laughed darkly. During the Heavenly Mother's crossing, do Chu Ben's dogs really dare to fire cannons? I actually thought you were a real man. Li Hongsan pointed furiously. Let us cross blades then. Board in combat, do not be a coward. Li Yan analyzed the chaotic situation. They were late to the party anyway. What exactly was a wolf raft duel? We will follow the rules, Li Yan declared. He knew exactly what this bastard Li Hongsan was planning. Trying to use him as a meat shield. Did he think Li Yan was a fool? Li Hongsan shot him a calculating glance, and Min pointed toward the dark waves. Look down there. Below them, blood-soaked warriors balanced on tiny wooden rafts. One fights. If he dies, his corpse feeds the sea and the next steps up. Those are demon pirate Zhang, he's elite killers. We fight until no one is left standing. Even with hundreds of men, this ocean will run red before dawn. Li Yan nodded coldly. Then it is settled. Li Yan's eyes narrowed, scanning the battlefield. The rafts were suffocatingly small. Zero room to dodge. 2 fighters crossing blades in a brutal point-blank deathmatch. Only a few strikes decided who lived and who died. It sounded slow, but 1,000 men could slaughter each other in under 3 hours. Li Yan turned to Li Hongsan. Let us do it this way. Win a round, take a share. The more you win, the more you take. How does that sound? Our 3 factions divide the shares. 3 men charge in a total bloodbath. Li Hongsan's eyes flickered with deep annoyance, but his smile remained sugary sweet. Big brother Tian Bao, you wound me with such cold words, but I will follow your lead. The strongest takes the most loot. Li Yan thumped his chest, the sound echoing loudly. Refreshing. Li Hongsan, send your vanguard down first. I will cover your back from up here. Li Hongsan desperately pointed at the bloody water. Big brother, I am not playing games. Just look at the sea. That bald monster down there has already butchered half my brothers. There are limbs everywhere. Li Yan merely shrugged. Fine by me. Zhang He's men muttered among themselves. The Red Flag Syndicate is joining the bloodbath. We might lose our overwhelming advantage this time. And Min sneered coldly. The 5 flags rely on thick ships, loud cannons, and false hope. But a wolf raft duel, if Madame Ten were here, I might sweat a little. But Tian Bao does not have the guts for this. And Min's eyes darkened with sinister intent. It all depended on how many Guhuo ghosts they brought. He sized up his opponent mentally. Tian Bao was a decent fighter, sure, but he was still just an ordinary mortal. The Guhuo ghost curse stole 30 years of life. Madame Ten adored her precious lover too much to curse him. Everyone in the underworld knew this pathetic secret. Little Knife cracked his knuckles, a terrifying sound. How about I take the stage? You are the boss. You definitely cannot be the vanguard. Li Yan blocked him. Stepping on that raft means fighting until you die or drop. You take the first fight, you are not afraid of getting crushed. Little Knife grinned fiercely. I remember you have a battle flag. Li Yan did not reply. He just smiled a devilish smirk. Little Knife leaped straight off the towering ship Summon. When the 5 flags fight a wolf raft duel, we fight under our own absolute banner. Isn't that right? Little Knife gripped his blade tight mid-air. Coiling his body, he launched the weapon with terrifying explosive force. The blade streaked like a meteor straight toward Zhang, his fighter. The enemy warrior scrambled backward in sheer panic. The blade obliterated the wooden raft, sending a massive geyser of ocean water into the sky, and Min and his crew watched in absolute shock as their elite fighter stumbled helplessly on the fair, shattered wood. Zhang. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Damn it, he muttered. I thought a cannonball just flew past. Before them fluttered the legendary black dragon flag of the Great Ming Dynasty. Its overwhelming aura instantly blanketed a 100-meter radius. System alert, all allies within its domain received a massive power boost. Wounds began to close at a visible rate, and the heavy fog of fear and despair was completely wiped from their minds. And Ming stared at the banner in disbelief. What kind of flag is that? Isn't that the old standard of your red flag fleet? Li Yan's voice was utterly calm. The 5 flags were born from Commander Zhang's naval armada. This is the authentic dragon flag of the Ming Empire. Well, do you have a problem with it? And Ming choked on his words, completely silenced. Little Knife instinctively drew his twin blades, but suddenly a shadow blasted past them like a hurricane. It was Shui Ba. With a deafening crash, Shui Ba slammed onto the floating raft. From the deck above, old Gu roared in anger. Get your butt back up here, you brat. It is not your turn to lead the vanguard. But the stubborn kid just turned around, making a mocking face and sticking his tongue out at the old man. Little Knife frowned. What do we do now? Li Yan simply chuckled, his eyes flashing with amusement. Let him have his fun. Beneath the dark waves, a hand suddenly thrust a weapon upward. Water splashed violently as one of Zhang. His elite fighters lunged forward, his eyes burning with killing intent, his spear tip gleaming with a deadly light. The enemy drove his spear straight towards Shuba's heart, but in a split second the wooden shaft snapped like a twig. Shuba moved like a phantom. With one devastating strike he obliterated his opponent completely, and Ming gritted his teeth, frustrated by how effortlessly the kid had won. His subordinates stood there with dark, grim expressions. As Shui Ba paced arrogantly across the blood-stained raft, another shadow leaped down from Zhang, his warship. The new challenger hit the wood with a heavy thud. Seeing the enemy charging with a raised blade, Shui Ba did not back down. His aura erupted as he launched a brutal counterattack. The clash of steel echoed fiercely across the water. Shui Ba was forced back several steps, one hand instinctively gripping his bleeding stomach. He glared at the man before him with clenched teeth, but a moment later that very enemy collapsed, plunging heavily into the cold, dark ocean. Shui Ba stared down at his severely chipped blade. This piece of trash is useless now, he muttered. Before he could catch his breath, yet another massive warrior slammed onto the raft. The massive warrior locked his eyes on Shui Ba and charged. His heavy blade swung down with crushing force. But Shui Ba was faster. He thrust his broken weapon straight through the man's chest. With a heavy splash, another corpse joined the watery grave below. The onslaught was endless, yet another enemy leaped high into the air, blocking out the moonlight. Shui Ba raised his shattered blade, his eyes burning with an unyielding battle spirit. Moving with the grace of a deadly predator, Shui Ba dodged the fatal strike. In one fluid motion, he snatched a fallen sword from the wooden planks. Regaining his legendary stance, a manic thrill flashed in Shui Ba's eyes while his opponent's face turned deathly pale. A blinding arc of silver slashed through the dark night. The two clashed violently, but the enemy quickly dropped to his knees, utterly defeated. With a casual, almost mocking kick, Shui Ba sent him into the sea, and instantly the next challenger descended from above. The new attacker rushed forward like a raging bull. The sheer impact of their colliding auras shook the entire raft, sending massive geysers of seawater erupting into the night sky. The duel reached a fever pitch. The enemy landed a savage tearing slash across Shui Ba's body. Blood poured endlessly down the young fighter's arm. Yet there was no pain in his eyes. There was no fear. Instead, a wild demonic grin spread across his face as he taunted his foe. Not bad, come and get it. Zhang Dong watched the bloodbath in absolute shock. Every time one warrior fell, another immediately took his place. The blood-soaked raft was now completely surrounded by floating corpses, and Ming observed Shu Bei's absolute cold-blooded frenzy. Zhang Dong felt a chill run down his spine. So this was the legendary South Sea, a forbidden domain untouched by the Empire for a century. This was the terrifying true nature of the South Sea pirates. Sui Ba unleashed another devastating slash, but his opponent ruthlessly traded blow for blow, tearing into his flesh. Completely ignoring his wounds, Sui Ba stomped down with explosive force, launching a suicidal assault. He has already slaughtered 5 of them, Little Knife observed intently. On the raft, Sui Ba gripped his snapped blade, one hand clutching his bleeding stomach. "Do not get arrogant," Little Knife murmured. "The fighters coming next will be true monsters." Suddenly, a colossal giant leaped from the deck. His massive weight crashed into the raft like a meteor, sending shockwaves through the wood. The violent impact launched Shui Ba helplessly into the air. The giant wasted no time charging forward like a speeding juggernaut. The monstrous warrior swung his heavy weapon down, aiming to cleave Shu Ba in two. It was the notorious Yellow Beard. Seeing the lethal strike approaching, Shu Ba suddenly released his grip, letting his only weapon fall. At the absolute last millisecond, Shui Ba twisted his body. Yellow Beard's blade struck, but the giant's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Something was terribly wrong. Shui Ba's bare blood-stained hands had firmly clamped onto the giant's sword even as the steel ground into his own stomach. Revealing a terrifying bloody smile with half his teeth missing, Shu Ba unleashed a monstrous burst of strength. He locked the blade in place with his bare hands. Yellow Beard completely lost his balance, his massive frame staggering under the kid's unbelievable power. Like a starving beast, Shu Ba opened his jaws wide and viciously sank his teeth straight into Yellow Beard's neck. The giant shrieked in soul-tearing agony. From the ships above Zhang, his crew watched the gruesome sight in pure, unadulterated terror. Li Yan's eyes never wavered as the massive giant collapsed right on top of Sui Ba. With a savage shove, Sui Ba pushed the lifeless head aside and forced himself back up. His hand calmly grasped the giant's sword that was still lodged deep inside his own flesh. Shui Ba flashed another spine-chilling grin. "Well, that stings a bit," he chuckled darkly. "But I cannot pull it out just yet, or I will definitely bleed to death." Up above Zhang, he was paralyzed with shock. Any normal man would have died 10 times over by now. Yet looking at the demonic aura radiating from the kid, it was obvious he was completely ready to slaughter a dozen more. And Ming stood frozen in silence, unable to utter a single word. And Ming's mind raced furiously. Could this wretched brat be a legendary Gaoli ghost? The Gaoli ghosts, the absolute deadliest apex predators of the Five Flags fleet. After years of bloody wars, there were barely 300 or 400 of these monsters left in existence. The Five Flags boasted over 100,000 ruthless outlaws. Every single one of them was a seasoned pirate raised on the violent seas, mastering the deadly arts of archery, slaughter, and plunder. Only the most psychotic and talented killers from that massive army had the right to undergo the Galley Ghost awakening. Li Yan sure went all out, someone muttered, throwing a Galley Ghost right into the opening clash. The Dark Awakening ritual of the Galley Ghosts was an ancient blood secret passed down from the lords of Formosa. In this day and age, only a handful of souls truly understood its horrific mysteries. Only the 10th Madam of the Red Flag, Granny Guo of the Black Flag, and a few hidden masters held the key. The awakening process was a living hell, making it incredibly difficult to forge new ones. And Ming shifted his gaze to Li Yan's crew on the opposing ship. Slaughtering men is not like cutting weeds, he thought grimly. And this bloody duel is no simple math game. His eyes locked onto Little Knife, who was casually smoking right beside Li Yan. A true boss does not just send his men to die like cannon fodder. You do not play cheap tactical games, sacrificing pawns to tire out knights. You must deploy a true apex predator to crush the enemy. Min and Ming commanded coldly. "It is your turn." Min, who had been leaning quietly against the mast with his blade instantly pushed off the edge. He plummeted like a stone, landing on the floating arena with a heavy thud. Min lazily cracked his neck. "A Gaoli ghost? Ha, I have butchered a few of your kind before." He mockingly curled his finger. "Bring it on." Sui Ba, gasping heavily for air, glared at this terrifying new foe. Little Knife panicked. "Shui Ba cannot beat this guy. What do we do?" That was the cruel reality of this brutal naval duel. The warrior who stepped into the arena first was basically signing his own death warrant. Even if the enemy spared you once you fell into the dark waves, the overwhelming scent of fresh blood would immediately summon swarms of flesh-tearing beasts. Falling it meant being ripped to shreds, and even if rescued you would be permanently crippled for life. "I actually quite like the kid," Li Yan replied softly. "But he insisted on fighting the vanguard battle. My hands are tied. Now we can only leave it to the heavens to decide his fate. If the absolute worst happens, we will just have to bathe the seas in blood to avenge him." Zhu Ben's crew clenched their jaws in furious tension, while Zhang He's men watched the stage with bloodthirsty excitement. From the colossal warships above, hundreds of eyes stared down at the two lone figures on the tiny raft. Suddenly, Li Yan sensed a strange shift in the air and tilted his head. Under the pitch-black sky, Sui Ba stood perfectly still, completely ignoring the blood steadily dripping from his gut. "The older guys always say," Shui Ba mumbled, his eyes turning hollow, "that if you have never been with a woman, your life is worthless." A chilling aura began to leak from his wounded body. "But I have tasted something better. Fish, chicken, wild boar. The taste of raw meat. I've tasted shark meat today, but I haven't tasted a woman yet." Seth's eyes burned with feral intensity. "I'm going first according to the rules. The guild will provide for my entire life. I don't need Arthur to take care of me. If I survive this raid, I just want one night with a woman." Mason stared at Seth calmly. Suddenly, Seth launched a frenzied assault. Seth slashed his blade forward, but Mason's perception stats were higher. Mason leaped, activating his clone skill to dodge Seth's strike. Seth was momentarily stunned before his eyes glowed red with berserk rage. Mason triggered a Genesis System Grimoire skill, Illusionary Substitution. He swung his sword while his shadow clones simultaneously rushed in to strike Seth. Seth raised his blade to block, but both the clone and Mason overwhelmed him with a barrage of attacks. The Genesis System Grimoire boasted a staggering 48,000 variations of mystical combat arts. From minor buffs like Wealth Gathering to ultimate destruction skills like Mountain Cleaver and Sea Suppressor, it had everything. Blood sprayed everywhere as a blade pierced right into Seth's neck. Mason smirked triumphantly. "With the blade in your neck, a high-level healer might save you. But if I pull it out, not even a god could restore your HP." Mason glared at Seth, gripping the hilt. Instead of backing down, Seth roared and lunged. The massive impact knocked Mason backward. Mason just grinned. The blade was coated with a lethal neurotoxin looted from the Shadow Tribe. Mason leaped up, landing a heavy kick squarely on Seth's chest. Seth screamed in agony as the blade dug deeper into his neck, causing another massive critical bleed. Yet Seth's hands locked onto Mason's collar like a vice, his stance unyielding. Seth bear-hugged Mason tightly. Mason panicked. Where was he getting this insane strength, despite the debuffs? Suddenly, Seth dragged Mason down, plunging them both into the roaring ocean. Massive splashes erupted as both guilds scrambled in sheer horror to save their men. As they plunged into the sea, blood dyed the water crimson. Without hesitation, Andrew immediately dived in. Seth's head breached the surface, the cursed blade still lodged in his neck. Andrew swung his weapon to execute Seth, while Leon's squad unleashed a volley of arrows. As the projectiles rained down on Andrew, a magical golden bird materialized and intercepted an arrow. Andrew had activated his Genesis System skill. A flock of radiant golden birds spawned out of nowhere, flawlessly snatching every single arrow aimed at his vital points. Andrew charged furiously through the water, his eyes locked on his target, wielding a razor-sharp bamboo spear. Suddenly, a lightning-fast blade struck cleanly, splitting his weapon in half before slashing toward him. Andrew barely evaded the fatal blow, crashing back into the ocean. The sheer kinetic force sent his body skipping across the water's surface like a skimmed stone. The underlings watched in absolute shock. Andrew got swatted away in a single second. Meanwhile, Mason finally gasped for air at the surface, only for a heavy boot to instantly stomp his head back under. It was Leon who brutally curb-stomped Mason into the depths. Leon quickly scanned the chaotic waters. That crazy kid Seth was nowhere to be seen in the murky abyss. Leon gritted his teeth and dove under the surface. Chuck's crew watched with bated breath from the makeshift raft, completely surrounded by floating corpses and the suffocating stench of blood. A blood-stained hand slammed onto the raft as Leon hauled Seth's battered body out of the water. Spotting a rescue boat from their guild nearby, the squad quickly pulled Seth aboard. The system flashed a critical injury warning for Seth. The team frantically force-fed high-tier HP potions to his fading body. Thankfully, the deadly neurotoxin debuff was instantly purged by the Black Dragon banner's passive aura. Leon marveled that Seth somehow found the raw strength to drag Mason overboard. The fact that he was still clinging to his sliver of HP was entirely thanks to the Black Dragon banner's area of effect healing. The rookies cheered wildly. That's an insane passive skill. Arthur, why aren't the sharks aggroing on you? All around Leon's boat, a frenzy of ravenous sharks was ruthlessly devouring the floating corpses. Lurking beneath them was the Black Knight Santa. Water still dripped from Leon's hair as he smirked. Did you forget my title? I am Arthur. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted behind him. Leon spun around just in time to see Andrew launching a devastating sneak attack. Andrew's eyes burned with pure vengeance as he swung his massive blade. The two titans clashed fiercely. The deafening clash of metal echoed across the water. The sheer force knocked Andrew to the very edge of the raft. He barely stabilized his stance, his soaking wet face contorted in furious frustration. A glowing system window popped up as Andrew cast his Genesis skill boss profile, the Great Luminous King Andrew Newman. Rank 6 Monster Pirate of the Sea Serpent Faction, Vice Admiral of the Southland. Status effect, minor damage. Passive stats, Naval Combat Mastery at 85%, Swordsmanship at 70%. Active skills, Azure Bird Shield nullifies ranged damage. Great Luminous King buffs all stats at the cost of max HP. Hidden Wind and Raging Fire spell grants absolute elemental control. Threat level, Fatal Red. Leon analyzed the situation. Every elite under Travis's command had seemingly awakened the Genesis system Grimoire Arts. Even though the system contained a massive 48,000 paths, those were legendary god-tier skills. Based on the data, the absolute highest tier Travis himself had unlocked couldn't possibly surpass the 15th hidden path. Emitting immense aura, Andrew lunged with a lethal slash, but Leon easily parried the heavy strike. Among Travis's pirate forces, unlocking just the first path granted commander status over dozens. Reaching the second path meant entering the elite vanguard. Yet this monster Andrew had incredibly awakened the third legendary path. The sheer impact pushed Leon toward the edge of the raft. Andrew sneered arrogantly. What's wrong? Is the Red Banner's legendary Arthur already running out of stamina? Leon remained completely unfazed. I'm just playing with you. I thought this boss fight would last longer. Leon pointed his weapon upward. Hey Ray, according to the raid rules, you were supposed to deploy your vanguard next. But since I'm already holding the front line, I want an extra share of the loot drops. Sounds fair, right? Standing above, Ray forced a laugh. Having boss Arthur carry the raid for just one extra share, that's a huge bargain for me. Take whatever you want, Ray agreed verbally, but his heart was burning with toxic rage. This absolute parasite. He's nothing but a low-tier scumbag who sponges off powerful women to get his levels. Demanding extra loot drops, I'll send you straight to the respawn point. Ray violently snapped at his subordinates, practically steaming with fury. Are the goddamn cannons fully charged yet? Once the boss is down, I want 2 critical hits blasted right into that wolfpack raft. Send those 2 bastards to the bottom of the ocean, a minion smirked darkly. The cooldown ends in exactly 10 minutes, sir. Don't worry, boss, the Treasure Ship King guaranteed these stats. This is premium foreign server gear. Not a single pirate or naval faction in the entire South Sea server has the speed to catch us. Meanwhile, at a hidden coordinate, a bored sentry let out a long yawn before a stealth critical strike instantly deleted his HP. Moments later, a covert infiltration squad began scaling the massive galleon. Carter calculated the raid strategy. My team will secure the deck, the rest of you dive for the submerged loot. Arthur gave the command, and we've prepped everything perfectly. Aside from the underwater squad, Carter had mobilized his entire guild. Carter issued the next tactical command. Perfect stealth, grapple up and board the ship. At that exact moment, the aquatic assault team was diving deep into the abyss. Usually, these waters were a high-level aggro zone for bloodthirsty sharks. But Phantom Fisher Li Yan possessed the legendary Ocean's Blessing trait. Not only did he have max-level aquatic combat stats, but his passive aura also completely nullified hostility from all sea monsters. Elsewhere, an ominous ghost ship drifted through the thick, eerie fog. Martin broke the heavy silence. The system still isn't showing any status updates on Night Lauren, Washington. Martin's expression twisted in pure rage. This massive blunder is entirely on you. You stubbornly ignored the safe route and deliberately sailed us into this cursed, high-level death zone. His companion just chuckled. Well, this quest is certainly getting interesting. Mr. Martin, I am merely a humble merchant while you are a high-tier mercenary wandering the servers. Now that Lauren has mysteriously despawned, am I supposed to lose my mind and interrogate you instead? Washington waved his hand dismissively. Relax, Mr. Marr. Even back in the House of Commons, that fool was an absolute eyesore. His face reminds me of an old sawmill owner, a white-haired diseased monster. He once strung me up and whipped me blind just for stealing a 2-cent loaf of bread. Washington's eyes burned with malice. Lauren was exactly like that diseased bastard. He ruthlessly slammed his cane against the deck. I only tolerated that arrogant noble for one reason. His daughter was absolutely breathtaking. Did you know that? Closing his eyes, Washington pictured her fiery red hair and silver eyes, like a lost little deer. Ah, she even wished me a good morning. She lifted her dress just like this. Such a sweet morning greeting. Mar exploded in fury. You are insane, Washington. You let that woman drug you with cheap opium. Lauren is gone. Do you realize we are all doomed? Washington just smirked. I only need a solid excuse. For instance, claiming he died during a Maratha riot. Everyone aboard is on our side anyway. It is totally flawless. If I bring back a ship full of gold porcelain and the elixir of youth, Her Majesty will reward me personally. His gaze turned completely sinister. Did you think I was joking? Mar, I never joke. Suddenly, a massive fleet emerged, glowing through the thick fog right before them. Look what we have stumbled upon, Washington announced. Now we have the perfect scapegoat. Everyone will believe Lauren's disappearance had nothing to do with us. Mar quickly raised his binoculars. 2 massive warships came into focus. Look at that. Maybe we can ask them where Knight Lauren vanished to. We will ask them with cannon fire and explosions, Washington chuckled darkly. By the way, why did Lauren have green eyes when his daughters were silver? Fascinating, is it not? Meanwhile, Zhou Ben's crew stood guard. Birds scattered from the towering sails. A sea of glowing ships suddenly illuminated the horizon. On a floating raft, Li Yan and An Ming clashed, and Ming swung his deadly blade. Sparks flew as their weapons collided fiercely, and Ming scoffed at his minor wounds. Thanks to the Ming King's healing arts, his bleeding completely stopped. He frowned deeply. This Li Yan bastard's techniques were far too cunning and ruthless. Watching Li Yan's masterful footwork, and Ming realized the terrifying truth. His explosive strength and speed easily surpassed any ordinary Goryeo demon. Little Knife Squad successfully boarded the ship. Dripping wet, he and his men infiltrated the second-deck cargo hold of Li Hong San's flagship. A squirming human sack dropped to the floor. Little Knife ruthlessly tightened the ropes. Suddenly, a yawning enemy stepped out from the shadows. A live snake coiled tightly around his wrist. His men charged instantly. The enemy lunged forward with his blade. Metal clashed wildly. Boot heels scraped the wooden deck as Little Knife's subordinate was forced back. The enemy's eyes looked completely dead. Little Knife gasped in disbelief. They had lost. Could this monster single-handedly defeat Goryeo demons? The man brought the snake to his lips. It was Sabra. He viciously bit the serpent's head off. Who sent you, pathetic fools? System warning, danger level red. Little Knife's gaze darkened. Eating a live snake. Are you mocking our chefs? The monstrous man just kept chewing in dead silence. His 2 lackeys stared at Little Knife nervously. Stop talking nonsense, Sabra roared furiously. Little Knife raised his blade as cold steel clashed loudly. Meanwhile, back on the raft, Li Yan was still trading deadly blows with An Ming. And Ming inhaled a mysterious golden mist. He forcefully exhaled a blinding golden beam straight at Li Yan. Li Yan sensed his perfect opening. As the blade slashed down, he leaped into the air. Li Yan unleashed the piercing swallow technique. Brilliant light rays bombarded An Ming without mercy. That golden beam blasted into the sky like fireworks. It erupted in a deafening fiery explosion. Drop dead, Li Yan roared, raising his sword. But An Ming just grinned wickedly. Tiny embers began raining down on Li Yan. Taking a deep breath, An Ming commanded the golden flames. A blazing inferno rushed at Li Yan. Boom. He immediately countered with the wind-bathing fire art. Their auras clashed violently as scorching flames engulfed the entire battlefield. Li Hong San's jaw dropped. An Ming just burned brother Li Yan to ashes. He yelled about revenge, but his eyes gleamed with twisted joy. Avenge brother Li Yan. Cannons roared furiously, blasting directly into that blazing inferno. Li Hong San's ruthless artillery strike was clearly meant to obliterate Li Yan too. Explosions ripped through the air. Boom. Move out right now. Li Hong San screamed, his boots pounding heavily against the deck. The Heavenly Mother crosses the sea. Nothing shall sink. Those islands were already completely submerged. Shipwrecks and colossal deep-sea monsters. Even the slightest disturbance on the ocean's surface could awaken these ancient terrors from their deep slumber. Passing ships, stormy gales, or loud sailors could trigger it. Li Hong San's eyes narrowed sharply. Out here, miracles and disasters were dangerously intertwined. Survival relied entirely on pure luck. but firing heavy weapons, especially cannons, that would instantly summon the massive shadows lurking below, and those rising silhouettes almost always brought absolute world-ending destruction. The warship advanced. The pirates battled fiercely. Hold your fire. Do not provoke the red flag fleet. Prepare for extreme close-quarters boarding combat. Squinting into the distance, Li Hongsan spotted another fleet. What is going on? The red flag fleet was already prepared to retreat. Did they plan this when Li Yan entered the battlefield? A terrified lackey pointed ahead. Boss, we are doomed. The cargo is gone. Li Hongsan shoved him aside brutally. What did you say? He stared at the empty nets. Impossible. Suddenly, a massive blast rocked the ship. Li Hongsan stumbled backward in pure shock. Flames erupted across the deck. Watching the blazing inferno approach, his subordinate wailed. Boss, 2 ships just sank. Where did these bombs come from? Li Hongsan roared. This is total madness. If they want a war, we will give them one. What kind of idiot attacks us now? Are they trying to drag us to hell with them? More cannonballs rained down. Devastating explosions shattered the hull. Li Hongsan desperately dodged the blast, cursing loudly. Damn it all. Why are they attacking us instead of them? Li Hongsan suddenly noticed a lifeless corpse dangling from the ship's mast. It was Lauren. He stared in sheer confusion. Who is that? I never captured this hostage. Through his binoculars, Mar watched the body swinging eerily in the freezing wind. I am so sorry. Mar, I must be completely drunk. Please forgive my earlier outbursts, especially what I said about Lauren's beautiful daughter. The glorious East India Company crest appeared. Washington leaned heavily on his cane. I truly should not have been so blasphemous. Yes, it is a grave insult to his honor. A brave warrior fighting fiercely against vicious pirates. We must show deep compassion for his tragic sacrifice. After all, does every family not cherish their lovely daughters, who wishes to die at the hands of bloody pirates, only for their child to be coveted by a merchant 20 years older? Washington squeezed his eyes shut. Tears clung to his lashes. Father never approved of this. He let out a heavy sigh, glancing over at Mark. You didn't want this either, did you, Mark? How old is her daughter again? Mark roared with blistering fury. Fire the cannons, blast those pirate scumbags to hell. His pure killing intent saturated the air with a foul, suffocating stench. Agonizing screams echoed from the enemy ship. Burn those nauseating, chaotic flags to ash. Purge this ocean of its absolute trash. A relentless barrage of cannon fire erupted. Not a single pirate vessel would survive this absolute slaughter. Toto launched himself into the air. He barely dodged the massive explosion. A blinding beam of pure energy pierced straight through the raging inferno. Down below, the dark ocean surface began to boil and bubble violently. Li Yan broke through the churning water. He hoisted himself onto a floating raft. The surviving pirates stared at him in absolute shock. Is it true, Azure Dawn? How does Heaven's Child know the ancient Pacific arts? I swear I saw him. He pulled out a massive cannon and then it just vanished. That has to be the legendary pocket dimension skill. The Red Flag Gang stole our sacred Pacific arts. There is a rat among us. Ignoring the chaos, Li Yan coldly stared at Arthur's lifeless body drifting on the blood-stained waves. When Li Yan first unlocked the 9 Phoenix body enhancement, minor flames like a cigarette lighter could not even scratch his skin. But facing a massive raging inferno was a totally different story. An explosion of this terrifying magnitude would have turned him to ash. If Tanya had not been here, I would be heavily wounded right now. He watched the enemy galleon get blown to absolute pieces. Ray wanted to play the opportunistic fisherman. Li Yan was about to teach him the art of borrowing a blade to kill. Let us see who the real prey is. Deep beneath the dark waves, the dark ghost night pulsed with sinister crimson aura. Up above, Li Yan absorbed that exact crimson energy. As he swam through the wreckage, his system necklace began to softly glow. General, the artifact spoke. It seems you have stumbled into a massive heap of trouble. I am sensing a terrifying presence nearby. Li Yan kept swimming through the rough waves. I am fine. I tricked those foreigners, secured the golden fish scale, and made a flawless tactical retreat. By the way, I kept forgetting to ask. When you are inside the copper coin, do you see everything that happens to me? The necklace hummed. Only occasionally. Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Occasionally? Yes, just occasionally, the system artifact admitted. Li Yan spotted Blade spinning a rope on their ship. There are moments, the necklace continued, where your actions and words are completely hidden from my senses. Li Yan grabbed the sturdy rope and swiftly climbed upward. So when exactly do you see clearly? The artifact replied in a deadpan tone. When your subordinates in this world called you an older woman lover, Li Yan chuckled wryly. Stop learning that modern internet slang. It is bad for you. As water dripped from his muscular frame, a system prompt suddenly flashed. Companion requesting short-range telepathy. Request accepted. Blade's voice echoed in his mind. Hey boss, what is the status? Did you make it onto the deck? We have successfully retreated back to our own vessel. Li Yan watched his men quickly securing the cargo. I am on the ship right behind yours. I just eliminated Arthur and Muane. The demonic pirates are hunting me down like a pack of rabid dogs. The British fleet is right on my tail too. Blade gasped through the link. The firepower of that British armada is absolutely devastating. Li Yan turned his head just as a massive cannonball ripped past him. Take a very close look at that British galleon. It is the Fury, one of the 7 legendary dreadnoughts built by the Heron Company. Its true master is the East India Trading Guild. Governor Hastings poured an absolute fortune into forging this colossal warship. It boasts transoceanic heavy artillery capabilities, 400 meters of pure destruction, displacing a staggering 3,500 tons of water. It holds the only legendary magic core technology, the Great Cannon Recycler System Lore Records. In 1794, the Heron Company went bankrupt, trying to maintain just one of these 7 titans. Their arrogant ambitions and boundless greed were utterly shattered during the French St. Vincent Naval War in 1797. Since that catastrophic day, only 4 of these heavy weaponized dreadnoughts remain forever impossible to replicate. Now the Fury has invaded the Great Ocean. The Far East is about to witness the terrifying return of the 7 legendary dreadnoughts. The seas will run red once more. Only a legendary dreadnought can destroy another legendary dreadnought. Master Carpenter Rowe forged the very first of these Heron Company mechanical beasts. Deafening thunder shook the skies as the massive warship unleashed its cannons. A deadly storm of artillery rained down. Elite foreign Marines in sleek Navy uniforms fired their muskets with lethal precision. Boom! The pirate ship exploded into a ball of hellfire, sending bodies flying into the smoky air. Full speed ahead, Li Yan commanded. Get us as far away from that mechanical leviathan as humanly possible. Suddenly, from the depths of the ocean, a barrage of razor-sharp harpoons shot straight through the water's surface. Strange wooden barrels began bobbing up along the chaotic waves. Plop, plop, plop. They floated ominously toward the fleet. Li Yan narrowed his eyes at the mysterious cargo surfacing from the deep abyss. As the barrels multiplied across the dark waters, an icy chill ran down Li Yan's spine. He looked back at his ship. Every survival instinct in his body screamed that something catastrophic was coming. Frantic footsteps pounded against the wooden deck. Tanya's eyes were wide with pure terror. General, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Get away from that ship now. But the relentless cannon fire did not stop. Mark the Hidden barked his bloody orders. Keep firing. Turn them into absolute Swiss cheese. A lethal hailstorm of bullets shredded the ocean. Ray desperately paddled through the crashing waves, completely unaware of the bullets speeding right toward him. Ray ground his teeth in pure rage. That red-haired demon keeps targeting me. He must be using Heaven's Child's tracking method. Bullets ripped the water apart into violent geysers. The explosive force scattered the floating barrels, turning the ocean's surface into a sickening pool of crimson. Ray gasped for air as he broke the bloody surface. Clenching a glowing blue pill, he swallowed it without a second thought. He swam frantically to escape the slaughter. The deafening roar of cannons echoed endlessly. Staring at the descending curtain of lead, Ray knew his luck had finally run out. The ocean was blasted into a torrential downpour of salt water and shrapnel. Standing firmly on the deck, Mark and Washington glared menacingly at the carnage ahead. Mark coldly stared at Ray's mutilated body floating among the debris. His face was completely mangled, yet the dying man still spat venomous curses. You red-haired devils, you will all burn in hell. Mark gnashed his teeth. Die quietly, you pathetic little worm. Mark firmly gripped his smoking musket. Bang! A precise shot obliterated Ray's remaining eye, silencing him forever. Stop! Washington suddenly shrieked. Wait, wait! Mark looked down. An unnatural inky blackness was rapidly spreading beneath the waves. Why is the ocean turning pitch black? Washington panicked. Ray's lifeless corpse was instantly sucked into the abyss. A massive surge of water erupted like a localized tsunami. A terrifying whirlpool formed right beside their ship, tossing the massive vessel around like a helpless toy. Mark and Washington braced themselves, their faces pale with dread. Something colossal was rising from the murky depths. The churning currents roared with the fury of an awakened ancient sea leviathan. Li Yan's galleon violently rocked back and forth. The system's danger alarms blared in his head. Absolute disaster had arrived. A towering column of dark water shot upward, completely swallowing Ray's floating corpse. The crushing waves mercilessly battered the hull. Torrents of seawater crashed down onto the screaming crew. Washington and his men stood paralyzed in sheer horror. High above the mist, a tattered rotting flag fluttered in the cursed wind. What in God's name is that? Washington stammered. The legendary ghost ship, a cursed fleet of the damned, was charging right at them. A chilling system prompt materialized, phantom tide activated. The pitch-black ocean began to bubble again, surging upward with unnatural demonic force. Lifting the ghostly vessels toward the sky was a colossal decaying skull of unimaginable size. Its nightmarish appearance twisted the very currents of the ocean. In just the blink of an eye, Li Yan thought the entire battlefield has been swallowed by darkness. "Get inside now," Li Yan ordered sharply. Dana merely shrugged her shoulders. "I was forced out here to begin with, you know." Suddenly, Li Yan's system necklace flashed a blood-red warning. The menacing ghost knight forcefully materialized. Li Yan stared at the towering dark entity. Even his ghost knight had been forcefully summoned by this aura. Nearby, a floating barrel's lid burst wide open, but instead of gunpowder, an endless hoard of cursed gold and jewels spilled out. The Heavenly Mother crosses the sea. All living things must sink to the abyss. A grotesque, slimy tentacle exploded out from the treasure barrel. Monstrous sea aberrations swarmed the deck. They began devouring the screaming pirates whole. As the massive ghost ship was lifted by the cursed tide, agonizing cries of absolute despair echoed into the eternal night. Li Yan gazed ahead as divine light bathed the ship. His pirate crew bowed deeply, chanting for Yushimazu's ultimate blessing. Li Yan kicked the nearest man. "Stand up now if you want to live. Sea monsters rain down." He scoffed at the beasts. "Move all supplies to the bottom hold immediately." "Hurry up," Washington panicked. "We are out of time." Deck cannons were tossed overboard. "Move the side cannons to the hold and cut the masts." Suddenly, an eerie song echoed. Both men turned toward the mysterious sound. A haunting melody about heavenly peace and returning ships played. A dark shadow sang of storms ending droughts. Artillery fire constantly blasted from the ship, exploding violently against that shadowy figure. It was the terrifying Liu family skull. Holding a massive wine glass, it spoke. "Mr. Yan, it has been years. Please drink this cup." Marn was completely confused. Who was he talking to? That giant skull behind us? Washington grimly guessed that was not the case. A massive tentacle whipped out instantly, slicing the ship in half. It grabbed the glass and smashed the vessel. Everyone plunged straight into the dark ocean. Li Yan tossed a rope. Falling into the water means certain death. He handed it to Dan Niang to tie tightly. The ruined ship wobbled violently. Roaring waves crashed into the tilting ship. Li Yan and Dan Niang tied themselves securely. Vicious sea monsters emerged from the deep. Li Yan instantly unleashed his blade. His sword fiercely slashed the monster's tentacle, severing it completely. He launched a relentless combo attack while Guhuo manifested behind him for ultimate backup. Severed tentacles dropped everywhere. The pirate crew stared in absolute shock. They furiously cheered. Brother Li Yan is truly invincible. The crew charged into battle, slicing the tentacles to shreds. A beast ambushed Xiao Dao. Guhuo wrapped a glowing tether around him, yanking him away from the giant crab's fatal strike. Xiao Dao looked at Guhuo with immense gratitude. He praised Yushimazu. Kneeling in deep reverence, he cried out, "Has Yushimazu finally manifested to save us?" "The Yushi is here." Guhuo quickly denied it. "I am not her." Suddenly, Guhuo sensed danger. The giant octopus was grabbing Li Yan's pirate crew. Guhuo launched a magical blast at the beast. With laser focus, the spirit bird pulled one crewmate to safety, then quickly rescued the rest of them. Li Yan's men cheered wildly for Guhuo, continuously worshipping her as Yushimazu. Guhuo was utterly speechless, but her sharp eyes suddenly caught a new deadly threat. Li Yan unleashed his ultimate strike on the colossal octopus. His spear smashed through, slicing tentacles in half, but toxic green acid covered his weapon, smoking and melting the spearhead. "Fixing this will cost insane system points," Li Yan cursed. The monstrous octopus suddenly shifted. Another terrifying tentacle erupted from the dark water. Li Yan was stunned. The British ship had completely vanished. Pitch-black tentacles emerged, echoing a creepy voice, "Drink with me." Desperate survivors scrambled for any floating debris. The Liu family skull glared with one glowing and one dead eye. A bizarre fish skeleton lifted a barrel 10 times its weight. Those massive barrels suddenly flew violently, smashing into Washington's soldiers. Their spiritual energy was instantly drained. Another grotesque sea monster breached the surface. The creepy beast slithered straight into the floating barrels. Skeletons flew through the air, plunging into the barrels. It was the fishbone, Ajen, a legendary dried creature crossing the sea. Water trickled menacingly down. The Lu monster waved its tentacles. This is the third glass. The giant skull rumbled. Mr. Yan, this drink is finished. 7 cups remain in your divine pact with Heavenly Mother. Tentacles trembled as the massive entity spoke. I shall wait for you to brew the remaining 7 cups. The gigantic skull sank. Waves crashed loudly as the loose skull stood with hands behind its back. After a chaotic stormy night at the Yellow River, the devastating drought finally broke with heavy rain. The Lu family skull burst into a maniacal, thunderous laugh. The ship plunged beneath the waves. Deep-sea tentacles blurred the heavens and earth. Below was Mr. Yan. Above hovered the terrifying, mysterious Lu family skeleton, the 10-cup covenant with the heavenly Yushi. Li Yan had never felt such overwhelming clarity. The Yanfu system was truly dragging him into a hyper-realistic, boundless, and unfathomable dark world. It held profound mysteries and absolute terror that an outsider could spend a lifetime failing to uncover. These so-called system walkers were never the true main characters of this realm. Li Yan felt the chaotic events unfolding before him were relics of an ancient past, disconnected from his present reality. He recalled the tragic, devastated ruins of Great Yu Mountain. The water grew calm under a warm moonlight. Madame Shi sat inside a glowing magical array. Tears streamed down her face as she tightly gripped a cursed voodoo doll. Nearby lay bound and gagged captives. Heavy footsteps approached. A brutal blade swung, spraying crimson blood. The doll's eyes glowed fiercely red before quickly fading into a lifeless state. Xu Chaoyi, the executioner of that bloody strike, looked respectfully at Madame Shi. "Madam, how do you feel?" she whispered softly. "The effects are getting weaker, but it is better than nothing. If I only had enough magical power, my sweet Xu might actually live to see tomorrow's sunrise." Chaoyi called out to her in concern. Cold sweat dripped down Madame Shi's pale face. "Chaoyi, I will not repeat what was said in the pavilion that day. You must understand." Chaoyi dropped to one knee. "The 112 Goryeo ghosts shall be commanded by Li Yan. Chaoyi, you are actually a few years older than me." Madame Shi spoke gently. "All these years you followed me to the Red Flag Fleet, serving me with absolute unwavering loyalty. You joined the Red Flag Fleet first. After countless bloody battles, your legendary contributions rival even those of Li Yan." With dark circles under her eyes, she warned, "You must oversee the fleet's affairs. Do not blindly submit to Li Yan. Xu calls you godfather. You must protect her from Li Yan's ruthless wrath." Zhao Yi clenched his fists unwillingly. "Madam, absolutely not." She forcefully handed him a secret letter. "This is the legendary token the fleet has whispered about for years. I fear my life will fade before he returns. I cannot trust anyone else with this ultimate power. Deliver this to Li Yan. Go now, I need to rest." Zhao Yi stood and walked away as she watched him fade into the shadows. The sun finally rose, illuminating the fleet as Xiao Dao rushed forward. Li Yan poked the dead giant octopus. Seeing Xiao Dao arrive, he sighed. "Loot the drops for me. I need to log off and recover my stamina." A massive barrel spilled overflowing gold and radiant jewels. Xiao Dao grinned with greed. "Let's get to work, hurry up." Sitting in a dark corner, Li Yan whispered, "Are you the system guide of this world?" He closed his eyes in deep concentration. "I need to know the exact awakening conditions." The system guide responded mechanically. "Lord Walker, do you have any other system inquiries?" Li Yan rested against the broken hull. "That is all, thanks." He closed his weary eyes. "I am asking the wrong questions. Being a formless entity following another soul's path is a terrible strategy for survival." The system guide replied. "Free dialogue between walkers and the system has strict word limits. That is irrelevant." "Are you certain I want to answer?" Li Yan smirked. "Absolutely." The guide continued. 8 million guides are mere branches of the world tree. We only mimic consciousness. Malice does not exist," Li Yan countered. "But from what I know, not all guides lack a physical body like you. Even artificial consciousness mimics basic instincts. What about yours? Is desiring a physical vessel part of your core programming?" "Actually, I wish to experience it," the guide admitted. Li Yan pressed on. "In our social hierarchy, guides with physical bodies holding administrative power rank far higher than you. If you want to evolve, You need to make significant contributions to trigger a system upgrade. Am I wrong? Guides have no hierarchy. Deflected. Li Yan kept his eyes closed. Fine. Let us change the angle. Your physical manifestation is directly tied to my progress, right? The guide paused. Question exceeds authority level. Access denied. Li Yan smiled knowingly. The higher my quest rating, the closer you get to a real body. We are bound together now. My survival guarantees your evolution. The system flashed red, warning word limit exceeded. The quest reward defaults to the most basic survival hints. Li Yan opened his eyes. The azure skies of Spring City gleamed overhead. A holographic text floated Spring City Buddha heist. He smirked at Blade tasting rations while the crew scrubbed the decks. Diana was actively healing Seth's wounds. She smiled warmly. Try speaking now. Seth's eyes widened in pure shock. Wow, my voice, Diana chuckled, brushing her hair back, as she spoke in an ancient tongue. Old Cole bowed deeply before Li Yan. Captain Theo. I have surveyed the fleet. Old Cole reported. Casualties range from 10 to 30 per vessel. Everyone is stabilizing. During the massive tidal wave, the commanders jettisoned heavy cargo. It is lost forever. Li Yan frowned. What about the captured artillery cannons? Li Yan calculated mentally. Ships were replaceable. The Red Flag fleet had plenty, but the Grand Mountain Fortress only possessed 200 cannons in total. If those panicked fools threw away my cannons, I will skin them alive. Old Cole shook his head. They are safe, sir. Li Yan nodded. Good. Dismissed. Understood. Li Yan gestured for Blade. You are not greedy. Losing Lucius' ancient records triggered this entire scenario. If you claim the lion's share, I will not object. Blade held his soup bowl. You pick first. I will take 30%. Generous, right? Li Yan smirked. Indeed. Lucius's records completely altered the final outcome of this timeline. If I acted alone, survival would not have been guaranteed. He pushed his gear aside casually. I need your advice on something. Li Yan locked eyes. Can I permanently reside in this realm? Blade froze in surprise. Li Yan explained further. I command tens of thousands of men and hundreds of warships. Honestly, unless facing supreme walkers, I fear no 8 poles or 9 luminaries experts. But without this massive army, I am merely a peak level 10 awakened. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. Think about the Realm Lord's true background. How does he summon legendary artifacts without batting an eye? Because he never fights alone. He wields countless world tree items. An image flashed. Li Yan's hand reaching out to crush the Realm Lord's seal. Blade leaned in. What is your endgame? Li Yan's aura flared. I will forge a permanent portal to conquer this world freely. The Siyushi relic, the peaceful decrees, endless resources await here. If I establish a stronghold, the Red Flag fleet will generate infinite wealth and power. Blade's eyes turned deadly serious. Creating a portal requires absolute system authority. It directly interferes with the World Tree's core operations. Only certified Supreme Walkers can pull that off. What is your plan? Li Yan confidently pointed to his palm. Besides Supreme Walkers, inheriting the 5 Immortals' legacy compensates for slow growth rates. That lineage meets the system requirements. I already verified this with the guide. The requirement: trigger an ultra-hard World Tree quest, then sacrifice the 5 Immortals' authority to manifest a permanent portal. The formula is simple. World Tree quest leads to rewards, unlocks immortal authority, and finally the permanent dimensional gateway. Blade gasped. Does this involve the legendary Eastern carving? Where do we find the missing fragments? Spring City, Li Yan declared. Party members can form a sole contract to tackle the quest. We will use your authority for the exchange. It is that simple. Li Yan pushed further. Once the portal opens, we split the resources equally. Next time you use Lucius's records, repeat the process. Think about it. Blade grinned fiercely. No need to think. I am in. Now I see how you hit peak level 10 in mere months. If this works, you are the ultimate boss. Blade patted Li Yan's shoulder. Check the loot. Let us see why the demonic rogues went all out. From below deck, a subordinate yelled Captain Theo. While clearing the wreckage, we fished out a foreigner who is still breathing. An image showed Washington clinging to a floating barrel. Li Yan sighed internally. And here I hope we found heavy artillery. Li Yan commanded instantly. Drag him up. Lock him next to old Logan. He grinned as his subordinate reported. Captain, is the item you wanted? An iron artifact shaped like a seashell. System notification, kinetic technology, seawater turbine rarity, epic condition, absolute perfection. Origin Termolecular Lab. Description boosts vessel speed by 7 to 30%, scaling with ship size. Universally compatible with any naval craft. Restriction, only one kinetic module per ship. Usage requires 40 minutes preheating. Fuel seawater solution. Composition, 77% sodium chloride, 11% magnesium chloride, 12% miscellaneous materials. Operation demands continuous fluid consumption per minute. Excess bacterial sample, 1.26 liters. Requirement level 30 kinetic engineering, or level 60 microbiology mastery. System remark: Warlord Jubo purchased this exclusive artifact from the red-haired demons at an astronomical price. The system chimed world exploration for the underworld event had surpassed 70%. An oceanic map was now unlocked, granting him the power to conquer the unknown. He had acquired a legendary nautical chart spanning from Macau all the way to Europe. Leon opened it, and a glowing holographic projection materialized right before his eyes. Welcome to the 18th century, an era of explosive creation, a brutal tug-of-war between divine faith and cold science. Every single second birthed fresh ideas, uncovered hidden opportunities, and forged groundbreaking machines. It was a time where pure logic met wild romance, heavily structured yet pulsing with endless energy. The brilliant minds of scholars illuminated the dark ages, weaving a galaxy of innovation. Underworld Walker, if you dare step into this world and witness the evolutionary leap of the 18th century. This was the proud centerpiece of the European stage. Leon closed his eyes, analyzing the chart. Setting up a logistics base right here would be an absolute game-changer. Dagger puffed his cigarette, pointing at the strange artifact in his hand. To install and master this tech, they desperately needed a foreigner, or at least someone trained by one. No one in the Crimson Flag Guild had that kind of skill. Leon smirked. Did we not just save a foreigner from turning into a sea monster? Bring him here and ask him. Washington was currently kneeling before Leon. The system flashed. Character stats, name Washington. Status permanently bound by the demonic spell, no fatigue, no pain. He possessed limitless stamina but was completely stripped of human emotions like sorrow, wrath, and joy. System evaluation read: born into absolute poverty. He worked brutal labor as a child to appease the professor funding his studies. A truly ambitious man who memorized the Latin New Testament at 14. Later, he tutored the mayor's daughter to claw his way into high society. Sadly, his forbidden romance with the mayor's much younger daughter was exposed. Exiled, he fled far to the east, desperately searching for a second chance. Against all odds, he became the youngest manager in the history of the East India Company. But when he crossed the ocean, he carried an immature immortality seed and fell victim to the demonic spell. Special skills, toxicology at 82% and swordsmanship at 75%. Threat level dark blue. The system's color scale evolved from white to blue, then red all the way to pitch black, representing escalating danger. Furthermore, actively hostile targets would glow with an ominous crimson aura. Washington waved his hands frantically. No, do not kill me. I would like to be a devil's servant for life. He screamed in panic, begging to surrender his very soul to the demons if it meant surviving. Dagger and Leon stood completely dumbfounded by the foreign language. Leon leaned in close. Hey, did you ever actually go to college? Dagger scoffed. Only in the East. Leon shrugged. Oh, so if you met a random chef, you would just marry them on the spot. Dagger pointed a finger at him. Stop talking nonsense. What about you? Leon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Back when I ran my video shop, I binge-watched American dramas all the time. Too bad I forgot it all because right now this sounds like pure gibberish. Dagger looked ready to explode. I swear there was a language pack at the auction house. Why did you not buy it? Governor Lincoln sighed at their petty bickering as Trenton escorted him out. The governor spoke in flawless English. No one will hurt you. Hearing this, Washington stared at him like a descending angel. Please help me, he cried out, desperate for salvation. Thank you, he repeated endlessly. Lincoln turned to the duo. His name is Washington, a high-ranking manager for the East India Company. Leon calmly sparked his lighter, taking a slow drag of his cigarette. Lincoln relayed the message. He says if you spare his pathetic life, he will gift you something massive. the core cannons straight from their main warship. At least that is the general idea. Leon exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ask him exactly which core and where it is hidden. Lincoln chuckled softly, demanding the braised shark dish from last time in exchange for his services. Lincoln asked who cooked this anyway. Later at the dining table, Leon offered a sly smile. Well, old man, the feast is served. Are you ready to talk now? Lincoln pushed his luck. Why was this duck liver dish not braised in wine? Leon's gaze turned razor sharp. Old Lincoln, or should I say, Governor Lincoln, I can see your iron will. You clearly do not fear death. But you must understand our current situation. Whether you live or die on this journey means absolutely nothing to me. I already crushed the Tiger Gates. Slaughtering a provincial governor is just adding another tally. You survive a lifetime of political warfare. Dying by the hands of a foolish pirate like me, that would be a tragic waste. Lincoln countered smoothly. Foolish. A fool commanding tens of thousands of ruthless men. A fool leading an elite naval armada armed to the teeth with heavy artillery. Meanwhile, the imperial government cannot even muster a single decent cannon. Lincoln locked eyes with Leon. A mighty fleet of 80 massive warships absolutely obliterated by your coordinated cannon fire. If you are foolish, then the entire royal court is blind and deaf. Deep down, Lincoln knew the terrifying truth. Foreign artillery was a whole different beast. After all, the pirates' massive ships and cannons were scavenged foreign tech, meaning their quality was technically a tier below the real empires. Yet they still managed to conquer the mighty Tiger Gates. Leon cut in. By tomorrow at the latest, I must return to the Great Temple Mountain. I am very intrigued by the red-haired demon's treasure, but I am out of time. Staring at the feast, Leon made a solemn vow. Bottom line, once I get my hands on that gear, I guarantee you both will eat like kings. Even if the Crimson Flag Guild's negotiations with the Imperial Court completely collapse, we will not take your life. Nor will we ever use you as a cowardly human shield. My word is my bond, Lincoln chuckled. So you plan to keep me around as an investment, wasting a few pounds of rice just in case I prove useful later. Leon grabbed a pastry, his lips curling into a grin. Then we have a deal. Head back now, my crew is about to set sail. Lincoln stroked his beard thoughtfully. Give Trenton the finest healing potions and upgrade our living quarters. Furthermore, I demand 3 meals a day, 4 dishes, 1 soup, and morning tea. Leon agreed without hesitation. No problem. But why do you look so thrilled, old man? Did you not want me to release you, or at least let your disciple go? Lincoln burst into laughter. Release me. Even if you begged me to leave right now, I would refuse. The sun dipped low, painting the evening sky in brilliant orange. Washington was furiously repairing the machinery. Uncle Hunter wiped his sweat, grinning at Dagger. This Westerner fixed that screw mechanism perfectly. It works like absolute magic. Standing on the adjacent deck, Leon watched Washington's frantic repairs. Uncle Hunter, did you catch a clear look at his technique while he was working? Hunter frowned deeply. It was insanely complex. Now that you mention it, that sneaky Westerner purposely blocked my view. I did not even notice his deception. Leon laughed it off. No need to rush. Sooner or later, his skills will belong to our crew. Assign a few fast learners as his assistants. He will get the hint. Internally, Leon noted the man had been grinding away for hours. The Crimson Flag Guild's massive galleon had been anchored here for half the day. Down below, Washington finally threw his hands up in pure triumph. The system blared magic power technology, heavy artillery fabricator, rarity grade, legendary status, unique origin. The Black Dragon shipyard condition, fully operational crafting formula requires eagle feathers, dried frog powder, and dried squid. System alert, black mist special effects will now enchant your artillery. Discover hidden formulas to upgrade your arsenal yourself. Modification reduces barrel burden by 50%. Effect 1, artillery modification. Solid rounds crafted by the machine trigger a baseline explosive effect. However, gunpowder shells unleash a devastating secondary blast. Better yet, you can infuse rare materials directly into the barrel to grant projectiles unique elemental properties without draining stamina. Effect 2, artillery restoration. Mount a shattered cannon onto the main console. Within exactly 2 days, the system will restore it to absolute peak condition. Need it now. Trigger a 1-minute emergency fix. But beware, it permanently shatters after 20 shots and risks a catastrophic misfire. Effect 3, artillery forging. Crafting time scales with the weapons tier. Amazingly, you can forge cannons from thin air, but feeding the system raw materials drastically accelerates the cooldown. Effect 4, munitions crafting. Generation time depends on ammo specs. Zero materials required, but feeding resources turbocharges the massive production line. System-generated ammo cannot receive custom enchantments. Effect 5. Micro-compression. Shrink payloads by 70% in volume and 50% in mass. Requirement: magic dynamics mastery at 50%. The endless debate over perpetual motion. It ends right here. Bullshit, Li Yan muttered in disbelief as he turned around. Lord Lin, translate for me. Asked this foreigner, Washington. What is his exact price to become the master shipwright for the legendary Red Flag fleet? Lin Yuanfu gestured toward the Westerner. He demands no gold. He only wants a Chinese tutor. In fact, he claims mere shipbuilding barely scratches the surface of his true talents. Washington excitedly grasped Li Yan's hands. A confident smirk crossed Li Yan's face. Deal, I could not ask for better terms. First, you need an Eastern name. You shall be known as Tuo Higher. Nimble fingers danced across the control mechanism, slamming the levers with practiced rhythm. As Old Tiger intensely studied the strange device, his lackeys gathered around while Li Yan watched. Wait, it is cracked. Is this garbage broken? Little Knife grinned wickedly. Only one way to find out. Fire it. Old Tiger did not hesitate, sparking the heavy artillery's fuse. Boom. The cannon roared, unleashing a devastating fireball into the distance. The pirate crew gasped in awe. What demon toy is this? Li Yan narrowed his eyes. Decent impact, but barely hitting 200 meters. We need higher-tier weapons. Stroking his chin, Li Yan ran the system calculations. Upgrading standard ammo to this explosive tier would drain exactly 10 minutes per shell. Our armory on Great 2 Island holds roughly 1,600 explosive shells and over 2,000 solid iron rounds. With this heavy forge reproducing the legendary Wrath, gunpowder's destructive might will only take a few months. Though to be fair, the attack range still paled in comparison to the original Wrath. Suddenly, something caught Li Yan's eye. Lin Yuanfu was locked in deep conversation with Washington. Lin Yuanfu was beaming with genuine excitement. Li Yan smirked, realizing the old official's ironclad composure. With the imperial court backing him, this foreign tech could spawn an unstoppable naval fleet overnight. No matter how terrifying the pirates' legendary firepower was, no matter how fiercely their awakened subordinates fought, against the endless gold and limitless armies of the imperial court, they were nothing but a single grain of sand. Spotting Li Yan, Washington suddenly unleashed a rapid-fire stream of Western words. Lin Yuanfu quickly translated. Mr. Tuo claims this is national treasure-grade European technology. Its true value rivals an entire mid-size island. Li Yan let out a hearty laugh. Once we hit Great 2 Island, the drinks are on me. Washington, my mistake. I mean, Mr. Tuo. Fast forward to day 3. Li Yan's forces violently breached the Tiger Gates of Guangzhou. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious Guangdong general's estate, a crowd of terrified officials bowed their heads in absolute silence. Fu Lin gripped a battle report, his hands trembling with uncontrollable rage. He was a royal bloodline general of the Qing dynasty, the absolute ruler of the Guangdong garrison, Asin Juro Tabai, known as Fu Lin. The supreme overseer violently smashed his porcelain teacup. Fu Lin's furious aura suffocated the room. Your boss, Kai Qian, swore to me on his life. He promised his pirate fleets would lay low. He promised he wouldn't give that old bastard Lin a single excuse to strike. So what the hell is this nightmare? How did the Tiger Gates completely fall? And where in the world is Lin Yuanfu? The elite merchant of the 13 trades shook like a leaf. Desperately bowing, he stammered, My lord, this madman Li Yanzi belongs to the Five Flags Alliance. He has absolutely zero connection to Boss Kai. We do not even operate in the same underworld circles. We are legitimate ocean merchants, but those Five Flags bastards are bloodthirsty rebels. The merchant violently threw himself to his knees. Boss Kai himself mobilized his elite forces to Great 2 Island. He will drag Lin Yuanfu back alive no matter the cost. Please appease your wrath. Fu Lin fiercely squeezed the meditation walnuts in his palm. And what if that old fool Lin ends up dead? Are you going to conjure a replacement official out of thin air? Fu Lin's eyes turned pitch black with murderous fury as the walnuts cracked under his grip. I heard Kai Qian's bloodline worships the Star Lord of Fire, granting them the power to manifest mountains of gold. Tell me, can his dark magic summon a living Lin Yuanfu for the Emperor? My patience has completely evaporated. The bloody debt incurred at the Tiger Gates will be paid in full. Fu Lin glared down at the groveling merchant like a predator. Before I act, Kai Qian better drop to his knees and pray that old man Lin survives this chaos. If Lin dies, my imperial rank dies with him. I will permanently erase the Kai family from the 13 trades. Fu Lin's aura exploded. Get out. The terrified crowd scrambled away like frightened rats. Out on the breezy pavilion, a stunning concubine approached with fresh tea. She wrapped her delicate arms around Folin, purring sweetly. "My lord, did you not mention before that old man Lin was a thorn in our side? Was his entire mission not just to sabotage your authority? If those dirty pirates actually slice his throat, wouldn't that solve our biggest headache without lifting a finger?" Folin froze with the teacup halfway to his lips. Her ignorant words were like pouring blazing oil onto a raging inferno. His wrath spiked to terrifying new heights. "What does a foolish woman know about imperial politics? Do you honestly believe the two grand chancellors and the entire royal court of military elites are deaf and blind? The second Lin Yuanfu dies, I will be dragged back to the capital in chains to face judgment. Get out." Left alone, Folin stared daggers at the battle report, grinding his teeth in dread. Meanwhile, deep within the Red Flag Gang's territory, Li Yanzi stood inside the East India Company's clandestine Guangzhou vault. A tense syndicate meeting was already underway. The syndicate leader coldly raised 3 fingers. "I do not care about the local political garbage. The legendary ship Wrath has been completely dark for 3 solid days. Last time we sacrificed 7 elite galleons to crush the French. That was a bloody sacrifice, but it bought absolute victory. But this time, the massive warship vanished into thin air, a state-of-the-art vessel carrying priceless cargo and over 100 awakened members. 2 elite overseers vanished with them. Tell me who will offer their head to compensate for this catastrophic loss." Atos, the ruthless Guangzhou branch manager, stepped forward. "We have already slammed the local government with official threats and deployed a massive armada of search vessels to scour the ocean. Furthermore, the southern seas cannot possibly threaten the mighty Wrath. We should just wait." Anbai, the company headquarters manager, pointed a furious finger. "Wait until your mother's stock plummets to hell." Athos retorted sharply, "No need to be so bitter. If Wrath truly fell into ruin, the only logical suspect is Envy stationed over in Macau." Anbai waved him off dismissively. "Impossible. Why do you think Britain and Portugal simultaneously deployed the massive Heron 7 warships straight toward the Far East? Mutual destruction. Even Napoleon failed to scratch the mighty Heron 7 fleet. Are you telling me the Far East is deadlier than that legendary dictator?" A soldier marched in with a crisp salute, handing a classified dossier to Anbai. His face darkened instantly upon reading the terrifying contents, slamming it down. "We just tracked Wrath's remnants at sea," Anbai announced grimly, "surrounded by countless Chinese pirate flags and corpses. Yet our company's sailors have completely vanished without a single trace. Wrath's core engine, the heavy artillery regenerator, has completely vanished. Preliminary scans confirm the demon pirates, Zhou Ben and Zhang. He hijacked the entire system." Gasps echoed through the room. "They lack that level of power," someone protested. "Zhang He Nan, Mr. Zhou. We had a working alliance with them." Anbai violently smashed his fist onto the table. "The time for neutrality is over. Show me your absolute resolve." His eyes blazed with ruthless, unyielding determination. "We must reclaim Wrath's stolen core from that pirate scum." Meanwhile, the colossal Yaling fleet carved relentlessly through the roaring ocean waves, an unstoppable armada in motion. A sharp click pierced the air. As the heavy night sky lifted, radiant light surged alongside the howling wind. "The Heavenly Mother's crossing is finally complete," someone roared. The crew erupted into ecstatic, victorious cheers. Standing in the shadows, Li Yan took a slow drag of his cigarette. "Keep a deadly watch on that Western devil. Even if Lin Yuanfu faces a disaster, that man must survive." His companion scoffed. "He's the Grand Viceroy. How is your persuasive tongue worse than a mere British merchant's?" Li Yan casually flicked his ash. "He's just a scorching hot potato burning in my palm. Honestly, he's utterly useless compared to a tech-savvy foreign merchant. If not for the outer Yanfu event, I would have slaughtered him already." His companion sighed. "That old man isn't too bad. A single slash seems like a waste." Li Yan's eyes gleamed with ruthless wisdom. "Brilliant men are everywhere, but those destined to die must perish." "Right. Now for the main event," Li Yan continued. "The Heavenly Mother's crossing is done. Time to split the epic system loot. I've been waiting for those exact words." The other grinned. "The first treasure, shark scales, 60 pieces in total. Grinding 10 into powder for external application instantly boosts your awakening level by a flat 1%. Chugging a mixture of 30 powdered scales and pure seawater permanently unlocks the 4 Seas status, granting legendary underwater breathing capabilities. Item 2. The Flood Dragon Pearl, a flawless anomaly class artifact. It randomly supercharges 1 attribute on any weapon, armor piece, or mysterious relic. However, system compatibility is strictly required. Low synergy means zero enhancement, and a single item can only be blessed by this absolute power exactly once. Item 3, Deep Sea Golden Mother. A rare 5-pound anomaly forging material. It flawlessly replaces manual crafting by utilizing the Yanfu system's auto-forge mechanic. It guarantees rare tier weapons or armor, allowing total customization of length, style, and core stats. Item 4, Blazing Lobster Coral, a flawless grade armor accessory. Equipping it unlocks the echolocation skill. It consumes 25% of your system skill gauge and cannot activate if the bar is totally maxed out. Upon activation, you violently sense the emotions of all marine life within a 1-kilometer radius for 10 heartbeats. This divine sonar works exactly once a day. Finally, the Golden Scallop Meat, a rare culinary ingredient that comes bundled with a mystical recipe book for crafting epic tier status meals. Consuming it guarantees unlocking a brand new ability. It's also a core ingredient for Buddha jumps over the wall. I'll take the ingredients and the Golden Mother, his partner demanded. You get 3 pearls and the coral. We split the shark scales. Li Yan nodded, confirming the system trade. Scales divided equally. I just want 3 pearls. The other cheerfully tossed them over. Deal catch. Staring at the 3 flood dragon pearls, Li Yan schemed silently. These gems harbored hidden potential. He was utterly underprepared this time. He desperately needed to hoard guns and ammo before the great auction began. He pressed a glowing pearl directly against the Liang Kai Diaoshu bracelet. A system prompt flashed, grants a massive 50% vitality boost, restricted to rank 10 capital class and below. Upgrading grants another 50%, strictly limited to rank 9 luminary users. Vitality directly governs extreme health regeneration, block mitigation, raw stamina, and explosive combat power. Suddenly, his dragon sword pill also resonated with evolutionary light. Originally 3% of physical damage, magically converted to pure unmitigated true damage. Post-upgrade, the absolute armor-piercing strike ruthlessly scaled to 4%. Gripping the pearl, Li Yan sighed in frustration. Damn it. The Tiger Head, Great Spear Mountain, Beyond Mountain, Thousand-Layer Souls, Dao Flag, Battle Axe, and the Ming Black Dragon Flag. None are compatible. That is it. Li Yan suddenly remembered the heavy artillery reconstructor. Stepping back onto the ship, he grabbed a massive barrel of rum and chugged it like a madman. A system window flashed. You have consumed 30 shark scales. The 4C state is now active, granting underwater breathing. Feeling his cells mutate, Li Yan realized his 3% awakening had permanently unlocked aquatic respiration. This was a massive payoff, especially with the brutal blood-soaked battles waiting for them just over the horizon. Li Yan was already an elite swimmer. Enhancing his underwater combat stats during a naval war would not raise any suspicion. Adding the 4C state simply guaranteed his absolute survival. Just then a shout echoed across the deck. We made it to Dasi Island, we are finally home. Li Yan drifted in thought, but suddenly his eyes widened in pure shock. Something was terribly wrong. Riding the howling ocean wind were thousands of scattered funeral papers. A crimson flag snapped violently atop the peak, surrounded by a storm of burning spirit money rising toward the heavens. This was the Red Flag Syndicate's mighty stronghold. Panic gripped the crew. Did something disastrous happen to the 10th Madam? A terrifying armada of black ships emerged from the thick fog. A booming voice shattered the silence. Black Flag Master Guo Po, Blue Flag Master Ba Hai, White Flag Master Shi Tianying, and Yellow Flag Master Shu Longxi have arrived at Dasi Island to pay their respects. All outsiders step aside. The port is under absolute lockdown today. A furious crewmate opened his mouth to curse them, but Li Yan ruthlessly kicked him down. His expression was freezing cold. He growled at his men, making sure the entire ship heard. We are flying the red sail. Are they blind, or are you? Do you really think they do not recognize us? His terrifying aura grew colder by the second. The 5 flags pact was clear. No weapons during morning. Yet the 4 flags broke the rules. They actually dared to block our own gates. Li Yan waved his hand coldly. Load the cannons, bring out all the new shells, and blast them to hell. The Red Flag gang scrambled into action. The 4 flags had arrived, definitely manipulated by that wicked Madame Guo of the Black Flag gang. Exactly. Remember the bloody war for the Alliance leader title? Madame Guo of the Black Flags lost everything back then. Right after Boss Zheng died, she shamelessly proposed at Dayu Island. Brother Li Yan literally forced her out with a blade to her throat. That treacherous hag definitely wants to repeat history. The yelling ship suddenly swerved. The massive Black Flag fleet severely outnumbered the Red Flag forces, but the Yaoling led the charge anyway. A foot soldier roared out. Brother Li Yan ordered us to blast their lead ship. The Black Flag leader screamed in arrogant fury. Li Yan, you dare. Li Yan, fire if you have the guts. The Red Flag cannons answered with a deafening roar. The Black Flag vanguard took a direct hit, sending wooden shrapnel flying everywhere. Those arrogant pirates were instantly reduced to charred smoking messes. After the first barrage, the Yaoling violently drifted, leading the Red Flag fleet away. Li Yan gripped the wheel himself. His handsome face was carved with absolute deadly focus. Prepare the second volley. The crew sprang into frantic action. Prepare the second volley, they roared in unison. Prep the second volley. In a flash, the Red Flag gunners perfectly reloaded their heavy artillery. The Yaoling ruthlessly carved a path parallel to the enemy fleet. Pitch-black cannons locked onto their targets. Li Yan barked a single merciless order. Fire boom. The heavens and earth violently shook. Trapped in a storm of iron, the Black Flag ships crumbled under the relentless bombardment. Seizing the momentum, the Red Flags unleashed absolute hell. Enemy bodies were blown sky-high. In mere moments, the mighty Black Flag armada was completely annihilated. They were absolutely crushed by a force half their size. But the blue, yellow, and white flags lurked behind. A shadowy figure muttered. The leader entered the mountains to mourn. We must decide whether to intervene or not. The Yellow Flag gang only brought 6 ships. A sharper pirate cursed out loud. Help them, bullshit. Where do you think we are? The entire dock is crawling with Red Flag elites. You think they will just stand by? Besides, why do you think they fired twice before charging straight over? They were actually holding back. The other pirate continued. And honestly, if an all-out war erupted, our combined forces still might lose. The Yaoling coldly sailed through the wreckage. Plus, the white and blue flags are treacherous snakes. They definitely will not help. Li Yan stared down the bloody ocean and roared out. Adjust the sails, charge forward. Shipwrecks littered the bleeding sea, swallowed by choking smoke and raging flames. From a dark corner, someone whispered, Rest assured, you three. Li Yan has arrived. It was a bald, skeletal man, dripping with wicked intent. He sneered menacingly. Just play dumb. Move our ships out and completely blockade their path. Let the boys cause some chaos in the rear. Would the Red Flags actually dare attack us? We will just claim ignorance. What could they possibly do to us? Someone sharply cut him off. I do not care about the rest. It was Xu Longxi, the Yellow Flag leader. I only came to bring Ah Xu back to her ancestors. We will not meddle in the Red Flag's internal affairs. A howling wind crashed against the windows, violently rattling the battle flags outside. The heavy atmosphere perfectly mirrored the imposing figures lurking in the room. The heavily scarred man was Bahai, the Blue Flag leader. The 4 flags smoothly infiltrated Dayu Island today, sneaking hundreds of warships into the docks without triggering a massive Red Flag bloodbath. All thanks to Xu Longxi. The man with long white hair hiding one eye was Shi Tianying, the White Flag leader. Xu Longxi and the 10th Madam were actually cousins. They grew up together on the Yellow Flag's home island. Xu Chaoyi was the absolute enforcer of their clan rules. Back home, even Xu Longxi had to bow to his authority. Straw sandals slapped the floorboards. A man with a white headband, eye patch, and loose robes swaggered in. It was Xu Chaoyi clan head 3 leaders. Xu Longxi crossed his arms calmly. Brother Chaoyi, long time no see. Your aura is still imposing. Xu Chaoyi respectfully bowed sideways, gesturing them forward. Everyone, since you came to offer condolences to our madam, please follow me to the mourning hall. Xu Longxi stopped and asked. Chaoyi, where is Ah? Xu Chaoyi answered respectfully. Reporting to the clan head, the miss is waiting at the mourning hall. Out on the ocean, thick smoke choked the skies. Deafening cannons shook the heavens. Terrified pirates stood frozen before a towering warrior in crimson armor. Wearing a terrifying demon mask, his massive frame radiated slaughter. One slight movement tore enemies to shreds. This was the Black Knight demon. Suddenly, a sneaky rat circled behind the crimson giant. The cunning thug mercilessly stabbed the armor's only visible blind spot. Ha ha, direct hit, he cheered. But the moment the Black Knight demon twitched, the dagger violently snapped in half. A terrifying crimson glow erupted from the giant's eyes. The assassin stuttered, "Aye." The bloody halberd flashed like lightning. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered everywhere. The sneaker died an agonizingly brutal death. The pirates shared one horrified thought. He is a demon. The Black Knight demon stepped forward, shattering their courage. He came to peel the backstabber off his armor. The terrified grunts scramble for their lives. Run away. Bang, out of nowhere, someone fiercely landed right behind the giant. A striking young man in pure white robes calmly probed. Who might you be? The Black Knight demon replied by viciously hurling his deadly spear. The wind violently howled as onlookers screamed in terror. But the young man dashed in flawlessly. He snatched the impaled spear from the dead body, striking upward with devastating bone-crushing force. Bam! Swish! The Black Knight demon's massive frame tilted slightly. The white-clad warrior immediately unleashed another fatal strike. He thrusted the spear straight toward the terrifying giant's chest, but the blade only pierced empty air, sinking into the wooden wall. The youth casually stretched his arms back, but the Black Knight demon was far from finished. This martial arts prodigy was Zhao Xiaoyi of the Black Flag Gang. He chuckled mockingly. Hee, not dead yet. Then he roared across the deck. Toss my spear over here. A loyal voice answered back. Brother Xiaoyi, catch. A long object wrapped in a pitch-black bag soared through the air, but mid-flight the spear was ruthlessly intercepted and deflected away. Zhao Xiaoyi's eyes turned freezing cold. Oh, courting death. The interceptor was Li Yan. The spear crashed right before him. Staring at his razor-sharp blade, Li Yan smirked inwardly. Upgrading with the pearl bead really made this incredibly overpowered. But his distraction was a deadly mistake. Like a phantom, Zhao Xiaoyi appeared behind him, unleashing a vicious sword strike. Li Yan did not panic, nor did he even bother turning his head. With absolute mastery, his blade effortlessly blocked the enemy's fatal sneak attack. Shock flickered in Zhao Xiaoyi's sharp eyes. He never expected Li Yan's arm to bend backward with such terrifying speed. Locked in a deadly stalemate, Li Yan slowly turned his head. His eyes held a chilling absolute calm. A split second later, he erupted into a monstrous storm-like offensive. He unleashed a flurry of lethal lightning-fast strikes, forcing his opponent into a desperate retreat. Just 2 seconds later, a devastating slash sheared the tip right off Zhao Xiaoyi's blade. He looked up in sheer disbelief. The sheer force and speed of that strike were overwhelming. His single moment of carelessness had exacted a heavy toll. Li Yan planted a wildly powerful kick right into his gut. The explosive impact sent Zhao Xiaoyi flying backward, crashing into the ship's hull with terrifying bone-rattling momentum. Doubling over in agonizing pain, Zhao Xiaoyi clutched his stomach before violently throwing up everything he had. Coughing up blood, he weakly gasped. This guy Cough is an absolute monster. His expression shifted, filth still lingering at his mouth. But Li Yan proved to be a player of pure honor. Rejecting a cheap victory, he kicked the fallen weapon back to his foe. As the sealing bindings finally snapped, the hidden treasure within was unleashed into the world. It was a breathtaking spear with a radiant silver tip. System notification: Xiaoyi's beloved spear. Custom crafted. Perfect quality. Sharpness level 90. Grabbing his signature weapon, his entire aura instantly transformed into something utterly deadly. His inner energy state flared up. Forged through relentless internal ki cultivation, he possessed explosive strength and blinding speed far beyond normal human limits. Spear mastery 93%. Naval combat 85%. Hidden skills unknown. The system threat assessment flashed a deep bloody red. Estimated combat power level 10. Flexing his ultimate honorable mindset, Li Yan swapped his weapon for a spear to match his opponent. Although in reality a spear offered a massive tactical advantage over his sword anyway. But who does not love an overpowered main character? Zhao Xiaoyi probed cautiously. Your spatial magic, that is the minor universe art from the typing scripture, right? That was just pure luck from the Fire Pavilion demon. With a sharp swoosh slicing the wind, Li Yan casually replied, think whatever you want. Amidst the swirling smoke and dying embers, 2 warriors of completely contrasting styles stood with spears drawn. An earth-shattering duel was imminent. Smirking, Zhao Xiaoyi provoked him. Clang Li Yan's aura flared with a majestic, almost demonic intensity. Gripping his spear like a god looking down on mere mortals, his sharp eyes narrowed dangerously as he spoke. The Lone Peak skill activated, unleashing a tempest of power to kick off the ultimate clash. Zhao Xiaoyi calmly leveled his spear into a lethal thrusting stance. Li Yan swept his spear upward to deflect the blow. Zhao Xiaoyi immediately triggered the flying carp spin skill, countering with Tiger Blaze. Their spearheads collided with an ear-splitting metallic screech. Zhao Xiaoyi gritted his teeth as a paralyzing shockwave traveled up his arms. Li Yan fared no better. Both warriors shared the exact same thought. This strike was insanely heavy. Boom! A fiery explosion forced their weapons apart. Seamlessly spinning his spear, Li Yan shifted into a completely new stance, launching forward with a sudden, impossibly tricky lunging thrust. With a terrifying swoosh, Zhao Xiaoyi barely managed to deflect the fatal strike, letting the blade graze harmlessly past his ribs. Flaunting his overwhelming speed advantage once again, Li Yan yanked his spear back and whipped it forward viciously, smashing into his already off-balance opponent. Forced to his knees, Zhao Xiaoyi planted his shaft into the deck to launch himself backward. Before he could even draw a breath, a deadly whistle pierced the air. Li Yan was already in his face, unleashing a heaven-piercing thrust. He instantly activated the Piercing Swallow skill. In response, Zhao Xiaoyi triggered the Nine-Deer Blossom. Whoosh! Their monstrous energies neutralized each other, completely nullifying Li Yan's fatal strike. Zhao Xiaoyi's expression turned incredibly grim, while a thrilled, bloodthirsty smirk crept onto Li Yan's lips. Bang! An earth-shattering shockwave erupted. Blinding dust consumed the battlefield. The sheer atmospheric pressure exploded outward, creating a raging gale that blew everyone back. Meanwhile, Li Yan's loot-sharing partner just stood there quietly, casually smoking a cigarette. He merely muttered, "I definitely need a match against that guy in green." Inside the dust cloud, the twin spearheads violently clashed again, producing a soul-piercing shriek of metal. Hundreds of blazing sparks rained down with every single collision. The sheer friction of their auras was enough to ignite a massive wildfire right there on the brutal battlefield. The death match between Li Yan and Zhao Xiaoyi showed absolutely no signs of stopping. Trading devastating spear thrusts, neither warrior yielded an inch. Yet every heaven-shaking collision wildly drained both of their stamina bars. Following another massive impact, both fighters were violently blasted backward by the sheer recoil of their own overwhelming power. But Li Yan's mana reserves were vastly superior, while Zhao Xiaoyi's stamina was visibly redlining. Panting heavily, Zhao gripped his shaft, glaring with absolute hatred at Li Yan, who simply offered a gentle, mocking smile of utter disdain. Gathering explosive momentum, Li Yan leveled his spear right at Zhao Xiaoyi, who stubbornly braced himself for another desperate counterattack, pointing a silver tip squarely at Li Yan. And so the unarmored lone wolf with a single spear clashed fiercely against the fully armored elite warrior in a beautifully chaotic dance of death. Li Yan's phantom-like agility was simply on another level. No matter how much internal qi Zhao Xiaoyi cultivated, he could never match that godlike speed. Before Zhao could even flinch, Li Yan struck first, bringing his long spear crashing down with crushing gravitational force. He completely smothered Zhao's movements, forcing the elite warrior into a desperate, agonizing block. Applying a mountain of pressure, Li Yan ground his spear down inch by terrifying inch, mercilessly suffocating Zhao Xiaoyi's will to fight and aiming to force a total humiliating surrender. Yet Zhao Xiaoyi fiercely refused to yield, burning his life force to hold out for just one more second. Completely stripped of his counterattacks, he realized Li Yan's martial mastery was unfathomably deep. Suddenly, Li Yan retracted his weapon and flicked it skyward, finally granted a chance to breathe. A relieved Zhao Xiaoyi foolishly dropped his guard, his grip weakening. He drastically underestimated Li Yan's terrifyingly cold calculation. In this brutal survival game, Zhao Xiaoyi was still far too naive. Catching the falling spear, Li Yan channeled every single drop of his inner mana. With devastating precision, he smashed the blunt shaft squarely into his opponent's heavily armored helmet. Blindsided by the brutal impact, Zhao Xiaoyi's brain rattled inside his skull. He never saw the feint coming, clenching his jaw so violently that fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Yet his sheer stubbornness kept him from tapping out. Even driven down onto one trembling knee, the prideful warrior absolutely refused to accept defeat. Li Yan's psychological warfare was flawlessly executed, concussing the enemy's brain while entirely sealing off their counterattack routes. Pulling off such a god-tier combination practically guaranteed total victory in any duel. However, this high-stakes technique carried massive risks. Without supreme stat mastery missing, the strike meant literally handing your life over to the enemy. That was exactly why players rarely dared to attempt it. Refusing to yield, Li Yan fluidly reversed his grip. He swung his blunt shaft like a meteor, aiming to shatter that premium spear right out of Zhao Xiaoyi's trembling hands. In the blink of an eye, Li Yan's spear struck with devastating force, blasting Zhao Ziyi's weapon right out of his hands. Zhao could not even mount a defense. His explosive stamina was completely drained, leaving his stance crumbling. A deafening metallic clash echoed as his spear rocketed into the sky. As the gleaming blade soared helplessly, Li Yan moved like lightning. With a masterful spin, he brought his heavy shaft crashing right down onto Zhao's trembling shoulder. To disarm an opponent so flawlessly while completely crushing their counterattack, in this lifetime, only a legendary warrior like Li Yan could pull off such an overwhelming feat. The cold, gleaming spearhead rested inches from Zhao's throat. The defeated man could only stand there gasping for air in pure terror. He heaved frantically like a drowning man clutching at life. Blazing smoke choked the ruined battlefield while the suffocating stench of fresh blood and clashing steel refused to fade. Showing rare mercy, Li Yan issued a cold ultimatum. If Zhao did not want his brothers slaughtered, he had to order them to drop their weapons and surrender immediately. Zhao remained frozen in stunned silence. Li Yan quietly observed the young warrior, feeling a surge of pity. Even with his body enhanced by the typing heavenly book's magic, his actual base stats were painfully low. Through Li Yan's system interface, only a flickering crimson aura pulsed faintly around Zhao's exhausted body. He clicked his tongue. No wonder his spear mastery was equal, yet his threat level could not reach deep crimson. Li Yan recalled this world's power hierarchy dividing into 3 tiers. The lowest rank belonged to fighters like Zhao. They cultivated basic martial arts, mastered blades, and possessed physical stats far surpassing any ordinary human. Too bad he could barely hold his ground. The second tier housed elites like Lady Shi and Zhang, he commanding absolute elemental magic and devastating poison curses. These awakened beings were incredibly dangerous, forcing even Li Yan into life-or-death struggles. Then there was the absolute peak. The third tier consisted of demonic entities tied to the Heavenly Mother. If Yandu's monsters were mere nightmares, these divine demons possessed enough apocalyptic power to dictate massive wars. But he was getting sidetracked. Snapped back to reality, Zhao finally recovered from the overwhelming psychological blow. Sweating bullets, he stared down the terrifyingly sharp edge of Li Yan's spear. Gulping hard, he desperately tried to calm his racing heart. One slight movement and his head would roll. Breaking the tension, Zhao suddenly roared, "Stop fighting. Drop your weapons right now." His silence was not defiance but deep calculation of the surrender offer. He was far too terrified to even look at Li Yan's dangerous aura. His sworn brothers, fighting tooth and nail, completely froze for 5 seconds. Hearing their leaders suddenly surrender made them question their entire reality. They were risking their lives, yet he ordered them to yield. But in the end, absolute loyalty to Zhao won over their warrior pride. Moving like lifeless puppets, the entire crew dropped their blood-stained blades in unison. A heavy symphony of clashing metal echoed as a mountain of weapons piled up. Zhao bowed his head, but his eyes burned with humiliation. Wiping a trail of blood from his mouth, he spat out a sarcastic remark. "Red flags, Li Yan truly lives up to the legend." But Li Yan had zero time for bruised egos. Securing the surrender, he rushed to his next target. Sprinting back to his own crew, he commanded with explosive authority, "Tie them all up, hang them from the mast. We are entering the port." An epic scene unfolded. A colossal, highly advanced battleship bristling with dozens of explosive cannons rode the waves, escorted by an armada of smaller warships. The deck buzzed with intense activity. Amidst the chaos of organizing the fleet, Qi Zi, a frantic hullmaster of the Red Flag faction, sprinted toward Li Yan. "Brother Li Yan." Hearing the desperate shout, Li Yan whipped his head around, instantly spotting his terrified subordinate. Before Qi Zi could even breathe, Li Yan asked Qi Zi, who authorized the 4 Flags gunships to enter, "Where are the faction leaders right now?" His sharp instincts had sensed a sinister plot, and this sudden arrival only confirmed his darkest suspicions. Drenched in a freezing cold sweat, Qi Zi stood with his jaw dropped. His eyes widened in absolute horror as he stammered out the truth. It was Brother Chao Yi. They are all gathered at the morning hall. Seeing his subordinate trembling violently, Li Yan knew a catastrophic event had occurred. At those words, Li Yan's crimson pupils locked in pure shock. His eyes widened as a suffocating wave of dread completely consumed his heart. The dark puzzle pieces instantly snapped together. Why were the leaders at the morning hall? Why was Qi Zi so devastated? Lowering his gaze, Li Yan asked quietly, "When did Lady Shi die?" Qi Zi hung his head in agonizing sorrow, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. His entire body radiated crushing despair. The exhausted reply felt like a physical blow. "Last night." The irony was devastating. Just minutes ago, Li Yan was literally praising her godlike elemental magic. Yet just like that, her legendary presence was erased from this world. It felt like a sick nightmare. Turning away, his eyes clouded with heavy sorrow. With the Heavenly Mother crossing the sea, the six-coin spell could no longer shield Tanya and the Black Knight. Suddenly, a breathtakingly elegant woman alongside another figure and the towering Black Knight gracefully entered his field of vision. His strategic mind kept racing. Tanya and her demonic protector had absolutely no choice but to remain hidden on the ship. Many pirates fiercely believed Tanya was a divine savior sent by the Heavenly Mother adorned in elegant jade-green robes. Her ethereal beauty radiated the fragile perfection of a priceless gem. Meanwhile, Sueba walked beside her, playfully joking around regardless of the tension. The contrast between them felt like two completely colliding worlds. Shadowing them was the monstrous Black Knight. His towering, muscle-bound frame screamed absolute danger at just a single glance. Lost in calculating thoughts, Li Yan made his choice. I must pretend I do not know Tanya, framing that ghost knight as her servant should let us bypass the guards. Like an unstoppable vanguard, Tanya, Shuiba, and the knight marched forward, standing fiercely by Li Yan's side. Li Yan turned his gaze back to Uncle Tiger and Old Gu, watching them strain to haul the heavy rope from the dark sea. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. It was obvious that these mid-level officers of the Red Flag Gang were harboring deep suspicions. Down below, Chi Zi had already abandoned the small boat. He gripped the thick rope, dropped from the main deck, and began his swift ascent. His movements were a blur of absolute precision, climbing without a single ounce of hesitation. Meanwhile, the storm of calculations in Li Yan's head only grew more chaotic. Old Gu had personally witnessed Tanya materialize right out of the bronze pouch hanging from Li Yan's neck. The old veteran remained silent, but his piercing eyes showed he knew Li Yan's connection to this mysterious woman was anything but simple. Within mere minutes, Kizi vaulted successfully onto the main deck. Yet, even as his loyal subordinate arrived, Li Yan's tactical mind refused to stop spinning. It was worth noting that during the Heavenly Mother's sea crossing, Tanya had single-handedly saved the lives of countless pirates. Tanya stood quietly beside him, radiating a breathtaking emerald aura as she observed the scene ahead. However, Li Yan didn't even spare her a single glance. His piercing gaze remained locked on Chi Zi, his mind already 3 steps ahead. By casting her radiant healing spells to cure those attacked by sea monsters, Tanya had instantly won the absolute devotion of the crew. To them, she wasn't just a mysterious woman. They practically worshipped her as a divine fairy descending from the heavens. Take Sue Ba, for instance, the young branch leader of the Red Flag Gang. Seeing her sent a visible shockwave through him, shock flashing in his dark eyes. He was completely baffled as to why she was suddenly here. But Li Yan couldn't afford to care about such trivial matters. As soon as Chi Zi's boots hit the deck, Li Yan stepped forward to intercept him. Chi Zi, what exactly happened here during my absence? Give me the full report. Caught staring at the glowing fairy, Chi Zi snapped back to reality, spinning around 180 degrees to face his boss. Chi Zi immediately snapped to attention, nodding fiercely and obeying every word with absolute loyalty. He quickly relayed everything that went down. When Li Yan originally set sail, the gang assumed it was Madame Ten's direct order. While the core leaders quietly whispered about her rapidly failing health, the lower ranks remained completely in the dark. The Red Flag Gang had secretly prepared a funeral waiting for Li Yan's return to make their next move. This was Madame Ten's absolute final command before her passing. But out of nowhere, the Four Flags Gang arrived with a massive fleet. It was like they already knew the matriarch was on her deathbed. Leading the charge was none other than Xu Longzi, the former master of Xu Chaoyi. After Li Yan departed, Chaoyi had acted as the temporary ruler of Lantau Island. But facing his terrifying former master, his spine completely folded, leading to this disastrous situation. Officially, the Four Flags Gang claimed they were here to pay their respects to the fallen Madame Ten. In reality, they were circling like vultures, ready to strike. First, there was the bitter rivalry over the Five Flags Alliance, crowning the Red Flag as supreme, while Lantau Island still arrogantly displayed the four-colored flag of their ancestors. The Red Flag was the ultimate symbol of the Alliance Lord. Second, they possessed the master roster of the entire Five Flags Alliance, holding the true identities of even those who had washed their hands of the bloody underworld. The ancestors of these men were all fierce remnants of the Zheng regime, whose bloodlines were now scattered across the entire coast. They were merchants, farmers, craftsmen, and scholars, forming the indestructible foundation of the alliance. Lord Guo's ultimate goal was to exploit the Red Flag Gang's current leaderless chaos, forcing the branch masters to surrender the legendary roster and the supreme flag to manipulate the next lord's election. On top of that absolute disrespect, Xu Longzi had the audacity to demand they hand over Zhang Axiu and all her Goryeo attendants. A spark of surprise flashed in Li Yan's cold eyes as a wild thought crossed his mind. Did that heaven-defying female pirate truly die just like that? In less than 5 minutes, Li Yan fully embraced his role as the absolute ruler of the Red Flag Gang. His first ruthless command mount, the severed head of the human commander for all to see. Hang the corrupt customs Admiral Zhai Huxing from the highest watchtower mast. Use his blood as an offering to Madame Ten. The rest of you follow my lead. Dozens of hardened warriors instantly fell in line behind Li Yan, with Tanya floating among them. She hadn't spoken a single word, but her sharp senses analyzed every shifting dynamic without missing a beat, sticking to Li Yan like a protective shadow. Suddenly, he glanced back over his shoulder. Tanya, I have a special task that requires your unique skills. Come here. She didn't reply immediately, merely lowering her head and closing her eyes in deep contemplation. But Li Yan was a man of action, possessing zero patience for silent hesitations. He turned his fierce gaze back to the path ahead, leaving Tanya to secretly steal glances at him while formulating her own hidden agenda. Slipping away right now probably wouldn't end well for me, would it? She thought to herself. Contrasting Tanya's quiet anxiety, Li Yan was already mercilessly calculating how to weaponize the fairy behind him. Right now, she could perfectly transmit her voice through thin air. Back when they first clashed at Mount Ni, her cultivation level had been terrifyingly unfathomable. Her overwhelming display of power back then easily rivaled the legendary strengths of ancient beings like He Mo Yushu and Feng Yi. Li Yan's mind flashed back to their chaotic first encounter, remembering the intense moment when she had appeared completely unclad right on top of him back when he was just an ordinary mortal. A brilliant glowing luminescence had completely obscured her form, blinding him from seeing any details. Yet after that incredibly awkward reunion, her godlike magic had vanished entirely, leaving her with only physical strength slightly above a normal human. He deeply pondered the catastrophic levels of power she used to wield, especially after their bloody return from the slaughter at Yandu. Under the veil of midnight, Tanya had absorbed massive amounts of energy from spirits, sharing her primal essence, finally restoring a terrifying fraction of her original might. She had even managed to completely reconstruct Liang Ye's physical body. Li Yan threw another sharp glance her way. As for her exact cultivation methods or what terrifying stage she had reached now, it wasn't exactly a question he could casually ask. As Li Yan and Tanya stepped off the massive warship and onto the docks, a thunderous roar of absolute respect erupted from the massive crowd below. Brother Li Yan has returned. These were all his fiercely loyal subordinates within the Red Flag Gang. His terrifying reputation was etched into every soul here, and not a single pirate dared to disrespect the Supreme Leader's arrival. The moment his boots hit the stone, his aura exploded. Where exactly are Shu Chaoyi, Old Ghost Anne, and Hunchback Shi right now? One of his terrified grunts immediately stepped forward, sweating bullets as he reported. Brother Li Yan, thank the heavens you're back. They are all currently gathered inside the main mourning hall. The subordinate couldn't hold back his blazing fury, spitting venom as he cursed Shu Chaoyi's utterly disgusting behavior, clearly proving his unwavering loyalty to the true boss. That absolute traitor Shu Chaoyi is bending his knees to outsiders. He's bled for the Red Flag Gang for over 20 years, yet the second the matriarch falls, he flips sides to become a bootlicking dog. Damn him to hell. Another veteran quickly leaned in, whispering urgently into Li Yan's ear. He actually allowed the enemy's gunboats to dock directly in our harbor. And now that you're back, he's actively holding the other leaders back from greeting you. Is that rat planning a full rebellion? Li Yan furrowed his brows, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Shu Chaoyi was Madame Ten's most trusted personal guard, though he's far from foolish with terrifyingly shrewd men like Old Ghost. And lingering inside, there is absolutely no way he can control this chaotic situation alone. The rat-eyed lackey eagerly stepped up. The Four Banners Hall Master took over a dozen elite guards to the mourning hall, he reported. I will escort you there right now, boss. But Li Yan raised a hand, blocking his path and rejecting the offer. No need to rush. They have all entered the Mount Desu domain. Can they really just fly away? Li Yan was usually a man of ice and silence. Just moments ago, in the mourning hall, his presence radiated a chilling aura that terrified everyone. Yet in the blink of an eye, he whispered softly to Tanya, You understand a woman's heart. Give me a hint. What did the 10th madam love most when alive? Tanya was incredibly sharp, catching details others missed. Sifting through her fragmented memories of their past encounters, she finally revealed her thoughts. Her hairpin and blanket embroidery featured the red kapok flower. Without a word, Li Yan flashed her a thumbs up, a rare, genuine smile taking over his face. Spinning around, Li Yan roared to Kizi in the distance. Kizi, around Mount Desu. There is a massive field of red kapok flowers, correct? Take me there immediately. Poor Chi-Zi, whose feet had barely touched the ground, frantically rushed off to guide his powerful new boss. Along the way, Li Yan remained absolutely silent. Whether that woman has truly perished or not, this will be my final tribute as the heavens chosen. Tanya suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere by screaming his name. Li Yan. The air instantly shifted, feeling incredibly heavy and strange. Nobody dared to speak his real name. Everyone respectfully bowed to the heavens chosen absolute ruler of the Red Flag Syndicate. For her to drop his name was downright shocking. But Li Yan ignored the formalities. Her calling him directly meant nothing to his stats. Stopping in his tracks, he glanced back. What is it? Tanya lowered her gaze in silence. Her face was etched with overwhelming anxiety, burdened by a massive secret she desperately wanted to reveal. After an agonizing moment of hesitation, she swallowed the truth. Shaking her head rapidly, she forced out a timid whisper. It is nothing. Meanwhile, in an entirely different zone, a scout respectfully reported to his superior. Brother Chao Yi, I have successfully tracked down your quest target. His craftsmanship is legendary. The one-eyed Shu Chao Yi coldly dismissed him without a glance. Understood. Fall back. Behind him marched an intimidating entourage, including the high-level players Su Longxi and Guo Bo. The scout maintained a deep, respectful bow, recognizing the overwhelming aura these men emitted. They were clearly top-tier figures you did not want to aggro. Shu Chaoyi led the powerful group toward a massive wooden estate. 4 eerie spirit lanterns hung ominously at the entrance, framing the grand doorway in a ghostly glow. This was the sacred mourning hall honoring the 10th madam before her final departure. Inside, a heavy, suffocating aura of grief completely dominated the massive room. The grand memorial altar sat right in the center, flanked by 2 smaller shrines acting as spiritual guardians. Directly in the middle rested a pitch-black coffin. Right in front of the casket, a spirit brazier blazed with roaring hellfire, accompanied by 3 prayer mats for those seeking to pay their respects. Bypassing the incense ritual entirely, Shu Longxi stepped in and immediately demanded an answer. Where is Yuer? Before Chao Yi could speak, the arrogant Guobo brutally cut in. With the madam dead, Zheng Xuer is the only legitimate heir to the syndicate. We are here too. But his arrogant speech was instantly choked off by sheer terror. His eyes locked onto a gruesome sight. Resting right on the guardian shrine next to the altar was a freshly severed head. The mouth was frozen in a silent scream, crimson blood continuously dripping onto the wood. The absolute horror of a bleeding trophy placed near the coffin sent Guobo into a furious panic, pointing a trembling finger at Shu Chaoyi. Chao Yi. What is the meaning of this madness? But Shu Chaoyi's single eye remained dead cold, offering zero explanation for his actions. Instead, a loyal guard delivered the system-like verdict. Patriarch Shu Longxi. This man was a faction traitor, leaking top-secret guild intel triggers an automatic death penalty. The executioner carried out the sentence to serve as a bloody warning. Shu Longxi's face darkened into a furious scowl, constantly calculating if Chao Yi's loyalty stats were enough to serve his grand ambition. For the 4 Banners Guild to catch our movements so fast, they definitely relied on this spy's network. Shu Chaoyi. You truly are a ruthless demon. Even with the obstacle eliminated, the old man felt no joy. His deeply furrowed brows made his skeletal face look absolutely terrifying. Exhaling a heavy breath of frustration, Su Longxi broke the tension. Chaoyi, it has been years. Your endurance stat is truly something to fear. Yet Shu Chaoyi maintained his perfect defensive stance, keeping his head bowed in mock respect, refusing to even make eye contact with the patriarch. You flatter me. Shuer is overwhelmed by grief and is resting. He paused. The madam issued her final absolute decree. The syndicate's new master is the heavens chosen. Raising his head an inch, he delivered the ultimate block. If you have an active quest, wait for the master's return. Otherwise, I will relay your message. Who would have thought? This one-eyed warrior possessed a loyalty stat that was absolutely unbreakable. Shu Longxi's fury had been building for entirely too long. Triggered by this unyielding wall, his aura exploded as he screamed right into the commander's face. Shu Chaoyi, have you spent so much time grinding in this syndicate that you forgot your own bloodline's name? I am the 10th Madam's cousin. How ironic that a snake like him suddenly remembered his family ties. But Chaoyi's willpower was top tier. He remained completely bound to the Madam's command. Patriarch. I carry the Shu name and serve as a family general. His voice was forged in steel. At level 15, I became the Madam's personal guard, following her into the Red Flag Syndicate. The previous guild master gave me one absolute directive. Only follow the Madam's orders. Chaoyi's single eye blazed with pure hostility. Besides, what kind of cousin vanishes for 6 years, only to spawn in and kick her while she is down? Before Shu Longzi could launch a counterattack, Guo Bo violently interrupted the clash of auras, driving the Patriarch absolutely insane with rage. You bastard! Guo Bo fearlessly taunted the man who towered over him. His toxic tongue was just as venomous as Shu Longzi's. If you cannot suppress a mere guard, you are utterly useless. Guo Bo was a cunning player. Completely brushing the Patriarch's authority aside, he bypassed the useless dialogue and went straight for the objective. Now that the internal conflict is resolved, it seems your almighty dragon head is conveniently missing from the map. Since he is absent, we will not waste time. We will log back in for a visit another day. Shu Chaoyi neither blocked them nor accepted their retreat. If word gets out, they will say our guild lacks basic hospitality, he warned. Stay in our domain for a few days and let us fulfill our duty as your ultimate hosts. As Shu Chaoyi finished speaking, the Zhen Gang's men flooded the room from the shadows. The heavy doors slamming shut, a deafening boom echoed across the gloomy hall. Each thug wielded a massive broadsword. One strike meant instant death. This lethal display sent a cold shiver down the spines of Shu Longzi, Guo Bo, and Dong Ming. Soon, countless fighters crowded into the morning hall. The initial dead silence vanished, violently replaced by the echoing stomps of an impending bloodbath. Leading the pack were two terrifying figures, Punishment Hall's Old Ghost Anne and Fire Spear Squad's Hunchback Shi. These fierce brutes wielded oversized weapons in one hand and heavy firearms in the other. Seeing Old Ghost Anne and the Hunchback Shu Longzi, Guo Bo, and Dong Ming were visibly shaken. Zhu Longzi realized this was all Zhu Chaoyi's trap. He glared at him with burning fury. He wanted nothing more than to tear Chaoyi apart limb from limb. Shi Tianying, allied with Longzi and Guo Bo, was equally cunning. Seeing the leaders silent, he boldly pointed his finger right at Shu Chaoyi's face, projecting sheer dominance. Shu Chaoyi, think carefully. We have thousands of brothers waiting outside. Bahai is also our sworn ally. With Tianying speaking up, the massive brute chimed in. If you dare touch us, the Four Flags gang will definitely unite and obliterate you all. But Shu Chaoyi was no fool. He had already calculated every possible outcome. He wasn't stupid enough to just wait for his prey to walk into a clumsy trap. He let out a sinister chuckle. This is Mount Datu. 20,000 Red Flag brothers occupy this island. Meanwhile, the Four Flags brothers outside have no idea what is happening. Spiked wine and a sudden ambush. They have already been completely wiped out. Shu Chaoyi's expression darkened as he growled. A united attack. Ha, your gang is not that united. That is exactly why I kept you alive. The Four Flags gang will tear itself apart fighting for leadership. The Red Flag gang will simply sit back and watch. Soon you all will be standing totally alone. Guo Bo instantly saw through his lies. You will let the Four Flags destroy itself, walk away clean, and plunge the whole alliance into absolute chaos. Once the rebels are purged, the Four Flags will be severely crippled. The cunning Guo Bo narrowed his eyes directly, exposing Shu Chaoyi's sinister master plan. Then, like a puppet master pulling strings, you will swallow the entire Four Flags gang without losing a single man. Brilliant scheme. But Guo Bo brought up another chilling point. The true motive behind this flawless plot. Rumors say the Red Flag's Li Yanzi possesses both unmatched bravery and strategy. Yet few know of the twin spears Chaoyi as a leader. Seeing you today, the Nanyang pirates have severely underestimated your terrifying intellect. With such terrifying capability, how could you ever bow to Li Yanzi? The upcoming war for the Red Flag gang's throne is going to be incredibly entertaining. Having his deepest secrets dragged into the light made Chaoyi's face turn pitch black. He growled, Old Ghost, escort these hall masters inside to rest. Old Master, we share a master-servant bond. Just board the Red Flag gang's ship. Guo Bo simply let out a freezing, mocking laugh. Twin spears, Chaoyi, you calculate well, but do you think Madame Ten, a mere widow, held the Five Flags Alliance leader's seat for 2 years using just tricks? His eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, his brows locked together in defiance, his heavy voice boomed. It was absolute overwhelming strength. Xu Chaoyi feared neither heaven nor earth and certainly not Guo Bo, who was a full head shorter. He raised his voice, accepting the challenge fearlessly. Black Flag's Guo Bo practiced hard qigong for 20 years. His iron sand palm could shatter a 6-inch blade, but his Gu magic could never refine the Korean ghost. Over a decade of craze refining on hundreds of youths and not one succeeded. And you think you can stand against me? The moment Xiaoyi finished, a black and red blur flashed past his face, leaving a haunting smile. The figure vanished from his sight in a fraction of a second. This demonic woman was Jinong, a terrifying powerhouse draped in mysterious black robes. A dark veil covered her contrasting pink hair, radiating an overwhelmingly deadly aura. Attacking Xu Chaoyi meant one thing. She was definitely allied with Xu Longxi and Guo Bo. Old Ghost, and with a broadsword on his shoulder, instantly raised his gun. He took aim right at Jinong. The dark muzzle was already in her face. Jinong reached out, revealing pale skin and pitch-black razor-sharp talons. She looked exactly like a terrifying sleep paralysis demon brought to life. That ghostly hand teleported past Old Ghost Anne's heavily muscled arm. Seconds later, a sickening crack echoed as his wrist was violently snapped. His eyes widened in absolute horror at his mangled wrist. This demonic woman's striking power was incredibly devastating. She was absolutely no joke. She clenched her fist, crushing the empty air. Her razor-sharp gaze swept over the old man, writhing in agony. Showing zero mercy, she spat a venomous taunt. "Old man, your bones are surprisingly tough." More gut-wrenching crunches erupted from his wrist. Louder and longer this time, his joint was utterly pulverized into a grotesque, twisted mess. The bone jutted out like a jagged mountain path. Just looking at it sent phantom pains through anyone watching. Having crippled Xiaoyi's biggest brute, Jinong locked onto her next target, the eerie coffin resting right before her. "I know a bit of dark curse arts too. Your corpse cannot be wasted like this." The coffin sat dead center in her crosshairs. It was destined to be shattered. She launched herself like a phantom, suddenly appearing right before Xu Chaoyi. Startled, he desperately stumbled back several paces. She casually kicked away the burning brazier in front of the coffin, a display of absolute unbridled arrogance. Xu Chaoyi finally reacted, drawing his deadly firearm. But he did not realize that to the demoness, Jinong, modern guns were mere toys, not a real threat. His gun was completely useless. Jinong launched a blitz attack, aiming straight for Chaoyi's heart at light speed. Unable to match her godlike velocity, he was left wide open to her lethal strike. Her razor claws instantly pierced his chest. She was perfectly positioned to rip his beating heart out. Suddenly, a mysterious hand gripped her arm like a vice, tearing her away and throwing her back. She had never been caught off guard like this before. This newcomer's aura was absolutely terrifying. Jinong froze in utter disbelief. She had always believed her power was unmatched in this world, never imagining she would face such devastating humiliation. Her trapped hand trembled uncontrollably. The dark magic she tried to summon instantly dissipated while her wrist was crushed in a pathetic, agonizing grip. The physical pain was nothing compared to the crushing humiliation. Her eyes widened in pure shock. How could her legendary dark arts be casually shattered like cheap glass? The mature woman standing before her cast an impossibly familiar shadow. Wait, this didn't make any sense. Shouldn't this exact person be resting inside that wooden coffin right now? Yet here she stood, projecting a mountain-like presence before the entire crowd. The legendary 10th Madam had just effortlessly blocked Jinong's lightning-fast strike with a single hand. Spitting out a harsh curse, the matriarch tightened her crushing grip completely, paralyzing the dark magic user. But seriously, wasn't this legendary woman supposed to be dead? They were literally standing in the middle of her funeral hall. How could she be breathing and fighting when her death had just been announced to the entire world? Seizing the perfect opening, Xu Xiaoyi drew his weapon and fired 3 consecutive shots directly into Jinong's forehead. Caught completely off guard, the brutal impact sent the female demon flying violently backward. To effortlessly suppress such a terrifying demonic entity, only the absolute mastery of the 10th Madam could pull off such a god-tier move. The matriarch's miraculous resurrection sent shockwaves through the entire room. Everyone from the traitor Guo Bo to the cultists of the 5 old women erupted into total panic. Staring daggers at the living legend, Guo Bo radiated a blazing, murderous aura. He ground his teeth together and snarled, "I always knew you were faking your death." Miraculously, Jinong survived the headshots. Though severely weakened and trapped, she still spat venomous threats. Your grand destiny ends here. You are merely delaying your inevitable slaughter. With fresh bullet wounds mangling her forehead, her eyes burn with psychotic rage. A true martial artist knows their limits, but this demon was completely blind to her own weakness. Compared to the supreme ruler of the southern seas, her power was nothing but a tiny drop in the ocean, yet she shamelessly continued, spewing absolute garbage from her mouth. Do you truly still believe you reign as the wicked queen of Nanyang? The 10th madam remained as calm as a gentle breeze. Her striking purple eyes narrowed slightly, radiating nothing but absolute disgust for the pathetic creature. The Grand Matriarch knew the absolute truth. This street trash might easily bully ordinary fighters, but challenging her directly, that was basically a one-way ticket to hell. Step up and prove it then. Just as the explosive battle was about to trigger, the heavy sealed doors of the funeral hall violently crashed open. Blinding sunlight violently pierced the gloomy shadows, completely overwhelming the flickering candle flames. Stepping through the doorway was Li Yan, casually holding a vibrant bouquet of crimson flowers with a playful smirk. Whoa there, mine, holding off the death match until I set these down. Li Yan's dramatic entrance perfectly shattered the rising tension within the fake funeral. Despite having zero knowledge of the matriarch's secret resurrection plan, his battle instincts allowed him to sync with her flawlessly. The legendary matriarch couldn't help but approve of this clever young master. Staring at the crimson blooms, a rare gentle smile successfully melted away her freezing, killing intent. So you actually possess a heart. Ignoring the glaring cultists and the bloodthirsty red flag fleet, the main character casually strolled past Jinan. Walking toward the ominous black coffin, he smirked. The Tiger Gate incident is over. Your grand ambush was completely useless. He gently laid the vibrant blooms upon the wooden lid, showcasing genuine respect for the fallen. Yet while his eyes remained perfectly fixated on the flowers, his voice transmitted a deadly tactical proposal to the matriarch. Let my elite forces clean up this pathetic trash. But the veteran matriarch perfectly understood the horrifying monsters standing before them and immediately rejected his confident offer. These are the cursed bloodlines of the 5 old women. They are beyond your level. Fall back. Ignoring her warning, Li Yan smoothly turned around, leaving the supreme matriarch absolutely speechless. Studying his overwhelmingly confident posture, a deep realization hit her. My own successor showed decent potential, but his fighting spirit was pathetically weak compared to this. It would honestly take 5 or maybe even 10 brutally agonizing years of life-or-death battles for my heir to forge an aura half as terrifying as his. Sensing an intense gaze piercing his back, the protagonist slowly turned his head. His terrifyingly sharp eyes glowed with an abyssal blood-red light that could literally freeze a normal person's soul in pure terror. Caught staring, the proud matriarch quickly averted her eyes. She silently concluded that his raw, unyielding power was as perfectly refined as incredibly dangerous centuries-old wine. Seizing that tiny split-second distraction, the demonic villainess violently ripped her arm free. In a flash of dark energy, she instantly dashed far away. Activating his supreme ocular system skill, a glowing holographic status screen suddenly materialized. In less than a heartbeat, the horrific demon's entire hidden profile projected directly into his retinas. The glowing system interface displayed the terrifying truth: target name Xenon, current status awakening divine bloodline, threat level indicator fatal dark blue. The shocking divine bloodline status meant only one thing. She was actually born wielding an absolutely cursed supernatural mutation directly gifted by the ancient cultist deities themselves. Her active skills were absolutely devastating. Cultist Ghost Hand allowed her to instantly crush a target's internal organs from 30 paces away. She also possessed the legendary Scarecrow physique. This cursed body granted absurdly high immunity to physical blades, internal Kai strikes, and explosive magical attacks. Though fatally weak to lightning and fire elements, her base movement speed was practically uncatchable. A massive wall of hidden lore text flooded the system screen. This twisted woman was a direct heir of the southern seas, carrying the profoundly cursed mutated blood of the ancient evil god herself. Deep within the surrounding islands, a horrifying legend spoke of a sacred demonic wooden idol. The evil deity worshipped as the 5 cultist matriarchs originally manifested as an abyss-black anomaly. The islanders practiced a deeply disturbing wedding ritual. They would force the evil idol to sleep beside the terrified bride for an entire night. Only after surviving this nightmare could the groom touch her. Because of this cursed tradition, mutated children were born across the island. They were feared as the daughters of the demonic entity. Trained in horrific dark arts since birth, the purer their demonic bloodline, the more devastating their magical output became. rapidly processing the system data. Brilliant tactical strategies exploded inside the main character's mind. Historically, this twisted cult completely ignored worldly politics. Despite their spine-chilling and deeply cursed appearances, they rarely ever launched unprovoked attacks against ordinary martial artists. So what kind of forbidden trick did the traitor Guo Bo use to enslave them? Meanwhile, despite the massive bullet holes in her skull, the demon's unnatural regeneration was already knitting the flesh back together. Still completely blind to the absolute difference in their power levels, she launched a suicidal lightning-fast ambush. Her cursed claws aimed straight for the legendary matriarch's beating heart. "I will brutally crush your beating heart." Overflowing with ultimate magic power, her hand moved at the speed of light. The energy crackled, emitting a blinding crimson aura like sparks ready to detonate. 10th Madam took the sudden strike, yet she stood completely unfazed as if she had predicted this very ambush. Jinong let out a maniacal laugh, but she completely failed to notice the bizarre object she had just ripped straight out of 10th Madam's chest. Her victory lasted less than 3 seconds. A crimson serpent coiled tightly around her arm, shattering the silence. It bared its venomous fangs, radiating a murderous heat that threatened to burn Jinong to ashes. Absolute terror washed over her face. She never expected to find a ferocious scarlet serpent lurking inside 10th Madam's chest rather than a violently beating human heart. Suddenly, Li Yan materialized right beside Jinong like a ghost, sending shivers down her spine, but her shock quickly morphed into blazing fury. Boiling with rage, she unleashed her devastating crimson magic, aiming to obliterate him completely. "I am going to rip out your spine," she screamed. But before her deadly spell could even touch Li Yan, he had already launched his counterattack. A pure physical strike with 0 mana, relying solely on monstrous raw strength and godlike speed. His punch collided directly with Jinong's hand. The brutal impact instantly snapped her wrist at a horrifying 90-degree angle, nearly obliterating her entire hand. In that split second, the eerie silence of the morning hall was shattered. Only the sickening crunch of bones and Jinong's agonizing blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. Astonishingly, despite delivering such a devastating blow, Li Yan stood completely unscathed without a single scratch. Giving her absolutely 0 time to regenerate, he clenched his fist, preparing for another explosive assault. Within 3 seconds, a merciless hook crashed into the left side of Jinong's face. The sheer force sent her flying backward, utterly defenseless. Watching this brutal beatdown unfold, 10th Madam stood frozen, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Absolute shock filled her gaze. Such terrifying movement speed, this was way beyond any ordinary martial arts footwork. No matter what kind of supreme aura or agility technique it was, nothing could match the legendary level of Tian Paizi. Not even the infamous Gaoli ghost could pull this off. Jinong was getting utterly decimated. Her mind went blank as foul black blood poured from her scalp. Her body went completely limp, allowing Li Yan to effortlessly grab both of her wrists and forcefully yank her forward. Snap! Her neck and head were brutally twisted in half. But instead of crimson flesh and shattered bones, a bundle of coarse magical straw burst out from the wound, scattering wildly into the chaotic air. So she was completely immortal. This was Jinong's terrifying awakening ability, allowing her body to automatically regenerate from any physical damage. Seeing this, Guo Bo could no longer just sit back and watch. Trembling with furious rage, he immediately screamed his orders. "Restrain him at once." Hearing their master's command, the mindless remnants of the cult launched a suicidal charge, completely discarding their own lives. Li Yan simply threw a sharp glance over his shoulder. The Red Flag Gang instantly understood the assignment, surging forward with battle cries. They unleashed a barrage of legendary system skills, including the devastating Ice Burst technique and the blazing Flame Cloak. The all-out clan war was incredibly brutal. However, the Red Flag Gang's combat arsenal vastly overpowered the pathetic magic of Granny Wu's cultists. It was blatantly obvious who would emerge victorious from this slaughter. In less than 30 minutes, the entire army of Granny Wu's followers was utterly eradicated. The Red Flag Gang reduced them to nothing but a mountain of smoldering ashes, crackling and sizzling as if they had been deep-fried alive. Even the famously arrogant Guo Bo felt his jaw hit the floor, staring at the carnage in absolute horror. But suddenly, danger lurked in the shadows. A sinister black scorpion materialized right behind the neck of Li Yan's subordinate. Its razor-sharp tail, dripping with lethal poison, locked onto its target, preparing for a deadly strike. Fortunately, the subordinate possessed incredibly sharp reflexes. He instantly sensed an eerie tickling sensation creeping up his spine, though he had absolutely 0 clue what nightmare was hiding back there. As he swatted the mysterious object away from his neck, the the monstrous creature magically morphed into an appetizing triangular rice ball, having a tasty snack spawn on your neck in the middle of a bloodbath. What an absolute mood killer for an epic battle. Staring blankly at the perfectly shaped rice ball, the minion could only let out a heavy sigh. Just my rotten luck. Without a single logical thought running through his simple mind, he tossed the cursed snack straight into his mouth. He had absolutely no idea he was casually swallowing an extremely lethal venomous scorpion. Hiding in the darkest corner, Guobo grinded his teeth in pure frustration. His fists were clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. He had finally reached his absolute limit. Meanwhile, Li Yan completely dominated the battlefield, crushing Jinong's wrists with iron-like grip. He locked her in place, leaving her trembling in sheer terror. Li Yan activated his awakened visual prowess. His blood-crimson pupils glowed in the darkness, piercing straight through Jinong's soul. That overwhelmingly murderous aura was enough to make any opponent's knees buckle from a single glance. Skipping the villainous monologue, he coldly demanded the ultimate answer. Do you want to live or die? All of Jinong's previous arrogant swagger had completely vanished. The cocky attitude she displayed just moments ago was entirely crushed. Her dark round eyes, previously clouded by twisted dark magic, were now fully exposed. Shivering uncontrollably under his oppressive presence, she finally choked out her answer. 10th Madam stood back calmly, explaining the system rules. If you pour black dog blood onto the survivors, Granny Wu's dark curse will be completely nullified. Yet the immediate lethal threat looming over them still kept everyone's lives dangling by a single thread. Refusing to show an ounce of mercy, 10th Madam dropped a massive lore bomb. This monster is directly linked to Granny Wu's bloodline, either her daughter or granddaughter. The curse energy in her veins is exceptionally potent. I simply cannot risk keeping her alive. But right at that dramatic climax, a familiar petite silhouette quietly materialized in the deepest shadows of the morning hall. Tucked away in the third room on the right, it was the perfect blind spot. Since the entire guild was hyper-focused on annihilating the remaining cultists in the center, not a single soul realized that Tanya had stealthily infiltrated the area. Li Yan's explosive entrance had completely stolen the spotlight. With his overwhelming aura dominating the room, Tanya's stealthy arrival went completely under the radar. But Tanya's sharp instincts instantly picked up on a fatal inconsistency. She realized the horrifying truth that woman is lying. Living up to his legendary title as the new boss of the Red Flag Gang, Li Yan obeyed 10th Madam's orders without hesitation. Gripping the enemy's arm like an iron vice, he glared down at her with absolute disgust. His voice dripped with an apocalyptic, bloodthirsty aura. To an overpowered system player, this was child's play. In less than 3 minutes, Li Yan sadistically shattered both of Jinong's wrists as easily as snapping dry twigs. The massive hall echoed only with the horrifying symphony of snapping bones and Jinong's agonizing shrieks. The mind-numbing pain forced her to fall completely to her knees upon the freezing stone floor. Crushed by Li Yan's god-tier physical stats, she was effortlessly subdued. Sprawled out helplessly on the cold, hard floor, her sanity unraveled from the excruciating agony. She was quite literally one breath away from crossing the Yellow Springs. Seeing her greatest obstacle utterly destroyed, 10th Madam finally exhaled, letting the heavy anxiety melt away from her expression. Yet her lips parted to whisper a chilling warning. It is not safe yet. Having taken out the trash, Li Yan casually dusted off his hands. He was completely untouched, standing in stark contrast to the brutalized, unconscious state of his enemy. He coolly turned toward 10th Madam. Keeping these scumbags alive might still trigger some useful quests, he smirked. She glanced at the crimson blooming flowers resting upon the wooden coffin. Very well, we will follow your strategy. Li Yan had utterly obliterated his opponent with zero effort, radiating a boss-level murderous aura that owned the entire room. Turning to Guobo and Xu Longzi, he smiled as if the tension didn't even exist. Waving his hand, he chuckled. Hall Master Guo, it's been a while. You've certainly grown bolder. Guobo and Xu Longzi scowled heavily. A suffocating aura of danger crept over them like a razor-sharp blade pressed flush against their throats. One wrong move, and they'd bleed. Li Yan brought his hands together in a formal salute. His expression instantly shifted, stripping away the playful facade to reveal absolute chilling seriousness. His voice echoed with a slow, deliberate cadence. I've made a fool of myself before you faction leaders. However, since you stepped onto Great Temple Mountain, you'll be staying for 1.5 years. Down at the bustling island, harbor ships crowded the waters. The legendary 4 flags had been reduced to 3. The Black Flag faction had been entirely slaughtered or captured, silenced forever. The faction leaders had vanished into the spirit hall. Scouting parties were sent deep into the mountains, but every single brother sent out vanished without a trace, swallowed by the shadows. A lone messenger arrived with a token of safety. Meanwhile, the Red Flag faction had generously delivered alcohol. But the Three Flags forces weren't completely clueless. They refused to touch a single drop of their rivals' tainted offerings. They opted to chew on hard rations instead. However, a few greenhorn rookies couldn't resist the temptation. The moment they smelled the liquor, their discipline completely crumbled. Just a few sips later, they were clutching their guts in agony. One sick man was a coincidence, but as more collapsed, clutching their stomachs, the tactical advisor's alarm bells started screaming. Laxatives were vastly cheaper than sleeping powder and infinitely harder to detect. Over 1,000 Three Flags warriors stormed the docks to exact revenge while scouts frantically raced back to deliver the grim warning. But fate had already sealed their doom. Deafening cannon fire ripped through the heavens. The heavily modified artillery shells prepped for days rained down in a catastrophic barrage. Amidst the blazing chaos, thousands of Red Flag warriors charged forward like a tidal wave. Steel flashed as they slaughtered everything in their path, showing absolutely zero mercy. The massive blood-soaked war lasted barely 30 minutes. The Three Flags armada completely collapsed under the pressure. Surviving pirate factions desperately hijacked whatever boats they could to flee the cursed island. A full 20% of the enemy forces were slaughtered, while the remnants of the Black Flag faction were rounded up. Later that night, a serene breeze brushed past the clouds, illuminating a crystal-clear moon. Li Yan relaxed on the lush grass sitting beside Tanya, who was hugging her knees. Breaking the suffocating silence, Tanya muttered, "That woman. She is absolutely ruthless to her enemies, but even more ruthless to herself. If I had just accepted death earlier, I might have actually secured a chance at reincarnation. Now I can only wait for my soul to shatter into nothingness." Li Yan barely registered her depressing words, his mind deeply entangled in far more pressing matters. Knowing Madame Xi's cunning nature, faking her own death to lure out the Four Flags was definitely a masterstroke planned long ago. Still, his own interference was the only reason she survived those extra 2 critical days. Shaking off his thoughts, Li Yan finally responded to Tanya. "I initially left the gates just to hide my true identity. But looking back, I almost feel guilty for using Madame Xi's deep devotion against her." He locked eyes with her, dropping the act completely. "Unfortunately for them, I am Li Yan, not Li Yanzi." Tanya didn't even flinch at the revelation. "I figured as much. You and Li Yanzi are bound by fate. A true cultivator with divine insight could easily spot the difference. If Madame Xi couldn't see through your flawless disguise, it wasn't your face that fooled her. Your spiritual aura and soul imprint are terrifyingly identical to his." Before they could dig deeper into this mystery, Xu Chaoyi's booming voice shattered the quiet night. "Li Yan, Madame Xi demands your presence." "Coming right now," Li Yan yelled back. Dusting off his gear, he glanced down. "By the way, she's definitely going to interrogate me about your existence. I doubt she'll make things difficult at this point. Do you want to come face her with me?" Tanya vehemently shook her head, staying planted on the grass. "That woman is incredibly toxic and consumed by jealousy. I refuse to poke the bear. If she asks for me, deny it." Li Yan nodded in agreement. "Fair enough." Tanya closed her eyes with apathetic defiance. "Don't even bother making up excuses for me. Whatever she asks, just tell her exactly what I said." Walking away, Li Yan couldn't help but tease her. "That sounds like a terrible strategy." Tanya just flashed a cynical smile. "Actually, it's the perfect strategy." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit study nearby, the flickering candlelight danced across Madame Xi's face. She sat perfectly still, chin resting on her hand as her piercing gaze devoured every word in an ancient text. Xu Chaoyi escorted Li Yan straight to her quarters, sealing the heavy wooden door behind him. Without missing a beat, Li Yan dropped into a flawless, respectful bow to greet the formidable madam. Outside, Xu Chaoyi hesitated. As the warm candlelight spilled through the paper windows, he cast one last, deeply conflicted glare toward the room, hiding secrets he dared not speak. But he quickly snapped out of it, turning on his heel and vanishing into the night. Back at his own humble courtyard, the poverty of his lifestyle was glaringly obvious. Not a single piece of luxury could be found. He didn't even have a privacy screen at his front gate. The entrance opened straight into a painfully basic main hall reeking of absolute modesty. His wife rushed out to meet him the second he stepped inside. Panic laced her voice. "That mysterious man. He's been waiting in your study for hours." Xu Chaoyi slowed his pace, his expression darkening. "Are the kids asleep? Go to bed immediately." Unless I call for you, do not take a single step near that room. He violently pushed open the study door, the old hinges groaning in protest. Waiting inside was Bai Zhandang, an infamous underground merchant known for forging paintings and crafting counterfeit seals. But the man possessed an even darker talent. He could perfectly melt the wax seal off any classified letter, extract the contents, and reseal it so flawlessly that not even the gods would notice. The forger had been lurking in the shadows for hours. Su Chaoyi bowed respectfully. Mr. Bai, your legendary skills precede you. I apologize for the trouble tonight, but you will be heavily compensated for this job. Bai Zhandang returned the bow with a sinister grin. It is my absolute honor to serve General Chaoyi. Now where's the document in question? Without hesitation, Su Chaoyi produced a heavily secured brown envelope sealed completely tight with wax. Cut back to Madame Xi's study. The tension between her and Li Yan was razor thin. Tell me, she whispered when you saw me breathing. Did you wonder how this old woman managed to cheat death? Li Yan just offered a cryptic knowing smile. Your sense of humor is completely twisted. Madame Xi slowly lowered her ancient text to the table, refusing to meet his eyes. The legendary crossing sea technique is utterly profound. It's a power that will sustain you for a lifetime. With the Red Flag faction in endless chaos, unlocking this destiny is truly a blessing from the heavens. Li Yan's gaze instinctively locked onto the hand she rested on the book. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. What was that? Before he could process the anomaly, Madame Xi's voice cut through the silence. There is one crucial truth you need to hear. She finally turned to face him, her eyes swirling with a sorrow she could no longer hide. I had no idea if you would ever make it back alive. So, I entrusted Su Chaoyi with a secret letter. I told him it contained the ultimate secrets of the Red Flag faction. Lady Tenth massaged her tense neck. Her piercing cold eyes locked onto Li Yan. But those secrets are a myth. I actually have a task for you. Meanwhile, deep inside Su Chaoyi's private estate, the master forger Bai Zhandang immediately got to work on the sealed envelope. Using his specialized skills, the envelope was flawlessly unsealed without leaving a single trace of tampering. Bai carefully handed the parchment over. Brother Chaoyi, the seal is broken. But neither of them was prepared for the earth-shattering revelation written inside. Out of a million possibilities, Shu never imagined this intercepted message was about his own execution. Kill Chaoyi. Frame Guobo. 7 simple words. But if executed, the entire 5 factions alliance would drown in blood. Back at the estate, Li Yan was utterly baffled. He stood his ground. I really do not think you needed to go this far. Shu Chaoyi is absolutely loyal to you. Lady Tenth nodded slowly. Yes, his loyalty to me is absolute. I know he respects and obeys my every command. Her gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. But I also know the bitter truth. He will never submit to you. Our alliance uses the Korean phantoms to suppress Zhang, his demon soldiers, and Tai Qian's golden warriors. I cannot take that kind of risk. Li Yan closed his eyes, shaking his head in sheer frustration. That is still no excuse to execute him. Lady Tenth raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by his reaction. Since when did those two become close enough for Li Yan to spare his life? Are you displeased by my decision? I recall the two of you despising each other. Rage flared in Li Yan's chest, but he forced his aura down. The woman standing before him was not someone he could casually provoke. He pointed fiercely at his own chest, his voice low and dangerous. Yes, I am displeased, because your underlying reason for doing this is that you think I am too weak to keep Chaoyi in line. Lady Tenth stared at him, caught off guard. Suddenly, this heavenly treasure vessel felt entirely different from the boy she thought she knew. Sometimes, she murmured, I truly feel like you have become an entirely different person, like a legendary sword finally drawn from its sheath. Li Yan massaged his temples in exhaustion, voicing his true fear. But you already sent him the letter. I bet he is reading it in secret right now. Once all the cards are on the table, I will be forced to kill him whether I want to or not. Then Lady Tenth dropped a terrifying revelation. That letter was meant for you to read, but it was also meant for him. The truth struck Li Yan like lightning. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Shu Chaoyi stared deadly at the parchment. Just a handful of ink strokes, but they dictated his very survival. Absolute disbelief flooded his eyes. He was paralyzed by the sheer weight of the betrayal. Having accidentally glimpsed the horrific contents, Bai's entire body began convulsing in pure terror. A deathly pale sweat broke out on his face. Shu remained frozen as a statue, completely silent. Across from him, the master forger continued to violently tremble, suffocating in the heavy killing intent. Bai did not dare to make a single move. Suddenly, Shu's expression snapped back to his usual terrifying calm. He tossed the death warrant back to the forger. "Reseal it, exactly as it was. I apologize for the trouble, sir. Please restore the wax seal perfectly. I will have 100 copper coins delivered to your mansion later." Bai forced out a pathetic, shaky laugh, though his bones were still rattling with pure dread. Of course, just a minor task." Leaning into the flickering, violent candlelight, Bai activated his craftsmanship. Using his specialized instruments, he carefully manipulated the hardened crimson wax. The envelope was masterfully restored to its original state. This dark art demanded absolute precision. His vast array of delicate tools lay perfectly organized on the table, not a single piece out of place. Shu watched the meticulous process with dead empty eyes. Deep within his mind, the gears of survival were rapidly spinning a new scheme. Within moments, the execution order looked completely untouched. It was exactly as Lady Tenth had handed it over. Terrified for his life, Bai had finished in under 10 minutes. Packing up instantly, he tried to make a break for it. "Brother Chao Yi, the deed is done. I will step out of your hair now." He had not even taken 3 steps toward freedom when an iron grip clamped down on his shoulder. Shu's voice dropped to a freezing whisper. "Sir, you cannot leave." Bai flinched violently. He nervously stole a glance at Shu's unreadable expression, trying to calculate his next move, but an overwhelming sense of doom began suffocating his heart. This was going to be a one-way trip. Shu glared down at him with the eyes of a predator. He abandoned all pleasantries. "Did I not make myself clear earlier? Your payment will be delivered to your mansion down to the last copper. But you are not leaving this room alive." The horrifying truth finally dropped. No one who knew his dark secret would ever see the sun again. Sending the money to the mansion was not an act of courtesy. It was a chilling confirmation that the master forger was already a dead man. Every nerve in Bai's body screamed in absolute terror. His eyes bulged with primal fear, completely paralyzed and unable to form a single word. "You." Shu swiftly drew his firearm, fully prepared to execute the man with a single shot. Cornered, Bai instantly resorted to desperate threats. "Listen to me, my family knows I am here tonight. If I walk out alive, I take this secret to my grave. But if I die, everyone will know of your betrayal within days." Shu furrowed his brows, his finger hovering over the deadly trigger. Seeing the hesitation, Bai frantically continued his bargaining. "Brother Chao, you have a brutal few days ahead of you. You really do not want to alert the enemy right now, do you?" The psychological warfare worked. Slowly, Shu lowered the barrel of the gun. A massive wave of relief washed over the terrified forger. He clamped his mouth shut, thinking he had narrowly escaped the Grim Reaper. It seemed he was actually going to survive the night. But fate is incredibly cruel. Mere seconds later, a deafening gunshot shattered the silence of the wooden cabin. Bang! Destiny had already sealed Bai's bloody demise. Shu stood like a heartless demon, his smoking weapon raised in the air. Having just executed his accomplice, he averted his gaze from the dying man. "Brother Bai, I am sorry." The forger did not die instantly. Clutching his bleeding chest in blinding agony, he slumped against the corner of the desk just to stay upright. Coughing up crimson blood, he gasped out his final desperate question. I truly do not understand. I forged ledgers for 13 different trading posts. I helped high officials uncover treacherous affairs. Those powerful men had every reason to silence me, but none of them ever pulled the trigger. I literally helped you intercept an assassination order, yet you are the one putting a bullet in me. Why?" Shu finally looked the dying man straight in the eyes. His twisted loyalty echoed in the dark room. "If my subordinates found out Lady Tenth ordered my execution, it would tarnish her glorious reputation." Bai Jiandang choked on his own fury, coughing up a sickening amount of blood. Even with life fading from his gruesome wounds, he forced out a final curse. "If you leave, that witch will kill you." But his warning fell on deaf ears. His bloody hand slipped from the table's edge, his life officially snuffed out by the ruthless Shu Chaoyi. Yet Shu Chaoyi just stood there watching the man draw his last breath with absolute indifference. Not a single emotion flickered in his dead, chilling eyes. Before turning his back on the corpse, he whispered his final verdict. "You are right, the madam wants me dead. But if Li Yan ordered my execution, I would gladly accept my fate." Calling him a mad fanatic was an understatement. Shu Chaoyi stared deeply at the cold letter in his hand, his gaze swirling with an unspeakable dark devotion. Meanwhile, in the study, the once mighty 10th Madam was fading fast, just sitting up, drained her remaining energy. Li Yan gently helped her back into bed before returning to his tea. "Madam, please rest," he urged softly. "No matter what happens, let me handle Shu Chaoyi's situation." The 10th Madam sighed, completely surrendering to his will. "Do as you see fit." "Actually," she murmured, "I truly wish to meet that heavenly mother envoy you encountered at sea." Li Yan didn't even meet her gaze. "Forget it. That woman is an absolute lunatic with a mysterious background. She speaks nothing but poisonous nonsense." But the 10th Madam's burning curiosity couldn't be extinguished. "She spoke of me. Tell me, what exactly did she say?" Suddenly, her right arm convulsed, bleeding uncontrollably. She had to grip it with her left hand just to stop the violent trembling. Even while enduring this agonizing curse, her desperate need for answers remained unyielding. "You must tell me," she demanded. Li Yan shot her a cold look, hesitating for a long moment. He took a slow sip of his tea before finally speaking. "She called you venomously cruel, and a desperately jealous woman." Cold sweat drenched the 10th Madam as the pain in her arm flared, yet she gritted her teeth, hanging onto his every word. Despite her agony, she quickly warned him. "For centuries across the southern seas, whether it is the heavenly empress, the divine emperor, or the ancient Buddha, true miracles have long vanished. This woman's origin is dangerously unknown. You must stay on guard." Li Yan gave a firm nod. "Do not worry. I will be extremely careful." Yet his sharp eyes caught every subtle change in her demeanor. When she first brought up the mysterious envoy, her gentle face masked a chilling, murderous aura. But the moment he revealed the envoy's insulting words, that icy threat in her voice completely evaporated into thin air. Without warning, the 10th Madam's eyes went wide, bursting with bloodshot veins. A devastating coughing fit racked her frail body, sending fresh blood spewing everywhere. Countless grotesque wounds began ripping open across her arms. The backlash was catastrophic. 10th Madam Li Yan roared, instantly rushing to hold her. But her condition was nosediving. She violently hacked into a white cloth, staining it completely crimson. When the horrific coughing finally subsided, Li Yan stared down at the blood-soaked handkerchief in his hands. The sheer amount of blood left him absolutely speechless. Knowing her fate was sealed, the 10th Madam smiled with tragic calmness. "Li Yan, I am terrified that I will look hideous when I die." "Nonsense," Li Yan instantly fired back. "You will be beautiful even in death." Yet, his mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Her deep affection for him was only because he carried the identity of Li Yan. She was a ruthless, blood-stained pirate queen whom he always had to guard against. But seeing her pour her absolute heart out to him, he was not made of stone. How could he not feel it? With a pale, exhausted face, she used the last ounce of her strength to grip Li Yan's shoulder. "In the future, when you find another woman, I will not be here to stop you. A man like you is destined to have many children." Her trembling hand on his shoulder felt weaker by the second. Death was actively pulling her away, yet she forced out one final desperate plea. "But promise me you will always treat Ah Shu well." Li Yan's scarred hand gently covered her freezing, lifeless fingers, offering her a fleeting moment of tender comfort. "I promise you," he swore with absolute conviction. She gazed up at him with weak, doe-like eyes. Fresh blood still stained her pale lips, making her look incredibly fragile, a stark contrast to the fearsome pirate queen who commanded the seas just that morning. Stripped of all her formidable strength, the 10th Madam collapsed, sinking entirely into Li Yan's strong protective embrace. Li Yan held her tightly against his chest, sharing his blazing body heat to warm her fading heart. Under the flickering candlelight, with clouds slowly drifting across the pale moon, a fragile, lonely voice broke the midnight silence. "Li Yan, please just stay with me tonight." Time skipped forward to May 4th, the 14th year of the Jiaqing era. Led by the Imperial Navy Admiral Guhuo Bird, a massive fleet of nearly 100,000 soldiers launched a devastating surprise attack on the Red Flag faction. Though the Imperial forces failed to conquer them, they completely decimated the pirate fleet. During the chaos, the Red Flag's supreme leader, the 10th Madam, took a lethal gunshot to the stomach. By dawn on May 6th, Li Yan, the faction's second-in-command and the Madam's fiercely loyal lover, went on an absolute rampage across Guangdong and Guangxi. Using insane tactical genius, he blew open the massive floodgates. He flawlessly bypassed the main naval armada, leading a heavily armed squad of elites to completely shatter the enemy's front line. A human He ruthlessly slaughtered Admiral Guhuo Huxing, dragging his severed head back to hang high on the watchtower of Lantau Island. His demonic arrogance sent shockwaves of pure terror through both the imperial court and the civilian world. On May 7th, the legendary Heavenly Mother crossed the sea. Over the Portuguese-rented Macau Island, a colossal phantom face of a woman blanketed the entire sky for 24 hours, descending with golden mist and radiant rainbows. May 8th marked a new threat. 12 heavily armored gunboats from the East India Company invaded the Annam coastline, raising the dreaded Cross of St. George high into the wind. An explosive war between Annam and Britain was imminent. Then on May 9th, Guangzhou's General Fulin officially announced that the newly appointed Viceroy Lin Yuanfu was critically ill and refusing all visitors. That exact same day, the fearsome 10th Madam finally succumbed to her illness. The leader of the Four Flags faction arrived to pay respects only to be instantly captured by Li Yan. The scandalous news spread like wildfire. The Yellow Flag faction remained dead silent. Meanwhile, the Black, White, and Blue factions formed a desperate alliance, officially declaring an all-out war against Lantau Island. But the very next day, chaos struck again. The Blue faction's vice-captain was mysteriously assassinated. The three allied factions instantly turned on each other, and their fragile alliance completely imploded. Though she survived 2 days longer than the public believed, the 10th Madam was officially gone. She drew her final breath in Li Yan's arms, her body ravaged by a truly gruesome curse. Refusing to let anyone see her hideous state, Li Yan fiercely banned all members from approaching her corpse. He painstakingly restored her beautiful makeup himself before carefully placing her into the coffin. White mourning flags flew over Lantau Island for 9 straight days. As the coffin was carried away, heavy sorrow crushed the Red Flag faction. Xu Chaoyi led every high-ranking commander, kneeling and bowing 100 times before the Madam's grave. The 10th Madam had once made a chilling promise while alive. Whoever ripped out her spinal cord and drank it steeped in blood would inherit exactly half of her legendary demonic dark magic. Li Yan feigned ignorance of the truth. He laid 10th Lady's remains to rest deep within Mount Dezu's western peaks, surrounded by a blazing forest of blood-red cotton flowers. She was the fearsome Empress Yan, the solitary female ruler of the Five Flags Alliance, the most terrifying pirate empire in the southern seas, from young Taiping scholars to Annam's mighty protectors. From the demonic rogue Zhang He to the shadow puppet master Kai Qian, who ruled Guangdong's 13 major trading hubs. Even legendary figures like Lin Ajin and Guo Po sitting on mountains of unimaginable wealth. All these mighty southern warlords bowed before 10th Lady's absolute power. But today, the shocking news of her tragic demise swept across the seas like a devastating hurricane. Inside the Red Flag Gang's Grand Assembly Hall, Li Yan, now carrying the legendary title of Li Yan, claimed the highest throne as their absolute supreme leader. Beside him, Xu Chaoyi respectfully presented a sealed parchment. It was 10th Lady's final testament. He bowed deeply. Brother Li Yan, did Madam mention this before her passing? She entrusted this missive to me meant only for your eyes. The main character accepted the envelope, his intense gaze locking onto it. He already knew the dangerous secrets hidden inside. Without a second of hesitation, Li Yan thrust the parchment straight into a roaring candle. The ancient paper withered into meaningless ash right before Chao Yi's horrified eyes. The subordinate frantically reached out, desperate to stop the destruction. Brother Li Yan, what are you doing? Rising with overwhelming presence, Li Yan tossed the glowing embers aside. You know my bond with Madame 10. It was merely foolish romantic nonsense, completely useless to keep. Brother Chao Yi, you are my senior. Like I said before, just call me Li Yan. Chao Yi froze for 5 agonizing seconds. He could not believe a crucial artifact was dismissed as a mere love letter. He remained entirely clueless that Li Yan had already mastered its hidden truths, deliberately destroying the evidence. Exposing that secret would only breed fatal betrayal. Breathing a sigh of relief, the bewildered lieutenant bowed his head. Understood, Li Yan. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before the man could even cross the threshold, Li Yan's voice echoed with commanding weight. Brother Chao Yi, 10th Lady, owed you a massive debt. She wanted you to live the rest of your days in absolute freedom. Chao Yi's jaw practically hit the floor. Halting his steps, the veteran warrior looked back with sharp eyes. That does not sound like Madam at all. Sounds more like you made it up to comfort me. The new leader merely smirked in profound silence. Yet that single cryptic smile spoke volumes. It cemented Zhu Chaoyi's grand destiny within the evolving syndicate. Striding out with newfound swagger, the veteran perfectly grasped his young boss's ambition. Knowing his future was now paved with gold, he let out a thunderous, victorious laugh. The shadowy night vanished in a blink. As golden dawn broke over the bustling harbor, the roaring port life completely masked the void, 10th lady left behind. Despite their legendary leader's tragic fall, the grim reality of survival kicked in. The relentless gears of the martial world wait for absolutely no one. Everyone hustled relentlessly. Meanwhile, Li Yan perfectly embodied the aura of the Red Flag Gang's true sovereign. He flawlessly absorbed Madame's massive empire, asserting absolute dominance over the port operations. I am the master of the Red Flag Gang now. The total transferable assets under my undisputed control have skyrocketed to a staggering 200,000 silver taels. 10 taels instantly convert to 1 system point, that is 20,000 glorious Yanfu points. But the river Yushi sacrifice demands a brutal 100,000 taels. I cannot just drain half the gang's liquid capital. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. I intend to forge Mount Daisu into my personal stronghold. I cannot rely on such reckless brute force methods. In short, my treasury is bleeding dry. Striding from the docks to the bloody training grounds, his tactical mind raced with a million ruthless calculations. Madame Ten left behind an ancient medicinal bath formula, the key to refining the terrifying Guhuo ghost. This absolute treasure would spark wars in the black market. However, concocting this elixir demands a monstrously high level of Yansheng cultivation. Uncle Guo, another descendant of the Treasure Island generals, also possesses a copy, yet he failed to forge the demon for years. Why? Because his mystic power is pitifully weak. Excavating Pa Hoshi's bones crosses my absolute bottom line. Therefore, inheriting Madame's dark arts is completely impossible. This god-tier recipe is practically trash to me right now. Li Yan glared at the distant horizon, his mind spinning a new web. I still hold the Three Flags boss hostage. Their internal chaos requires my absolute vigilance. Plus, I am itching to completely subjugate 5th Granny's elite squad for my own private army. Guangji Island's Luojin village suffered a catastrophic harvest failure. Starving and desperate, those proud villagers finally bowed as Uncle Guo's personal lapdogs. Now the Black Flag faction is tearing itself apart from the inside. Guangji Island is completely defenseless, his grand scheme locked onto a specific target, a former battlefield nemesis. In 2 days, my quest for the 12 mutant beast scrolls begins. I will slice through Xuanzhou and Guangyi Island, dropping a massive shipment of life-saving rations along the way. This is an absolute godsend to buy their total loyalty. I cannot let it slip. Zhao Xiaoyi boasts a terrifying 93% spear mastery. Merging his combat prowess with the Guhuo ghost's demonic physique would forge a monstrous warlord matching Wushan and modern-day Zhao Zilong. The catch: this fierce warrior grew up under Uncle Guo's shadow. His loyalty is practically forged in iron. Bending his iron will to serve my absolute rule will require pure manipulative genius. Passing by Lin Yuanfu's heavily guarded territory, a headache throbbed in his temples. Lin Yuanfu is the ultimate wild card. Suddenly, a frantic scout sprinted from the horizon. Brother Li Yan, an incredibly VIP guest, has entered the kiln district. Li Yan's lethal gaze snapped back. The messenger was gasping for air, trembling with absolute awe. Swallowing hard, the scout finished his explosive report. He demands an immediate audience with the Five Flags Alliance leader. It was none other than the supreme underworld boss Kai Qian. Li Yan's brows locked in intense focus. His eyes suddenly darkened, swirling with infinite layers of deadly strategy. An apocalyptic storm has officially arrived. Taking a slow drag from his smoke, the newly crowned king plunged into deep contemplation. The grim reality. While Li Yan's word was absolute law within the Red Flag Gang, history dictated their boss automatically ruled the entire Five Flags Alliance. However, the other factions would rather die than surrender that ultimate crown to Li Yan. The entire foundation of this pirate empire rested on ancient bloodlines. Every single ancestor hailed from Zheng Yigui's lineage, the legendary Red Flag founder and fierce Formosa Island general. These warlords boasted royal ties to the immortal Lord of Formosa himself. This sacred, untainted bloodline was their ultimate source of authority to forge this massive pirate coalition. But Li Yan was a total outsider. If he claimed the ultimate throne, the alliance would violently reject his absolute reign. The coastal citizens and outsiders of the Five Flags Alliance firmly believed the Zheng family wouldn't acknowledge Li Yan. Pausing his steps, Li Yan crushed his cigarette into the dirt. Standing before the estate, a booming voice requested an audience with the alliance leader. Truly a businessman, cutting straight to the point. Countless thoughts swirled through Li Yan's mind. Ah Shu had to step up as the alliance leader. Only by waving this tiger banner could they harness the alliance's deep-rooted coastal influence. The Red Flag Gang alone lacked the power to expand further. Tai Can's respectful greeting was actually a calculated probe. It was a subtle warning, revealing his true motives in one breath. Li Yan strolled inside. Seeing him, the gloomy Ah Shu immediately teared up, softly crying out, "Brother Li Yan." Li Yan gently teased her. "Ah Shu, it is so late, why haven't you washed up and brushed your hair?" That warm, familiar voice made Ah Shu clench her tiny fists and sniffle. She quickly turned to hide her tears, whispering softly, "Brother Li Yan, please brush it for me." Li Yan awkwardly chuckled. "Just do not complain if it looks bad." The towering warrior quietly sat down, gently combing the little girl's hair. Their joyful laughter filled the once dead silent room. "Is this okay?" "No, it is ugly and that hurts." After a long struggle, Li Yan nodded at the mirror. "Yeah, this definitely looks perfect." Suddenly, Ah Shu mumbled, "Brother Li Yan, I do not like that woman." Li Yan stayed perfectly calm. Who, realizing her meaning, he gasped. "Oh, you mean her?" Flashing a warm smile, he promised. "Then I will just stop hanging out with her, okay?" Ah Shu brightened instantly. "Deal, let us pinky promise, Brother Li Yan." A massive hand locked with a tiny one, sealing the warrior's heartfelt vow. Meanwhile, Tanya sneezed violently in a distant corner. Completely clueless about the promise, she innocently continued playing with the animals. In the main hall, a man bowed deeply. "Tai Can of Guangzhou greets Lady Zheng." Ah Shu responded with polite formality. "Uncle Tai, I am honored." Li Yan and Xu Xiaoyi stood fiercely by her side. Tai Can spoke respectfully. "No need for formalities, my lady. I apologize for this unannounced visit. Please forgive me." Ah Shu cut straight to the chase. "Uncle Tai, my mother is gone. I am still young and inexperienced." Gripping Li Yan's hand, she declared, "If you want to discuss business, speak to Brother Li Yan. He calls the shots now." Hearing this, Tai Can offered a sly greeting. "Li Yan of the Red Flag, your reputation precedes you." He piled on the praise, smashing Tiger Gate in 2 days, single-handedly overthrowing 3 flags. Truly a brilliant young hero. Ignoring the flattery, Li Yan gently placed Ah Shu on her throne and lazily replied, "Mr. Tai, someone like me, is used to blades and gunpowder. Whenever I talk to people, blood usually follows." His menacing aura flared as he warned, "Do not blame me for being ruthless. You know how I slaughtered the 3 flags, boss, yet you dare come alone. Those 3 possess 0 value compared to you." Boss Tai is incredibly wealthy. The legendary Guangzhou merchants sit on tens of millions of silver taels. Honestly, you are a walking treasure chest. Tai Can listened calmly to the blatant threat. Li Yan swaggered into his seat, deliberately raising his voice. "Let us do some math. If I kidnap you." Smash Li Yan slammed the table, flashing a wicked grin. "Then I will be filthy rich." The gang behind him glared at Tai Can with murderous intent. Yet Tai Can remained completely unbothered, strolling past Li Yan's intimidating crew. "This was indeed my reckless oversight." Taking his seat with ultimate arrogance, he smirked. "But I am used to gold and silver. Whenever I talk to people, money naturally follows. If Brother Li Yan wants riches, why resort to petty kidnapping? Just say the word and fleets loaded with pure silver will arrive at Lantau Island tomorrow." Tai Can's confidence skyrocketed. "You must know, Brother Li Yan, even as we speak, the coastal waters of Annam are drowning in hellfire and artillery." His menacing grin widened. "Zhang He committed the ultimate taboo against the British forces. Those pirates are destined for absolute annihilation." Just as he predicted, thousands of colossal warships swarmed the Annam coast like starved beasts craving blood. Imagining this slaughter, Tai Can gleefully clapped his hands. Instantly, a devastating rain of blood drenched the once beautiful ocean. The air echoed with deafening war cries. "Kill them, slaughter them all." Facing this apocalyptic fleet, Zhang He stood unfazed. "Your Highness, give the order." The king cowering behind him was completely drained of color. Without hesitation, Zhang He signaled the fortress guards. Terrifying explosions instantly shattered the sky, unleashing a catastrophic meteor shower of cannonballs upon the enemy. Warships violently rocked as an epic blood-soaked battle erupted across the burning sea. Thousands of majestic vessels were instantly reduced to sinking metallic graveyards. Watching the carnage, Zhang He smirked inwardly. Madame Tin is finally dead. Later standing arrogantly amidst rows of burning incense bowls, Zhang He thought with twisted pride, I told you I am younger. I will always outlive you. The thick incense smoke warped reality itself. Without a second thought, he unleashed his terrifying awakened powers, preparing to obliterate the entire opposing armada. With a single wave, a magical illusion materialized before his eyes. Staring at the besieged fleet, he slowly reached his hand into the void. Inside that mystical dimension, those colossal warships were magically shrunk, resting helplessly right in the palm of Zhang, his glowing hand. He squeezed his fist and out in reality, a massive galleon violently crushed itself, spreading absolute terror. Zhang, he ruthlessly crushed ship after ship. In the real world, giant vessels literally snapped in half, forcing screaming sailors to plunge into the abyss. Howling with godlike fury, Zhang, he unleashed his absolute wrath, mercilessly annihilating every single enemy vessel in sight. One squeeze and another pathetic ship shattered like glass. As the illusion shattered, the physical ship exploded into a cloud of devastating smoke and dust. Heaven-shaking explosions rang out relentlessly. Having overdrawn his mana, Zhang, he gasped for air, completely exhausted. Seeing his trembling state, a subordinate cried out, Grand Commander. Gritting his teeth, Zhang, he brushed them off. I am fine. A few days of rest will heal this. Suddenly, the surviving enemies revealed a colossal magical cannon to retaliate. As their cold-blooded leader roared the firing order, Zhang, his eyes widened in pure dread. But it was too late. A devastating storm of bullets shredded the fortress walls, slaughtering the soldiers in seconds. Meanwhile, the tense negotiation between Kai Kan and Li Yan continued. Li Yan broke the silence first. Mr. Kai, you are my senior. If you truly respect me, just calling me brother Li Yan will do. Kai Kan replied with burning enthusiasm. Since brother Li Yan is so straightforward, I have no reason to refuse. Calling me Mr. Kai is too distant. Just call me big brother. Watching his unnatural calm, Li Yan felt a surge of suspicion. Kai Kan's guards were all left at the docks. Is he really making a move alone? With his guard up, Li Yan immediately spoke. However, your words are raising some major red flags, big brother Kai. The British forces in the southern seas only have a few dozen warships and a couple thousand men. Even with their devastating artillery and ironclad ships annihilating Zhang, he who has ruled Annam for ages will not be a walk in the park. Hearing this, Kai Kan smirked with overwhelming confidence. Are a few thousand men not enough? When the British army landed their forces on the Ganges River, they completely crushed Bangladesh with a mere 900 soldiers. Suddenly, an apocalyptic vision flashed through Li Yan's mind. Big brother Kai, you are truly well informed, he praised. Lowering his voice, he continued, I still do not grasp why the British declared war, but that demon lord will definitely suffer massive losses this time. But the demon lord and the British tearing each other apart has nothing to do with us. Please get straight to the point, big brother Kai. Kai Kan laid his cards on the table. To be completely honest, my true purpose for coming here today is to gift you brother Li Yan Zhang, his legendary typing grimoire. Those words struck Li Yan's crew like a thunderbolt. Even Xu Chaoyi could not hide his absolute shock. The typing grimoire. The typing grimoire was the supreme magical artifact that skyrocketed Zhang He to absolute infamy. When he was ate through a twist of fate, he found a golden, indestructible parchment. That artifact was the legendary typing grimoire. After over a decade of brutal grinding, Zhang, he leveled up from a lowly fisherman to an unstoppable regional warlord. Even the 10th Lady fiercely desired the typing grimoire. Our ultimate goal in targeting the demon lord this time is to seize that very artifact. The 10th Lady was desperate to claim it because hidden within its 48,000 divine spells was a way to purify a curse's deadly recoil. If she had obtained the grimoire earlier, she might have survived her tragic fate. After a tense moment of silence, Li Yan asked, Where is the typing grimoire right now? Kai Kan answered without missing a beat. It is naturally still in the demon lord's possession. This answer instantly annoyed Li Yan. Big brother Kai, are you messing with me? But Kai Kan maintained his rock-solid composure. Absolutely not, I am dead serious. He quickly began to explain his motives. I own 12 massive magical ore mines in Annam, but ever since Zhang, he took over as governor, he has been ruthlessly bleeding my operations dry. I run the main port businesses in Annam, and my entire fleet is constantly locked down by Shang, his oppressive system. This war is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am deploying my forces to completely obliterate Zhang He's empire. Once we secure the victory, the typing grimoire will naturally be ours. If my forces and the Red Flag faction launch a joint raid, I will happily present the typing grimoire to Brother Li Yan with both hands. This incredibly sly offer immediately set off Li Yan's internal alarm bells. What the hell is this cunning old fox scheming? Midway through their conversation, Kai Kan suddenly closed the distance, taking the seat right beside Li Yan. He then proposed a ruthless strategy. We use the British invasion as a distraction. We team up to execute the Demon Lord, and aside from the typing grimoire, we split all his dropped loot 50-50. Hearing this, Li Yan feigned intense interest. His big brother Kai really that generous? At this, Kai Kan let out a deeply calculated sigh of regret. To bribe the corrupt officials, I burn through millions of silver taels every single year. Now that I have a surefire elimination strategy, what more could you want? Back when the 10th lady was alive, she obsessed endlessly over Zhang. He's typing grimoire. Despite the temptation, Li Yan ruthlessly pointed out the reality. The civil war within the Five Flags Alliance is still raging. Furthermore, I just barely claimed the throne of the Red Flag faction. Because of this, I cannot mobilize my military power recklessly, let alone launch a massive support raid. I carry the lives of all my guild members on my shoulders. But the stubborn Kai Kan refused to back down, continuing his aggressive persuasion. Brother Li Yan, forgive my bluntness, but the 10th lady possessed world-shaking cultivation even with her failing body. Does anyone else in your guild currently hold that kind of legendary power? I apologize if I cross the line. The Five Flags vanguards each wielded a vicious Guhuo demon capable of fighting 1 against 100, but can you still forge such overpowered summons today? Li Yan's patience finally snapped as his aura flared. Big brother Kai, cut the nonsense and speak plainly. Let me be crystal clear. I am afraid of losing my life before securing the legendary drop. Seeing his hostile reaction, Kai Kan smirked internally. This kid is incredibly easy to provoke. Seizing the perfect opening, he launched his master class in psychological manipulation. If Brother Li Yan claims the typing grimoire, it will not be long before your power matches the 10th lady's. You could even share its divine skills to level up your entire guild. Upgrading your Guhuo demons would be like giving wings to a tiger. Evolving the Red Flag faction into an unstoppable force would be a piece of cake. Little brother, does any epic reward in this world come without deadly risks? The Demon Lord and the Red Flag faction already have massive bad blood. Even without my quest offer, would your guild truly ignore such an insane power-up? Reaching the climax of his pitch, he turned to the rest of the crew. Are you all really not tempted? The sudden pressure left everyone utterly speechless. Even as Xu Chaoyi helplessly averted his gaze, overwhelmed by the stakes. Meanwhile, Li Yan silently tracked Xu Chaoyi's every micro-expression. His mind raced with tactical calculations. I absolutely cannot eliminate Xu Chaoyi right now because vital talents like him are incredibly rare on Mount Datu. After weighing the massive risks, Li Yan finally made his ultimate choice. The typing grimoire is undeniably a heaven-defying artifact. I would also love to see the Demon Lord's empire crumble. But forgive me, I absolutely reject Big Brother Kai's proposal. It is not that I doubt you, but I simply cannot understand why the red-haired demons are attacking Annam. The Five Flags Alliance and those invaders are sworn mortal enemies. Fighting on sight is a rule. Diving into that crossfire will only attract endless disasters. He mercilessly laid out the grim reality. I am currently holding hostages from the Three Flags faction. Who knows when their strike team will ambush us? Just days ago, I smashed through the Tiger Gate to avenge the 10th lady. Now, the government sees my Red Flag faction as a massive threat. Big Brother Kai, let me be blunt. I simply lack the stats right now to battle both the British and the Demon Lord. In the past, the Red Flag faction survived by constantly raiding the red-haired demons' merchant fleets. We also have fierce hostility with the East India Company. Recklessly joining the Annam War would instantly paint a giant target on our backs. Hearing this flawless logic, Kai Kan was completely stunned into silence, left with no choice but to sigh heavily. Ah, what a massive disappointment. The Kai family has always worshipped the fire cauldron deities. To someone like me, the typing grimoire is utterly useless anyway. If Brother Li Yan refuses, I guess I will keep it for myself. The deal may have failed, but our bond remains. He beckoned Li Yan closer, whispering with narrowed eyes. Let me ask you something. During the Tiger Gate raid, did you slaughter any civilians? Or take any hostages? Li Yan threw back his head, laughing in bold confirmation. Kai Kan immediately unrolled a scroll. Is this the man? Li Yan did not even try to hide it. Spot on. That is him. Kai Kan's eyes lit up with greed. Brother Li Yan, let me be blunt. Hand over that old geezer and the typing scroll is yours. Li Yan's gaze sharpened. Are you serious? Fearing a rejection, Kai Kan nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Li Yan pictured the pathetic Lin Yanfu. Who knew feeding a stray old man could yield such an epic reward? The crew standing behind him shared the exact same thought, their jaws hitting the floor in pure shock. A wide smirk stretched across Li Yan's face, but in a split second his aura turned freezing cold. No deal. See our guest out. Those two brutal words left Kai Kan completely paralyzed. Soon the heavy veil of night swallowed the bustling harbor. Feigning heartbreak, Li Yan sighed heavily. I feel so terrible for failing you this time, brother Kai. His blatant acting left his own crew completely speechless. But behind that fake pity, his mind was spinning a master web. You want to play games? Bring it on. But freeing the hostage? Keep dreaming. After all, making the corrupt empire pay and gaining infamy as a border official kidnapper perfectly triggered a hidden Yanfu system quest. If that typing scroll was actually placed in my hands, I might reconsider. If this sly fox added 2 million silver taels, I would seal the deal instantly. Trying to catch a legendary beast empty-handed, who does he think he is? Kai Kan desperately kept pushing. Brother Li Yan, are you absolutely certain you will not reconsider? Exquisite feasts, endless gold, divine weapons, beautiful women. Just name your price, Li Yan replied with a cold grin. I want them all, obviously, but I simply refuse to give you what you desire. I plan to send an official ransom note. General Fulin of Guangzhou will bleed his treasury dry just to pay me off. A chill ran down Kai Kan's spine. Brother Li Yan, that crosses the line. You are practically slapping the empire right across the face. But Li Yan scoffed without hesitation. Not at all. I am not draining your pockets, so why do you care? As the tension spiked, silent footsteps approached them from the shadows. Ah Ju emerged, holding a mysterious wooden box. Boss, he murmured. Kai Kan's forced smile returned. Brother Li Yan, to be completely honest with you, I originally thought the red flag's rising star was just a spoiled brat hiding behind Madame Yan or a brainless brute who only knew how to swing a blade. I deeply misjudged you today. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Hearing this sickeningly sweet performance, Li Yan cursed inwardly. What a hypocritical old bastard. As Li Yan and Ah Shu accepted the wooden chest, Kai Kan continued his act. Coming to this island today, I gained a fierce brother and a lovely niece. I must honor that. Consider this parting gift a token of my absolute sincerity. Li Yan pulled a gleaming blade from the box. His eyes flashed with system notifications. Sharpness level 50, and worth 100 Yanfu points. Suddenly, an excited gasp from Ah Shu completely shattered his focus. Kai Kan pointed at an ancient manual resting at the bottom. There are 2 legendary cursing arts, one from Chu Fu and one from Lu Ban. This text belongs to the mighty Lu Ban. I originally planned to offer this to the 10th madam, but seeing little Ah Shu, I know it belongs to her. The divine lute easily won over the little girl, leaving her squealing with absolute delight. But the moment Kai Kan and Ah Ju turned their backs, Li Yan's suppressed bloodlust suddenly erupted. A dangerously reckless thought crossed his mind. Did this billionaire really only bring one bodyguard? Li Yan's eyes glowed a demonic crimson as he instantly activated his appraisal skill. His piercing gaze locked onto his targets like a starving predator, instantly detecting the deadly aura. Ah Ju whipped around, dropping into a flawless combat stance. A blaring system warning echoed in his mind. Target possesses a reflection skill. Status appraisal failed. Sparks flew as the 2 warriors locked eyes. But the intense standoff was broken by Kai Kan calling out. Obeying his master, Ah Ju retracted his aura and both men vanished into the mist. Left behind, Li Yan clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. This man was the richest warlord in the southern provinces, perhaps even the wealthiest in the world. He is terrifyingly well guarded. Li Yan stood like a statue watching the merchant ship disappear. Suddenly, a dark thought hit him, and he turned to Dao Zi. Our expedition to Guangzhou to secure the mythic beast map must not fail. Remembering Kai Kan's parting words, he added, I fear the Imperial Navy will launch an ambush soon. Right in the middle of their strategic planning, a bloodied figure stumbled toward them. Seeing Hazy covered in gaping wounds, Li Yan's eyes widened in sheer horror. Blackie. Dao Zi, get the healer. Now losing his usual icy composure, Li Yan dropped to his knees, grabbing his brother's trembling arm. Who did this to you? Where is Zhang Wei? Coughing up dark blood, He Zi used his final ounce of strength Tian, he rasped, collapsing completely into the dirt. Brother Li Yan. And with that, he blacked out completely. Moments later, the medical bay was a flurry of emergency healing. Wiping sweat from her brow, Dan Niang finally exhaled a breath of relief. His injuries are critically deep. It will take at least an hour and a half before he wakes up. Hearing this, Shuabas slammed his fist against the wall in fury. If it was not Zhang He, then it was definitely Zhou Ben. We should have slaughtered them when we had the chance. Li Yan's aura turned dangerously cold. Let him heal in peace. I am heading straight to Quanzhou. Brother Chao Yi, I need you to lock down the base while I am gone. Shu Chao Yi nodded grimly. Consider it done. But listen, something is seriously wrong with that hostage official named Lin. His expression darkened as he explained. You ordered us to treat him nicely. So when he asked for a stroll, I allowed it. But lately I caught him and Jiang Dong suspiciously sneaking around the cargo hold and the main cabin. Chao Yi's instincts were dead on. A strange green silhouette and a dark shadow kept manifesting near the lower decks. Every so often they would trace the perimeter of the armory like spies gathering intelligence. Li Yan let out a dark mocking laugh. Humph. This old official plays the fool, but he is plotting something huge right under our noses. What is your take? Without hesitation, Chao Yi revealed his deadly suspicion. That arrogant old man pushed the Han Chi brothers into a corner with just one sentence. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Hearing this, Li Yan offered a grim warning. Just keep a close eye on him. Chao Yi gave a firm nod. Then Li Yan made his next move. By the way, brother Chao Yi, I need you to take me to see those prisoners. Moments later, Li Yan stood before a pitch-black dungeon. In the dead center of the room, heavy iron chains bound a solitary woman. Li Yan slowly stepped through the grimy puddle surrounding her. At the sight of him, Ji Nong trembled violently. Ignoring her absolute terror, he casually slid a meal box right in front of her. Finally, Ji Nong forced the words out of her trembling lips. You provide us with food, and in return we will slaughter people for you. Hitting the exact answer he wanted, Li Yan smiled sharply. How refreshing. Tell me, when you worked for Guhuo, exactly what benefits did he give you? Ji Nong spilled the truth without hesitation. He promised to supply our island with enough food every single year. Encouraging us to expand our maritime territory was part of the deal. Hearing this, Li Yan launched into a brutal interrogation. How many people currently live on your Guangyi Island? And what about the Wu Ba Zi bloodline? Give me the exact numbers. Furthermore, what is the maximum casting range of your magic arts? Jinong desperately crawled toward the food. She obediently answered every single question, leaving absolutely nothing hidden. The village has over 3,000 people. Exactly 62 descendants remain. My absolute limit for casting spells is 30 steps. Suddenly, Li Yan's aura darkened terrifyingly. Oh, you claim your limit is 30 steps, so the real maximum range is 50 steps, right? Panic seized Jinong's face as she frantically corrected him. It is truly only 30 steps, I swear on my life, I am not lying. Sensing her absolute desperation, Li Yan abruptly shifted gears. Out of those 62 bloodline descendants, what is your exact ranking? Can you act as the absolute leader of your village? Terrified by his overwhelming presence, Jinong still managed to squeak out a reply. Aside from Lan Chu and her royal aunts, we can basically call the shots. Every major village decision must go through Lan Cho. She is my older sister. She possesses a highly civilized mindset, so she absolutely will not stand in your way. Right at that tense moment, the bread slipped from Jinong's trembling fingers. Absolute dread consumed her. She stared at the fallen crumbs, completely paralyzed, expecting Li Yan to ruthlessly execute her on the spot. But defying her worst nightmares, Li Yan's voice remained eerily calm. Exactly how old is your sister? Since she has lived longer, her awakening powers must be overwhelmingly stronger than yours, right? Hearing this, Zinong swallowed her fear and answered. She is 69 years old. However, a descendant's power is granted by the heavens. It has absolutely nothing to do with age. Having gathered enough intel, Li Yan delivered his absolute ultimatum. I will find a healer to cure your condition. But in exchange, you must remain within 10 steps of me at all times. Step past that line and you die. Though she had no room to negotiate, Jinong forced out a bitter reply. No problem at all. Meanwhile, in another explosive sector, the deafening clash of steel echoed violently. Dao Zi and Zhao Xiaoyi were locked in a ferocious sparring session, one launching devastating strikes, the other executing perfect blocks. Their combat rhythm was absolutely legendary. Even after hundreds of brutal exchanges, Dao Zi was not even breaking a sweat. His battle intent flared up. Your spear arts are magnificent. Let us go another round. Watching their epic clash from the shadows, Li Yan spoke with mountain-like gravity. The government's plan to wipe us out did not happen overnight. Whether we release Lin Yuan Manor or not, those corrupt officials will still launch their devastating strike. Even if they rapidly mobilize troops and rations, it will take them at least half a month. Therefore, within the next 10 days, we absolutely must make our triumphant return. Spread the word immediately. Call all our brothers back and heavily reinforce the harbor patrols. Only with our Hongqi faction's supreme power can we survive gnawing on this impossibly tough bone. Chao Yi's eyes burned with resolve. Consider it done. Then a trace of doubt flickered in Chao Yi's eyes. Do you seriously intend to recruit Zhao Xiaoyi? Just look at his ferocious aura down in the arena. Li Yan could not hide the burning excitement in his gaze. Spear mastery of that godlike tier is an absolute feast for the eyes. Seeing his intense interest, Chao Yi spilled the lore. I have heard legends about this Zhao Xiaoyi. His overwhelming bravery is undisputed. He has no family or friends. He pledged loyalty to Guhuo Bird at the mere age of 10. His devotion to the He faction runs soul deep. Frankly, pulling him to our side is an impossible quest. Suddenly, Li Yan brutally cut him off. To make him ours, we do not necessarily need him to betray the He. Those profound words instantly sparked a blazing anticipation in Chao Yi's heart. Flashing back to Shu Er's adorable yet terrifyingly powerful awakened state, Li Yan proudly dropped a massive bombshell. I plan to crown Shu Er as the supreme leader of the Five Flags Alliance. Even Chao Yi could not help but nod at this masterfully insane strategy. Li Yan threw a brotherly arm around Chao Yi's shoulder, instantly steering the conversation back to their main objective. Leaning in close, Li Yan whispered a chilling secret into Chao Yi's ear. Later, aboard the spirit-taming vessel, the ultimate command to set sail was roared out and the massive warship finally surged forward. Back on the desolate shore, a tiny silhouette desperately sprinted after them. The little figure recklessly splashed into the shallow tides, refusing to give up. Struggling against the crushing waves, Shu Er screamed with all her might. Brother Li Yan, return my goddamn books. She pushed her tiny lungs to their absolute limit. That sheepskin parchment my mother left me, and that blue-covered manual, you cannot steal them away. From the distant deck, Li Yan's voice boomed back across the ocean. I did not steal your items. Go back and search your room thoroughly. But Shu Er kept weeping and screaming into the roaring wind. Who do you think you were fooling? You obviously snuck into my room. I know it was you. Please do not leave. However, the ship had sailed too far. Her heart-wrenching pleas were swallowed by the abyss. Feigning ignorance, Li Yan shouted his final system-like warning. What did you say? The wind is too loud. Stop chasing me. The storm is picking up. Go back inside before you freeze. Only Shu Er's tragic solitary figure remained on the shoreline, crying out to an empty sky. Once the massive ship stabilized, Li Yan retreated into the dark cabin to inspect his newly acquired inventory. Inside lay the legendary manual he had ruthlessly swiped from Shu Er alongside an ancient mysterious scroll. Suddenly, a glowing system interface materialized above the book. System notification item, Lu Ban's cursing manual rarity flawless tier item type skill visualization artifact. A divine record of Lu Ban's fortune-altering arts. It details the foundational mechanics of spiritual sight and extreme feng shui manipulation. Warning: cultivators will suffer devastating life force depletion. By consuming Yanfu points, the host can research and unlock powerful visualization skills. Reaching specific visualization milestones unlocks hidden god-tier abilities. Note: visualization skills do not consume standard skill slots. Success rates are strictly bound to the host's specialized roaming stats. Activation. Cost 50 Yanfu points per session. Absolute requirement: Ancient Han language specialization must reach 50%. Immediately after, the ancient scroll in Li Yan's grasp pulsed with overwhelming power as critical system data flooded his vision. System notification item, True Cursing Parchment rarity, legendary tier item type, Secret Codex. Forged from forbidden suppression arts, this artifact dictates 73 brutal methods to guarantee absolute victory. It is exceptionally ruthless and harbors devastating latent power. Ultimate warning: the cultivator must embrace certain death. Wielding this accelerates the host's leveling speed to an insane degree. Maximum cap 6th rank. No further ascension is permitted. Absolute requirement: 65%. Secret text specialization, mandatory state Yin spirit. Affinity infusion activated. Blaring red alarms shattered the silence. System alert, you have successfully acquired the complete codex. To master this ultimate codex, you must permanently sacrifice your Li Yan system inheritance. Warning, the complete codex is now ready for mastery. You will be trapped inside the core forever. However, upon returning to the Li Yan dimension, you may offer an alternative sacrifice. Unlocking the complete Dark Curse arts costs exactly 10,000 Li Yan points. It requires 0 prerequisites, but it will consume 1 precious skill slot. These bizarre system prompts caught Li Yan completely off guard. These twisted rules were entirely new to him. The first item felt incredibly weak yet suspiciously easy to master. The second item sounded absolutely devastating, but the required sacrifice was just too extreme. The alternative method drained way too many points. What an absolute waste. Li Yan carefully secured the items away. Neither of these demonic paths fit his combat style at all. Still, they offered a terrifying new perspective on the Li Yan system. It totally redefined what it meant to be a system walker. Memories of Tanya and Susie's tragic fates flashed through his mind. He swore right then and there. Susie must never see this. She wouldn't die a gruesome death like Tanya. After an intense sparring session, Blade smirked and sheathed his weapon. That is enough. The spar is over. Suddenly, the heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. It instantly grabbed both of their attention. Spotting the newcomer, Joey immediately demanded answers. You promised that if I fought for you, you would spare my Black Flag brothers. Was that the truth? Does that include our boss, Greg? Li Yan looked him dead in the eye and coldly replied, I always keep my promises. However, Greg must absolutely die. Bitter disappointment washed over Joey, but he swallowed his pride. At least his loyal brothers would survive this bloodbath. Meanwhile, Li Yan slowly shifted his piercing gaze over toward Claire. She stood there bathing in the radiant sunlight she had been deprived of for so long. Pure, overwhelming joy practically overflowed from Claire's glowing eyes. To be exact, she was rapidly charging up her frostbound amulet. This legendary artifact boosted max vitality by 50%. Equipping it instantly began healing all severe physical traumas. The blazing sun now hung high in the sky. Golden rays filtered through the vibrant canopy. Down on the sandy shores of sunlit island, joyful children chased each other endlessly. 2 small vessels slowly cut through the distant waves. Claire and Li Yan's squad stood firmly on the deck. The moment they docked, Claire desperately sprinted toward the laughing children. The kids cheered, wildly swarming Claire after their agonizing separation. She beamed with joy, tenderly ruffling their hair. But Li Yan's sharp eyes locked onto the heavily armed adults waiting nearby. A withered old woman, widely feared as Granny Flora, stepped forward to address Li Yan. The faithful disciples of the 5 matriarchs welcome you. Mighty leader of the Red Flag faction, please follow me. As she guided them, she casually dropped a bombshell. The Black Flag faction provided our rations, so we served them. If your Red Flag faction supplies our survival needs, we will gladly serve you instead. It is only natural. Suddenly, a deeply unsettling object instantly captured Li Yan's undivided attention. A grotesque, terrifying demonic face was violently carved into a wooden totem. Granny Flora's raspy voice violently snapped him back to harsh reality. However, we absolutely refuse to help you slaughter the Black Flag. It goes against our core principles. Naturally, we will remain completely neutral in your bloody faction wars. Li Yan didn't push the issue, instead throwing out a remarkably tempting offer. That is totally fine. I never even plan on using your people against the Black Flag anyway. You can completely sit out any future warfare against them. Beyond just basic rations, I can flood you with wealth, fine silk, premium alcohol, dazzling jewelry, top-tier gear, and heavy artillery. Pausing for dramatic effect, he laid down his true condition. In exchange, I demand that Sunlit Island permanently cuts off all contact and servitude to any outside forces. Furthermore, I need to borrow some of your elite warriors. Granny Flora's eyes widened in sheer shock. Is Claire's current squad not enough for you? Li Yan boldly declared his outrageous demand. I need at least 50 more awakened ancestral warriors. Granny Flora instantly shot a terrifying glare at Claire, making her flinch violently in absolute guilt. The old woman sneered menacingly. It seems you have thoroughly investigated our deepest secrets. Great leader, rumors say your personal guards possess truly monstrous martial abilities. They boldly mock the deadly curses of the 5 matriarchs. Some even wield divine healing powers that instantly regenerate fatal wounds. Instantly, the entire squad tensed up defensively. However, Seth just stood there flashing an insanely arrogant grin. Granny Flora side-eyed the group, her voice dripping with suspicion. Great leader, you clearly possess overwhelmingly invincible forces, yet you still desperately demand my daughters and grandchildren to join your bloody crusade. That only means your true enemy is an absolute monster. My people would undoubtedly face catastrophic slaughter. Realizing she was entirely off track, Li Yan quickly stepped in. You have completely misunderstood my intentions. I simply respect the terrifying might of the 5 matriarchs. Every ambitious captain in these bloody waters desires an increasingly invincible armada. He matched her pace aggressively, pushing his negotiations. I am absolutely certain Boss Greg made this exact same proposition. Deep down, your trapped descendants desperately crave the vast outside world. It is infinitely better than rotting here with mere seashells and seaweed. Inside the dimly lit cabin, Granny Flora poured them some ominous tea. Then she picked up right where they left off. Boss Greg did indeed offer a strikingly similar pact. However, the catastrophic obstacles keeping us trapped here were completely beyond his weak abilities. A dangerously excited smirk crept across Li Yan's face. I am more than willing to crush those obstacles. Granny Flora's eyes gleamed sharply. Would you dare bless this old woman with a demonstration of your fabled strength? Li Yan raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. You want to spar right inside this tiny room? Granny Flora remained completely silent, simply flashing a terrifyingly cryptic smile. Catching her murderous intent, Li Yan's gaze turned razor sharp. He perfectly understood her deadly game. Pushing his chair back, he stood tall and roared, "Bring it on." Without a second of hesitation, the hag slashed her razor-sharp claws directly at Li Yan. A blazing blood-red magic circle materialized instantly, unleashing a surging wave of pitch-black demonic aura. Reacting purely on instinct, he violently slammed his palms against the table. The explosive recoil launched him backward, narrowly dodging the Grim Reaper's scythe. That deadly ambush left him utterly stunned. A lethal strike. That bizarre crimson energy was none other than the legendary blood-draining curse. Upon contact, it would ruthlessly devour a victim's life force and flesh. It was completely invisible to the naked eye and immune to physical strikes. However, its suffocating dark energy effortlessly overwhelmed any ordinary mortal's bloodlust. Only a warrior with god-tier senses could possibly track it. Witnessing this absolute nightmare unfold, even Blade shuddered, cursing the twisted demonic arts. Zhao Xiaoyi silently analyzed the invisible threat. That blood-silver anomaly wasn't just bizarre. It radiated an unnatural aura. Normal weapons absolutely couldn't cut through that cursed phantom blade. Taking out that old crone is the only way. But before Li Yan could strike, Aunt Lan's fingers danced. The cursed weapon instantly shattered into dozens of floating crimson rings. In a flash, those rings morphed into vicious phantom skulls, lunging straight for Li Yan's throat. But his reflexes were godlike. He instantly snatched a heavy wooden chair to block. With fluid agility, he dodged the blood curse spirit's relentless barrage. Then, packing explosive aura into his arm, he hurled the massive chair right at Aunt Lan's face. A mere tilt of her head and the chair obliterated against the wall behind her. Capitalizing on the distraction, Li Yan dashed forward, kicking the heavy table to crush her. But reality betrayed his expectations. The massive table did not budge an inch. Aunt Lan let out a chilling, sinister giggle. How embarrassing for you, these table legs are nailed to the floor. The moment her mocking words faded, the deadly blood-silver anomaly violently surged forward, aiming to shred Li Yan to pieces. Watching Li Yan force on the defensive, Zhao Xiaoyi grit his teeth in frustration. Dodging is easy enough, but running around like this won't put a scratch on that old witch. Right on cue, Aunt Lan slammed her wrinkled hands together. Her lips curled into a demonic sneer. You better watch your back, Commander Li Yan. The blood silver immediately multiplied. Dozens of lethal rings formed a terrifying, inescapable matrix. Like a swarm of starving beasts, they lunged forward to swallow Li Yan whole. Zhao Xiaoyi's blood ran cold, an absolute domain of pure death. No martial artist alive could dodge that. Yet Li Yan's eyes remained dead calm as he smoothly dropped to the floorboards. As the deadly wave crashed down, he explosively propelled himself upward. With physics-defying agility, he latched upside down onto the ceiling pillar, leaving Aunt Lan completely speechless. Zhao Xiaoyi gasped at the impossible evasion. Seizing the absolute high ground, Li Yan's eyes flared with intense killing intent. He aimed his gleaming blade straight down at the old crone's face. Hanging like a predatory bat from the ceiling, his absolute zero aura locking onto her, Li Yan smirked. Got anything else up your sleeve? Aunt Lan released a heavy sigh and casually raised a single finger. Instantly, a sinister, suffocating pressure materialized from the shadows, rushing violently toward Li Yan's blind spot. Boom! The Dark Knight ghost materialized out of thin air. Its pitch-black armor absorbed the lethal shockwave entirely. Li Yan narrowed his eyes coldly. Village Chief Lan cared to explain this treachery. The old woman slightly bowed her head. I genuinely never expected you to dodge my cursed spirits. I simply had to test your limits against a flesh-devouring curse attack. Consider it an evaluation of your strength. We needed to know if you could handle our island's dark crisis. Rest assured, I had no intention of claiming your